P1, you want to say that this person is from the family of God? Shinichi frowned. 35XS, that's not what my subordinates mean, but from the current information, the family of God is most likely to have the golden God of War halberd. Xiao Siyuan said. Shinichi looked at Xiao Siyuan for a while before saying meaningfully, your information came in a timely manner. Xiao Siyuan's expression didn't change, he just said, this is what the subordinates should do. The bureau seat gave such an important task to the subordinate, but I smashed the matter, and death is not a pity, please punish the bureau seat. Shinichi looked at Xiao Siyuan, smiled and said, then you can go to Cape's house and explain this matter clearly. Yes, this matter is all wrong by my subordinates, and my subordinates will definitely explain it to Congressman Capet. It has nothing to do with our supervision bureau. Xiao Siyuan saluted and left Shinichi's office. After Xiao Si left, a person came out of the inner room. This is a very capable woman in a suit, but she is wearing a hat, the brim is pulled down very low, and the big sunglasses cover half of her face, so you can hardly see what she looks like, but that the round white chin and the red lips are impressive. Button, what do you think of this person? Shinichi looked at the woman and asked. The woman called Button said lightly, the seat is referring to the person in the image, or Minister Qiao. Let's talk about it. 35XS, Shinichi tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically, as if thinking about something. The person in the image has an unknown type of armor. As Minister Qiao said, the weapon is the Golden War God halberd. The place where the temple is forged is the private plot of the family of gods, and their family does have a Golden War God halberd, but this does not mean that what. As for Minister Qiao, he is very smart. He gave himself a possibility to live, and he also gave the Cape family an excuse. He went to the Cape family this time, and it is estimated that the Cape family will not embarrass him too much. Button said. Shinichi nodded. Among the many branch ministers, Xiao Siyuan's ability to handle affairs is the strongest, and he is low-key, not greedy for fame and fortune, and even has few hobbies. The Bureau thinks there is something wrong with him? Button said. This operation is highly confidential, and few people know about it. Only Kaiban, Xiao Siyuan, and Liz know the details. Kaiban is an extremely careful person. The ambush took away the seeds of the blood epiphyllum, and there is a high possibility of an inner ghost. Shinichi pondered. Do you want me to check? Button asked. You don't need to worry about this, you help me take a trip to the family of God and send them a copy of the image just now. Shinichi said. Zhouwen has been brushing dungeons in the dormitory, but it is very strange. He has brushed many other 6 skills such as Feng Ritu, but Kong Jinlong has not brushed even one. 35XS Qinglong Chisu is one short, and the other 6 are completely useless. In the vast and boundless sea of stars, the star-fighting beast could not be found either. This dungeon is too big. Zhouwen estimates that if he wants to brush this place again, he will definitely not be able to do it in a month or 2. But if he brushes like this, he doesn't have to do anything, just brushing the endless Xinghai will run out of time, but most of the dimensional creatures in the endless Xinghai are useless at all, which makes Zhouwen very distressed. Wait a minute, there are actually 28 constellations in the endless star sea, so is the distribution of the planets here related to the 28 constellations? Zhouwen decided to check the information. The 28 constellations are the ancient method of dividing the starry sky, dividing the starry sky near the ecliptic and the celestial equator into 28 regions. If the endless star sea is really arranged according to this pattern, then you can judge where the 28 constellations are. It's just that Zhou Wen's knowledge of this knowledge is very limited, and he knows a name, and it's not clear what the distribution is. I checked some information on the internet, but there are many contradictions in the information on the internet. Moreover, it was unclear. Zhou Wen watched it for a long time before he roughly figured out the approximate distribution and location of the 28 constellations. Compared with the copy of Endless Xinghai, I found that there are some star maps in Endless Xinghai, which are very similar to 28 constellation, and the place where he brushed the skills of Fengritu and Xinyueu before is the Qinglong Chisu area. Such an area is very large, and Zhou Wen has been brushing for so long, but he has not stepped out of the range of Qinglong Chisu. As expected, it's no wonder that only the skills of Qinglong Chisu have been released. Zhou Wen roughly analyzed it and rushed to the star field where Kong Jinlong is located, intending to brush Kong Jinlong first to see what these skills are. But Kong Jinlong didn't appear so easily. He wiped the entire Kong Jinlong area, but he didn't even see the shadow of Kong Jinlong. It shouldn't be as difficult to brush as number 3 of Poison Dragon Palm. I feel that things are not very good. Now there are 6 missing and 1. If it is really so difficult to brush, I don't know when it will be able to be cleared. How can I find Lu Yun? Ask which little planet that star-fighting beast is on. Zhou Wen was very distressed. His knowledge of Lu Yun was very limited. He didn't have his phone number or address. Don't know where to start looking. After a few days of brushing, Zhou Wen had already planned to give up, but Kong Jinlong was really not easy to brush. Click. The evolving blaster finally broke out of the shell. The evolved blaster is still like a magnetic blaster. He is wearing heavy armor. The heavy armor and the pipes are all black, and there is a crystal bottle on his back. The installation, you can see that it has a red color inside. It looks very weird. Zhou Wen looked at the attributes of the Demolition Demon. Demolition Demon, legendary, evolvable. Fate, lawless. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Physical fitness, 21. Vitality, 21. Talent skills, death list, timed blasting. Associated state, self-exploding device. There was not much change in all aspects of attributes. As expected, Zhou Wen focused on the fate of the blaster. Lawlessness, within a certain time limit, there will be no rules. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This fate cannot be restricted by rules. Such an annotation can be said to be quite strong, but I don't know what the actual effect is. Before Zhou Wen could test the use of the Demolition Demon's fate, the Demolition Demon actually started to evolve again and turned into an egg again. It seems that the energy of the blood ephemeral seed is a little too strong, and it actually allowed the blaster to evolve continuously. I don't know where the blood of the Supervision Bureau came from. Zhou Wen saw that the blood ephemeral seed was so effective, thinking of getting one myself. Just thinking about it. The phone suddenly rang, and it was Li Xian who called. Old Zhou, go online and watch the battle. There is a companion pet that challenges the primordial sword immortal. It is the companion pet of the Xia family. Li Xian said excitedly. P1, has the Xia family finally made a move? Zhou Wen quickly turned on his mobile phone, found a video site, and sure enough, he found a live broadcast. 35xs, the picture is a cubic screen, and on the square three-dimensional fighting platform, there is a black-clothed and white-haired man standing in the air. It's just that the man's lower body is a snake, the black belt on his body is automatic without wind, and even his long white hair is slowly fluttering in the air. Uncle Feng Zhou was shocked when he saw the name of that kind of humanoid companion, pet. Feng Boyusher, who once participated in the Zhuolu War, and was a well-known existence, did not expect that the Xia family would have such a terrifying companion pet as Feng Bo. No, I didn't find Uncle Feng and master you in Zhuolu. Where did Uncle Feng of the Xia family come from? Zhou Wen frowned and thought. Logically speaking, Uncle Feng should be in Zhuolu, but he didn't, and there was an Uncle Feng in the Xia family, which made Zhou Wen feel that something was wrong. Old Zhou, I'm here, open the door. Li Xian called the door outside. Why are you running here at this time? Zhou Wen opened the door and saw Li Xian holding his mobile phone and watching the live broadcast. This kind of battle is too boring to watch alone. Have you seen that Feng Bo? Although I don't know how strong the battle is, the shape is so handsome. It is indeed a famous existence in the myth battle. Li Xian said. I looked inside and saw that the antelope was sleeping on the sofa, so I walked in cautiously, pulled a stool and sat down and said, 35xs, the Xia family's shot is definitely not as simple as trying it out. Zhou Wen was talking when he suddenly saw a flash of light on the fighting platform, and the primordial sword immortal came out of the sky and had accepted the challenge. The primordial sword immortal was so straightforward. After coming out, the ruby on the hilt radiated sword light, turning into a rain of swords and charging towards that Feng Bo. Uncle Feng was hanging in the air, and the invisible wind seemed to support its body. He was holding a peacock feather fan in his hand, fanning it against the torrent of sword rain. The invisible wind suddenly fanned the sword rain back and collided with the sword light behind it. Suddenly, the explosion sounded into one piece, and the sky was filled with light and shadows from the sword light. A sword roar resounded through the void, and the primordial sword immortal unexpectedly unsheathed itself, breaking the storm and slashing towards Feng Bo at a terrifyingly fast speed. Uncle Feng's figure was erratic, as if he was being carried by the wind, but he easily avoided the slash of the Taiku sword immortal. The Taiku sword immortal did not give up, and slashed at Uncle Feng one by one, the sword chi crisscrossed, as if to tear the world apart. The Golden Tyrant Sword and Taiku Sword Immortal should be considered similar companion pets, but in comparison, the Golden Tyrant Sword is much worse. The Primordial Sword Immortal is not a simple slash. Its every move is actually a mysterious swordsmanship. 35xs, it was the real sword technique, not the vitality technique. Zhou Wen could even feel the amazing sword intent, but just that sword intent made Zhou Wen feel inferior. Even his flying immortal is not as high as that sword. I'm going, this will keep people from living. A sword can have such terrifying swordsmanship and sword intent. Who can beat it? Li Xian also saw the clue and cried out in surprise. Zhou Wen nodded solemnly. Although Li Xian behaved as usual, he seemed heartless, but Zhou Wen felt that this guy cared about Feng Bo very much. Zhou Wen also understands why Li Xian cares so much. Li Mabai once said that the reason why their eldest brother, who was in a dignified manner, died young, had something to do with the Xia family. Li Xian regarded the Xia family as an imaginary enemy, that's why he cared so much. Uncle Feng rode against the wind, fluttering in the sky-shattering swordsmanship. The terrifying primordial sword immortal could not even hurt him in the slightest. From the beginning to the end, Feng Bo only dodged and did not fight back. As if he was observing the strength of the ancient sword fairy. What a powerful movement technique! Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Bo's movement technique. Although it is the same movement technique, Feng Bo's movement technique and his flying fairy outside the sky are two different routes. Uncle Feng's movement was extremely elegant, no matter how fast the swordsmanship of the primordial sword immortal was, he couldn't hurt a piece of his clothes. Uncle Feng seems to be the god of the wind. The sword wind brought by the ancient sword immortal can make his body sway with the sword wind, so no matter how fast the ancient sword immortal is, he will not be able to touch him. Uncle Feng is simply there. Ride the wind. I don't know if Banana Fairy has evolved to the mythical level. Is there such a strong Fengbua? Zhou Wen was looking forward to the Banana Fairy of the same family. Unable to kill Uncle Feng, the Taiku sword immortal suddenly stopped attacking and flew back to the side of the scabbard. Ever since the stone sword was unsheathed, the scabbard has been suspended there without any movement, but at this time a stream of celestial rays spewed out from the scabbard. Soon, Xianxia condensed a humanoid fairy shadow. Xianying held the scabbard in one hand and the stone sword in the other, and looked at Feng Bo across the air. It turns out that this is the true face of the primordial sword immortal. In the previous battles, he couldn't even force out his real body. Zhou Wen stared at the primordial sword immortal, although he could only see a fairy shadow. It was like a sword spirit existence, but the powerful sword intent on his body is enough to shock everyone. He just stood in the air with a sword, and he had an aura of being the only one in the sky and the earth, as if as long as he pulled out the sword, the whole world would be cut open by him. What a domineering sword intent! Zhou Wen stared at the primordial sword immortal. Such a domineering sword intent is quite similar to the domineering side of Fei Xian. It's just more amazing and more natural than Fei Xian. Fei Xian's domineering, and its realm is higher. On the other side, Uncle Feng is a clear cloud and clear wind. Under the impact of such a domineering sword intent, he seems to be as comfortable as he is strolling in the courtyard, as if he didn't take the terrifying primordial sword immortal to heart at all. However, Zhou Wen felt that Feng Bo didn't really despise the primordial sword immortal, but that his realm was like this, and he didn't take anything between heaven and earth in his eyes. Even if all the gods and gods are against him, even if death is imminent, he can still be so calm. Zhou Wen looked at primordial sword immortal and Feng Bo again, and seemed to realize something in his heart. His eyes were almost running out. Suddenly, the primordial sword immortal finally moved, and the sword moved like a ray of light, as if it cut off half of the sky, so quickly that people only saw Jianxia, and could not see his movements at all. Uncle Feng finally moved, turning into a breeze that could no longer be seen by the naked eye, facing Jianxia of the primordial sword immortal. Boom! Qing Feng and Jianxia met, and a terrifying shock wave rose up. The fan and the sword are constantly fighting, but most people only see the light explosion, and they can't see the figures of the two companion pets, let alone their tricks. With Zhou Wen's eyesight, he couldn't keep up, so he could only switch to the small Prajna Sutra and use the octave Prajna and the Prison King's soul to strengthen his vision, so that he could barely see clearly. Li Xian couldn't see the battle trajectory anymore, so he could only summon his life and soul. His body was immediately covered with insect armor, and his eyes also had eye patches similar to some kind of insect eyes. With the blessing of Life Soul, the battle screen Li Xian saw became much slower. Too strong, not afraid of strength. Not afraid of ruthless skills, just afraid of such a high IQ companion pet, a companion pet, even with such a high IQ, even if a mythical companion pet of the same level encounters them, it is impossible to win. Yes. This is too buggy. Li Xian said. Yeah, IQ is indeed the hidden attribute of companion pets. Companion pets with high IQ really take advantage in battle. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. He himself also likes to use high IQ companion pets, such as Banana Fairy, Devil Infant, and Dark Doctor. They are all high IQ companion pets. Even if Zhou Wen doesn't give them orders, they know what to do when. Sometimes their decisions are even better than Zhou Wen expected. The representatives of the brainless faction, like the Tyrant Beeman, the Six Wings, the Golden War God Halberd and the like, all rely on instinct to fight, and their IQ is much worse. It can't be said that this is not good. If the strength is strong enough, this fighting instinct can exert their strength to the extreme, bursting out 120% of their combat effectiveness. But if you encounter an evenly matched opponent, this brainless companion pet will suffer. Zhou Wen's current thoughts are not on these companion pets. He is more interested in the swordsmanship of the primordial sword, Immortal and Feng Bo's movement. His whole body and mind are immersed in them, feeling the two completely different moods. One is self-respecting, the other is cloudless and windy, and the two are two extremes. And these two extremes have the same effect as when Zhou Wen first realized the god-level flying immortals. Feng Bo and Taiguk Jianxian fought evenly. And neither of them could gain the upper hand, but so far, they have not seen them use the power of the Wheel of Fortune. At this time, ordinary people are anxiously scratching their ears and cheeks, because they can only see the chaotic collapse of the rays of the sun, and can't see the specific situation of the battle at all, and only a few epic-level powerhouses, with visual ability, can see the picture clearly. Fortunately, the current shooting equipment is very advanced, and there will be slow-motion playback later, coupled with commentary. At that time ordinary people can see clearly. Zhou Wenjing was fascinated, but Feng Bo suddenly withdrew from the battle circle, and then, without any warning, he conceded defeat and exited the battlefield. Why did you admit defeat? Obviously there is no winner yet. Li Xian said dazedly. Because Zhou Wen has been feeling their swordsmanship and movement skills, he understands them more deeply than. Li Xian shook his head and said, Uncle Feng and Primordial Sword Immortal are very close in all aspects, and if we continue to fight, we can only compete against fate. With the strength of the wheel, the Xia family obviously doesn't want to go all out. This is just a test, so they can only give up. What a pity, such a god-level battle is much more interesting than watching those brute force-type companion pet battles. Li Xian said. Zhou Wen also felt unfinished, got up and said, let's go to the practice ground. I watched them fight just now, and I have a little understanding. Let's try it first. Li Xian listened to Zhou Wen's words and agreed, and the two came to the practice ground and directly found an independent practice room. I imitated the swordsmanship of the primordial sword immortal, right? Zhou Wen picked up a practice sword, recalled the sword intent of the primordial sword immortal, and slashed at Li Xian. It's interesting, but it's not domineering enough. You still have some reservations about this sword, and you should be more decisive. Li Xian didn't take a weapon, and directly blocked the practice sword with his insect armor. Is that enough? Zhou Wen slashed out again, and at the same time, tried his best to integrate his emotions into the sword intent realm of the primordial sword immortal. Not enough, still not enough. Li Xian kept fighting with Zhou Wen. As Zhou Wen's swordsmanship became faster and faster, in the end, it was too late for him to say enough. Every time Zhou Wen attacked, Li Xian only said a word. Zhou Wen gradually reconciled people and meaning and sword, and the feeling of using the sword became stronger and stronger. He gradually discovered that the domineering of the primordial sword immortal is not because his swordsmanship is fast and ruthless, but because he must attack people. Rescue, people have no way to counterattack, so there is no need to defend at all. When Zhou Wen's practice sword slashed on Li Xian. Although he only used the practice sword, there was a sword mark on Li Xian's insect armor, which was because the sword chi was too strong. It's interesting, come again. Li Xian was very excited. Zhou Wen was also excited. He waved his sword to Li Xian without hesitation. The more Yu Zhan felt that this swordsmanship was really cool. Defense? What the hell is that? Lao Tzu slashes out with one sword, those who obey me live, those who go against me die, there is no need to defend at all. With a sword in hand, Lao Tzu is the number one in the world. Zhou Wen became more and more mad the more he fought. He was not an arrogant person, but under the influence of this sword intent, the offensive became more and more violent. Click. Click. There was no way for Li Xian to completely block Zhou Wen's swordsmanship. The worm armor on his body was cut with sword marks one after another, but the worm armor immediately recovered as before, and the speed of self-healing was unbelievably fast. When Zhou Wen slashed Li Xian with another sword. The practice sword made of special rubber could not withstand the domineering sword energy, and it shattered to the ground. It's my turn. Li Xian jumped up, took out a practice sword from the weapon shelf, and slashed at Zhou Wen with the same sword technique as Zhou Wen just used. Zhou Wen was surprised. He knew that Li Xian's life and soul could feel the enemy's techniques and gain experience when he was injured, but he didn't expect that he could even learn the techniques used by humans. When Li Xian used this sword, it was not much worse than the one he used just now. But this also made Zhou Wen even more excited. Don't worry about me, do your best. Because Zhou Wen didn't have insect armor to protect his body, although Li Xian's swordsmanship was correct, he didn't have that kind of domineering, so Zhou Wen said that. Okay. Li Xian didn't hold back anymore. He used all the experience he had just absorbed from the battle injury, and the overbearing sword energy immediately filled the sword body. Zhou Wen recalled Feng Bo's movement and artistic conception, and began to simulate his movement, relying on his movement to deal with Li Xian. Movement technique is Zhou Wen's strength. It is more handy to use than swordsmanship, and it is faster to enter the state than swordsmanship. Gri and Sadie have just watched the battle between Feng Bo and the Taiku sword immortal. Sadie's Eye of Odin can see more things. I want to study the battle between Feng Bo and the Taiku sword fairy with Gri, so also came to the practice field. They also wanted to find a separate practice room, but found that there were already people in the separate practice room. When they were depressed, they suddenly heard the sound of whistling swords from the next practice room. Novel.com, the fastest update. I just want to play the latest chapter of the game quietly. This kind of sword chi sound. Suddy heard the sword chi sound, she was surprised, turned around and walked to the door of the practice room, tried to push the door, and found that the door was locked. But through the cracks in the door, you can see some of the inside. Sadie leaned over to the crack of the door, looked inside, and was shocked. Sister, what are you doing? It's not good. Gree looked at Sadie a little strangely and said, "Come and have a look." Sati pulled laggily, and asked him to go to the crack of the door and look inside, and saw that the two were practicing against each other. "Why is this sword technique so familiar?" Gree muttered when he saw Li Xian's sword technique. "What kind of brain are you doing?" "That sword technique is the sword technique of the primordial sword immortal, and the movement technique used by Zhou Wen is Uncle Feng's technique. I just saw it and forgot it?" Sadie said. "Ah, really, that's right, the swordsmanship of the primordial sword immortal, but how could that person know the swordsmanship of the primordial sword immortal? Could it be that he is the master of the primordial sword immortal?" Yuli said in surprise. "My dear brother, you are so stupid that there is no medicine to save you. Zhou Wen is still using Uncle Feng's body technique. Could it be that he is Uncle Feng's master?" Sadie said helplessly. "Yeah, isn't Feng Bo from the Xia family? How did he become Zhou Wen's?" Geely wondered. Sadie was speechless for a while, so she had to say to Gree, "Of course Zhou Wen is not the master of Uncle Feng, and the other person is not the master of Uncle Feng." Like us, they all watched the showdown between Uncle Feng and Uncle Feng. Learned the swordsmanship of the primordial sword immortal and the movement of Fengbue. After watching the duel, I learned swordsmanship and movement. How is this possible? Even if you are my sister. With the Eye of Odin, you have to go through a long period of analysis and imitation before you can learn part of it. How much time does it take? They have already learned swordsmanship and bodywork, isn't that incredible? Greg's eyes widened in disbelief. It's really hard to believe, but they did it. Sadie looked at Zhou Wen and Li Xian with complicated expressions. Before she came to Sunset Academy, she was confident that she could defeat Zhou Wen and be ashamed of Lanshi. But after coming, Sati found that she was far from Zhou Wen's opponent, not only not Zhou Wen's opponent, but even Feng Qiuyan, who claimed to be studying with Zhou Wen. The person who is fighting Zhou Wen now is not inferior to her, and that person is obviously not Feng Qiuyan. How many terrifying geniuses are hidden in Sunset Academy? Sadie's expression was extremely complicated. The more she watched the battle between the two, the more terrifying she felt. Although Li Xian's swordsmanship and Zhou Wen's bodywork have not reached the level of the ancient sword fairy and Fengbue, they already possess the charm of the two. They have truly understood the true meaning of swordsmanship and bodywork, not just pure imitation. Bang! The practice sword in Li Xian's hand exploded because he couldn't bear the powerful sword energy, so the two of them could only stop. "Old Zhou, are you still practicing?" Li Xian restrained his soul and revealed his true body. Geely and Sadie's eyes widened. They never thought that the person who used such swordsmanship turned out to be the playboy Li Xian, who usually looked like a dick. "Forget it, it's boring, stop practicing." Zhou Wen shook his head and said. Zhou Wen has already understood the mystery of the movement and swordsmanship, but it is useless to simply imitate. It is useful to integrate the movement and swordsmanship into his own system, and this is not something that can be done in a short time. Yes, it takes time to think. Sadie and Geely obviously misunderstood Zhou Wen's meaning, thinking that Zhou Wen was saying that the swordsmanship and bodywork were too simple, so they thought it was boring. If others say that, Sadie and Gree will feel that the other party is arrogant and doesn't know what it is. But Zhou Wen just watched the battle between Feng Bo and the Taiku sword immortal. In such a short period of time, he has already grasped the charm Of Fengbo's body technique, such a genius, no matter what he says, it is not too much. Seeing that the two were about to come out, Shady and Gree hurriedly hid aside, and after they walked out of the practice ground, Shady said, "The Sunset Academy is really hiding dragons and crouching tigers, especially the Zuanwenhui. I didn't expect that usually doesn't seem to have a lot of people. The serious Li Xian has such strength and talent. We used to sit in the North District and look down on the young people outside the 6 major families. It's just that Zhou Wen, Feng Chuyan and Li Xian are no better than our 6 major families. The top talent in the family is poor, and I don't know how many such geniuses exist in Sunset Academy. They are really too strong, and this time it is the right time. With such an opponent, I think we can improve faster," Glee said excitedly. Sadie nodded solemnly. In the past, the Federation was the genius of the 6 major families, but with the development of the times, more and more geniuses from ordinary families have emerged, and the influence of the 6 major families is gradually declining. After the battle, all major media gave the battle images under the slow-moving camera, and there were also professional analysis and commentary, which made people watch with gusto. The heat of the previous battle between the Tyrant Beeman and the Yaki Orochi was completely overshadowed. Although Tyrant Baemon is stronger, his IQ is a bit lacking. Its battle with Orochimaru is too simple and rude, far less exciting than the battle between Taiku, Sword Immortal and Fengbo. People are talking about who is stronger if Fengbo and Taiguk Jianxian fight to the end. Some people support Fengbo, but more people think that the ancient Sword Immortal is still the strongest. Otherwise, how could Fengbo admit defeat? The other major families understood the meaning of the Xia family. Their Xia family had already explored the strength of the primordial Sword Immortal. I am afraid that they will not take action for the time being, and it will be up to them, including the overseas demons and the 6 major families. The major forces are analyzing and studying the abilities of the primordial Sword Immortal and Fengbo, and they are already eager to try. Now, apart from not knowing what the Wheel of Fortune of the primordial Sword Immortal is, the abilities of the primordial Sword Immortal have basically been analyzed. Moreover, according to various indications, the Wheel of Fortune of the primordial Sword Immortal is likely to be an offensive miracle. On this basis, the major families have come up with strategies to deal with it, and it is only a matter of time to challenge the first position of the primordial Sword Immortal. Zhou Wen was not idle either. When he came back before, he had already told and Xing when Huang Quanqing met Chu He, and asked An Xing to help investigate Chu He and his family. An Xing attached great importance to this matter, and went to Chu He's hometown in person, and now there is finally news from An Xing. According to An Xing's investigation, Chu He's wife and daughter have always believed that Chu He went to Zhuolu, and they had no idea that Chu He went to the desert. And since Chu He left home and went to Zhuolu, he hadn't contacted them again, nor had he spoken or written anything. After investigations by all parties, An Xing came to the conclusion that Chu He went to Zhuolu, not the desert at all. Do you mean to say that the Chu He I met in Huangquan City is a fake? Zhou Wen said thoughtfully. No, on the contrary, I think the Chuha that went to Zhuolu is a counterfeit. An Xing said affirmatively. From the information obtained from the investigation, everything is too perfect for the Chuha that went to Zhuolu. Yes, but it makes me feel something is wrong. After a pause, An Xing continued, according to my investigation, Professor Chu He was indeed studying Taklamakan before, and he did reject the invitation of the expedition team at first, but then he agreed to the invitation for unknown reasons. After that, he went to Zhuolu, but during his time in Zhuolu, he never contacted his family, which made me feel a little abnormal. That is to say, someone really moved inside? Zhou Wen said. It's not certain yet. If someone is really pushing behind it, then this force must be no trivial matter. The other party has done too cleanly to find out the problem. If you didn't meet the dead Chu he in Huangquan City, I'm afraid there's no way at all. No one would have thought that Chuha, who went to Zhuolu, would turn out to be a fake. And Xing said. How are Chuhi's wife and daughter doing? Zhou Wen asked. After we went to investigate, their situation will become very dangerous. In order to ensure their safety, I have brought them back. Enxing said. Listening to Enxing's tone, Zhou Wen knew that Enxing must have used some extraordinary means. If possible, take good care of them, as long as they are not unreasonable requests. Try to satisfy them, and I will be responsible for all expenses. Zhou Wen said. Don't worry, their people have been brought into the mansion by the lady, and the lady attaches great importance to them. Enxing said. That's good. Zhou Wen knew that Ouyang Lan was as concerned about the old principal's affairs as he was. Since He's wife and daughter came to her, Ouyang Lan would definitely not let them have an accident. After finishing the call with Enxing, Zhou Wen was thinking about what else he could do. I'm not as good as Xing's in investigating these things, and it's useless to go there. If someone is really behind the scenes, they can do it so seamlessly, and their power is definitely not small, even if the truth is really investigated. I also need strong strength to solve the problem, so let me improve my strength first. Zhou Wen felt that what he needed to do most now was to make himself stronger. Ding. Just after brushing the copy of the forging temple, another golden war god halberd exploded. How easy is this thing to explode? This is the fourth one. Zhou Wen was speechless. However, being able to have one more mythical companion pet is also a kind of improvement in combat power. If you really get a few hundred golden war god halberds, maybe just relying on the golden war god halberd, you can overthrow the 6 major families of the entire federation. Just as I was about to continue brushing the phone message rang. I opened it and saw that it was sent by Lord Emperor. Are you interested in making a deal with you? What deal? Zhou Wen replied with a message. I can let you get a companion pet. That companion pet can help you defeat the primordial sword Immortal and Uncle Feng, but in exchange, after you get the divine fruit, you must give me the divine fruit. The message of Lord D was sent. Again. Shenghui gave you, what benefit do I have? Zhou Wen asked. You got a companion pet that can help you defeat the primordial sword Immortal, isn't that enough? Said the Emperor. What kind of companion pet is that? Zhou Wen asked. You come to Cheesy Mountain, and you will know when you get it. Lord D said. You won't let me enter Lutai again, will you? Zhou Wen deliberately sent a message in a reluctant tone. In fact, Zhou Wen also wants to enter Lutai. In the game, he can only enter the ancient buildings on Lutai. But they can't get into the inside of the high platform below. Now Zhou Wen wants to know, apart from the gap in Lutai, in reality, what other way can he enter Lutai? If you don't enter Lutai, how can you get benefits? Lord D said. Entering Lutai from underwater is so disgusting. Is there no other way to get in? Zhou Wen wanted to find out how to enter Lutai, so he didn't have to deal with Lord Emperor anymore. Who knows that Lord Emperor's tone is very tight, but he just replied to the message, you can rest assured, This time I will let you easily enter Lutai. Zhou asked a few more questions, but Lord Emperor didn't say anything, he only knew when he said it. Zhou was a little hesitant. Zhou naturally wanted to be able to defeat the companion pet of the primordial sword immortal, but he was a little unwilling to let him go to the real Lutai adventure. Lord Emperor is too mysterious, and Zhou is not willing to have too much contact with her. Forget it, I still don't go. Even without the companion pet of Lord Emperor, I have a chance to defeat the primordial sword immortal. Zhou studied it carefully after watching the battle between Uncle Feng and the primordial sword immortal. The tyrant Beeman still has a chance to defeat the primordial sword immortal, but the premise is that the power of the Wheel of Fortune of the primordial sword immortal cannot kill the tyrant Beeman. While thinking about it, I suddenly felt that there were fluctuations in the chaotic space. Could it be that the evolution of the demolition demons has been completed? Zhou quickly checked the chaos space. It turned out that the demolition demon had not evolved, and was still in the state of an egg. The fluctuation came from the iron walnut. That little beast has been chewing on the iron walnut. After chewing for so long, it left a deep tooth mark on the iron walnut. Looking from the place where it gnawed, the iron walnut seemed to have been gnawed through, and a strip of it appeared. There were cracks in the thickness of the hair, and a touch of white was exposed under the cracks. And the fluctuation that Zhou felt came from the iron walnut. The fluctuation seemed to be at the level of consciousness, and Zhou felt as if he was asking for help. Could it be that there is a dimensional creature in this iron walnut? Zhou took the iron walnut out of the chaotic space. The little beast lay on the iron walnut and gnawed on it relentlessly. Zhou pulled it with his hands, but its claws held on to the iron walnut tightly, and would not let go. Zhou had to stun it first. After the little beast fainted, the little claws were still holding on to it. Zhou had to let it hold the iron walnut and reached out to touch the crack that was gnawed by the little beast. A white substance was exposed in the crack. Zhou touched it and suddenly felt that his vitality had flowed into the iron walnut. The feeling was similar to hatching a companion egg. The stuff in the iron walnut is actually a companion egg? Zhou was surprised and let the iron walnut absorb his vitality. Click. As the vitality was absorbed, the shell of the iron walnut split in half along the gap, and a white ball rolled out from the inside, turned into a streamer and cast it on Zhou body, turning into a white dot tattoo. Summon the companion pet. It is the size of a football, squeeze it in your hand. And it bounces softly, similar to the feel of a bouncing ball, maybe even softer. Zhou pinched it casually. And the companion pet was pinched into various strange shapes, and it would return to its original state as soon as he let go. This companion pet is quite fun, what's the use? Zhou didn't receive the information from the companion pet, and felt a little strange in his heart. Generally speaking, after contracting a companion pet, it will receive some vague information, such as the name and level of the companion egg. But this one does not have these. Zhou can only take out his mobile phone to see its information, still thinking in his heart, such a special companion pet must have very special abilities? But it absorbs a small amount of vitality, and its level is low. Shouldn't be high. Found this white companion pet, clicked on its information. Zhou only glanced at it. And everyone was petrified there. Tai Sui, mortal level, evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent, Skill, Earth Escape. Associated State, Mimic. His sister, this damn thing, is Tai Sui. Zhou Wen regretted that his bowels were turning green. If he knew this, why would he be so cheap and let the little beast eat it? Fortunately, it's only a mortal fetus. It doesn't seem to have any fate or skill such as master and bad luck. Zhou Wen took a closer look at Tai Sui's introduction and found that it was not as bad as he thought. However, Tai Sui can evolve, which is basically the patent of mythical companion pets. If it evolves, I don't know if there will be abilities such as master and bad luck. I read it online before, and it seems that Tai Sui has bad luck, and other fates, but it seems that the photos of Tai Sui companion pets taken online are a little different from this one. Zhou Wen searched the internet again for pictures. And the pictures in front of him were different. Compared with the Tai Sui, it is indeed somewhat different. Those Tai Sui look ugly, and they are black and yellow. Unlike Zhou Wen's, they are smooth, white and tender, and they look like white jade with mutton fat. It's also possible, in fact, my Tai Sui is different from theirs. And I don't have bad luck. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. I saw Tai Sui jumping up and down on the ground, like a white bouncing ball that can jump on his own. When Zhou Wen was watching Tai Sui, the little beast woke up, got up and saw the iron walnut split in half on the ground, and rushed over immediately. But when it found that there was nothing in it, it was stunned, turned around and saw Tai Sui in front of Zhou Wen, and immediately rushed over. Tai Sui seemed to be a little afraid of it, and immediately jumped behind Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen reached out and grabbed the fur on the back of the little beast and held it in front of him. The little beast was waving its small claws desperately, as if trying to fight Zhou Wen. But its claws are too short, no matter how frantic it is, it can't touch Zhou Wen. Come on, darling, this is for you, don't eat, what about this? Zhou Wen took some things and came out to coax the little beast. In the end, when Zhou Wen gave it an epic companion egg, the little beast slumped up and gnawed at the companion egg, staring at Zhou Wen and Tai Sui while gnawing, as if very unwilling. Zhou Wen took some companion eggs to feed Tai Sui, and Tai Sui would not refuse anyone who came, but its feeding speed was very slow. Its body wrapped around the companion egg like a liquid, and it didn't see how it digested it for half a day. I tried Tai Sui's Earth Escape ability again, and found that this skill is really useful. As long as it touches the ground, you can go anywhere in an instant. However, because Tai Sui's level is still too low, he can't escape too far. As for its companion state, it's a bit miraculous. It can simulate the companion state of other companion pets, and can become armor, weapons, etc., and even simulate the appearance of companion pets. However, it only simulates a shape, the essence has not changed. And it does not have the ability of other companion pets, it looks like a rubber toy. Although Tai Sui doesn't have the legendary bad luck, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Zhou Wen saw that Tai Sui was useless, so he let it eat slowly and evolve by itself, to see if it would be of any use in the future. Master Wen, are you in the academy? And Xing called. Yes. Zhou Wen replied. It's best not to leave the academy in the last few days, and Xing said. What happened? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled. The Longmen grottos have been a little unusual recently. According to Principal Ling's judgment, there may be a large-scale biological ban breaking in the Longmen grottos recently. We will do our best to prevent the ban breaking creatures from rushing into the city. Because we don't know how many ban-breaking creatures will appear, so just in case, you may need your help at that time. And Xing said. Okay, I will stay in the academy these days. After a pause, Zhou asked again, does this mean that other dimensional fields will also break the ban on a large scale? We are monitoring closely. So far, we haven't found anything similar. The situation in the Longmen Grottos has changed, maybe because something special is affecting them. And Xing said, according to Principal Leng, some of the forbidden creatures outside have also come to the Longmen Grottos, and I don't know what is attracting them. When Zhou heard this, he immediately thought of the big golden bird on the Longmen Grottos. It was Principal Leng who came forward in person to make the big golden bird go back. Not long after Zhou got the news, the Longmen Grottos had been blocked by the army. In the next 2 days, a mobilization meeting was also held in the academy, and the students were also arranged for some logistical work to assist the army in preparing for the possible large-scale breaking of the ban. The atmosphere of the entire academy became extremely tense. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and others were all assigned jobs. In this extraordinary period, no one could stay out of it. That night, a roar like the roar of a bull suddenly came from the direction of the Longmen Grottos. The sound was shocking, and the ground near the Longmen Grottos shook, like a slight earthquake. The roar sounded all night, but nothing came out. It's just that this cast a shadow on everyone's heart, because now they can be sure that something is really going to happen to the Longmen Grottos. Old Zhou, you said that if all these dimensional fields are broken, can we in Luoyang keep it? Li Xian asked Zhou Wen while carrying the supplies. I'm afraid I can't keep it. Zhou Wen is very clear that the current human beings are much weaker than the dimensional creatures. It seems that there are 100 mythical companion pets on the list, but the mythical creatures in the dimensional realm are far more than that, and there may be hundreds of times, thousands of times more. Zhou Wen even suspects that there are more terrifying existences on top of mythology. Otherwise, among the attributes of candle dragons, there will be no evolution. For several days in a row, a lot of weird things happened in the Longmen Grottos. A big Buddha shed blood and tears for no reason. After careful inspection, it was found that there was a crack in the Buddha's eye, and red spring water gushed out. In the big river next to the Longmen Grottos, there are creatures similar to flood dragons churning, and the only part of the back that I can see is tens of meters long, which is extremely terrifying. Inside a Buddhist temple, the Buddha's light shines brightly. When I observed it with a telescope, I saw a dead bone in a monk's robe sitting in the Buddhist temple, and every inch of the bone was radiating with the Buddha's light. The entire Longmen Grottos are full of bizarre wonders. The military has completely blocked the surrounding area, and the site of the college near the Longmen Grottos has been evacuated. The events in the Longmen Grottos seem to be more terrifying than expected. Strong men and stone beasts have already begun to emerge from the grottos. Many of those strong men and rock beasts are the usual targets of the students, most of whom are mortal and legendary. But now they have a strange halo shrouded in them. Their strength and speed have greatly increased. The power of the mortal rank can reach the peak of the mortal rank, and the legendary rank can explode the strength of the legendary peak. There are also Feitian beasts and Feitian hovering above the Longmen Grottos, making the originally mysterious grottos even more bizarre. Every dimensional creature that stepped out of the line of defense was killed by the soldiers, but the situation was getting worse and worse. Every day, there were many more dimensional creatures than the previous day. Boom! Boom! Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Feng Qiuyan were responsible for carrying the ammunition to the front line. This was a task that Anxing specially arranged for them to facilitate their timely participation in the battle. The mentors of the academy are also well prepared. When a battle really breaks out, these epic mentors are an important force. Qin Wufu had already visited the battlefield to command, but he had not seen in Tianzhua yet. Master Wen, you have to be careful, the mutation of Longmen grottos this time is too terrifying, and there may be a fierce battle. After Anxing came to the battlefield, he instructed Zhou Wen and the three with a solemn expression. Zhou Wen was also a little surprised. Anxing knew that he had several mythical companion pets on him. Even so, he solemnly told him to be careful, which showed that this time was indeed extremely terrifying. Li Xian said, "Why didn't you see Lord Overseer?" Anxing sighed softly. The Lord Overseer has called a meeting of the famous Luoyang squires and is mobilizing them to participate in the war. Is it not going well? Zhou Wen saw Anxing's expression and knew that things were not going well. Anxing said, "The Sunset College is the closest to the Longmen grottos, and the Sunset College has always focused on the Yin family. They felt that they were helping the Yin family, and they were reluctant. Don't they know that once the Sunset College falls, the entire Luoyang will suffer?" Zhou Wen frowned. Even people like him who had a very bad relationship with Tianzhua participated in this battle, because he understood that this was not the matter of the Yin family, but the survival of the entire Luoyang. Someone is planning to leave Luoyang for refuge. Anxing said. Fleeing without fighting, can those people even abandon their hometown? Feng Qiuyan frowned. This is also human nature. If they can keep it, they will naturally come back. If they can't keep it, they have preserved their strength and wealth, and they can be at ease in other cities. It's just that ordinary people suffer, and then there is only one way to die. Anson said. How is the situation in our family? Li Xian has never received any notice from the family, and he doesn't know what the situation at home is now. Mr. Li didn't make a statement, but he didn't leave Luoyang. He seemed to be watching. Anxing replied. Adjutant, I don't like to hear what you say. Suddenly they heard someone talking, and a few people turned to look, only to see Li Mabai and a dozen people walking towards this side under the leadership of the soldiers. Second son Li, you are finally here, waiting for you for a long time. Anxing saw Li Mabai and the people behind him. The epic level that the Li family can take now is here, including me, let the overseer send it. Li Mabai said. The Li family is willing to help so much. Why did Mr. Li refuse to speak to Lord Overseer at the meeting? Anxing asked. Li Mabai smiled and said, Our Li family is willing to fight to protect Luoyang. That is our family's decision. But it cannot stop other families from finding a way to survive. Anxing immediately understood what he meant, and could only helplessly shake his head and sigh. From this, it can be seen that there are only very few famous families in Luoyang who are willing to participate in the war. Second young master, please come here with me. After registration, it will be arranged by Governor Qin. Anxing said that he was ready to lead them to the registration. Second brother. Li Xian called out strangely when he saw Li Mabai looking at him. Li Mabai said lightly. You don't have to talk to me with this attitude, I have never taken you to heart. The three brothers of the Li family, Li Mabai only recognize one eldest brother. If I give you the evil king, I We'll only use you as a tool of revenge, since you don't even have the function of a tool, and you have no use value, just do what you want. After all, Li Mabai took people to leave within. Sheng. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said nothing, just clenched his fists. Zhou Wen patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Li Xian relaxed, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I know what I should do, and I won't lose myself," because of his words. In the 2 consecutive days, Harong from Luoyang sent people to participate in the war, but most of them only had 1 or 2 epics who came to participate in the war. Except for the Li family, there were only 2. When Zhou Wen and the 3 were loading supplies, they suddenly heard a piercing alarm sound. All the soldiers rushed to their posts, and then heard the roar of cannons and gunshots. Zhou Wen and the others pushed the supplies to the front line, and saw that in the direction of the Long Men grottos, a large number of stone beasts and warriors were rushing out, and a considerable number of flying beasts were flying in the air. The dimensional creatures of the tide rushed towards the fortifications. The soldiers followed the instructions and kept firing. Seeing that the dimensional creatures fell one by one, there were more dimensional creatures rushing over. Boom! A cannonball exploded in front of King Kong Lux, but it failed to kill King Kong Lux. He rushed over with fragments of the cannonball on his body, and threw himself towards the soldiers in the trench. The soldier didn't step back, summoned a companion pet battle knife, and slashed at the King Kong warrior, abruptly knocking the King Kong warrior back 2 steps. Soldiers next to him fired at King Kong Lux, raining bullets and blowing his head off. There was a flying rush from the sky, and on this battlefield filled with war, the beautiful figure turned into a killing machine, rushing into the soldiers elegantly, and the blood immediately stained the trenches. The symphony of death and slaughter was played frantically, and a rumbling sound resounded through the sky, and I saw a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. The whole body was like pig iron, and it rushed out of the King Kong Longmen grottos, with a height of more than 10 meters. The bullets and artillery bombarded him with no effect at all. With a wave of the demon subduing pestle in his hand, a laser-like beam suddenly blew a large hole in the fortification, and several soldiers died on the spot. The epic-level powerhouse summoned the companion pets to fight, and the King Kong suppressed the 4 epic-level companion pets back and forth with 1 enemy and 4. Boom! Boom! In the tidal wave of stone beasts, one after another 3-headed and 6-armed diamonds rushed out from the Longmen grottos, and groups of flying sky also flew out in the sky. They were real flying beasts, not flying beasts. Among them, there are also mutant Tian with black clothes and white hair, and there are more than 1 or 2 in number. Epic-level officers, mentors, and people from famous Luoyang families have also participated in the battle. The battlefield is full of tearing sounds and explosions, and soldiers are constantly falling. Are you interested in warming up? Xing had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. I can't ask for it. Feng Chuyan summoned his knife. Wait. Li Xian summoned the insect armor. Zhou Wen clenched the bamboo knife and nodded slightly. He knew that this was really only a warm-up, and the really scary things had not come out yet. And Xing took them to the far left of the defense line, where the defense was the weakest and had been rushed in by Tian many times. Hold on here, before the retreat order is issued, you can't retreat even if you die. And Xing said to Zhou Wen and the others, and then left. The soldiers are frantically facing the impact of the dimensional creatures, but there are still 3-headed and 6-armed King Kong and Tian rushing over, which is beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers, and the bullets of Yuan Jin can't penetrate King Kong's body at all, and they can't hit. Fei Tian. Give it to me from the sky, and to you from the ground. Zhou Wen glanced at Fei Tian. In the sky, and they kept rushing down, reaping the lives of the soldiers. Okay. Feng Chuyan and Li Xian responded loudly at the same time, and then rushed out, facing a black iron King Kong with 3 heads and 6 arms. When the soldiers saw the 2 students rushing out to block King Kong, they were both surprised and delighted, and quickly opened fire to cover them and clean up those ordinary King Kong and stone beasts. Several flying birds fell from the sky and flew towards this side. The machine guns on the outpost fired at them, but they could not hit their bodies. Zhou Wen soared into the sky, the bamboo knife was unsheathed in an instant. And the magic star wheel was cut out. The blood-colored magic star wheel flashed in the air, and several Fei Tian were directly beheaded, and blood was scattered everywhere. The soldiers nearby were startled for a while, and then they all cheered. At least they saw temporary hope. There are still people among the human beings who can compete with the terrifying dimensional creatures. The sound of guns and guns, the roar of dimensional creatures, the long howls of companion pets, the screams of death, and the collision of blood and fire everywhere. Zhou Wen kept beheading Fei Tian, and he didn't know how many he had killed. He was beginning to feel a little numb. Usually, he couldn't find so many Fei Tian, but now Fei Tian is as many as crows in the sky. Just mutating Fei Tian, Zhou Wen killed 2 of them. Feng Chuyan and Li Xian had already been killed and turned into blood people, and the blood on their bodies could not be distinguished from their own or from dimensional creatures. Boom! Boom! In the direction of the long men grottos, a mountain rock seemed to burst open. On the stone wall, a 1,000-handed Buddha with a height of more than 10 meters was seen with golden light. The shape of the 1,000-hand Buddha is extremely strange, and Zhou Wen has never seen it before. I saw that his body was dazzling with golden light, the head of a bull with 8 arms, and countless arms like a roulette wheel behind him, which looked very strange. An epic companion pet greeted him, but saw the 1,000-handed ox head holding a magic formula in one hand, shooting out a golden light, directly blowing up the epic companion pet on the spot. Then I saw the arms behind it raised up, changing various magic formulas, and the golden lights crisscrossed, killing the nearby companion pets and humans directly. Mythical creature. Zhou Wen's eyes narrowed, and a mythical creature appeared so quickly, and it was so terrifying. The dense number of bullets and attacks slammed into the Qianshonyo's head, but it was like itching its golden body, and it couldn't hurt it at all. Even epic-level companion pet attacks were easily blocked by it. Between the changes of thousands of hands, the earth was cut into pieces by the criss-crossing golden light. Cut in half. For a time everyone was horrified. Such an invincible dimensional creature made it impossible for people to have the idea of fighting against it. Zhou Wen was about to summon the golden tyrant sword to kill the 1,000-handed bull's head, but saw a figure coming out of the sky, a flying sword like a blue rainbow. The flying sword revolved around the 1,000-handed bull's head, and the 1,000-handed bull's head tried to grab it with one hand, but it was never able to succeed, and the sword light that the flying sword cut out even cut off one of its arms. Down. Zhou Wen turned his head to look at the place where Fei Jian came out, and saw a figure standing on the roof. It was Leng Zongjing, the principal of Sunset College. Zhou Wen saw that, although the flying sword had the advantage, he couldn't cut the 1,000-handed bull's head for a while, so he couldn't help but summon the golden tyrant sword and sneaked behind the thousand-handed bull's head. When the Chanchonyoto was attracted by the flying sword, it jumped to the top of the Chanchonyoto's head, and the golden tyrant sword with a dazzling sword light cut off the head of the thousand-handed bull's head with one sword. Boom! Chanchonyoto's body slammed to the ground, and at the same time as it died, those stone beasts, Tian and King Kong, all seemed to be crazy, and attacked even more crazy. Lung Zongjin glanced at Zhou Wen, and flew the flying sword back, then turned and sat on the chair, not intending to come down to clean the battlefield. Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't be rude, and went to the corpse of the thousand-handed bullhead to see if it left anything good. But before he walked to the corpse of Chanchonyoto, he saw that Chanchonyoto's body exploded, and a terrifying shockwave instantly reached Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the six-winged guardian dragon to block in front of him. The six-winged guardian dragon roared violently and spit out dragon breath, blocking the terrifying shockwave. At the place where Chanchonyoto's corpse was just now, a golden bull appeared, with a pair of golden eyes, staring straight at him, with golden arrogance from the bull's nose. Asheng, that student is Zhou Wen? Lung Zong was sitting on a chair in a high-rise building, looking at the entire battlefield. His eyes fell on Zhou Wen, who was confronting Taurus, and asked Xing, who was beside him. Yes, the principal, he is our young master Wen, what do you think of him? Xing said respectfully. Slippery. Even thinking about picking up bargains on the battlefield is very greedy. Lung Zongjing said. Master Wen just wants to help, not to grab something from you. Xing quickly explained. Lung Zongjing didn't say anything, and he couldn't see whether he was angry or not angry. Zhou Wen faced the golden bull's head directly, and did not dare to be careless. This was on the battlefield, and he would die if he died, so he did not rush to the golden bull's head himself, but let the six-winged guardian dragon charge first. The six-winged guardian dragon was not afraid of death, turned into a black lightning and rushed over, and the six dragon wings slashed at the Taurus like a blade. The Taurus was huge, about the same size as a mammoth, and it didn't suffer from the six-winged guardian dragon. When the six-winged guardian dragon rushed over, it also roared and slammed its head down. Boom! Under the collision of terrifying forces, a huge circular pit formed on the ground. The Taurus and the six-winged guardian dragon were evenly matched, and neither of them retreated. The six-winged front claws grabbed the horns on top of the Taurus head, and the two monster-like beings were deadlocked there. The golden arrogance continued to spew out of the nose of the golden bull, and the dragon wings behind the six wings flapped wildly, but no one was able to take advantage of them. It seemed that their strengths should be similar. Zhou Wen held the golden bully sword, and was about to go up to give the golden bull a sword and chop off its head. Who knew that the head of the Taurus shook suddenly, and a golden bell hung around its neck. When its head shook, the golden bell rang suddenly. When Zhou Wen heard the voice, he suddenly felt dazed, and he was suddenly lost and dizzy. The six-winged guardian dragon also seemed to be drunk, staggered, and his strength was scattered involuntarily. The Taurus roared, and a pair of thick and large golden horns slammed into the chest of the six-winged guardian dragon, smashing through the dragon scales of the six-winged guardian dragon and stabbing it deeply. 6 wings. Zhou Wen turned pale in shock, and quickly summoned 6 wings back. Although 6 wings itself is only average among mythical creatures, its lifeguard is a rare protective wheel of fortune, and after following Zhou Wen for so long, Zhou Wen does not want to see it die. The 6 wings turned into a streamer and returned to Zhou Wen, which made Zhou Wen relieved. As long as he didn't die, the companion pet could slowly recover with the help of the master's vitality. Zhou Wen didn't have time to think so much now, because the Taurus had already set his sights on him. Zhou Wen quickly backed away, and at the same time threw the golden tyrant sword out of his hand. The sound of the bell under the golden bull's neck just now caused him and Lu Wing's brains to be attacked at the same time, causing a moment of dizziness. If he had rushed up to fight the golden bull just now, he would have been killed by the bull's head. Before figuring out what the bell was about, Zhou Wen didn't dare to approach the Taurus at all. Although it is said that releasing the candle dragon or the tyrant demon now should be able to solve the bull's head, Zhou Wen does not want to expose these 2 trump cards casually. Seeing Zhou Wen retreat, Taurus immediately rushed up. It seemed that it hated Zhou Wen who attacked it before. The golden tyrant sword slashed at the golden bull in its own state, and the golden sword light was unparalleled, but the golden bull slashed the attack of the golden bull sword with its horns, and actually blocked the golden bull sword, and only a shallow mark was cut on the horn. Zhou Wen was a little dumbfounded. The golden tyrant sword was blessed with 2 skills, invincible and invincible, but only a very shallow sword mark was left on the horns. The hardness of the horns was a bit appalling. When the golden tyrant sword and the horns collided continuously, and the shock wave generated by the collision shattered everything around him, and even Zhou Wen could only retreat again. Taurus wanted to chase Zhou Wen, but couldn't get rid of the entanglement of the golden tyrant sword, so he shook his neck again, and the bell above his neck rang again. Zhou Wen was already dozens of meters away from the battlefield. Hearing the sound of the bell, his brain was still shocked, and he felt dizzy for a moment. The figure he just jumped up fell directly from the air. The dizzy time was very short. Zhou Wen reacted, fell to the ground and stumbled 2 steps, but did not fall. As for the brainless companion pet like the golden bull sword, it also felt dizzy, and without precaution, it was blown away by the horn of a Taurus. The golden tyrant sword flew out like a meteor and hit the stone wall of the Long Men grottos, and the sword body sank into the stone wall at once. What is the bell? It has such a strange power? I have used the gods to evade just now, and it has no effect. It seems that it does not belong to the power of the rules. Is it pure phonological power? Zhou Wen retreated and summoned when the golden tyrant sword came back. He saw that there were many cracks on the blade of the golden tyrant sword. Without the entanglement of the golden tyrant sword, the Taurus roared and rushed towards Zhou Wen like a maddened golden man, secretly depressed. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen first led the golden bull in the direction close to the Long Men grottos to avoid affecting other human soldiers. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Zhou Wen, Taurus shook his head again, and the bell rang again. This time Zhou Wen was already prepared. He rushed into the sky, and at the same time switched to the demon god Arachi art. The brain was dizzy again, but because of demon god G's space ability, Zhou Wen was still suspended in the air and did not fall. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't fall, Taurus jumped up suddenly, like a huge golden cannonball, and slammed into Zhou Wen in the air. Zhou Wen had recovered from the dizziness, and seeing that the Taurus had rushed in front of him, he hurriedly flew towards a higher place again. Boom! The Taurus's leaping power was exhausted, and the body fell down and fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. This guy can't fly? Zhou Wen was overjoyed, pulled out the bamboo knife, and split a magic star wheel at the Taurus below. As soon as the horns of the Taurus came up, it smashed the magic star wheel, roared again, and jumped up, hitting Zhou in the air. Zhou hurriedly flew to a higher place, so that the Taurus could not touch him at all, and fell back to the ground. Zhou knew very well the guerrilla motto on the battlefield that the enemy advances, and we retreat, and the enemy retreats, and we chase. As soon as the Taurus fell, he rushed down again, and the bamboo knife split out the magic star wheel and slashed at the Taurus. The Taurus was provoked. After landing, he jumped up again and rang the bell directly in the air, but Zhou had already flown to a high place. Although his brain was dizzy, it did not fall off. Not to him. With a move in Zhou's heart, while fighting a guerrilla war with Taurus, he led the enraged Taurus to the dimensional creature group of Longmen Grottos. When the enraged Taurus fell, it immediately stepped on a lot of dimensional creatures. When it rang the bell, the nearby dimensional creatures more than 100 meters away were also affected, causing a moment of dizziness. As a result, the offensive of the dimensional creatures has been slowed down a lot, which greatly reduces the pressure on the frontline soldiers. Zhou lured Taurus to rampage among the monsters, causing great chaos. A large number of flying sky rushed towards Zhou in the air. Zhou held a bamboo sword in one hand and a tyrannical sword in the other. Where the sword light caused the blood to splatter all over the sky. The chaos behind the wave of dimensional creatures stirred up chaos. The soldiers who were in the fierce exchange of fire saw that someone had committed suicide into the dimensional biological group, and the world was turned upside down, as if they were in a no man's land. The blood in the body seemed to boil with it, and the firepower became fierce. A lot. Many epic officers and mentors who are tearing up are also invigorated, and it seems that the pressure has been reduced a lot. Zhou seduced the Taurus to charge continuously in the dimensional group, but he has never been able to find a way to decipher the sound of the bell. Fortunately, Taurus can't fly, so it can't threaten Zhou's life. The sound of bells ringing from time to time can only make Zhou feel dizzy for a moment, and Zhou was already awake as soon as the surrounding Tian came up. Even if it's too late to wake up, and the golden tyrant sword is next to him, no matter how many Phaeacians come, they will all be slashed with one sword. It's definitely not the power of the sound system. Otherwise I can't stop it for no reason. Even the space system can't make me defenseless. Could it be that the power of the bell is actually a direct attack on the soul? Zhou thought to himself. The Taurus was maddened by Zhou's teasing. When? The Taurus jumped up and vibrated the bell continuously in the air. Zhou suddenly felt as if his brain was about to burst, and groaned in pain while holding his head in his hands. Fortunately, the impact of the bell was very large, and the surrounding Tian was also affected. Each one of them was even more unbearable than Zhou, and they all screamed and fell from the air. After the Taurus fell, he took a few steps back, rubbed his hooves on the ground a few times, slammed into a run, jumped up, and jumped high, breaking a record high. The thick horns on top of his head slammed into Zhou, who was holding his head in the air. The bell kept ringing. Zhou only felt that his brain was hammered, and his brain was in pain. But Zhou is also clear that the Taurus will definitely hit him at this time. His willpower is much firmer than the average person. In addition, when he practiced the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals, the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals was all day and night. He chanted a mantra in his ear, making Zhou's spirit more tenacious. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wenquan insisted on willpower and used the teleportation ability of the Lost Kingdom. Almost as soon as Zhou Wen teleported out, the two bodies rushed to where Zhou Wen was. A figure is naturally a Taurus, the other figure turned out to be Li Xian, who was dressed in insect armor and had insect wings behind him. "I'm going, what's the situation?" Li Xian originally rushed over to save Zhou Wen, but who knew that Zhou Wen had disappeared, and the Taurus, who was attacked in anger, bumped directly at Li Xian. Li Xian fluttered the wings of a worm behind his back, avoiding the impact of the bull's horns, turning over and riding on the bull's back. "Why didn't you run sooner?" Zhou Wen teleported to the distance, used the ghost step to spread the distance again, and when he heard the voice and looked back, he saw Li Xian lying on the Taurus, shouting there. The Taurus jumped around violently, trying to shake Li Xian off, but Li Xian seemed to be stuck on the back of the Taurus and couldn't get it off. And strangely, the bell sound of the Taurus didn't work for him. "Li Xian, aren't you afraid of the cows?" "Bell?" Zhou Wen asked, in surprise. "It just feels a bit noisy, nothing else. I said you hurry up and find a way to get me down." Li Xian shouted loudly. "I heard that insects have no brains. Could it be that the power of the bell is really a mental attack, so it is useless to Li Xian, who has no brains?" Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Of course, Zhou Wen doesn't really think that Li Xian has no brains, but that there is a problem with his life soul. After all, he absorbed the evil King Gu life soul. It can be said that it is a fusion of dual life souls. To be stronger, it is likely to be able to resist the soul-shattering sound of the bell. "Just hold on, I will soon find a way to solve the golden horn." Zhou Wen didn't rush back immediately, seeing that Li Xian was not in danger for the time being. The main reason is that it is useless for him to rush back now, unless he summons companion pets like Truth Listening, Torch Dragon and Tyrant. "Brother, can you hurry up, I'm a little dizzy right now." Li Xian cried with a sad face, and he didn't dare to get off the back of the cow, for fear that he would be directly killed by the Taurus. Zhou Wen saw that the golden bull was extremely irritable and stopped chasing him, so he wanted to throw Li Xian down and kill him. His heart suddenly moved, he clenched the golden bully sword, and quietly shifted his position. The golden tyrant sword and the bamboo sword kept beheading, and the blood of the nearby dimensional creatures was slashed into rivers. "Li Xian, give it some stimulation." Zhou Wen shouted loudly. Li Xuanyi was cruel, stretched out his hands, grabbed the bull's ear, and pulled it hard. Taurus was furious, raised its hind hooves violently, and twisted its body in the air, trying to throw Li Xian out. Zhou Wen finally saw an opportunity and threw the golden tyrant sword like a javelin. The golden bully sword turned into a golden lightning bolt, and when the golden bull raised its hind hoofs and slammed it violently, trying to throw Li Xian off, a sword stabbed at it and cut off a lump of fangs. "Oh!" Taurus's bull's eyes widened to the limit, but his pupils contracted like the tip of a needle, and when he opened the bull's mouth, he let out a strange scream. "Sogu!" Taurus was hit hard by this, and the strength on his body seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. "Get out of the way!" Zhou Wen roared, and the bamboo knife in his hand slashed at the neck of the Taurus. Li Xian turned over and dodged to the side. The Taurus seemed to be really hurting too hard, and he didn't even know how to dodge. He was slashed by Zhou Wen's bamboo knife on his neck, making a sound of gold and iron, and a long knife mark was cut off his neck. Blood flowed out immediately. Zhou Wen's other hand had already grasped the golden tyrant sword, and another sword slashed at the Taurus. The Taurus had been completely slaughtered by Zhou Wen, and he didn't know how to resist. Zhou Wen's sword cut off most of its neck bone again. No, go back. Zhou Wen saw a strange aura emanating from the Taurus, and felt a dangerous throbbing in his heart. While shouting, he flew out backwards. Li Xian didn't run slowly, but the two of them hadn't run far. Taurus' body exploded like a nuclear bomb, and the terrifying force destroyed everything within a radius of 200 or 300 meters. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were hit by the shock wave and flew out, and they got out of the way before they stopped. The armor on both of them became tattered, and blood stained their backs. Zhou Wen got up and looked in the direction of the Taurus' self-destruction. He saw a crystal and a companion egg falling on the ground, and he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Not caring about the injury on his body, Zhou Wen quickly rushed towards the crystal and the accompanying egg. This Taurus is so powerful that it exploded two things at once, which is really powerful. And its bell has a strange power. If it can hatch such a Taurus pet, it will have a big effect. But who knew that before Zhou Wen ran to the companion egg, a white shadow flashed past, and then the golden bowl companion egg on the ground disappeared. Zhou Wen hurriedly turned his head to look, and saw a white parrot, grabbing the companion egg with its claws and flying through the air. The speed was amazing, but it flew to the top of the tall building in an instant and landed on Leng Zongjing. On its shoulders, the companion eggs and its claws also fell into Leng Zongjing's hands. Leng Zongjing held the companion egg in his hand, and looked at Zhou Wen with a half-smile. His eyes seemed to say, if you rob me once, I will rob you again. What kind of principle is this, so stingy? Zhou Wen muttered in his heart, and rushed over to pick up the dimensional crystal. The dimensional crystal is like a golden crystal, and inside is the light and shadow of a bull, which is obviously the crystal of vitality skills. Although I didn't get the companion egg, it was a comfort to be able to get the crystal of vitality skills. As soon as the Taurus died, the human counterattack began, and the firepower became fierce. The human epic powerhouses also used their respective companion pets to fight, killing each dimensional creature on the spot. Because no new dimensional creatures rushed out, the terrifying tide of dimensional creatures was finally suppressed, and all the dimensional creatures that rushed out of the Longmen grottos were beheaded. Although the victory was won, there was very little laughter on the faces of the people. Many soldiers and officers died, and most of them looked very heavy. The soldiers began to clean the battlefield, while Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Feng Chuyan retreated and returned to the temporary station to rest, and they would continue to deliver supplies later. Li Xian's injury has healed, but Zhou Wen's injury has not healed so quickly. Although the injury on his back is no longer bleeding, it still hurts so much that he had to lie down in the tent and rest. Feng Chuyan was tired and fell asleep on the quilt. He killed too many dimensional creatures, and his physical strength and vitality were severely overdrawn. It's just one Longmen grotto's breaking the ban now, and it's already so terrifying. If all the dimensional fields in Luoyang are broken, I can't imagine that there is no way for human beings to survive. Li Xian said. Zhou Wen felt the same way. So far, the gap between humans and other dimensions is still huge. Old Zhou, do you think there will be more dimensional creatures rushing out of the Longmen grottos? Li Xian asked again. Whether it will rush out is hard to say, but this matter is definitely not over. The big golden bird on the top of the mountain, as well as the monster in the water and the skeleton in the monk's clothes in the temple have not moved. Zhou Wen said, using his mobile phone to take a picture of the crystal of vitality skills he had just obtained. Dawei King Kong Yo Crystal, Mythical Grade. Absorption Requirements, Physique 41, Vitality 41, Buddhism Vitality Art. Zhou Wen looked at this requirement. Although there were no special attribute requirements, he couldn't meet the 241-point attribute requirements, so he could only collect the vitality crystals first. After a battle, the Longmen Grottos calmed down temporarily, no dimensional creatures rushed out. Again, Zhou Wen and the others were just resting. Master Wen, how's your injury? I brought you some medicine. En Sheng walked in with a smile, holding a small bottle in his hand. No need, it's almost healed, and it'll be fine after a period of rest. Zhou Wen was wearing heavy armor with divine marks on his body at the time, and the injury was not serious, but it took some time to recover. After all, he is not Li Xian, and he does not have such a strong self-healing ability. This medicine is a good thing. Rub it on quickly. I'll give you some rub. And Sheng opened the medicine bottle and dripped the liquid inside on Zhou Wen's wound. Zhou Wen suddenly felt a cool feeling wrapped around the wound. Made him feel a lot more comfortable. And Sheng evenly applied the wound medicine to the wound, and said at the same time, "Today, the three of you are very powerful today. Many people in the army are talking about you. You are famous this time. If you want to join the Sunset Army in the future, you can definitely get the support of the soldiers." Zhou Wen didn't speak. Li Xian said with a smile, "Of course, the fortune teller told me my fortune when I was a child, saying that I was a general, and I must be a high-ranking official in the future. If third young master wants to join the Sunset Army, I promise to save you a good seat." And Sheng said, "Let's talk about it at that time, there are still 2 or 3 years before graduation." Li Xian said. And Sheng naturally understood that Li Xian was only talking about it, and the Li family might not be willing to let him enter the Sunset Army. And Sheng wanted to say something, but a soldier rushed over and said, "Adjutant, there is a situation at the Longmen Grottos. Deputy Governor Qin invites you to come over. Do you want us to go with you?" Zhou Wen asked. "No, you rest. If something really happened, Deputy Governor Qin would not have asked someone to invite me so leisurely." And Sheng said and left Zhou Wen's tent. Although Zhou Wen and the others didn't go, after a while, they also knew what happened. A strange scene appeared in the medicine prescription cave of Longmen Grottos, and black smoke gushed out from it, wrapping the entrance of the entire medicine prescription cave. Inside, and in the black smoke, there seemed to be the screams of resentful ghosts. But that's all, no dimensional creatures rushed out of it. When Zhou Wen was resting, he summoned a few companion pets to guard in the tent. The Tai Sui was very restless and gave off a burning sensation, so Zhou Wen had to let it out too. "Old Zhou, where did all your strange companion pets come from?" Li Xian looked curiously at the few companion pets that Zhou Wen summoned. "Some were bought, and some were obtained when I went out to practice," Zhou Wen said and lay down to rest. Feng Qiuyan had already slept, and he had no choice but to lie down and sleep without talking to Li Xian. "This night, I slept until midnight when I suddenly heard a noise outside, and I didn't know what I was doing. It's so noisy in the middle of the night, isn't it, because the dimensional creatures in the Longmen Grottos rushed out again?" Li Xian was also awakened, and said a little depressed. "Zhou Wen and Feng Chuyan also sat up and were about to go out to see what happened, but suddenly they saw the tent door being pulled open, and then saw Anshing barging in, and asked eagerly, "Master Wen, are you all right?" "It's okay, what can we do?" Li Xian looked at Anshing with some doubts, and asked. Anshing looked at the three of them carefully, and he breathed a sigh of relief after a long while. "It's fine. Just stay here and don't go out. There is something wrong outside. After it's settled, you can go out." "What happened?" Zhou Wen asked Anshing. "See for yourself." Anshing pointed to the outside. Zhou Wen's three people's eyes were seen from the crack of the door, and their jaws were about to fall to the ground in shock. "I saw a lot of mushrooms of various colors growing on the ground, walls, and tents outside. I'm going, when did this place become a mushroom base?" Li Xian said. "Look carefully at the soldiers outside." Anshing said solemnly. When Anshing was talking, Zhou Wen had already seen it. He saw a lot of small mushrooms growing on the face of a soldier, like acne. Although those little mushrooms look pretty, but growing on people's faces makes people feel creepy. The soldier looked terrified and was grabbing the small mushrooms on his face with his hands, but just as he pulled out the small mushrooms on his face, another small mushroom soon emerged. He kept pulling, and his face was covered in blood, but the little mushroom kept coming out. He was so frightened that he cried out. So he pulled out the mushroom on his face, while crying. There are many people like him. Although there are already officers in control of the situation, this kind of fear makes them completely lose their usual calm, and the scene is very chaotic. The three of Zhou Wen's legs were weak, and they subconsciously touched their faces. Fortunately, there were no mushrooms growing on their faces. "What the hell is going on?" Zhou Wen asked Anshing. "I don't know yet. It is under investigation. There are only a few people in the entire station who are not infected with this strange thing. It is estimated that it is likely to be related to the scene of the previous Yaofang cave. You stay here, and you may need to cooperate with the investigation later. I hope I can find out why some people don't grow mushrooms." Anshing looked a little dignified, and rushed out after speaking. "It's really God's blessing that we didn't get infected with that kind of thing, otherwise my handsome face would be ruined, and I don't know how to live." Li Xian pulled the tent up and said with lingering fears. "I don't think it's as simple as God's blessing. There must be some reason why we didn't get infected with those mushrooms." Zhou Wen looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. There were no mushrooms growing in their tent, and the three of them and their companion pets were all fine. The Tai Sui was lying near the tent door, and he didn't know what he was doing there. Unable to see it with the naked eye, Zhou Wen used the ability to listen to the earrings, and maximized the ability to listen to the truth. After hearing this, I immediately discovered the problem. At the location of the tent door, there are actually many small things that are so small that human eyes can't see them, and they are moving with the air. Those little things are smaller than dust. If Zhou Wen hadn't deliberately used listening and observation, they couldn't be found in the dust at all, and even if he used the hearing of truth listening, Zhou Wen didn't notice them at first. The reason why they found their existence was because Tai Sui was actually devouring those little things, which looked delicious. Zhou Wen expanded the scope of truth listening, and soon discovered that there are many such small things in the air outside. They are smaller than dust and cannot be seen by human eyes at all, but they fall on the skin or other things. It will get into the pores, quickly take root and sprout, and grow small mushrooms. Because they are too small. No one can find them at all. Now the entire station is filled with such small things, as if it is snowing. Except for Zhou Wen, there were very few people who could see them. All the soldiers were at a loss, and danger was floating around them. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and tried it, and found that his palm couldn't catch them at all. It was too small, and it was useless to grab them. Those guys were like bacteria. They knew that they were there, but it was difficult to eliminate them. Tai Sui was able to discover them, and to be able to feed on these small things. It's a bit amazing. Zhou Wen saw that Tai Sui had eaten up all the small things in the tent, and seemed eager to try it and want to go out to eat. Zhou Wen thought that the reason why the three of them were okay was because Tai Sui was here and ate all the small things that invaded the house, so they didn't get caught. The military is apparently aware of the problem, too, with soldiers in antibacterial suits spraying some bacteria and fungus-removing chemicals inside the garrison. But it was of no use at all. Those little things were obviously not something that ordinary medicines could deal with. Don't go out yet, I'll take a look at the door, Zhou Wen said to Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan, and then opened the tent door. As soon as the door opened, a lot of that kind of small things came in along the airflow, and Tai Sui jumped around excitedly, swallowing up those little things that humans could barely see. Zhou Wen used a small fireball of vitality skill that exploded from the temple of forging. A crimson flame ball flew out from his fingertips and hit those little things that were almost invisible in the air. The small things were directly burned by the flames. They did not seem to be very strong, but because they were too small, they could not be found at all, so they caused such great harm. After burning a few small things to death, Zhou Wen was suddenly surprised to find that a small companion egg fell out. The companion egg was smaller than the small thing. As if he didn't have the ability to listen, Zhou Wen couldn't see it at all. He took out his mobile phone and patted the tiny companion egg, and the companion egg was immediately put into the phone. Those little things are really dimensional creatures. After seeing the attributes of the companion eggs, Zhou Wen knew the true origin of those little things. Parasitic spores, mortal grade. Parasitic spores, mortal grade. Strength, 0, speed, 1, physical fitness, 1, vitality, 1, talent skill, parasitic. Associated state, none. Is this attribute too weak? Zhou Wen has never seen a companion pet with such a weak attribute, but although they are weak, they also have their own advantages. Even an epic powerhouse, if you don't pay attention, they will be parasitized by them. On the body, it is also a very painful and troublesome thing. Tai Sui had already rolled out, jumping around excitedly, swallowing up all the parasitic spores he could see. Zhou Wen did not continue to kill these spores. First, there were too many, and ordinary skills could not kill them. Second, because there were many soldiers and officers in the station, it was not easy to use large-scale skills to kill parasitic spores. The parasitic spores outside can still be removed. How can the parasitic spores that have been parasitized on the body be dealt with? Zhou Wen maximized his ability to listen to the truth and wanted to see if these spores were all the same. Zhou Wen soon discovered that most of the spores were transparent and whitish, and these were the same dimensional creatures as the companion eggs he exploded. In addition, there are still a very small part of the parasitic spores that are light red, and the number is very small. Zhou Wen tried to kill some, and the dimension crystals that exploded were all legendary, but the value was very low. It is difficult for mortal-level spores to explode. Companion eggs. Zhou killed a lot of them, and no companion eggs exploded. The previous mortal-level companion eggs can only be said to be luck. Zhou followed Tai Sui, and wherever Tai Sui passed, the spores dodged. One after another, like avoiding the god of plague. Most of them couldn't escape and were swallowed by Tai Sui. As he walked, Zhou discovered another golden spore, but it was just as easy to kill. A small fireball killed the golden spore. The number of golden spores is extremely small. Among the vast army of spores, there is probably no one in a billion. Zhou managed to find a few, and after killing them, a companion egg exploded. Golden parasitic spores, epic. Fate, microorganisms. Life soul, parasitic spirit. Strength, 18. Speed, 20. Physical fitness, 17. Vitality, 20. Talent skill, parasitic. Associated state, none. This epic companion pet can be considered to have refreshed the lower limit of epic companion pets. I originally thought that the weakest was the little tiger, but I didn't expect that there would be an epic companion pet weaker than the little tiger, and it was much weaker. Zhou found that these spores are indeed weak and can survive, completely relying on tiny bodies. Epic creatures like this, ordinary legendary humans can easily kill them. The real difficulty is not to kill them, but to find them. The more advanced the spore, the smaller the size, and the size of the golden spore can only barely be seen clearly with the ability to listen. Suddenly, Zhou found a small purple dot floating around, disappearing and appearing from time to time. With the ability to listen carefully, he almost didn't notice its existence. It was too small. Won't it be a mythical spore? Zhou moved in his heart, and quickly let Tai Sui roll over there. Even the mythical spores were afraid of the mortal-level Tai Sui. When they wanted to run, they were burned by a small fireball from Zhou. As a result, this time, the purple spore was not burned to death, and was still drifting away. Zhou pulled out the golden tyrant sword and used the powerful sword light to slash it. Although it was small, the area of the sword light was large enough to hit it. To Zhou surprise, the golden sword beam was not able to kill it. This spore is a bit interesting. Zhou used several more skills and found that he couldn't kill the purple spore. At this time, Tai Sui had already rolled over, and it jumped up and rushed towards the purple spore. The purple spores, which can't be killed by swords, seem to have encountered a nemesis, their body trembling, and Tai Sui was sucked in all of a sudden. Seeing that the purple spores were actually sucked into the body by Tai Sui, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. It's really one thing. The mortal Tai Sui can restrain the mythical spores. This guy is quite useful. In the future, there will be Tai Sui by my side. You won't be afraid of being sneak attacked by miniature companion pets and dimensional creatures. I said Tai Sui, don't patronize and eat it. Does it have accompanying eggs or dimensional crystals and other things left? Zhou didn't have much hope, just asked casually. Who knew that Tai Sui really understood, and reluctantly spit out a tiny purple thing. Even with the ability to listen carefully, he almost didn't see it. After falling to the ground, he searched for a while, before he saw where the little dot was. He quickly took out his phone and took a picture of the purple dot. Primordial spores, myth. Fate, eternal. Life soul, parasitic spirit. Wheel of fortune, soul parasitism. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Physical fitness, 41. Vitality, 41. Talent skill, parasitic. Associated state, none. There is no doubt that this is the weakest mythical companion pet Zhou Wen has ever seen. There is no one. If you only look at the attributes, it is simply too weak to be seen. However, this kind of companion pet is not used for fighting in the first place, and their role may be more terrifying than that of fighting. Companion pets. Directly hatching the ancient spores consumes very little vitality, which is similar to the vitality consumed by epic companion pets. For such a small companion pet, fortunately, Zhou Wen, as the owner, can sense its location, otherwise if you just look at it with your eyes, you won't know where it is at all. I tried the formula and used the ancient spores to kill those ordinary spores. Although this is feasible, the fighting ability of the ancient spores is not strong. It is not as fast as Zhou Wen himself with a small fireball, and it is not as fast as the Tai Sui swallowing. Tai Sui jumped around in the station, not knowing how many spores he swallowed. His body size was obviously bigger, and the spores in the station also decreased a lot. Zhou Wen has been searching with truth listening, hoping to find an ancient spore, but he was a little disappointed, and he did not find a second one. Master Wen, why did you come out? The situation outside is too bad, you shouldn't have come out. And Xing came to the open space, along with Qin Wufu and Lun Zongjing, as well as military generals and academy tutors. But so many people, except Xing and Lun Zongjing, had mushrooms on their faces, which looked very scary. Even Deputy Governor Qin was recruited? Zhou Wen saw a small golden mushroom on Qin Wufu's face, which should be epic golden spores parasitic on his face. Although Xing had a lot of spores on his body, those spores didn't get into his body for some reason. Lun Zongjing had no spores at all. His body seemed to be protected by an invisible force, and all the spores could not get close to his body. It is not difficult to remove the spores in the station, but the spores that have been parasitized need to find another way. Lung Zong was looking at the mushrooms in the station and summoned his magic piano throne. Lung Zongjing pressed his slender fingers on the piano keys, and the magic piano throne suddenly made a wonderful sound. The sound was solemn and solemn, with a sense of holiness that other musical instruments did not have. Invisible ripples spread in the station. Zhou Wen was surprised to find that with the sound of the music, those invisible spores, like soldiers who received an order to gather, all gathered in front of the magic piano throne. And go. The spores were originally invisible, but now, because there are too many spores, as more and more spores gather together, you can gradually see some white mist that seems to be absent. The fog was getting thicker, and soon it became clearer. Originally, Typhon jumped around and couldn't eat many spores. Now that the spores have condensed into an area, it became excited, jumping around in the white mist formed by the spores, swallowing a large number of spores. The body is also getting bigger. The sound of the piano continued, and a large number of spores condensed in one place, gradually becoming the substance, and the pieces were like snowflakes. In the end, the snowflakes also condensed together and became a white mass, like a ball of marshmallows. Tai Sui jumped over and swallowed the marshmallow-like spore gentleman. In a few seconds. He didn't know how many spores it ate in total, and there was no way to estimate the number. Zhou Wen faintly felt that Tai Sui had an idea, as if it was about to evolve, and quickly summoned it back. Lung Zongjing didn't stop Tai Sui from swallowing the spores, he just glanced at Zhou Wen, and then said to Sheng, the mushrooms in the station must also be burned with fire, and they can't be left at all to ensure that there are no hidden dangers. Yes, I'll do it now. And Sheng led the way and took someone to clean up the mushrooms in the station. Principal, the mushrooms in the station are easy to handle. What should I do with the soldiers? Qin Wufu said worriedly. Leng Zongjing said, if these spores are not parasitic on the body, it is not difficult to remove them, but once parasitic, it will become a part of the body, just like the flesh and blood of the body. Even if the flesh and blood is gouged out, the body's self-healing ability will still make flesh and blood grow again, which is difficult to eradicate. When Qin Wufu and others heard it, they all showed concern. You, come with me. When Leng Zongjing was about to leave, he suddenly said to Zhou Wen. No, Principal Leng won't be so stingy, should it be considered that Tai Sui ate those spores? Zhou Wen followed Leng Zongjing to his office a little depressed. Sit down. Leng Zongjing's office is somewhat different from the general principal's office. It is more like a tea room than an office. Principal Leng, I just let my companion pet eat those spores without your consent. It's my fault. Zhou Wen admitted his mistake first, lest Leng Zong educate him at length. But Leng Zongjing didn't say anything about it. He sat at the tea table and said while boiling water to make tea, do you hate me for stealing the companion eggs? Zhou Wen shook his head and said, that was the prey that you locked down first, the principal, and you should have taken the companion eggs. How could I have such thoughts? Zhou Wen really thought so in his heart. At the beginning, Leng Zongjing shot at the thousand-handed bull head first. He wanted to take advantage of it, but in the end, Leng Zongjing took advantage of it. There is nothing to say, but he can only blame himself for not being fast enough. Leng Zongjing listened to Zhou Wen's words, smiled, put a cup of brewed tea in front of Zhou Wen, and continued, do you know the origin of that golden bull? Zhou Wen only knew that the cow was called Dawei King Kong Bull. As for its origin, he really didn't know anything, so he shook his head. The body of 1,000 hands before the Taurus is an imitation of the image of the great Weed King Kong. The great Weed King Kong is the Dharma protector of the Tantric Buddhism. It can subdue the devil, so it is called great power, and has the ability to protect the good, so it is also called the great virtue. There are also titles such as Yamadeka, Virvajra, Nyoto Mingwang, etc. The previous Tibetan secrets believed that Mahavira was the wrathful appearance of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Therefore, it has the power of great power and great terror. Leng Zongjing put down the teacup and said, so, that Taurus is the real body of Great Weed King Kong? Zhou Wen was surprised, he didn't expect that Taurus would have such a great origin. Leng Zongjing said with a smile, if it is the real Great Weed King Kong, it will not be killed by you so easily. At most it can only be regarded as an incarnation. Zhou Wen thought to himself, no wonder that Taurus is called Dawei King Kong Yo. It turns out to be related to Dawei de King Kong, but what did Principal Leng tell me about this? Seemingly seeing through Zhou Wen's thoughts, Leng Zongjing took out an item from the drawer next to it and placed it on the table. It was the companion egg of the Dawei King Kong bull. It's just that the current Dawei King Kong bull companion egg is a little different from before. There are some thin lines drawn on it, crisscrossing, and it looks like a popular magic circle in the West District, but some symbols look like tantra. Something that exudes strange energy fluctuations. This companion egg has already been processed by me. Even if it is epic, it can be hatched. Do you want it? Leng Zongjing looked at Zhou Wen with a smile. But not a smile. I said I don't want it, do you believe me, principal? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Leng Zongjing laughed. If you want it, then take it. Really give it to me? Zhou Wen felt that there shouldn't be such a good thing in the world. How could anyone be so kind and pay such a high price to deal with the mythical companion egg before giving it to him? Leng Zongjing said, I am afraid that the problems in the Longmen grottos cannot be solved outside. After all, we can only enter them. It is the land of Buddhism. At that time, this companion egg will definitely be of great use, and it may be able to save lives, so having its people must enter the Longmen grottos. You also have a credit for its birth, so I am the first to ask you, if you go, just take it and hatch. If you don't go, I hope you can take it, leave it to others. Zhou Wen hesitated after hearing it. He naturally wanted the great King Kongnyo very much, but the current Longmen grottos are extremely dangerous. Entering them during this period of time will inevitably lead to something ominous. Leng Zongjing didn't urge him, didn't say anything, just drank tea by himself, waiting for Zhou Wen's decision. If I don't go, will this companion egg be used by the principal? Zhou Wen thought about it and asked. Leng Zongjing shook his head, I have other things to do, I don't have time to control it. Then who are you going to go to? Zhou Wen asked again. If you don't want it, then the next person to accept it should be Tianzhua. I don't think he will refuse. Leng Zongjing said. Okay. I'll go. Although Zhou Wen already had some guesses in his heart, he heard that Tianzhua might get the companion eggs, so he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. After thinking about it, he agreed to enter the Longmen grottos. Take the companion egg and hatch it as soon as possible. The opportunity to enter the Longmen grottos should be in the past few days. Leng Zongjing said with a smile. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory with the Dawei King Kongnyo companion egg. He was thinking about entering the Longmen grottos, but he was startled when he saw Feng Chuyan in the tent. I saw 2 mushrooms growing on Feng Chuyan's face. Why are there mushrooms on your face? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. Before he left, he had asked Tai Sui to clean up all the spores in the tent, and after closing the tent, logically speaking, there should be no more problems. Feng Chuyan said with a smile, It's okay, that's just a moment of curiosity. I opened the door of the tent and wanted to see what's going on outside. Whoever knew it would be caught, but it's no big deal, there should be a solution. It's no wonder military experts and academy's tutors are studying those parasitic spores, but they haven't found a way to eradicate those mushrooms. Do you know that a lot of soldiers have been comatose because of those mushrooms, probably it's like a vegetative person and will never wake up again. Zhou Wen was a little anxious. Then what should I do? I thought it was all right when my brother came. We just wanted to check the situation outside, but we didn't go out. We thought nothing would happen. Who would have thought that Xiao Yanyan would be recruited? Li Xian said depressedly. Are you all right? Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian. Feng Chuyan was caught. It is said that the number of spores is extremely large, and it is impossible for only 2 to flow in. It is a bit strange that Li Xian did not get caught. It should be because I am wearing insect armor, and I don't have mushrooms. Li Xian said. It's very possible. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. It's okay, there are so many mentors and military experts studying day and night, and it's only a matter of time before a cure is developed. Feng Qiuyan comforted them in turn. Zhou Wen thought about it and said to Feng Qiuyan, I have a method that I can try, but it is not guaranteed to be effective, and it may be completely useless. Would you like to try it? Feng Qiuyan didn't ask Zhou Wen what method it was, and said directly, Coach, try it anyway, it works best, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Zhou Wen was also polite, summoned the Dark Doctor, and then let the Dark Doctor use the skill of fighting poison with poison, and first injected some toxins into the mushroom. As a result, the mushrooms withered quickly and fell off automatically after a while. Zhou Wen and the others waited for a while, and they were overjoyed when they saw that the wound on Feng Qiuyan's face did not grow any more mushrooms. In Leng Zongjing's office, Tianzhua did not know when he would arrive, and was sitting at the tea table making tea for Leng Zongjing. Wallen Xing stood silently by the side. Teacher, you gave Zhou Wen the companion egg of the Dawei King Kong Bull. Isn't this decision too hasty? And Tianzhua said, holding the teacup in front of Leng Zong with both hands. Leng Zongjing said with a smile, I have seen some of his abilities, and they should be enough to control the Dawei King Kong Bull. Teacher, you look at him too highly, although he does have some talent and luck is also good, and he has obtained some mythical companion pets, but he is still a student after all. And his experience and mentality are not mature enough, and he has not experienced any storms. In the event of an unknown sudden crisis, I am afraid that he will not be able to cope with it, but will become a burden to us. And Tianzhua said, I remember that when you were his age, you already led the Sunset Army to fight in the north and south, and you have torn and killed in many dimension fields? In this way, his age is not too young. Leng Zongjing said while drinking tea. How can it be the same? I have been tempered since I was a child, and I have experienced many life and death crises, but he has not experienced any setbacks and storms. This matter falls on him. And Tianzhua said. Leng Zongjing looked at Tianzhua with a smile and said, Are you afraid that he will not do well, or are you afraid that he will be in danger? Of course, I'm afraid that he won't do well and endanger us. And Tianzhua replied immediately. It turns out that this is the case, then it doesn't matter, even if he can't help a lot, it's okay to control the Dawei King Kong Bull and help a little. As for whether he will die in it, you don't care anyway, so don't think about it. Leng Zongjing said with a cup of tea in both hands, squinting his eyes while drinking tea. Teacher, you should have also heard that the Empress Dowager in my family spoiled him very much. If he died inside, I wouldn't care, but I was afraid that the family member would not agree, and I would not only have a headache at that time. Do you have a headache too? And Tianzhua said. So that's how it is. Leng Zongjing suddenly realized, took a sip of tea, and said, but I feel that Zhou Wen's combat experience is quite rich, his adaptability is also good, and his companion pets are relatively complete, plus Dawei, there shouldn't be too much of a problem with the support of the Vajra Bull. And Tianzhua wanted to say something, but a soldier came to report, Overseer, there is news from the Research Institute that the problem of parasitic spores has been solved. After hearing this, and Tianzhua was overjoyed, got up and asked, okay, that's great, which expert or mentor came up with the solution? Although the parasitic spore is very weak, the impact it causes even and Tianzhua's headache. If it can't be solved in time, both the Sunset Army and the Academy will be hit hard. The soldier replied, There is news from there that it is a student's companion pet that can restrain those parasitic spores. The unconscious soldier he helped has now woke up, and the mushrooms have fallen off automatically and no longer grow. A student who is removing parasitic spores from his soldiers and mentors. Student? And Tianzhua frowned slightly. Leng. Zongjing asked with a smile, what's the name of the student? It's called Zhou Wen, the one who rushed into the tide of dimensional creatures on the battlefield yesterday and killed the Taurus. The soldier replied immediately. Leng Zongjing turned his head to look at Tianzhua and said, what am I saying, this Zhou Wen is still okay. If so many people can't solve the problem, let him solve it. If you say it's not suitable, who else is more suitable? Woolen cloth? Zhou Wen used the Dark Doctor to remove the parasitic spores from their bodies. The Dark Doctor's attacking poison with poison is really easy to use. As long as it is injected into the spore will die quickly and will not recur. Xiaowen, you did a good job. Qin Wufu was the last to receive Zhou Wen's treatment, patted Zhou Wen's shoulder and said, consider it again, I'll be here after graduation, you can open the conditions as you like. It's still a long time before graduation, and I haven't thought about these things yet, Zhou Wen said. It's time to think about it. The situation in various parts of the Federation is not very good now, and I don't know if it can last for a few more years. Qin Wufu said with a sigh. After being busy for more than a day, all the parasitic spores on people were finally removed. When Zhou Wen returned to the tent, he wanted to take out the companion egg of Dawei King Kong Bull and hatch it first. Who knew it but found that Tai Sui had completed its evolution, and hurriedly summoned it to see what kind of changes it had. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. Tai Sui is still white and tender. Judging from its size, the part that was eaten before has lost weight and returned to its original appearance. It doesn't seem to have changed much compared to when it was immortal. Fetus. Zhou Wen had to go see its profile. Tai Sui, epic, evolvable. Destiny, destined to commit Tai Sui. Life. Soul, 12 Tai Sui God. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Physical fitness, 41. Vitality, 41. Talent skill, Earth escape. Associated state. Mimic Zhou Wen looked strange after reading the attributes. People in the East District probably knew a thing or two about the words Ta Sui, which means that it is bad luck. As for the 12 Tai Sui gods, Zhou Wen Dao had never heard of them, so he carefully looked at the information on fate and fate soul. Destined to commit Tai Sui, the birth and Tai Sui conflict. 12 Tai Sui gods, 12 Tai Sui gods of Zhou Tian. Although I didn't see it very clearly, Zhou Wen already felt that this was definitely not a lucky fate. What good things could happen when the fate and Tai Sui clashed? If I had known this, it would be better not to evolve. Zhou Wen was a little speechless, and quickly put the Tai Sui away, fearing that he would collide with it, and he might be unlucky in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wen didn't know what to do with Tai Sui for a while. Let's put it together. It's really reluctant. This is an existence that can be promoted to myth in the future. What's more rare is that this guy has a strong restraint on ultra-miniature dimensional creatures. When it was at the mortal level, it was able to kill the mythical level primordial spores, and I am afraid it would be difficult to find a second companion pet like this. Let's wait and see if it's really So unlucky, then find a way to deal with it. Zhou thought about it and decided to stay first. After putting away the Tai Sui, Zhou took the companion egg of the Dawei King Kong Bull and looked carefully, and saw that there were many mysterious magic circles and incantations on it, and those magic circles and incantations all exuded strong fluctuations of vitality. Obviously someone used it with a strange power. He put his vitality into the magic circle and incantation. With the vitality stored in advance, when it is hatched, the difficulty will be reduced a lot, and it is possible to complete such a large-scale effort. I am afraid that the general epic level cannot do it. Zhou studied for a long time, but did not see how these magic circles and incantations were created, as if they had penetrated deep into the companion eggs. Such an ingenious technique is like the most precious treasure to the general epic level, but it is of no use to me. Even if I don't have the vitality that I put up in advance, I can still hatch mythical companion eggs. Zhou tried to input vitality. Hatch this Dawei diamond cow. The vitality does not directly enter the companion egg, but runs along the magic circle and incantation, and then enters the companion egg. In addition to the vitality stored in advance as an aid, it can also slow down the speed at which the mythical companion egg absorbs vitality. The whole process went very smoothly. Even an ordinary epic level, with the help of such a magic circle and incantation, should be able to hatch it. I don't know how easy it is to learn this technique. If you can learn it, it's a good way to make money. There must be many people willing to pay to incubate high-level companion pets. Zhou secretly thought. How does Zhou know that this method is extremely difficult to use? Now there are no more than 10 people in the entire Federation who can use similar skills, and it takes a lot of precious resources to engrave magic circles and incantations on it. Unless it is a mythical companion egg, the general companion egg is not worth the cost to hatch. When Enxing hatched the love letter, he was not willing to use this method. Instead, he found a dimensional field with abundant vitality, using the special vitality environment in the dimensional field, plus some vitality crystallization and the assistance of secret methods, to hatch the plot. From Dawei King Kong Bull, mythical level. Fate. Jiwei Jigang. Soul of Life, King Niao Tao Ming. Wheel of Fortune, Requiem Bell. Strength, 80. Speed, 78. Physical fitness, 80. Vitality, 80. Talent skills, Great Power Horn, Thunder Wrath, King Kong Unfallen, Buddha Flame. Associated state, mounts. The skills and attributes are very strong, and it has 4 skills. It looks very good. It has all the abilities it should have. The golden bell is the wheel of fortune of the great power King Kong Bull, which is Zhou Wen's most important skill. But what's the matter with this mount? Zhou Wen saw it for the first time. The companion state was the companion pet of the mount. He thought that the mount was the normal companion pet form. Try it. What's the difference between this mount and the usual ride on it? Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone, entered the game copy, and summoned the Dawei King Kong Bull. Zhou Wen soon discovered that the Dawei King Kong Bull in the mount state was indeed a little different. When Zhou Wen usually rode the 6-wing, he needed to give orders to direct it. However, the Dawei King Kong Bull in the mount state does not need Zhou Wen's command at all. It seems to be Zhou Wen's hands and feet, and can move according to his will. The only difference from his own brothers and feet is that the Dawei King Kong Bull does not grow in his body. Professional mounts are different. Zhou Wen now finally understands what the ancients said about the unity of horses and men. His current riding skills are also very good, at least much more comfortable than riding a six-wing. To say that the Dawei King Kong bull has any weaknesses, that is, it cannot fly, and it is indeed extremely powerful on the ground, but it cannot go to the sky or enter the water. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the skill I need most is the soul-suppressing bell of the Dawei King Kong bull, and other skills are secondary. Zhou Wen took the Dawei King Kong bull to the temple of Qiongqi, and the Qiongqi as soon as he appeared. Dawei King Kong Niu directly used the soul-suppressing bell, causing Qiongqi to feel dizzy for a moment. Zhou Wen's golden tyrant sword slashed directly, severely injuring Qiongqi under the sword, and then followed by a one-sided brutal killing, and quickly beheaded Qiongqi under the sword. It's so cool, a real man just wants to ride a bull. Zhou Wen felt very happy. Killing monsters like this was much easier than going up and down by himself. It's okay to be idle. Zhou Wen also summoned the ancient spores, and think about how effective it is. Because the properties of the ancient spores were so poor, Zhou Wen did not dare to take it directly to find the mythical creature, but went to the bat cave to find poisonous bats for testing. The ancient spores drifted slowly towards the top of the cave, and the poisonous bats hanging upside down at the top were completely unaware of the danger. They have not yet been able to discover such a tiny existence as the ancient spores, and they have no idea that the danger is close to them. The ancient spore landed on the top of a poisonous bat, and the poisonous bat did not notice its existence at all, and the ancient spore disappeared in a blink of an eye. Zhou Wen originally thought that the ancient spore would grow a small mushroom on the top of the poisonous bat's head, just like a normal spore, but this did not happen. The poisonous bat suddenly opened its eyes. But its eyes changed. It was a little strange that he fluttered his wings and walked towards Zhou Wen. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Could it be? Zhou Wen was not surprised, but delighted when he saw the poisonous bat flying over. Sure enough, the poisonous bat flew in front of Zhou Wen and flew around Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen could feel that the idea of the ancient spores existed in the poisonous bat's brain. Zhou Wen thought about it and gave an order to the ancient spores. The poisonous bat flew according to Zhou Wen's instructions, and finally rushed towards the poisonous bat group, tearing up with other poisonous bats. The other poisonous bats are still somewhat inexplicable. I don't know what happened. Several poisonous bats controlled by the ancient spores were killed before they were killed by other poisonous bats. After the poisonous bat died, the ancient spores floated out again and slowly returned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat, but he was a little surprised. Is this parasitic soul? This guy can control other dimensional creatures through parasitism. So can he control mythical creatures? Zhou Wen couldn't wait to try it out. He went to the Candle Dragon temple to see if he could let the ancient spores parasitize the Candle Dragon. It's a pity that Zhulong's eyesight is too strong, and he discovered the ancient spores at once. He didn't give it any chance at all. He directly used the whole candle vision and inhaled the ancient spores into the vision. It seems that it is a little reluctant to want to parasitize the Candle Dragon. Let's try it out with a bad eye. Zhou Wen went to the casting temple to see if he could parasitize the Golden War God Halberd, but the result was not very good. Effect. The ancient spores could not penetrate the body of the Golden War God Halberd. Although it was not killed by the Golden War God Halberd, it was not able to parasitize successfully. It seems that the ancient spores can only parasitize animal or plant-type dimensional creatures. Zhou moved and took it to the underground sea, to try the 9 black dragons. This time, the ancient spore successfully entered the body of a black dragon, but the black dragon was obviously too strong. Complete control. Judging from the thoughts returned by the ancient spores, it should not be completed in just a few days. The ability of the ancient spores is very good, but it seems that it takes too long to control the mythical creatures, and it is not practical in the game. Zhou has to refresh the dungeon every day, and it is impossible for the ancient spores to slowly parasitize. Although it's not very easy to use in the game, if in reality, if the ancient spores can be parasitized to control a powerful dimensional creature, then wouldn't I have an extra powerful thug, let it parasitize, who compares, okay? There are a lot of terrifying dimensional creatures in the Longmen Grottos, why don't you just find a chance here? Zhou secretly figured out how to use the ancient spores to maximize his own interests. For several days in a row, many strange dimensional creatures rushed out of the Longmen Grottos. Although many dimensional creatures were fierce, the harm caused was not as great as the parasitic spores. Sometimes powerful dimensional creatures are not as terrifying as weak spores. Because Zhou treated almost every soldier and officer, when he delivered the supplies, those soldiers and officers respected him very much. Li Xian and Feng Chuyan also left their names in the Sunset Army because of the previous battle, and won the respect of soldiers and officers. Although the dimensional creatures that rushed out of the Longmen Grottos were wiped out, the situation did not improve. The skeletons in the monks' clothes in the mountain temple, the golden clothes on their bodies, became more and more dazzling. Even at night, the entire Longmen Grottos were also photographed. Splendid. The river water next to the Longmen Grottos has not been peaceful in recent days. The temperature of the river water has become very high. It was only steaming white at first, but it has started to boil in the past 2 days. The original fish and shrimp inside were all dead, and they were boiled and floated on the river. No one dared to fish for those fish and shrimp. In the end, the fish and shrimp were all boiled and sank into the water. What is the origin of the monk skeleton and the mountain seal? You said that the mutation of the Longmen Grottos, could it be because of the monk skeleton? After Li Xian and Zhou finished transporting the supplies, they stood on the defensive line by the river and went to look at the Longmen Grottos. They could only see the golden light covering the entire Longmen Grottos, and the source of the golden light was the skeleton in monk clothes. It's possible. Zhou also felt that there was such a possibility. But so far, no one has been able to say clearly where the mutation of the Longmen Grottos came from. Since the last time Leng Zongjing talked to Zhou alone, he has not been found again, and Zhou doesn't know much about it. There is one thing that makes Zhou more concerned. For so many days, the big golden bird living above the Longmen Grottos has not shown its figure, and he has no idea what it is waiting for. Boom. Boom. When the two were watching the Longmen Grottos, suddenly there was a terrifying sound on the other side of the river bank, and the earth seemed to vibrate with the sound. The river water also produced ripples because of the shock. And the ripples were pushed layer by layer, and finally water waves were generated. Zhou and Li Xian looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge white elephant walking along the river bank under the moonlight. Looking at the direction it went, it should be going to the Longmen Grottos. What a big white elephant, where did this guy come from? Li Xian asked in surprise. The white elephant was indeed too huge. It is estimated that an ordinary elephant is not as tall as its legs. Its body is not only huge, but also exudes a strange brilliance, as if bathed in holy light. An ivory is even more pure and white, like a jade. Cast. The big white elephant walked like this step by step, and with each step, a huge hoof print would be stepped on the ground. The ground trembled, and the houses in the station seemed to be shaking. The big white elephant is obviously not a dimensional creature in the Longmen Grottos. It walked across the Longmen Grottos and stepped directly into the river. It seems that it wants to pass through and enter the Longmen Grottos. The water in the river was boiling and the temperature was extremely high, but for the big white elephant, it was as if he didn't realize it. Stepping into it one step, the river water overflowed. Leng Zongjing and Tianzhua, Qin Wufu, and others have all come out, and they are also watching the dynamics of the big white elephant. The soldiers guarding the defense line were relieved when they saw that the big white elephant did not come to the station. The pressure of the big white elephant on them was too strong, dividing the water and breaking the waves. Where the elephants passed, the rivers avoided both sides one after another. Seeing that the big white elephant had reached the center of the river, he suddenly saw a black claw like a hook stretched out in the river next to it, and grabbed it towards the big white elephant. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. The big white elephant didn't seem to notice the black claws, and still walked forward on its own, but after the black claws touched its body, white smoke came out. As if the charcoal met the water, the black claws suddenly retreated into the river. As if nothing had happened, the big white elephant continued to walk in the direction of the Longmen Grottos. It seemed that in its eyes, only the Longmen Grottos remained. Until the big white elephant stepped on the river bank, the black claws did not appear again. When the broken water goes ashore, the water droplets on the body automatically slide off, and there is no dust on the body. Zhou Wen and the others watched helplessly as the big white elephant walked towards the Longmen Grottos and walked in the direction of Nazhan Temple. Li Xian looked at where Tianzhua and the others were. Seeing that they were just watching from a high place without giving orders, he turned his head to look at the big white elephant. The big white elephant walked on the rocks, and when the giant hoofs passed, the rocks cracked, leaving huge hoof prints one after another. The dimensional creatures of the Longmen Grottos did not dare to approach the big white elephant. The big white elephant walked all the way to the front of the mountain temple, and then stopped to look at the skeleton in the monk's clothes exuding bright golden light in the mountain temple, raised its nose, and let out an elephant roar. Not good. Hurry up and block your ears, Zhou Wen said while yelling at Li Xian. But it was already a little late. Everyone was only grateful for the thunderous roar in their ears, and their brains were buzzing. The soldiers, with lesser cultivation, had already fallen to the ground, even if they were epic officers, also staring at the stars. Help, give me a hand. Why do I feel like there are gold ingots in front of me? Li Xian swayed violently as if he was drunk. Zhou Wen didn't have anything to do, so he quickly supported him. After a while, those Li Xian and the epic officers and mentors recovered, and the soldiers fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, as if they were drunk. When Zhou Wen looked at the mountain temple, he saw that the big white elephant had stepped into the temple gate. It had just stepped into the temple gate, and the golden light on the monk's skeleton suddenly became as strong as the sun. The golden light shone on the body of the white elephant, causing its body to sway. The white elephant's body paused for a while, but soon walked towards the monk skeleton again. Under the suppression of the terrifying golden light, it became extremely difficult for the white elephant to take a step. It's just that it didn't mean to give up, and it still walked towards the monk's skeleton step by step. The closer it was to the skeleton, the slower its speed became. When there were only a few steps away from the monk's skeleton, every step was like a negative mountain. Finally, the big white elephant walked in front of the monk-robed skeleton. When Zhou was guessing what it was going to do, he saw its trunk lifted up like a giant pillar, sweeping towards the monk-robed skeleton with a terrifying holy light. It wants to destroy the monk's remains? Li Xian asked in surprise. Before he finished speaking, the big white elephant's trunk had already smashed onto the skeleton of the monk's robe, but the skeleton of the monk's robe was not smashed, and was still sitting there cross-legged. One of his skeleton hands lifted up and grabbed the trunk of the great white elephant. The next moment, everyone saw an incredible scene. The hand bones of the monk's skeleton raised, and the huge body of the big white elephant was easily thrown out by him. In the horrified eyes of Zhou Wen and others, the giant elephant fell directly into the river below the Longmen grottos. Boom! The river water spewed dozens of feet, and the body of the big white elephant smashed into the middle of the river, smashing a big hole in the bottom of the river. For a time, the water level on the bank of the river soared, and it almost flooded to the station. Is the monk skeleton alive? He threw the terrifying white elephant out with only one hand? What kind of strange power is this? Li Xian said in horror. Zhou was also in shock. Such a huge and powerful white elephant was easily thrown away. I am afraid that such divine power can only be achieved by the tyrant Beeman when he uses absolute power. But what does Zhou think? The monk-robed skeleton also didn't seem to have the ability of absolute power. What is his origin? Why did the big white elephant attack him? Zhou looked at the monk skeleton in surprise. I saw that his bones were crystal clear, exuding a strong cracked golden light, just like the golden body of a Buddha. Although a monk's robe is worn out, it can't hide the Buddha's light in that body. He sat cross-legged, leaning against a stone door behind him. There were no words or flowers on the door, and behind it was just a very simple square stone house. The stone house is only 1 meter, but less than 2 meters in height, and the stone gate is even shorter. The skeleton in the monk's clothes is sitting in front of the door, and the door is only 20 to 30 centimeters higher than him. A normal adult may have to bend over to be able to go in. Could it be that there is something strange in the stone house behind the skeleton in the monk's clothes? Zhou was guessing in his heart, but heard the sound of overturning the river. Turning his head and looking around, he saw that the big white elephant was fighting frantically with an equally huge black creature in the river. When the river was tumbling, Zhou finally saw clearly what the black thing was. What a big bastard! Such a big bastard! I don't know how to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Killing the stew will definitely make up for it. Li Xian shouted with wide eyes. That black creature turned out to be a huge bastard, with a black body and a carapace like black iron, and its body was not much smaller than a big white elephant. It tore and killed the big white elephant in the river, biting the big white elephant's neck and not letting go. The big white elephant couldn't get rid of it. The river water was dyed red. The terrifying power of the Big White Elephant continued to erupt, but it could not help the Big King. The carapace of the Big King was so hard that even the power of the Big White Elephant could not smash the tortoise shell. Seeing that the holy brilliance on the white elephant is getting weaker and weaker, he is about to be dragged to death in the river by the king, but suddenly a bird chirping is heard resounding across the universe. A golden light descended from the sky, and it turned out that the big golden bird came out. It broke through the air like lightning, and a pair of bird claws caught on the tortoise shell of the king, and even forcibly penetrated the tortoise shell like black iron, and the pained king let go. But the big golden bird didn't give up. With a flick of its wings, it took the king up to the sky, waving a pair of sharp claws, tearing the king into pieces in the blink of an eye, and blood was scattered in the sky. Everyone in the station was stunned. The golden bird was so fierce, it really made people feel terrified. The strength of this big bird is probably comparable to that of the tyrant Beeman. Zhou was also surprised, and now he knows that Leng Zongjing was able to make the golden bird recede. What a great deed. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The tortoise shell of the king was extremely hard, but it couldn't resist the sharp claws of the golden bird at all. It was torn into several pieces in a moment, and then was torn apart by the golden bird in the air, and died in a blink of an eye. It's so ferocious. I even fought it before. I'm really lucky that I didn't die. Zhou was secretly shocked. He was not as strong at that time as he is now. Of course, that time was not actually a real battle. The golden bird's goal was not it. Otherwise, Zhou would not have escaped so easily. The king was killed by the golden bird, and the big white elephant finally climbed out of the river, and its wounds were also healing quickly. The strength of the big white elephant was originally higher than that of the king, but it was dropped by the skeleton in the monk's clothes, and it was completely unprepared. The big golden bird tore up the king, but did not intend to move the big white elephant. With a flick of its wings, it went straight into the cloudy sky like golden lightning, and disappeared behind the top of the mountain. After the wound on the big white elephant healed, it actually charged towards the monk skeleton in the mountain temple again. It was madly charged with holy light, but it was only able to barely reach the monk's skeleton. Because of the heavy damage, he didn't even have the ability to walk in front of the monk-robed skeleton and attack it. After persisting for a long time, the strength of the big white elephant slowly faded in the confrontation with the golden light, and finally could not bear the impact of the golden light. As if being hit by a torrent, the huge body rolled down the long men grottos and fell into the river, caused huge waves. That monk skeleton is too strong, Li Xian exclaimed. Have you seen that the monk's skeleton seems to be holding something in one hand? Zhou has been observing the monk skeleton. He threw the big white elephant out with one hand before, and the other hand never moved and was always blocked by the monk's clothes. Zhou saw that there seemed to be abnormal protrusions there, but unfortunately his ability to listen was affected by the golden light. Li Xian used his life's soul worm eyes to look at it, but he only saw what seemed to be something, and he couldn't tell what it was either. The big white elephant is so desperate. Is it because of what he has? Li Xian guessed. I'm not sure yet, let's take a look. Zhou saw the big white elephant crawling out again, panting by the river, but it didn't want to give up. After resting for a while, it turned towards the mountain temple for the third time. The monk-robed skeleton rushed over Li Xian said to Zhou Wen on the side, then the big white elephant falls down again, and its physical strength must be weaker. I wonder if we can go and pick it up. I'm afraid that the big golden bird and the big white elephant are in the same group. You have also seen the fate of the big king. If you are not afraid of death, just try it. Zhou Wen definitely won't try. Even if you try it with pets, it won't work. After all, his mythical pets are all hard to get hold of, each one is full of blood and tears, and it hurts which one dies. That's right, that big golden bird is too terrifying. It is estimated that it can compete with the immemorial sword fairy, the tyrant beeman, and the like. Judging from its ability, it seems to be based on speed and attack power. Will it be? What about the legendary golden-winged upang bird? Li Xian guessed. It's very possible. Zhou Wen also felt that this big golden bird was very similar to the legendary golden-winged upang bird. When the two were talking, the big white elephant rushed into the mountain temple again and walked towards the monk skeleton step by step. This time the big white elephant was different from the previous one. The tip of one of its tusks was shining like two bright lights, fighting against the golden light, making it much easier than the previous 2 times, and slammed into the monk's skeleton. However, Zhou Wen found that the ivory of the white elephant was constantly being burned, and its power seemed to be at the cost of burning the ivory. Finally, the big white elephant, bearing the brilliance of burning ivory, rushed in front of the monk's skeleton again, and lowered its head directly to hit the monk's skeleton with the burning ivory. Before the ivory arrived, the energy generated by the impact of the ivory blew the monk's robe. Zhou Wen has been paying attention to the skeleton of the monk's robe, and when the monk's robe was blown and danced, he saw his other skeleton hand on the leg bone revealed. In that hand, there was a golden crystal, the size of an egg, with a slightly oval shape. The moment the crystal was exposed, the golden light burst forth, and the entire mountain temple was illuminated with golden light, and nothing could be seen. With Zhou Wen and Li Xian's eyesight, their eyes were also full, and they couldn't see anything. After a while, the golden light subsided, and when everyone saw the scene in the mountain temple again, their eyes widened in horror. The big white elephant is still in front of the monk skeleton. This time it was not thrown down, but now the big white elephant's flesh and internal organs have completely disappeared. Only a skeleton is left standing in front of the monk's skeleton, still keeping his head down and thinking. The gesture of hitting, that was the last sight Zhou Wen and the others saw before a gust of wind blew, and the huge skeleton suddenly spread out like flour, and it fell all over the place, covering the mountain temple. Everyone felt chills down their spines, and sweated. At noon, everyone felt cold all over. What is that bead just now? Li Xian stared at the skeleton in the monk's robe in the mountain temple. The monk's robe fell again, covering the bead, and now he couldn't see anything. I don't know, but there is a companion egg on the ground. Zhou Wen pointed to the temple and said. Within the bone meal, there was a white companion egg, about the height of half a human being, apparently left behind after the death of the great white elephant. The companion egg of the great white elephant, that's a good thing, but who would dare to go in and get it now? Although Li Xian's self-healing ability was very strong, he was not arrogant enough to think he could withstand such a terrifying golden light. Zhou Wen has some activities in his heart. Although the great white elephant is not a top myth, it is a myth after all. I wonder if I can send an epic companion pet in and get out the companion eggs of the great white elephant? Zhou Wen had just thought of this, and Someone had already done it. Among the epic-level powerhouses sent by the local giants in Luoyang to fight, one epic-level powerhouse summoned an epic-level crane and flew towards the mountain temple, trying to get the companion egg out. But the crane just flew into the mountain temple, and the body came into contact with the golden light emanating from the skeleton of the monk, and immediately disappeared, and it was finished. Everyone was shocked, and only then did they know that not everyone could enter the temple. The white elephant could walk against the golden light in the temple, but it didn't mean they could too. Fortunately, I didn't go. Li Xian broke out in a cold sweat. He really wanted to rush into the temple just now to get the companion eggs of the big white elephant. https:// please. Remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. No one dared to act rashly anymore, they were just watching. Everyone wants the companion egg of the big white elephant, but no one dares to send companion pets into the mountain temple. The death of the epic crane just now is really shocking. Although Zhou Wen felt that his mythical companion pet should be able to resist the golden light emitted by the monk's skeleton, but he was afraid that the golden light on the crystal would erupt again. And even a myth might not be able to stop it by then. For a mythical companion it is obviously too risky to sacrifice a mythical pet for eggs, but it may not be possible to get it back. Tianzue and Leng Zhongjing did not let their companion pets into the mountain temple, and obviously had the same scruples. The dust settled, 2 mythical dimensional creatures died, no one dared to go in and get the companion eggs in the mountain temple, and there were no new changes in the Longmen grottos for the time being. Qin Wufu has ordered the army to disperse to rest, and the soldiers and officers have returned to their respective positions. Even the epic powerhouses of the wealthy family are still reluctantly looking at the companion egg, trying to get it out. As a result, several epic companion pets were damaged, and they were not able to enter the mountain temple. Zhou Wen finally suppressed the urge in his heart and didn't let his mythical companion pet in. Before he knew the origin of the monk skeleton and the crystal, taking risks meant possible death. Master Wen, Principal Leng, please come over. When Zhou Wen was loading supplies, and Sheng walked over and said. Zhou Wen put down the matter at hand and followed in Sheng to Leng Zhongjing's office. When Zhou Wen arrived at the place, he found that Tianzue and Qin Wufu were both there. Zhou Wen pretended not to see Tianzue and only greeted Zhongchengling and Qin Wufu. Xiao Zhou, come and sit here. Qin Wufu greeted Zhou Wen warmly and sat down. Leng Zhongjing said, "What happened in the mountain temple before? You all saw it, what do you think?" Qin Wufu said, "Principal, look at the golden crystals in the hands of the monk's skeleton. Could it be the legendary relic? There is such a possibility, but the relic is a Buddha treasure, and it should not have such a destructive power," Leng Zhongjing said. And Tianzue thought for a while and said, "I have an idea, maybe the skeleton in the monk's clothes is not a dimensional creature from the Longmen grottos. Tell me in detail." Leng Zhongjing motioned Tianzue to continue. And Tianzue continued, "We saw him sitting cross-legged in a monk's robe, and we thought he was a dimensional creature from the Longmen grottos, but the power he used, including the crystal, looked the same as what I've seen before. Buddhist creatures are different." "That's right." Leng Zhongjing nodded lightly. And Tianzue added, "In my opinion, he, like the big white elephant and the big golden bird, coveted the things in the Longmen grottos temple, but he entered earlier, so he occupied the place. The goal of the big white elephant is not he, but the stone house behind him. Based on this inference, the thing that caused the mutation of the Longmen grottos is likely to be in the stone house. Tian's speculation coincides with mine. Garuda and monk-robed skeletons are top-level mythical creatures. If we want to make a difference, I am afraid that we will inevitably have to compete with them at that time, and we need to prepare early. Long after Zhongjing finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Wen and said, "When you enter the mountain temple with us, you must be prepared to fight the Garuda and the monk skeleton. If you have any difficulties, let me know in advance." "Yes, I will prepare well," Zhou Wen replied. Lung Zhongjing nodded and continued, assuming that the monk skeleton is really not a dimensional creature from the Longmen grottos, and he is not a Buddhist. Which do you think its power is most likely to be? Qin Wufu pondered and said, "I have seen many dimensional creatures over the years, but this is the first time I have seen such power." Seeing Lung Zhongjing looking at him, and Tianzhua shook his head and said, "I've never seen it before." Seeing that everyone had no judgment on the strength of the monk skeleton, Lung Zhongjing said, "In this case, let's start by judging the strength of the monk skeleton." Zhou Wen listened to their research and discussion by the side, and couldn't say anything. After all, he was too young, and his contact with dimensional fields and dimensional creatures was limited, and his experience was not as good as the few people present. Got a lot of news. Lung Zhongjing and the others planned to use the most primitive and effective method to test what other dimensional creatures the monk clothing skeleton was. The method is very simple. It is to use the principle of attributes to generate gram and send companion pets with almost the same strength, but different departments to enter the mountain temple. Then you can observe their own reactions after being attacked by golden light in the mountain temple. If they are mutually born or mutually restrained, there will definitely be some different reactions. It may be that they die faster, or they may persist for a longer time. Just by using these subtle differences, it is possible to roughly infer the skeletons of the monks. Of course, there is a premise for this method. Among the companion pets used for the test, there must be an existence or mutual restraint with the monk's clothing skeleton, otherwise it will be useless. After the negotiation, and Sheng was in charge of the test task. Zhou Wendao was not assigned a task and continued to go back to prepare. The test went very poorly. Sheng used 19 legendary companion pets of different series for the test, and no abnormality was found. In the end, I think that the legendary companion pet may be too weak. Even if there is a relationship between the attributes, it is difficult to show it. Only the second round of the test of the epic companion pet evolution can be used. The result of the second round of testing was still the same. After sacrificing more than a dozen epic companion pets, the attributes of the monk-robed skeleton were still not tested. The only certainty is that the monk skeleton is indeed not a Buddhist. Zhou Wen has been thinking about how to safely get the companion eggs of the great white elephant out, so he is also studying the attributes of the monk skeleton. But it is a pity, because the Longmen grottos in the game have not changed, and there are no mountain temples and monks skeletons, so there is no way to test them in the game. Zhou Wen thought about it and thought of a way that was not the way to go. The life of the ancient spore is immortal, even if its attributes are not strong, but it is not an easy task to kill it. Even the golden sword brilliance of the golden tyrant sword with the two skills of attacking and invincible cannot kill the ancient spores, which shows the strength of the eternal life. For now, Zhou only knows that there are two kinds of skills that can directly kill Taiku spores, the vision of the whole candle and the talent of Taisui itself. So Zhou thought, let Taiku spore enter the mountain temple, to try it out, maybe he can find something. With the decision, Zhou no longer hesitated, released the ancient spores, and let it float slowly in the direction of the mountain temple. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The ancient spores slowly drifted across the river and drifted towards the mountain temple. Although there are quite a few Tian and Lux wandering around, none of the creatures can find the existence of the ancient spores. Zhou found that the use of ancient spores to explore the way is so good that few dimensional creatures can discover its existence. Taiku spore came to the front of the mountain temple unimpeded all the way, but there was a problem. As soon as Taiku spore entered the mountain temple, because the entire mountain temple was shrouded in golden light, the ancient spores came into contact with the golden light. Although they were not killed by the golden light like those epic companion pets before, their conflict with the golden light produced brilliance, like a firefly light. Although the light was not very conspicuous, it made the primordial spore lose its advantage of being invisible. The ancient spore flew around in the golden light, and soon came to the side of the companion egg of the great white elephant. Because of the existence of the eternal life, it was never killed by the golden light. It seems too risky to let the ancient spores fly to the monk's skeleton when it has already been exposed. Zhou is not greedy, so he let the ancient spores land on the companion eggs of the great white elephant, and then let the ancient spores push the companion eggs. Give it a try. Can the companion eggs be pushed out from the mountain temple? The power of the ancient spore is very weak, but it is compared with the mythical creature. Anyway, it also has a power of 41, and it is more than enough to push the companion egg of the great white elephant. Now Zhou is just a little worried, and I don't know if the skeleton in the monk's clothes will interfere. Zhou is always observing the movement of the skeleton in the monk's clothes. As long as he changes a little, Zhou will immediately let the ancient spores escape by himself and drop the companion eggs. As a result, there was no response from the skeleton in the monk's clothes, and the ancient spore stuck on the companion egg of the great white elephant, pushing the companion egg to slowly roll out of the temple. Suddenly, the soldiers monitoring the mountain temple discovered the vision of the companion eggs of the great white elephant, and immediately reported it to their superiors. After a while, Tianzua, Qin Wufu, and others all came out. As expected, they saw the companion eggs of the great white elephant. The mountain temple rolled out. What's going on? Why did the companion egg roll out by itself? Qin Wufu said in surprise after looking at the telescope for a while. Because after leaving the mountain temple, the ancient spores did not have the light produced by the confrontation with the golden light. Qin Wufu and the others could not see the existence of the ancient spores at all. And Tianzua was also a little puzzled, and ordered the soldiers, emergency alert to prevent accidents. After giving the order, Tianzua carefully observed the companion egg, but still didn't see any problems, as if the companion egg had spirituality and rolled down the mountain. The tutors of the academy and the epic powerhouses of the giants were also attracted. Although they all wanted the companion eggs of the great white elephant, they felt a little strange when they saw the companion eggs of the big white elephant rolled out by themselves, and no one dared to go up. Grab. It's coming, to the station. After someone found that the companion egg rolled down, he jumped into the river by himself, crossed the river slowly, rolled to the shore here, and rolled toward the station. Come over. Everyone be careful. All the officers and soldiers, mentors, and epic-level powerhouses were all waiting, staring at the companion egg as if facing a big enemy, and Tianzhua and Leng Zongjing were also staring at the companion egg. Zhou Wen originally just wanted to get the companion egg out, but he didn't expect such a big battle. Under the watchful eyes, it seems a little bad to get the companion egg now. Zhou Wen was still hesitating about what to do. The companion egg had already rolled to the front of the station, and the soldiers aimed their guns at it. It seemed that they were only waiting for an order to shoot frantically together. Those epic powerhouses have also summoned companion pets. And it seems that they are ready to fight. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Don't be nervous. It's coming to me. Zhou Wen could only bite the bullet and go out, raised his hands, and waved to the soldiers, signaling them, don't shoot. Everyone was startled when they heard him say this, and Tianzua's expression was even more strange. What is it that it came to find me? Anyway, how did Tianzua and the others hear this? How awkward. A companion egg ran down from the mountain temple to find Zhou Wen? Could it be that it has been resting in the mountain temple for too long, and wants to go down the mountain to chat with Zhou Wen? Isn't this bullshit? Everyone stared at Zhou Wen with weird expressions. The soldiers didn't put down their guns, and the companion pets of the epic powerhouse were still staring at the companion eggs. Obviously, they couldn't believe what Zhou Wen said. Zhou Wen could only bite the bullet and beckon to the companion egg, and said, "It's all right, I'll take it back, everyone, let's go." Everyone was surprised when they saw that the companion egg actually rolled towards Zhou Wen. Could it be that, for something like a companion egg, you still find acquaintances yourself? Many people looked complicated. Zhou Wen picked up the companion egg and walked back. At this time, Tianzua waved his hand, indicating that the officers and soldiers should return to their places, and those soldiers put down their guns. It seems that Master Wen's popularity is really good, and even the companion egg will come to him by himself. And Xing said with a smile. And Tianzua said with a cold face, "It's just a small means of not letting go." After speaking, he ignored everyone and went back to the office on his own. This Xiao Zhou is getting more and more interesting. Leng Zongjing glanced at Zhou Wen with a smile, then turned and left. The fact that the companion egg went down the mountain to chat with Zhou Wen immediately spread in the station, and it became more and more mysterious. You don't know, that day was windy and cold, and countless heroes used 18 kinds of companion pets. But none of them were able to take out the companion eggs of the big white elephant from the mountain temple. It can be said that there were countless casualties. But who would have thought that in the middle of the night, when the night was dark and windy, the companion egg of the great white elephant could not bear the loneliness, and went down the mountain to chat with the young master, Zhou Wenzhou. Speaking of the young master, Zhou Wenzhou, he is not an ordinary person. At the Qizishan station, there is a doctor named Xiao Zhou, who cured the strange diseases of the chess pieces. Now at the Longmen Grotto station, he has shown his great power. Again, eliminating the mushroom monsters that many famous masters were helpless. A former chess piece, when Shan was stationed, he had seen Zhou Wen's soldiers, and he was vividly explaining to other colleagues who missed it because of their rotation. Do you know why Zhou Wenzhou has so many magical abilities? To be honest, the cousin and brother-in-law of My third uncle's niece's second aunt is the gardener of the Yin family. According to his reliable sources, Master Wen is Lan Lan, Madam's son, Lord Overseer's younger brother. If you ask me why Master Wen's surname is Zhou and not An, then you will have to tell a story. You may not believe it. In fact, Lord Overseer and Master Wen are twins. When Mrs. Lan gave birth at that time, a big enemy came, and after Madame Lan gave birth to the warden and Master Wen, the bad guys robbed Master Wen. Ordinary soldiers don't know about the An family and the Zhou family, but they just heard that Zhou Wen is Mrs. Lan's son, and with some associations, the rumors become more and more mysterious. When the rumor reached Tian's ears, and Tian's eyes twitched for a long time, but he didn't say a word. And Xing stood aside and didn't dare to say a word. His expression was solemn, his face tensed, but for some reason, he seemed very uncomfortable. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Old Zhou, how on earth did you do this? Li Xian widened his eyes and looked at the companion egg that Zhou Wen brought back. Feng Qiuyan also saw that the companion egg went down the mountain to find Zhou Wen, and after thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized, Coach, you must be proficient in egg language and be able to communicate with the companion egg, right? Zhou Wen was speechless for a while, and could only explain. I used a miniature companion pet to push the companion eggs down, and they can speak egg like eggs. So it is. Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan suddenly realized. Zhou Wen took time to look at the attributes of the great white elephant companion egg with his mobile phone, and found that the attributes were quite good. The white colossus, myth. Destiny, guardian elephant. Soul of life, divine Feng. Wheel of fortune, guardian of the holy. Strength, 80. Speed, 72. Physical fitness, 79. Vitality, 80. Talent skills, holy power, heavenly pillar strike, holy shock. Associated state, mounts. Another mount? Zhou Wen was suddenly a little depressed. He only had one, but how could it be possible to ride two companion pets at the same time? After thinking about it, Zhou Wen did not put the white giant elephant in his mobile phone, nor did he hatch it. The white giant elephant and the Dawei King Kong bull are one type of companion pet, and their attributes are not as good as the Dawei King Kong bull. Even if they hatch, they are not very useful to Zhou Wen. As for using it as a general companion pet, Zhou Wen felt that it was unnecessary. Now that he has the ability to farm mythical companion eggs, there must be many mythical companion pets with this attribute in the future, and those mythical companion eggs cannot be sold. This white giant elephant's companion egg, it's better to sell or exchange it, I'm useless anyway. Zhou Wen thought about it, and it seemed inappropriate to sell it. Mythical companion pets are now rare materials, and the entire Federation is estimated to have more than 100, which is no longer something that money can measure. And it's useless for Zhou Wen to take so much money. His pursuit of material life is not high. Old Zhou, your luck is also very good. How old are you, and you got another mythical companion pet? It is estimated that the old guys from the 6 major families do not have as many mythological companion pets as you. Li Xian envied. Said. If you want, you can pay to take it. Zhou Wen said. Really or not? Li Xian was slightly startled, but he didn't expect Zhou Wen to say that. Of course it's true, I'm short of money, you can't miss me in terms of price. Zhou Wen felt that it would be good for Li Xian to get a mythical companion pet. I got my mind, but I can't take this companion egg. My first mythical companion egg must be typed out by myself. Li Xian said very seriously. Chuyan, what about you, are you interested? Zhou Wen asked Feng Chuyan again. The big white elephant is not suitable for me. Feng Chuyan was more direct. Zhou Wen was depressed. Now he wants to send out the companion egg, but no one wants it. You are not interested, then I will go to Ansheng to help me sell it. Zhou Wen said and called Ansheng. Master Wen, do you have anything important? If there is nothing important, I'll go to you after I finish my work. Ansheng carefully glanced at Tianzhua with a gloomy face and said, It's not a big deal. It's the companion egg of the white giant elephant. I want to sell it. Please help to see if anyone wants it. Zhou Wen said. Ansheng was immediately surprised and said, Master Wen, are you going to sell the companion eggs of the white giant elephant? Why do you do this? If there is a problem with hatching, we can help you. No, I just think it's useless. It's a waste to stay with me. I want to change something useful. Zhou Wen said. Ansheng was speechless for a while, and some people thought that mythological companion pets were useless, so he heard Zhou Wen say this alone. But thinking about it is right, Zhou Wen has too many mythical companion pets, and there are such terrifying existences as the candle dragon and the tyrant beeman, a white giant elephant. To him, it is really nothing. Master Wen, you wait, I'll go to you and talk to you face to face. Ansheng hung up and was worried. Overseer, Master Wen wants to sell the companion eggs of the white giant elephant. Ansheng said to An Tianzhua. Ansheng said so loudly just now, and Tianzhua naturally heard it long ago, and said with a blank face, I don't know what to say. He starts to be arrogant when he has a little wealth, since he wants to sell, you can buy it, he wants, give him as much as you want, and don't miss him a penny. Master Wen is not a greedy person. He said he wanted to sell it, but he actually wanted to use it for us. Ansheng defended Zhou Wen. There's no sincerity at all, is this how you give it away? And even if it's a gift, it's for you. I have nothing to do with him, and I won't take anything from him. So it should be you, not us. Next time, you should use more accurate words. As my adjutant, you can't even use the words accurately. How is this adjutant? And Tianzhua waved his hand and said, Don't bother me, just do your business. And Ansheng had to leave the office and go to Zhou Wen's place. Master Wen, what do you want to change? Ansheng asked, looking at the companion egg of the white giant elephant. I want 5 million. Zhou Wen said. This is a trivial matter, mythical companion eggs are far more than this price. Zhou Wen Dao. The rest, I'm going to change to some special epic level vitality skill crystals. Zhou Wen thought about it and said, his current attack methods are still a bit too simple, he wants to try it out. Can he develop a god level one? Attack skills. Be specific. Ansheng said. It's best to have some attacking skills with special effects, preferably palm techniques. Zhou Wen always wanted to take his ash palm a step further, but he didn't have the right direction. That's it, I don't think you've thought about it. I'll get you a list when I get back. Ansheng said. Okay, then it's settled, you can take the companion egg with you. Zhou One was quite satisfied with this transaction. And Xing was not polite, and brought back the companion egg of the great white elephant, and soon brought Zhou a catalog with many epic-level vitality skills crystals. However, the crystals of vitality skills only have names, so I don't know what kind of skills they are. You can't tell what kind of vitality skills you are just by looking at the crystals of vitality skills. The ones you can pick are probably the attributes. It's best to pick some crystals of vitality skills that match your vitality skills, and Xing said. Zhou watched for a while, but didn't know what vitality skills to pick. He has also revealed a lot of vitality skill crystals himself, and he has also learned a lot of skills, but there are very few that he can really use in normal times. Master Wen, if you are undecided, I have a suggestion. And Xing said. What advice? Zhou asked. It's better to change an opportunity instead of changing the crystallization of vitality skills. And Xing said seriously. What chance? Zhou looked at Xing puzzled. Back then, Lord Overseer and I entered a mysterious dimensional realm. And Xing said eloquently. https:// please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. According to Xing, he and Tian were accidentally trapped in a mysterious dimensional field, which was like a maze, and there were many treasure chests in the maze. Opening the treasure chests might get some companion eggs, dimensional crystals or something weird, maybe nothing at all. And Tian's first mythical companion egg was obtained from there, but one person can only open up to 3 treasure chests in the labyrinth. And Xing's luck was not very good. He opened 3 treasure chests and did not get the mythical companion egg, but he was not completely unsuccessful in that maze, and Xing obtained a mysterious elixir from the treasure box. After using it, his physique changed a bit. Before, and Xing told Zhou that he was particularly sensitive to spiritual bodies because of the mysterious elixir. In this day and age, it's really amazing. There are still such good places. I don't know how many bizarre dimensional fields there are all over the world, and how many people have obtained adventures in them. The adventures of those martial arts novels in the past are really true in this era. It's too common, Zhou said with emotion. However, Zhou has a bit of an advantage. Other people's adventures are met by fate, but he only needs to download a copy, and he can slowly encounter them, and there will always be a chance to meet them. Other people's adventures can be said to be the choice, but the mysterious mobile phone has turned the choice into a necessity. The world is changing, people are changing, and so is the Federation, but no matter how the world changes, one thing will not change. And Xing said. What? Zhou couldn't think of anything else that would not change. In this world, the winner is the king. And Xing said seriously. Zhou was stunned. This didn't sound like and Xing's style. He thought Xing was going to talk about his family. And Xing smiled and said, let's talk about the maze. The maze itself will change automatically. If you want to get out of it, you need to know the Book of Changes and the Chiman Duanjia technique. Back then, the overseer took me through the maze. A total of 12 treasure chests were found. The 2 of us opened 6, and the remaining 6, the overseer originally wanted Madame and Miss Jing to open them. But in the labyrinth, epic-level strength is needed to survive. Jing Miss has not had a chance to go yet. Madam, she has been investigating the matter of Mr. Ouyang, and she has no time to go. Now she is investigating the matter of Chuhi, and it is estimated that she will not go. You exchange the white giant elephant for the opportunity to enter, go touch it, get lucky. After all, this is Sister Lan's opportunity. Wouldn't it be bad if I changed it? Zhou hesitated. There's nothing wrong. The best of those treasure chests are mythical companion eggs. If you are unlucky, there may be nothing. You can exchange the mythical companion eggs for a chance, which is reasonable. And if the lady doesn't go, you take. This opportunity is better than cheap outsiders. And Xing said. Zhou was right when he thought about it. Since Sister Lan didn't go, it was fair and reasonable for him to trade the white giant elephant companion egg for this opportunity. All right. Zhou nodded slightly. Then I'll take you there after the matter of the Longmen Grottos is resolved. The place is not in Luoyang, and before you go, you have to memorize the changes of the maze route. I'll give you the maze route map when you go back. And Xing smiled. After Xing left, Zhou continued to brush his copy of the game. Entering the copy of the Longmen Grottos, brushing the little tiger once, still found nothing, making Zhou a little numb to the disappointment. Why didn't the dungeon in the game change along with it? If the dungeon in the game can change along with it, I can try to crack the secret of Jin Guang in the game. Zhou thought a little greedily. Ding! When Zhou was swiping the endless Xinghai, he exploded a crystal of vitality skill. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the Kong Jinlong vitality skill that he had been waiting for a long time. It's finally out. Zhou was overjoyed. He's been playing for many days, and the other 6 places in Qinglong Chisu have already achieved a lot. But only this Kong Jinlong has been unable to get it out, and today finally got what he wanted. Can't wait to absorb the crystal of vitality skills. Zhou felt that there was another nail-like vitality point in his body. After this vitality point was formed, the other 6 vitality points that were originally dead holes suddenly seemed to come to life between the 7 vitality points, forming a vitality cycle. Jiao, Kong, Di, Feng, Xin, tail. Ji, the shape of Chisu, is very similar to that of a dragon. Is the heart, the tail is the tail, and the K is the tail. The vitality flowed in the 7 vitality holes, like a blue dragon. Zhou could even hear the sound of the blue dragon's long chant faintly. Zhou glanced at the data in the game and found that the 7 vitality skills had disappeared and had become a kind of vitality skills. Eastern Songlong. 7 residents, mortal fetus Jiamu Jiao, Kong Jinlong, Ditu raccoon dog, Fengri rabbit, Xingyue fox, Taihuohu, Jishui leopard. Zhou saw that the vitality skills were still at the mortal level, and he did not increase the level because of the combination of the 7 skills, but the vitality skills that had been unable to use before could now be used. Zhou tried to use the skill of Dongfeng Songlong Chisu in the game. The vitality in his body rose, and it turned into an invisible dragon-like energy, which wrapped around Zhou body and protected his body. This seems to be a bit similar to the function of the Lotus Buddha body. It is a body-protecting vitality technique. But it seems to be much weaker than the Lotus Buddha body. Zhou couldn't help but hesitate. He had not used the Lotus Buddha body for a long time, because it was true, not strong enough. The current Eastern Songlong Chisu is only mortal, and the effect is even weaker. When Zhou was using it, he found that Songlong Chisu could also be transformed into 7 different forms such as Xinyueu and Fengritu, and he didn't feel anything special. After brushing for so long, is it just a body-protecting vitality technique? Zhou felt that something was wrong. The vitality technique named after the 28 constellations was so difficult to brush, it shouldn't be so weak. Would you like to get together the 28 constellation vitality skills to try? Zhou was still a little unwilling, and decided to brush other constellation skills if he had time. However, Zhou didn't plan to do it again, that is, when he was looking for the Doxing beast, if he saw it, he would brush it along the way. It's the best if you can get it together, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Controlling the blood-colored villain. To constantly search for star-fighting beasts in the endless star sea, after going to other star areas, he really learned other star skills. After brushing for a long time, Zhou discovered the rules. There are 4 constellation areas. In the south, and northwest, each constellation area has a vitality skill that is particularly difficult to brush, and if you do not gather all the 7 vitality skills in this constellation area, the vitality skills cannot be used. If the 4 constellation areas of Songlong, Suzaku, Baihu, and Xuanwu are all gathered together, I don't know what effect it will have. Zhou just thought so, and did not deliberately go out to pursue the integrity of the 28 constellations. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. While Zhou and the others were busy guarding the Longmen Grottos, another companion pet challenged the primordial sword immortal. A companion pet named Heavy Titan. Reloaded Titans and Tyrant Beemen are a type of companion pets. They are both physically strong and powerful, especially their defenses are very terrifying. The Heavy Titan is covered in heavy armor, and when it uses the power of the Wheel of Fortune, almost no one can break its heavy armor. The Taiku Sword. Immortal has not been able to cut through the armor of the Reloaded Titan, but the IQ of the Taiku Immortal Sword is much higher than that of the Reloaded Titan, and its speed is fast. As soon as the time limit of the Wheel of Fortune ended, he was completely abused by the primordial sword immortal, and he still failed to force out the Wheel of Fortune power of the primordial sword immortal. Zhou also watched the video of that battle later. The Reloaded Titan is indeed similar to the Tyrant Beeman, but it is not as flexible as the Tyrant Beeman, and the Wheel of Fortune is also a purely defensive force, unlike the Tyrant Beeman's absolute power is offensive type. I don't know if the suction force caused by the absolute power of the Tyrant Beeman can attract the ancient sword fairy. If it can be sucked and forced to fight recklessly, the Tyrant Beeman will have a chance to win. If it can't be absorbed, the tyrant will be more Mang will face the same embarrassing situation as reloading the Titan. Zhou calculated silently, and felt that the possibility of the Tyrant Beeman defeating the ancient sword immortal was relatively low. It's not that the strength is invincible, but the IQ is too poor. And the ability to gain gram does not take advantage. There is not much left in the 3-month period, and no one can force the power of the Wheel of Fortune of the primordial sword immortal. I'm afraid this first place is not easy to compete. Zhou thought for a while, unless he let the candle dragon go up. Directly use the whole candle horizon, otherwise the first position will be difficult to get back. Why do you think so much? Before the 3-month deadline, I didn't know if the matter in the Longmen Grottos could be solved. Maybe I didn't have time to participate in the war at all. It's useless to think too much. Zhou could only think about it too much. I will brush the dungeon when I have time, but most of the time I need to help the Sunset Army fight against the dimensional creatures that rushed out of the Longmen Grottos. In fact, there is not much time to brush the dungeon. There are a large number of dimensional creatures rushing out of the Longmen Grottos every day, but most of the time, no mythical dimensional creatures appear. They appeared a few times, and they were all killed by Principal Lung, but there were no mythical companion eggs. A myth-level vitality. Technique crystal. It's gone, the skeleton in the monk's robe is gone. The soldiers who were monitoring the Longmen grottos discovered something strange, and the skeleton in the monk's robe disappeared. But the door of the stone house opened, and pure white light shone out. Just when people were suspicious, the big golden bird came out of the sky and flew towards the stone house. Its body is huge, and the stone house is short and small, and the door is even lower, but when the golden bird flew in front of the stone house, its body gradually became smaller, and it flew in like a dove. Zhou Wen was approached by Lung Zongjing, and finally decided to let Lung Zongjing and Sheng and Zhou Wen enter the stone house to investigate together. And Tianzhua still has to guard Luoyang and cannot take risks easily. Especially at this time, the mythical creatures may rush out of the Longmen grottos at any time, and someone needs to guard them, otherwise they will all go in, and no one can suppress the mythical creatures, and I am afraid that the whole of Luoyang will be finished. Although I haven't been able to determine the attributes of the monk's skeleton, but now, I can only take a step by step. After entering the stone house, safety is the first priority. If you find something wrong, you must exit as soon as possible. Lung Zongjing told Zhou Wen and An Sheng. Both of them expressed their understanding, and Lung Zongjing took them to the stone house together. And Tianzhua sent them up the mountain, but didn't say anything. Lung Zongjing summoned a small beast to explore the road ahead. Without the monk's skeleton, the golden light in the mountain temple would not exist, and there would be no danger. The three entered the mountain temple smoothly and came to the stone house. Zhou Wen has been trying to spy on the situation in the stone house, but regardless of his own eyesight, even the ability to listen carefully cannot penetrate the white light in the stone house. You are all behind me. If there is an accident, exit immediately without any hesitation. Lung Zongjing warned again. Zhou Wen took out the avatar and put it on his body, and at the same time switched the origin chi art to the Tao body, and the gods were ready to avoid the soul. It's a pity that the door is too small. If you call Liuyi out, you can't enter the door, so Zhou Wen didn't summon Liuyi for the time being, and planned to summon it immediately. After entering the door, Lung Zongjing had already let the little beast enter the stone house, and after confirming that there was no danger of death, he led Zhou Wen and the two into the stone house together. Zhou Wen walked into the stone gate and his body entered the white light. It felt very strange, like walking in water. But those white lights were unreachable existences. Because of the white light, Zhou Wen couldn't see anything, but this feeling didn't last long. After taking 3 steps, the white light in front of him disappeared, and his eyes returned to clarity. But the sight in front of him surprised Zhou Wen. The scene in front of you, what kind of stone house is there? Just see a mysterious country in front of it. The style of the building is very peculiar. Those towers, buildings, monuments, and upstairs, there are all kinds of Buddha statues carved. What is even more surprising is that this country is actually paved with gold bricks, and all the buildings and statues are made of gold, which looks resplendent and dazzling. There are all kinds of mysterious Buddha statues, and people are dazzled. There are many Buddha statues that Zhou Wen has never seen before, and it does not match the style of the Longmen grottos. In the center of the Buddhist country, there is a huge golden statue of a sitting Buddha, more than 1,000 feet high. From a distance, the body of the Buddha statue passes through the clouds, and its eyebrows are lowered, as if looking down at all things in the world. Zhou looked at the shape of the Buddha statue, and it looked a bit like Lushina Buddha. As far as Zhou knew, Lushina Buddha was a Sambhogakaya Buddha who had attained the Buddhahood of absolute truth and was a symbol of wisdom in Buddhism. Legend has it that in the Longmen grottos, there is a face of Lushana Buddha, which was carved according to the face of an ancient queen. Of course, this is just a legend. Seeing that Xing and Leng Zongjing were beside him, Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked at them, he saw that they were looking at the front of the long street. I saw the skeleton wearing a monk's robe walking on the long street, holding the golden crystal beads in his hand, as if holding a small sun, walking step by step in the direction of the great Buddha. I don't know why, the skeleton in the monk's clothes walked very slowly, step by step, like walking on thin ice. In the sky, the golden bird spread its wings and flew in the direction of the Buddha. It was like a rock and fluttered its wings for thousands of miles, but for some reason, it was not able to shorten the distance from the Buddha. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex. Novel mobile version reading URL. Zhou had already summoned the six-winged guardian dragon and appeared on his back in a dragon wing state. In reality, Zhou did not dare to be careless when he entered such a strange place. Turning his head and taking a look, he found that there was no sure man behind him, and there was an endless void behind this huge Golden Buddha country was suspended in the void like an island, and they were standing in the Golden Buddha country edge. Zhou looked around and found no way to go back. He looked at Xing and asked, Asheng, can you see the way back? Xing shook his head and said, I can't see it, I'm afraid things are a little troublesome. Master Wen, you must always be careful. Leng Zongjing said, look at the position between the eyebrows of the Buddha. Zhou and Xing looked over, and saw a huge piece of colored glaze radiating a strange brilliance between the eyebrows of the Buddha. In terms of Buddhism, it should be the appearance of white hair, one of the 32 appearances of the Tathagata, representing the source of all religions. Xing said. Leng Zongjing nodded and said, the appearance of the white hair is one of the true features of the Buddha, and it shrinks between the eyebrows. When the craftsman carves the Buddha statue, there is no way to show the true appearance of the appearance of the white hair. He only engraves a circle or a swirl to represent it. The appearance of the white hair. Do you feel a little strange when you look at the white hair carefully? Zhou and Xing stared at each other, only to feel that the Baihao was radiant, like a pure glass. Because the power of listening from too far cannot reach such a long distance, Zhou did not feel the danger coming, so he switched to the small prajna, strengthened his senses with the octave prajna and the soul of the prison king, and then carefully looked at the white hair. At this glance, Zhou immediately saw the clue, that Baihao was not a glaze at all, it was clearly a cocoon made of crystal filaments. That's the guardian's cocoon. Zhou was surprised. Leng Zongjing said solemnly, it seems that the cocoon of the guardian is correct. I originally thought that the Longmen grottos only had the one in the Longjing, but I didn't expect there was another. Could it be that everything that happened in the Longmen grottos is the reason for the guardian's cocoon? But it doesn't make sense. Doesn't it mean that the guardian will only choose humans as contractors? What are the skeletons and Garudas here for? Zhou frowned. No one could answer his question. The three of them watched from a distance as the monk-robed skeleton walked towards the Buddha, and also watched the Garuda fly at a high speed. But neither the skeleton in the monk's robe nor the Garuda, the distance between them could be narrowed, as if they were running in place. There is great terror in this Buddhist country, and extraordinary creatures can pass through it. Xiao Zhou, you summon that great majestic bull, and see if it can approach the Buddha statue. Leng Zongjing said. Zhou Wen quickly summoned the Dawei King Kong bull and let it try to walk in the direction of the Buddha. It's strange to say that the Garuda flies so fast, it can travel hundreds of miles with the flap of its wings, but it still can't get close to the Buddha. But this mighty King Kong bull just walked slowly on the golden bricks, but it was easy to narrow the distance, and he was about to catch up with the skeleton in the monk's clothes. As expected, only Buddha-type creatures can pass through the Buddha country. That monk skeleton is really not a Buddha-type creature. It should rely on the crystal in its hand to slowly walk towards the Buddha. But what happened to the Garuda? It's not even close, it's worse than the monk skeleton. Leng Zongjing asked Zhou when to summon the Dawei King Kong Yo back, lest it meet the monk skeleton. At this moment, I suddenly heard a bird chirping resounding through the night sky, and I saw the golden-winged bird, which suddenly grew in size. Like a golden cloud covering the sky, almost shrouding the entire Buddhist country in shadows. Its wings vibrated, and the terrifying power ripped apart the void, and quickly approached the Buddha, breaking through the strange power restrictions of the Buddha country. What a terrifying power! It is estimated that only the giant tyrant Beeman can compare with it. Zhou Wen was surprised. Soon, Garuda flew before the big Buddha statue. As expected by Leng Zongjing, it really came for the guardian's cocoon. It flew to the top of the Buddha's head, and one claw grabbed the guardian's cocoon. The monk-clothed skeleton also noticed the Garuda's behavior. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he lifted the crystal in his hand. From the crystal, a golden light shot out, and instantly slammed into the Garuda's body. The Garuda didn't dare to be hit by the golden light, gave up the guardian's cocoon, and fluttered to dodge the crystals in the hands of the monk skeleton kept emitting streaks of golden light, preventing the Garuda from getting close to the guardian's cocoon. The golden-winged bird's actions were interrupted several times, and it suddenly became fierce. With a flutter of its wings, it turned into a golden light and rushed towards the skeleton in the monk's clothes, and there was a thunderous light in its eyes. The skeleton in the monk's clothes raised the crystal in his hand to emit golden light as he walked forward, fighting the Garuda. Garuda seems to be a little afraid of the crystal in its hand, and every time it is forced back by the light emitted by the crystal. Leng Zongjing stared at the monk skeleton and the crystal in its hand for a long time, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, Leng Zongjing suddenly turned his head to look at Zhou Wen and said, Xiao Zhou, let the great power King Kong Ox carry us to the great Buddha. There. Although Leng Zongjing didn't explain why he did this, Zhou Wen quickly summoned the Dawei King Kong Miao when he saw his solemn expression. Fortunately, the size of the Dawei King Kong bull is huge, and it is still more than enough for 3 people. The 3 sat on the back of the bull, and the great power King bull immediately ran towards the great Buddha. The monk-clothed skeleton needed to walk to the Buddha step by step, but the Dawei King Kong bull ran very fast and caught up with the monk-clothed skeleton in a short time. While it was fighting with the golden-winged Duping bird, it rushed past it. The monk-clothed skeleton saw the Dawei King Kong bull running over with the 3 people on his back. The strange light source in the eye socket immediately lit up, and the crystal in his hand suddenly glowed with golden light. Just like when he was in the mountain temple, covering a large area, turning the Dawei King Kong Miao and Zhou Wen were enveloped in it. Zhou Wen immediately felt that the heavy armor of the gods on his body melted like a bubble, and even the body of the Dawei King Kong bull, who sat down, could not bear the terrifying golden light. Like a burnt candle, the golden flesh was melting. The situation of Leng Zongjing and Sheng was the same. The armors on their bodies were melting, but in just a moment, the armors of the three people could no longer support them and were about to collapse. Zhou Wen pulled out the golden tyrant sword and chopped at the monk skeleton, and at the same time ordered the Dawei King Kong bull to use the soul-suppressing bell. As soon as the soul-suppressing bell rang, the skeleton in the monk's clothes froze for a moment, and the golden light emitted by the crystal in his hand also dimmed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leng Zongjing and Sheng also shot at the same time. Leng Zongjing summoned the Qinghong flying sword that Zhou Wen had seen before, and slashed at the monk-clothes skeleton, while Sheng used the text ability of love letters to hit the monk-clothes skeleton. A text. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. The dizzy time of the soul-suppressing bell was too short. When the golden sword slashed on the monk's skeleton, the monk skeleton had already reacted. It held the crystal in one hand and waved with the other. The golden sword light was instantly shattered by it, and the Qinghong Feijian was swept away almost at the same time. When the text that Sheng typed came in front of it, it opened its mouth and blew a strange cold wind, which actually blew the power of the text away. With one enemy and three, the skeleton in the monk's clothes still has the upper hand. The crystal in his hand is held up again, and the golden light radiates fiercely. It's just that this golden light was not directed at Zhou Wen and the three of them, and turned into a beam of light that shot towards the Garuda. It turned out that the Garuda took advantage of the monks skeleton and Zhou Wen and the three of them to fight, and flew to the big Buddha again, trying to grab the guardian's cocoon on the big Buddha's eyebrows. Let's go to the great Buddha. Leng Zongjing shouted loudly, seemingly unintentionally entangled with the monk's skeleton. Zhou Wen hurriedly asked the Dawei King Kong bull to rush towards the Buddha. The skeleton and the Garuda were fighting, and he couldn't care about them. Soon, the Dawei Vajra bull ran to the foot of the Buddha, but it couldn't fly, and it was difficult to climb the Buddha. It should be all right now, let's go up, Leng Zongjing said. He had already jumped up from the back of the cow, stepped on the Qinghong flying sword, and flew towards the guardian's cocoon. Zhou Wen also put away the Dawei King Kong bull and fluttered his wings to catch up. Sheng jumped quickly on the Buddha, and the speed was slightly slower. Leng Zongjing seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't wait for them and rushed up alone. Garuda and the monk-robed skeleton, who were fighting, found Leng Zongjing and they rushed towards the guardian's cocoon, but they stopped at the same time and attacked Leng Zongjing together. Help me entangle them, don't let them come up. Leng Zongjing was extremely bold. He stepped on the Qinghong Feijian and jumped to the guardian's cocoon, while the Qinghong Feijian met the monk's clothes skeleton. Another white light flew out, the white parrot that Zhou Wen had seen before, flapping its wings to meet the Garuda. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and then swung his sword towards the monk's skeleton. The crystal in the monk's skeleton's hand was too terrifying. If he entangled it, Leng Zongjing would have more chances. But the golden light of the crystal in the hand of the skeleton in the monk's clothes flashed, and the golden sword light was shattered, and the Qinghong Feijian also flew to the side automatically, daring not to be caught by the golden light. Go! Zhou Wen summoned the tyrant Beeman, and let it rush to the monk's skeleton, and he rushed to the Garuda. Boom! The tyrant beeman's body fell to the ground and roared at the monk's skeleton. The crystals in the hands of the monk's skeleton radiated golden light and hit the tyrant beeman. The tyrant beeman raised his arm to block, but his arm was actually shot through by the golden light. In the next second, the tyrant beeman turned on his absolute power, and his body seemed to turn into a black hole, distorting and deforming the surrounding space, forming a strange suction. The body of the skeleton in the monk's clothes was sucked towards the tyrant beeman, and it was not to be outdone. It raised the crystal in its hand again, and emitted a terrifying golden light, shining on the tyrant beeman. However, the golden light was actually suppressed by the absolute power of the tyrant beeman, and the tyrant beeman stepped up with the golden light and punched the skeleton in the monk clothes. Boom! The ground paved with gold bricks was blasted into a big pit by the tyrant beeman, and the skeleton in the monk clothes did not know how to dodge the attack of the tyrant beeman and dodged a few hundred meters away. The tyrant beeman roared and immediately chased after him again. In the sky, the white parrot actually spit out human words, screaming while flying, "Little eagle cub, go back and ask your mother, see whose cub you are?" Seeing Daddy, he didn't even kneel and call Daddy. "Dare to fight with your daddy, it's like a beast. If I knew this, I should have shot you on the wall in the first place." Zhou Wen has never seen a companion pet that can be so cheap and so detrimental. Its strength is not as good as that of a Garuda, so it can only blindly escape, but while escaping, it is eloquent, making the Garuda scolded furiously. Even leaving Leng Zongjing alone, he wanted to kill the white parrot. Even Zhou Wen was a little dizzy because of it, and wanted to slap it. "My son killed my father, aren't you afraid of being punished, being fried into a crispy and spicy eagle?" The white parrot screamed as he ran away. It is cheap, but its flight speed is not slow at all. It can even be compared with Garuda, and the flight path of this Dai obviously has traces of movement, not simply relying on speed. When Zhou Wen rushed up, the Garuda was already extremely angry, and saw the golden light shining on its body, and mysterious ancient secret texts appeared on its feathers, making its body glow with terrifying divine light, wings and wings. With a vibration, the figure directly tore the void and appeared on the top of the white parrot. The claws, like the sharp blade of a magic weapon, were about to grab the white parrot. The white parrot flashed, and it used the teleportation skill to flash past the Garuda's claws. No matter how awesome your son is, he is still a son. If you want to catch Lao Tzu, you can practice for another 10,000 years. There may be hope. It's a pity that its teleportation skills, like Zhou Wen's lost kingdom, can't be used continuously, and the Garuda that has run away immediately caught up with it and caught it in the air. "Let go of your daddy, what kind of skill is it to fly fast? If there is something, we will go to the ground to single out. The white parrots have been caught, but their mouths still don't stop." Zhou Wen fluttered up, and the golden sword light slashed towards the claws of the Garuda, trying to save the white parrot. Who knows that Garuda hates it so much that it doesn't even pay attention to the golden sword glow. As soon as the claws are retracted, the body of the white parrot will be torn into pieces. When the golden sword light slashed on the bird's claws, I saw white feathers flying all over the sky, and the Garuda's claws were full of white feathers, but the parrot's body was gone. "Little eagle, Daddy will teach you another trick. This is the golden cicada in the 36 strategies, learn it." I saw the white parrot, with a few sparse feathers left on its body, like a depilation. Like a chicken, he was still clambering there. This guy is not stupid. He screamed and ran behind Zhou Wen. The fleshy wings with only one feather left, and they flew very fast. What kind of bird is this, sister? Zhou Wen was full of black lines. If he was the enemy of this broken bird, he would also want to kill it first. Garuda obviously thought so, and rushed over immediately. The golden light on his body flickered like a thunderbolt, and the speed was unbelievably fast. But Zhou Wen was right in front of the parrot, and immediately bore the brunt. He had already used Feiwei Fiction to avoid the Garuda's attack, but in front of the Garuda, the god-level Feiwei Fiction looked like an electric tricycle, and like a sports car race, it was caught up before it even started. Zhou Wen slashed out the golden sword light as he retreated, but the golden sword light slashed above the golden light flickering feathers of the Garuda, and it was bounced away. Not to mention that the Garuda was not injured, he could not even stop it for a moment. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. Zhou Wen's eyes flickered strangely, and he was about to activate the pupil mirror transformed by Zhulong's young son, and use the whole candle vision to kill the ferocious Garuda. Who knows, but suddenly heard a loud bang, coming from the center of the big Buddha's eyebrows. Garuda seemed to be awakened, but he didn't pursue Zhou Wen any longer, and looked up at the big Buddha. Zhou Wen also looked over, and saw that Leng Zongjing had already reached the cocoon of the guardian, holding a knife in his hand, and the tip of the knife pierced the cocoon of the guardian. But inside the cocoon of the guardian, a hand broke out of the cocoon and grabbed the tip of the long knife that Leng Zong was stabbing. That hand was glowing with Buddha light, white and clean. And it didn't look strong, but it was holding a sharp blade, and the blade was not able to hurt that hand in the slightest. The sound just now, no wonder it was the sound of the palm breaking out of the cocoon? Zhou Wenjing heard a click again when he was surprised. The knife in Leng Zongjing's hand was actually broken by that hand. Leng Zongjing stepped back, stared solemnly at the guardian's cocoon, and muttered to himself, "It's still too late. Has it developed to this point?" Except for the tyrant Beeman, who was still chasing the monks. Skeleton, everyone stopped and looked at the guardian's cocoon. Click! Click! The guardians kept shattering, and pieces of crystal fragments fell down, and a clean Buddha light emanated from the cocoon. The Buddha statues in the entire Buddhist country seemed to come alive at this moment, and a golden Buddha statue, whether it was a statue or a carving on the wall, even heard the sound of chanting sutras. In the entire Buddhist country, mysterious murmurs reverberated like incantations, as if they were praying, and at the same time they seemed to be welcoming the arrival of something. Accompanied by the murmur, golden Buddha light rose from all the Buddha statues, and the Buddha light gathered towards the center of the Buddha's eyebrows and flowed into the rupturing companion eggs. Click! Click! Most of the cocoon formed by the crystal wire has been shattered, and Zhou Wen and the others can already see the creatures in the guardian's cocoon. It was a monk in a moon-white monk's robe, and he seemed to be no different from a human being, except that on his forehead there was a white hair, which was as crystal clear as jade and had a spiral pattern. He sat cross-legged in the cocoon, and countless Buddha lights converged in front of him, turning into one after another Buddha beads, which automatically formed a string in front of him, becoming a string of golden Buddha beads. As the Buddha's light became more and more condensed, the Buddha's figure appeared on the Buddha beads. When the guardian's cocoon was completely shattered, the string of Buddha beads finally condensed and took shape, and fell into the hands of the monk who was sitting with his eyes closed. With the Buddha beads, the entire Buddhist country became quiet, the muttering sounds like chanting sutras disappeared, and the Buddha light on the Buddha statue disappeared. I was born and Buddha died. The bhikkhu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were so clean that people felt that a glance at him was blasphemy to him. However, as the bhikkhu's voice sounded, all the Buddha statues in the entire Buddhist country were shattered. And even the giant Buddha statue that was more than 1,000 feet tall collapsed. The entire Buddha statue is being torn apart and slowly sinking in the void. The monk skeleton and the golden-winged bird all trembled as they prayed to the bhikkhu holding the Buddha beads and exuding the supreme Buddha light. The bhikkhu held a Buddha bead in one hand and pressed the other hand in the air. I saw a huge palm print on the land of the Buddhist country, and the tyrant Bhiman, who wanted to continue to attack the monk skeleton, was shot into the land. Zhou was shocked and hurriedly took the tyrant Bhiman back. Fortunately, the tyrant Bhiman was not killed, but was slightly injured. However, in the state of absolute power, he was forcibly suppressed and even suffered a little injury. The strength of that monk is terrifying and unimaginable. Principal, do you want to retreat? And Xing asked in horror as he moved quickly in the collapsed Buddha interior. There's nowhere to go, he'll be dealt with by me. The two of you can handle it. Lung Zong replied without turning his head, then looked at the monk and asked, "What's your name?" "The Buddha died," replied the monk. Lung Zongjing did not speak, but on his body, one after another of divine lights rose up, and those divine lights condensed and formed in front of him, turning into a beautiful goddess in black with a harp in his arms. Guardian? Principal Lung actually has a guardian? Zhou Wen saw the goddess in black holding a harp in front of Lung Zong, and immediately saw her identity. It turned out to be a guardian. What's your name? The monk asked, looking at the goddess holding the harp. Shenqin. When the goddess replied, her figure had turned into a stream of light, blending into Lung Zongjing's body, and at the same time forming a black dress on Lung Zongjing's body. Lung Zongjing's aura also changed dramatically because of the integration of Shenqin, just like a devil in a dress. Lung Zong is sitting in the air, and the throne of the magic piano has appeared in front of him. The castle-like vertical pipes and rows of piano keys exude a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. Different from the magical throne that Zhou Wen saw last time, this time the magical throne is even more terrifying because Lung Zongjing has broken through the god level with the help of Shenqin. Palpitations of brilliance. Lung Zongjing pressed his hands on the keys, and the sound of the piano came out from the huge castle-like vertical pipe. Zhou Wen didn't think there was anything special about the sound of the piano, but the Buddha beads in the hands of Buddha Mia were shining brightly, as if they were fighting against some kind of force. Zhou Wen didn't have time to listen to the magic of the piano sound, because Garuda had already rushed towards Lung Zongjing, as if to help the Buddha die. Zhou Wen immediately released two golden war god halberds, attacked Garuda from one side, and chopped the golden tyrant sword in his hand. The bald parrot, standing on Zhou Wen's shoulder, also called out to the Garuda, "Little eagle, cub. Your daddy is here." The monk-clothed skeleton also wanted to rush towards Lung Zongjing, but Anxing rushed over to stop him, but Anxing only had one love letter that was mythical, and that love letter was far from being an opponent of the monk-clothed skeleton. The footsteps of the skeleton in the monk's clothes. Seeing that Anxing was in danger, Zhou Wen summoned the tyrant Bhiman again and asked him to help Anxing fight against the monk-clothed skeleton. The tyrant Bhiman suffered some injuries just now, but fortunately, the injury was not serious. After rushing into the collapsing Buddhist kingdom, he immediately reactivated his absolute power. 4. Some unknown reason, the skeleton in the monk's clothes faced the tyrant Beeman without fear of death, and at the same time stuffed the crystal in his hand into his eye socket. As soon as the crystal entered the eye socket, it immediately released golden light, causing the bones of the monk's skeleton's body to burn with golden flames, as if bathed in the fire of nirvana. Boom! The bone fist of the skeleton in the monk's clothes collided with the fist of the tyrant Beeman, and they were evenly matched, and no one took advantage. The terrifying shock wave generated by the collision of forces completely destroyed the already broken street. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The tyrant Beeman is wild and unparalleled, fierce and constantly attacking, and absolute power has a time limit. It has been used for nearly 10 minutes before, and now it is reopened. The remaining time is only about 20 minutes. And it must be divided within these 20 minutes. Win or lose. And Shun did not attack the monk-clothed skeleton with the tyrant Beeman. He kept watching, as if observing and looking for opportunities. Zhou fought with Garuda. The dragon wings vibrated behind him, 2 halberds besieged from left and right, and the golden tyrant sword in his hand kept cutting out the golden sword glow. But the speed of the Garuda was so fast that Zhou vision couldn't keep up with its movements. Before he could see what was going on, he heard a click, and a golden halberd was caught by its claws. Stop! Under the force of the sharp claws, the golden god of war halberd immediately broke several sections. Zhou didn't have time to grieve for the death of the golden war god halberd, so he maximized the speed of the flying immortals outside the sky and quickly fled into the distance. If the tyrant Beeman is absolute power, then such a Garuda is absolute speed, and Zhou has not been flying for long before it has caught up. Zhou didn't even think about it. The pupil mirror in his eyes condensed a strange brilliance, making one of Zhou's eyes seem to have turned into a mirror, looking at the Garuda. The Garuda seemed to be aware of the danger, and the mysterious ancient secret text on its wings flickered. And it disappeared from Zhou's sight like that. Bang! Zhou only felt like he was hit hard on his back. His body hit the ground like a meteor, knocking a big hole out of a palace made of gold. The Garuda is more fierce and mighty, and with a flash, he grabbed another golden halberd flying in the air, and instantly cut it into several segments. Zhou got up from the ground and only felt unbearable pain on his body, but he was not seriously injured, and the avatar that was placed close to him had already shattered into ashes. Fortunately, I brought a surrogate to save my life. If I knew this earlier, I should have drawn a few more pictures. Zhou was secretly shocked. If he didn't have a surrogate to save his life, even if he didn't die, the 6-winged guardian dragon would be dead. It's a pity that the avatar is too difficult to draw. Success or failure depends on fate. Zhou painted so many pictures, and Fuji succeeded in this. 1. Later, I drew a lot of pictures, but none of them were successful, so Zhou was a little impatient to draw again. After Garuda grabbed the golden war god halberd, a pair of bloody and cold eyes looked into the hole in the palace. The wings vibrated again, and the figure disappeared instantly. Fuck your sister. Zhou's heart throbbed, goosebumps arose. Knowing that the danger was approaching, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and summoned Zhulong's young son. The huge body of Zhulong's young son appeared, which directly exploded the palace, raising his head and glaring at the sky. Zhou stood on top of its head, looked around with the ability to listen to the earrings, and found that the Garuda had fled into the sky, obviously because of the appearance of the candle dragon. But it was only for a moment, and the Garuda became fierce again. With a flick of its wings, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and its movement trajectory was not visible at all. Candle dragon! Zhou Wen called out. In fact, without Zhou Wen's order, the candle dragon has already moved. I saw that the scales on its body converged like eyelids, and rows of candle dragon eyes appeared on the whole body. It was its realm king change. Countless candle dragon eyes use the whole candle vision at the same time, just like countless mirrors are opened at the same time. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt something different, and when he turned around, he saw that behind the candle dragon, the golden-winged bird appeared, with golden light all over his body flashing like a thunderbolt, his wings fluttering wildly, and his face was full of horror. It seems to be contending with some invisible force of terror. But only after struggling twice, the figure suddenly disappeared. Zhou Wen saw in some eyes behind the candle dragon. The figure of Garuda appeared, struggled and tossed inside, and disappeared after a while. The candle whole vision converged and exited the state of being transformed from the realm. Zhou Wen quickly took Zhilong's young son back, and he must not let it take a risk. This is Zhou Wen's most powerful killer at present. It's a big loss. Zhou Wen felt a little distressed. I originally wanted to try it out and see if I could find a chance to kill the Garuda, but I ended up losing a double amulet and 2 golden halberds. Although Dongzhu vision is powerful, after killing the opponent, nothing will be left. This is too deadly, and Zhou Wen is not willing to use this skill unless it is a last resort. On the other side, the tyrant beeman kept bombarding the monk-clothed skeletons. And the powerful force defeated the monk-clothed skeletons, and the bones were broken. However, the golden light on its body burns like flames, but it makes its body seem like an immortal body. It will recover immediately after being injured. Although the tyrant beeman has the upper hand, he has never been able to kill it. Is the time limit for absolute power coming soon? Zhou Wen calculated the time, and there were about 10 minutes left, but looking at the current situation, in 10 minutes, the tyrant beeman might not be able to kill the monk-clothed skeleton. Suddenly, An Sheng, who had been watching from the side, pressed his palm on the ground and disappeared like a ghost. At this time, the tyrant beeman punched the monk-clothed skeleton back a few steps, and his body staggered. And Sheng, strangely, got out of the ground behind the monk's skeleton, jumped up, and pointed his finger on the back of the monk skeleton's head like a poisonous scorpion's tail needle. A mysterious character was printed on the back of the skull of the monk's clothes. Zhou Wen recognized it as a shocking character, which seemed to be one of the abilities of a love letter. Bang! The crystals in the eye sockets of the monk's clothes were actually shaken by An Sheng's finger, and flew out and landed on the ground. The golden flames on the monk-clothed skeleton disappeared immediately. The tyrant beeman's attack had already followed, and the monk-clothed skeleton raised his fists in a panic. Click! Without the blessing of the crystal, the hand bones of the monk's skeleton were directly smashed by the tyrant beeman, and his body staggered back. The berserk tyrant beeman punched punch after punch, brutally bombarding the monk-clothed skeleton, and with just a few punches, the fist bones of the monk-clothed skeleton were smashed into pieces. The skeleton in the monk's clothes was shaken to the ground, and the tyrant beeman pressed one paw on its sternum, and slammed the skull with one paw. After a few punches, the skull of the monk's clothes was smashed. The berserk tyrant beeman lifted the broken body of the monk's skeleton with one hand, put it into his mouth, chewed a few mouthfuls, and swallowed it. Big brother, you are here to see if there are any companion eggs left. Zhou was a little speechless. What kind of pets are these? Kill them and swallow them directly, leaving nothing. But he swallowed it all, and he couldn't spit it out. Zhou could only run over quickly and pick up the crystal that Enxing shook out of the eye socket of the monk's skeleton. In the sky, the sound of the piano is like a magic. Zhou couldn't hear the mystery of the piano sound, and the piano sound did not seem to have any effect on them, but for some reason, when he heard the piano sound, he still felt a trembling feeling deep in his heart, as if there was some kind of origin from the piano. Fear deep in the soul. But there seems to be a dark power shrouded in the body of the Buddha, like a devil hidden in the dark. People can feel its existence, but can't see it. It's just that the dark power was resisted by the golden light emanating from the Buddha beads. The devil-like power was never able to invade his body, and the two powers had been stalemate. The Garuda and the skeletons in the monk's clothes were killed, and the Buddha glanced at Zhou and Enxing, who were rushing over. The white hair between his eyebrows turned, and it seemed that the light of the Buddha came to the Buddha country. Zhou and Enxing were about to rush over to help Lin Zongjing, but when they saw the Buddha's light falling, they were all startled, and they used vitality skills and companion pets to resist the Buddha's light. But they soon discovered that the Buddha's light did not affect them at all, but where the Buddha's light descended, it illuminated the crumbling Buddha's kingdom as bright as a pure land. Zhou and Enxing suddenly widened their eyes. In the Buddha-light pure land, the Garuda and monk-robed skeletons that had just been beheaded before were reborn. In the Buddha's light, Zhou was stunned, and said to Enxing, who was beside him in surprise, Sheng, pinch me to see if I have hallucinations? I think I'm hallucinating too. Enxing swallowed and said with difficulty, Master Wen, your companion pet was able to kill them just now. Should it be okay now? It's strange that I can do it. My companion pet has been severely damaged just now. If those two guys really come back to life, the method just now will definitely not work. Zhou said. The young child of the candle dragon used the Realm King transformation, and his vitality was greatly damaged, and it was useless in a short time. Even if it was released, it was only about the same as the six-winged guardian dragon, and fighting Garuda would be courting death. The absolute power of the tyrant Beeman has almost run out, and there is no absolute power to suppress it. It is estimated that it is not an opponent of the monk-clothed skeleton. The only good news is that there is no crystal in the hand of the monk's skeleton that was bathed in the Buddha's light. It seems that the crystal is not the thing of the monk's skeleton itself, only the one in Zhou hand. But Zhou had already researched it just now, and he had not figured out how to let it emit golden light to damage the enemy. The monk skeleton and the Garuda have been resurrected at this time, and they seem to be no different from when they first entered the Buddhist kingdom. Master Wen, do you have any other companion pets that can kill them? Enxing asked. There are companion pets, I don't know if I can kill them. Zhou smiled bitterly. Then get ready to work hard. Enxing said through gritted teeth. Son, come here, your daddy is here. The bald parrot was still alive, jumping on Zhou shoulder, and shouting at the Garuda. Bang! Zhou knocked it to the ground with a punch, thinking, how could Lin Zongjing have such a companion pet? Both the monk skeleton and the Garuda rushed towards Zhou. The monk skeleton was targeting the crystal in Zhou hand, and the Garuda obviously hated Zhou Wen and the parrot, and wanted to kill Zhou Wen. And the parrot first. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the tyrant demon and let it face the monk-clothed skeleton again. Although there was no absolute force to suppress, the tyrant demon couldn't defeat the monk-clothed skeleton, but it should not be a problem to support it for a while. The most difficult thing to deal with now is Garuda. Its speed is so fast that Zhou Wen can't dodge its attack at all. He can't kill it, and it is Zhou Wen who is dead. Di Ting and Mo Ying were summoned by Zhou Wen at the same time. Zhou Wen quickly backed away, and Sheng also consciously backed away to the other side, running towards the tyrant demon. After the demon baby landed, he saw the situation clearly and hid himself, but under Zhou Wen's order, an earring was broken, and his body instantly turned into a terrifying dark gold beast. Zhou Wen grabbed the bald parrot and threw it on. Di Ting, cry, use all your strength to suckle, and scold its eighth ancestor. What do you think of this, uncle? If you scold me? Whether I want to scold my son or not depends on my mood. Now I am in a good mood, and I don't have the same knowledge as that little eagle cub. The bald parrot is still broken. With a broken thought, the Garuda has screamed and rushed over, so fast that people can't see its figure, only to see a golden lightning flashing from the sky. Listening to the truth seemed to have discovered the location of Garuda, and reached out a paw to grab it. However, its physical responsibility failed to keep up with the speed of the Garuda, and it was not able to catch the Garuda that flashed by. Instead, its chest was cut by the Garuda's wings like a blade. Listening to the body backed up, and his legs pulled out two long deep grooves on the ground paved with gold bricks. However, the Garuda's attack only left a shallow scratch on the dark golden scales on Di Ting's chest, and the scales were not cut off. Listening to the truth has the immortal golden body skill, even if it is the tyrant demon, only when he uses absolute power can his physical strength be comparable to that of listening to the truth. The speed of listening to the truth is already very fast, and it is considered to be the top speed among the mythical level, but compared with the Garuda, it is a little worse. I saw the Garuda surrounding the listening to the constant flashing attacks, which made the listening to be overwhelmed. The listening to the listening was very agile, but in front of the Garuda it seemed a bit clumsy. It was constantly attacked by bird wings and bird claws, and although it was not seriously injured, it made the spirit, which was already somewhat abnormal, even more violent. But what makes Zhou Wen gratified is that although Di Ting couldn't touch the Garuda, it wouldn't be beheaded. After all, the situation was temporarily stabilized. Zhou Wen looked at the tyrant demon, and saw that the tyrant demon was also suppressed by the monk skeleton. Without absolute power, the tyrant demon also lost his absolute dominance at the mythical level. Now the situation has completely reversed. Zhou Wen's pets are all at a disadvantage, and the situation is very bad. What worries Zhou Wen the most is that even if they can solve the monk-robed skeleton and Garuda this time, what about the next time? If Buddha's extinction can still revive them, if this goes on, no matter how powerful Zhou Wen's companion pet is, it can only be defeated. The only way is to kill the Buddha first. The situation on Leng Zongjing's side was not smooth. Obviously, the power of the magic Qin throne was not able to completely suppress the Buddha's extinction. Otherwise, the Buddha's extinction would not be free to regenerate the monk's skeleton and the Garuda. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, fluttered his wings and flew into the sky, trying to see if he could help Leng Zongjing to destroy the Buddha first. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. As soon as Zhou Wen approached the battlefield, he immediately felt something was wrong. Looking at it from a distance, I just feel that Lingzong is playing the piano, and Buddha is listening to the piano. But when Zhou Wen entered a certain range, what he saw in front of him was completely different. Leng Zongjing's magic piano throne became a terrifying magic castle. With the sound of Leng Zongjing's piano, a devil flew out of the magic castle, dancing and entangled around the Buddha, as if to lure the Buddha into the magic castle. The Buddha was surrounded by demons, looked down at his heart, held a Buddha bead in his hand, recited scriptures in his mouth, and the Buddha's light bloomed like a lotus on his body, resisting the temptation of the devil. Zhou Wen just glanced at it from a distance, and his thoughts trembled, and he couldn't help but want to fall into the arms of the devil, and had the urge to dance with the devil. Zhou Wen froze in his heart, and quickly restrained his mind, excluding those distracting thoughts. His will was as firm as iron. Once he entered the state of concentration, he immediately felt that those illusions disappeared. There was no magic castle, no Buddha's light lotus, and he just saw Lingzong playing the piano for Buddha to listen to. Zhou Wen didn't go any further. He felt that what he saw just now was definitely not as simple as a mere hallucination. With such a distance, people would have hallucinations. If he really entered it, Zhou Wen's epic body might not be able to withstand it. If he didn't help and was killed by his own power, then that would be the injustice of death. If I could be promoted to myth, I wouldn't have so many scruples, and I wouldn't have to rely solely on companion pets to fight. Zhou Wen wanted to be promoted to myth, but he had no clue. Leng Zongjing and Jiang Yan are myths about the promotion of contract guardians, but Zhou Wen doesn't want to go this route. This road seems to be the easiest, but the drawbacks are too great. It is impossible for him to always integrate with the guardian in his normal life. If he encounters a sudden danger, he may die without a chance to reunite. Can you really only cast spirits? Zhou Wen was considering whether to take Wang Mingyuan's path. That road is difficult, but it is really promoted to myth, but the body will become less like a human, closer to a different dimensional creature, and it may be rejected by the human group. It's really hard on the left, and it's hard on the right. I'd better upgrade the soul to the perfect body first, and see if there is a third way to go. These thoughts just flashed in Zhou Wen's mind. Since it can't help Leng Zongjing, Zhou Wen planned to go back to deal with the skeleton and the Garuda. Without the crystal, the strength of the monk's skeleton has also dropped a lot, but the crystal is only an external force after all. The power of the wheel of fortune of the monk's skeleton itself is still there. Compared with the tyrant Beeman is in a head-on collision, suppressed by the monk's skeleton. However, the tyrant Beeman is too fierce. Even if he is suppressed, he still attacks without fear of death, causing a lot of trouble to the skeleton in monk clothes. Even if he suffers some injuries, it will not be too big for a while danger. What's more, there is the constant harassment of Anxing and Qinghong Feijian on the side, which also makes the monk clothes skeleton very headache, and there should be no problem in a short time. Zhou Wen went to see Garuda and Di Ting again. Di Ting looked a little embarrassed, like a clumsy bear. Garuda scratched a lot of scars, although they were all minor injuries, but it made Di Ting almost run away. The Garuda's speed is too fast. How can I help listen to it? At my speed, I will definitely not be able to catch up with it, no matter how strong the attack power is, it will be of no use to it. I need to use the soul of Dawei Vajra. Bull. Is it a bell? But the soul-suppressing bell is scoped, and its effect is useful to both the enemy and allies. If Garuda and Jinting are stunned together, it doesn't seem to be of much help to the battle situation. Zhou Wen was thinking about how to help Ting Ting at that time. I saw the furious listening. And another earring was broken on the ear. With the shattering of the earrings, Di Ting's body also underwent strange changes. This time it did not become any larger, but on the first scales on the body, a strange black symbol appeared faintly, and those symbols were burning with black flames, like the mark of the devil in hell. Listening to the dark golden body, also because of the appearance of the imprint symbol, it seems to be biased towards the dark color. In the shroud of black arrogance, coupled with the eyes full of tyranny, it is like a monster rushing out of hell. Zhou Wen could feel that listening to the truth became more irritable and unstable, and there was a crazy trend, almost making Zhou Wen almost unable to feel the soul connection between himself and it. The Garuda flashed past Jinting's side again, but this time, Jinting's claws actually grabbed the Garuda's leg in that instant. Bang! Di Ting's arm pulled hard, pulling the Garuda out of the air, and smashed it to the ground, smashing the golden ground into a big hole. Then, a pair of claws, that listened to, grabbed the Garuda's legs respectively, roared violently, and suddenly tried to tear the Garuda in half. The golden light on Garuda's body trembled, its legs were torn apart, and the mysterious symbols on its feathers trembled. But I listened to it. But ignored it at all, and let the scales on its head cracked by the Garuda, and the blood flowed. But it was as if I didn't realize it, and still tyrannically tore the Garuda's legs. The golden light burst. The blood collapsed, and the Garuda let out a mournful sound, and one of its legs was forcibly torn off. By the listening to the truth. Ji listened or ignored it, dropped the bird's leg in his hand, grabbed one of its wings, grabbed the leg with one hand, and ripped the wing with the other. The golden blood spurted out along with the residual feathers, and the Garuda made a heart-piercing cry, but it was of no use at all. Zhou Wen looked at the golden-winged bird in horror, and Ting Ting tore off his wings and legs, and finally pulled out the bird's head and threw it directly on the ground. Listening to the violent roar of the sky, like a bloodthirsty hell devil. And Xing was already stunned. It was the first time he saw such a violent and cruel companion pet. It was not killing, but torture. Not to mention companion pets, even among dimensional creatures. There are few such ferocious existences. Zhou Wen himself was also shocked. He had seen one earring of Di Ting broken before, but now the 2 earrings are broken. It is so cruel and brutal. If the 6 earrings are broken together, I don't know how terrible it will be. Zhou Wen didn't try and didn't want to try. He felt that the connection between himself and truth listening had become extremely fragile, as if the fishing line was tightened. As if it would be broken at any time. Tried to summon Di Ting back, but fortunately, Di Ting felt Zhou Wen's will, his emotions gradually stabilized, and the broken earrings returned to his ears. Disappeared. https:// Please remember this. Books, first domain name. Apex novel mobile version reading URL. Fortunately, nothing happened. Zhou Wen felt the mood of listening to the truth slowly calm down, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Every time the earrings were broken, it gave Zhou Wen a very bad feeling. If it weren't for the helplessness, Zhou Wen would not let the broken earrings fight. But in this situation, there is no other way. Zhou Wen has already used all the combat power that can be used, and there is really no way to worry about it so much. Once the Garuda died, Zhou Wen had no worries, but unfortunately, no Companion eggs or dimensional crystals were found on the Garuda. Holding the golden bully sword tightly, Zhou rushed towards the monk-clothed skeleton. At the same time, he summoned the Dawei King Kong bull and let it use the soul-requiring bell as an aid to besiege the monk-clothed skeleton together. Without the aid of crystals, the strength of the monk skeleton has dropped a lot. Under the siege, he was dazed by the soul-suppressing bell. Zhou took the opportunity to cut it with a sword and cut off one of its leg bones, changing its actions a lot slower. And Sheng also took the opportunity to play the Ding Ziju. Although the Ding Ziju was not able to completely immobilize the skeleton's body, it also caused a momentary pause. The tyrant Beeman's body grew bigger, and he directly used the mountain swallowing skill to swallow the monk's skeleton in one bite. Dong dong dong. Zhou saw the tyrant Beeman's stomach beating like a drum, but after a while there was no movement. Finally done. Zhou didn't dare to relax, turned his head to look at the Buddha, and sure enough, the white hair on his forehead turned again, and the Buddha's light fell again. In the Buddha's light, the monk skeleton and the Garuda were once again bathed in the Buddha's light, and the body gradually condensed and formed. Although he had expected it, Zhou face was still ugly. He turned to look at the Garuda corpse that he just killed, and saw that the corpse was still scattered on the ground and did not disappear. Damn, what kind of power does the Buddha's annihilation by Hoxiang have to be able to revive a mythical creature out of thin air? Zhou Wenjin was depressed. And something that made him even more horrified happened. Reborn in that Buddha's light, not only the monk skeleton and the Garuda, but also the two golden halberds that Zhou was beheaded. It's just that the resurrected two golden war halberds have no connection with Zhou, and they will not be under his control. It's also a guardian. Why is Buddha Mia so much stronger than Seraph? What the hell kind of power is this? Could it be that any creature that died near him, even a companion pet, can be resurrected and used by him? Zhou secretly guessed in his heart, if this is the case, what else are you fighting for? Just surrender and commit suicide. It is impossible to win the fight unless you kill the Buddha first. However, Zhou was also a little moved. Thinking about such a bug ability, if he could gain it, he could have these abilities. It's cool to think about it. It is a pity that Buddha Mia may not be willing to make a contract with him. Even if he does, Zhou is not willing to make such a contract in his heart. His companion pet demon baby has signed the master-servant contract. If he signed a guardian contract, wouldn't it be too bad? When Zhou was thinking about it, the skeleton in the monk's clothes, the Garuda, and the two golden war halberds had already rushed over. It was obvious that the golden war halberds had been disowned by 6 relatives, and Zhou and the others had to be destroyed. Zhou had no choice but to summon truth listening and let it lift the restriction of 1 earring and continue to fight. Zhou himself faced the golden war god halberd. With his understanding of the golden war god halberd, he quickly used the golden tyrant sword to cut off the 2 golden war god halberds. Over there, Ting Ting was still fighting with Garuda. The tyrant Beeman dragged his tired body to fight the skeleton in monk clothes, and Sheng, Qinghong Feijian, and Bald Parrot were all helping. Zhou originally wanted to rush up to help, but thought that it would be useless to kill them, and the Buddha would still resurrect them. These resurrected mythical creatures look no different from the previous mythical creatures or even the companion pets. Are they really exactly the same as the main body? Zhou opened the eyes of the prison. King Yin looked at the Garuda and the monk skeleton. At a glance, want to try it out and see if you can spot a different place. Zhou Wen's eyebrows cracked with a vertical mark, which looked like a third eye, but there was no pupil in that eye, and it seemed to be connected to hell, and there was a faint voice of ghost crying. Even if you look at it with the eyes of the prison king, you can't see any difference between these resurrected mythical creatures and their previous bodies. It looks no different from real creatures. They also have invisible flames on them, and they look quite thick. While Zhou Wen was observing, listening was so excited that he was about to go wild. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and rushed towards the monk skeleton, intending to get rid of the monk skeleton first, and then let the tyrant demon help Tian to share some of the pressure. Where did the demon baby go? Why haven't you seen her take action? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. He sensed the location of the demon baby and found that she was hiding in the ruins, secretly looking at the Buddha who was sitting cross-legged in the sky. So she wants to kill the Buddha? I don't know if it can be done. Although the demon is also a guardian, why does it feel so weak? It seems that it is not even as good as the seraph. Zhou Wen was a little worried. If the demon infants attacked Buddha extinction and in turn were killed by Buddha extinction, it would not be worth the loss. Zhou Wen is still very optimistic about the future of the magic baby, and has been waiting for the day when she returns to mythology, and does not want her to risk her death. If Killer knew that Zhou Wen thought so, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood and faint in the toilet. Demon killing itself is not weak, it is only because it is limited by the master-servant contract, and the strength of the master of the demon baby is too weak, so that his combat power will be greatly reduced, otherwise it will not be so weak. Zhou Wen rushed up to help the tyrant demon to fight, and summoned Dawei King Kong Yo and Candle Dragon to help, and wanted to kill the monk-clothed skeleton as soon as possible. While fighting, Zhou Wen kept his eyes open to the prison king. He wanted to see if there would be any difference between the current monk's skeleton and the monk skeleton that would be resurrected later. Before Tian went berserk again, Zhou Wen finally beheaded the monk skeleton again, but this time it was Zhou Wen who split the head of the monk skeleton with a sword before killing it. At this moment, a strange thing happened. After the monk skeleton was killed, the invisible fire on his body floated towards the eyes of the prison king, as if attracted by some kind of force. Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted, wondering if he accidentally discovered the promotion method of the prison king. The invisible fire like a stream of water was continuously sucked into the eyes of the prison king, and at the same time Zhou Wen felt that his body of the prison king was quietly changing because of this. It turns out that the prison king really absorbed these invisible fires to evolve. If I knew this, I should have raised the prison king's level long ago. Zhou Wen was surprised and happy. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. As soon as the monk-clothed skeleton died, Zhou Wen directed the tyrant demon to support listening, and neither the others nor the companion pets passed. Except for the top companion pets like the tyrant demon and the listening truth, the mythical creatures with a particularly tyrannical body, other creatures will die if they go up. The attack power is particularly strong, even a normal mythical companion pet can't hold it. With the addition of the tyrant demon, the pressure of listening to the truth is much less, but the battle is more intense. Similar to the situation of listening, there is no absolute force to suppress, and the tyrant demon can't touch Garuda, but there is one more target to be beaten, sharing half of the firepower. Zhou Wen has been using his mind to manipulate truth listen so that it doesn't break the second earring. First, the broken earring's runaway state can easily get out of control. Second, even if you kill Garuda, it will still be resurrected by the Buddha. Killing it or not is useless, so it's better to just drag it. I'm really stupid. I should find a way to kill the Garuda first and leave the skeletons in monk clothes that are easier to deal with. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that he had done something wrong. Principal Lung's situation doesn't seem to be very good. And Xing came to Zhou Wen and said, looking in the direction of the sky. Zhou Wen also saw that Lung Zongjing's situation was not good. His magic piano throne could not suppress the Buddha's extinction for a long time. Under such circumstances, the party who took the initiative would suffer a lot. Once the opponent finds an opportunity to counterattack, Lung Zongjing is in danger. The battle between the two is almost the pinnacle of mythological level. Our strength is not enough to intervene in the battle. We need to find an appropriate opportunity to rely on companion pets to influence the direction of the battle. Zhou Wen sighed. If my candle dragon, the young sun, is not overconsumed, it may have the ability to forcefully influence the trend of the battle, but now it can't. And Xing smiled and said, Master Wen, don't worry, the quality and quantity of your companion pets are enough to disdain the Federation, even if the person with the most companion pets in the 6 hero families is not as good as you. If they can't get out, no one in the Federation can go out today. Zhou Wen knew that Xing was easing his pressure, and said with a smile, that's not necessarily true. At least the primordial sword immortals and underworld death gods on the list will not be weaker than my beeman. Companion pets like that are rare even among the 6 major families. Whoever can have one is already considered a great luck. How could one person have so many like you? Let me do the math, Zhulong. And beeman, and the companion pet that looks like a golden ape, it is not considered other ordinary myths. But if you can challenge the top myth of the top-ranking list, you have as many as 3, which can be regarded as unprecedented. And Xing sighed. Zhou Wen shook his head, and now these top companion pets have not been able to help him rush out of the Buddhist country, and life and death are still unknown. In this world, sometimes miracles happen. Beeman and Di Ting couldn't keep up with Garuda's speed. Originally, they only had to be beaten, and Zhou Wen only wanted them to hold Garuda. Who knew that the blind cat bumped into the dead mouse, and when he was madly scratching the hammer, he accidentally caught the Garuda's wings. This accidental Garuda and I listened did not think of it. At this time, the advantages of low IQ were highlighted. In the same situation, I listened with a low IQ, the body's response exceeded the brain's, and the instinct grasped Garuda. One of his wings fell over his shoulder, and the Garuda fell to the ground severely. Boom! The 2 terrifying creatures seized this opportunity. How could they give up? Beeman sat on Garuda's body and smashed the head of Garuda, while Di Ting stood in front and grabbed Garuda's wings. Garuda's speed has a huge advantage, but its physical strength is not stronger than Di Ting and Beeman. Under the madness of the 2 alien beasts, he was quickly killed. Zhou Wenjing was chatting with Xing. When he found out, he wanted to stop them from killing the Garuda and give it a sigh of relief, but it was too late. Seeing that Garuda's head has been smashed, no longer alive. Zhou Wen wanted the eyes of the prison king to collect the invisible fire of the Garuda, but found that he couldn't absorb it. After the death of the Garuda, the invisible fire on its body automatically dissipated between heaven and earth. Could it be that it must be the creature that he killed himself to be able to Absorb the invisible fire on it? Zhou Wen probably guessed the reason. As soon as the Garudas died, Buddha Mia used the power to resurrect them again. Seeing that the Buddha's light is shining, turning the golden Buddha country into a pure land, but he is powerless to stop it. Just when Zhou Wen thought he was going to kill the monk-robed skeleton and Garuda again, he discovered a strange thing. The Garuda and the two golden war halberds were reborn. But the monk-clothed skeleton did not respawn again this time, and did not see its figure. Strange, why didn't the monk-clothed skeleton be reborn? Could it be that the Buddha's power was not enough to regenerate the monk-clothed skeleton? No. The Garuda is stronger than the monk-clothed skeleton, and can be resurrected, as can two golden halberds. Rebirth, it makes no sense that the skeleton in the monk's clothes has no power to be reborn. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. And suddenly thought of a possibility. When the monk's clothes skeleton died before, I used the eyes of the prison king to absorb the invisible fire on it. Is this the reason that it can't be reborn again? Master Wen. Look, the monk-clothed skeleton didn't come back to life this time. Did the Buddha's extinction consume too much power, and there's no way to continue resurrecting the monk-clothed skeleton? And Xing couldn't see Zhou Wen using the prison king's eyes to absorb the invisible fire. So the judgment is similar to Zhou Wen's first thought. I think I might know how to stop them from resurrecting, Zhou Wen said, and he couldn't wait to kill the two golden war halberds. The tyrant Beeman and Listening also met Garuda together, and they began another painful battle. Zhou Wen opened the eyes of the prison king, cut off the two golden war god halberds, and absorbed the invisible fire on them. This time the process was very smooth, and they were all absorbed at once. Now Zhou Wen can't wait to know if they will be resurrected later. And Xing watched Zhou Wen cut off the golden war god halberd, and seemed to sense something, but he didn't find out what Zhou Wen did. Whether it is the eyes of the prison king or the invisible fire, they are actually invisible to the naked eye. And Xing didn't know that Zhou Wen used the eyes of the prison king to absorb the invisible fire, so naturally he had no way of guessing. Now the Garuda is left. Zhou Wen thought for a while, summoned the Dawei King Kong bull, saw the opportunity, and let it use the soul-suppressing bell, causing the Garuda to feel dizzy for a moment. Zhou Wen originally wanted to rush over by himself, but who knew that Beeman was dizzy, but he didn't listen, and it grabbed the dazed Garuda all at once. Then there was another round of European doubles. The companion pets of the two monsters beat the Garuda half to death, and Zhou Wen went up to kill the Garuda with a sword. Absorbing the invisible fire on Garuda, Zhou Wen once again looked at the Buddha in the air. But this time, Buddha Mia did not use the ability of resurrection. It looks like Zhou Wen thought that the resurrection of Buddha Mia is not a resurrection out of thin air, but needs to be based on invisible fire. Now the invisible fire is gone. Buddha's extinction also has no target to use skills. Master Wen, how did you do it? And Xing looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously and asked. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading. URL. I just discovered that there is a vitality technique that can restrain them and make them unable to continue to resurrect, Zhou Wen said, looking at Leng Zongjing and Buddha Mia in the sky. He doesn't understand music, and he doesn't know much about the space department, but he always feels that Leng Zongjing's piano sound seems to be changing from strong to weak. Asheng, do you understand music? Do you know how far this song is? Is it almost over? Zhou Wen asked. And Xing understood what Zhou Wen meant, and said solemnly, I only know a thing, or 2 About music, but I have heard from the overseer Ling's magical throne that his Devil's Symphony is divided into 7 chapters. By the 6th chapter, if the end of this chapter still fails to suppress the annihilation of the Buddha, then the last chapter will probably be desperate. How do you say this? Zhou asked. No one knows what the last chapter of the Devil's Symphony is, but everyone who has heard it is already dead. The overseer only heard Principal Ling mention it. If his heart is not dead, the 7th chapter will not be heard. Xing explained. After listening to Zhou Wen, he immediately knew that something was wrong. If his heart is not dead, he naturally has the idea of survival. If his heart is dead, he can even give up his life. The danger of the last chapter can be imagined. Now the Buddha has heard the end of the 6th chapter, but he is still calm, and I am afraid that the 7th chapter will be the winner. When the 2 of them spoke, the 6th pleasure was over. Although the first 6 movements had some ups and downs, they were all gentle songs. When the first sound of the 7th movement sounds, everything changes. The note seemed to have irresistible magic power, but the moment it sounded, Zhou Wen and Xing felt an illusion appeared in front of them. The collapsing Buddhist kingdom seems to have turned into hell in a single note. The breath of death is permeating everywhere. Countless souls stretched out their palms from the ground and let out a painful whimper. The magic piano throne in the sky has not changed, it is still the magic piano throne, but Lung Zongjing, who is sitting in front of the piano, exudes terrifying magic energy, as if he has become a devil in a dress, and his body is full of magic energy. Twisted his fingers, pressed the button frantically, his eyes were frantic, and the whole person had been enchanted. The qin hasn't changed, but people have become demons. This chapter is too dangerous and too evil. Even Zhou Wen, a person who does not understand the rhythm, can't see the horror of Principal Ling's chapter. It can be said to be seductive and enchanted before, but now he is enchanted by himself, and the danger in it can be imagined. The Buddha is still sitting cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes, and reciting the experience, holding the Buddha beads with his fingers, emitting the supreme Buddha light, resisting the terrifying magic sound. But when the 7th movement sounded, even the extinction of the Buddha turned into color. The beads in his hand were scattered and fell into the void. The Buddha statues carved on the beads showed smiling faces, but the smiling face looked as hideous as the devil's smile, and was as crazy and evil as the expression on Lung Zongjing's face. Buddha Mia opened his eyes, and the white hair on his forehead radiated clear glazed light, fighting against the devil's voice. On his Buddha body, there were also black and red patterns representing the devil, which continued to spread on his body. The final goal is the Pico phase. Both Zhou Wen and Xing felt their minds tremble, and there were magic marks on their bodies, and they couldn't help being horrified. Master Wen. Rewind. Xing pulled Zhou Wen back. After the 2 retreated, they felt much better. Zhou Wen used the little Prajna Sutra to fight against the prison king's demonic sound, which immediately had an effect, and the magical lines on his body gradually receded. Xing also gradually returned to normal. The 2 looked at each other in amazement. They were so far apart that they were still affected. They were directly facing Lung Zongjing's Buddha's extinction. Principal Ling is worthy of being the number 1 existence under the mythology. Even a Buddha becomes a demon. There are few people in the world who can resist such a sound. There are more and more magic lines on the Buddha's body, almost covering his body. Only the white-haired appearance still radiates the light of 10,000 Buddhas. Zhou Wen and Xing were both nervous, but Leng Zhongjing's piano sound became more and more frantic. They knew that they were afraid that it was the last critical moment. Suddenly, the white hair in the center of the Buddha's extinct eyebrows shines brightly, illuminating all the worlds like an ordinary sun. Come on! Both Zhou Wen and Xing's hearts were raised in their throats, knowing that success or failure was a blow here, and whoever retreated would be hit hard. Just at the moment when the Pico phase of Buddha's extinction shines brightly, suddenly there is a dark purple light, silently passing through the hell-like scene, and piercing the back of Buddha's extinction. Buddha Mia's pupils shrank, and the appearance of the white hair on his forehead suddenly dimmed, and the devil-like sound of the piano immediately invaded his appearance. A trace of black demonic energy appeared in the originally flawless Pico phase like pure glazed glass, and that demonic energy continued to penetrate into the Pico phase, making the light of the Pico phase weaker and weaker. Magic baby! Zhou Wen immediately recognized the sword that pierced into the Buddha's heart after the annihilation, and it was the magic sword held in the arms of the demon baby. The magic sword was piercing into the heart of Buddha Mia inch by inch. Buddha Mia was hit hard by this and was invaded by the voice of the devil, and the situation took a turn for the worse. At the same time that the appearance of the white hair was gradually eroded by the demonic sound, the peaceful face of Buddha Mia also began to become distorted, red light flashed in his eyes, and the Buddha's face gradually turned into the state of a devil. The Buddha stood up abruptly, the power on his body erupted like a volcano, and he wanted to shake the magic sword behind him, but the magic sword seemed to be nailed into the bone. Destroyed heart, directly penetrate it. If Buddha Mia can maintain Buddha nature, the magic sword may not penetrate his heart so easily, but once he enters the devil, the killing demon on the sword has played a role, but Buddha Mia has no resistance. Under the double attack of the magic sword and the sound of the piano, a terrifying guardian couldn't resist after all, and his eyes gradually dimmed. The Buddha's light on Buddha's body is gradually extinguished, which also means that his vitality has been like a candle in the wind, and it may be extinguished at any time. Seeing that the Buddha's extinction was about to come to the end of his life, his eyes regained clarity, the magic marks on his body gradually receded, and he regained his glazed Buddha body. It is like a fire extinguished when the salary is exhausted. Following his voice, the Buddha's body was like a fire burning paper, turning into ashes, bit by bit. At this moment, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that his killer's life and soul trembled, as if an invisible force was injected into it, causing it to rapidly transform and evolve. Zhou Wen was both surprised and delighted. The killer, who had never found a way to be promoted, unexpectedly wanted to be promoted automatically. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. As soon as the Buddha died, the Buddha country also collapsed. The big Buddha completely shattered, turning into pieces, and falling toward the void. At the base of the Buddha, a stone portal was exposed. The way out is there. Let's go out. Leng Zhongjing took Zhou Wen and Xing towards the portal. When they came out of the portal, they found that they had reached the outside of the stone house. The stone house was shaking and cracking. After a while, it collapsed with a bang and became a pile of ruins. Zhou Wen looked at the small pile of waste rocks and felt that the experience just now was like a dream. Finally came out alive. Zhou Wen decided that after returning this time, he must draw a few more avatars, even if the success rate is He must draw them. In the past, because I had been playing games all the time, I rarely ventured into the dimensional realm, and I had enough mythical companion pets on my body. There was a double amulet and a 6-winged guardian dragon, which seemed to be enough to deal with all dangers. But the Battle of the Buddha Kingdom made Zhou realize the horror of those guardians. A Buddha without a contract is already so terrifying. When encountering a contractor who already has a master, as long as it is not a rookie like John, I am afraid it is even more dangerous. After the stone house collapsed, the vision of the Longmen grottos disappeared and returned to normal. It's just that after this time, there seems to be some problems with the ban of Longmen grottos. And some creatures often break the ban, which is much more frequent than before. Fortunately, most of them were fighters, or the likes of Tian, and there were not many, so the garrison troops could handle it. Tianzhua, your family's Xiaozhou is really wrong. It's worth nurturing. You should spend more time with him, Leng Zongjing said to An Tianzhua when he was about to leave. And Tianzhua's eyes twitched, but he couldn't refute in front of his teacher. So he could only lower his eyebrows and say yes. Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan, and Li Xian returned to the Academy's dormitory and received awards. Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian were like Saburos trying their best to kill many-dimensional creatures. Although they did not kill mythical creatures, they also won illustrious military exploits. This time, the military awarded medals to students with merit, but Tianzhua did not come, and Qin Wufu personally awarded the medals. After Qin Wufu gave Zhou Wen a medal, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Zhou Wen, if you want to join the army, remember to come to me. I am free here, and no one can control you." Qin Wufu's words seemed to mean something, but Zhou Wen had no plans to join the army, so he could only put it off. Back at the dormitory, I found a lot of information on the phone, some from Wang Lu, some from Lord D, and many from Lucas. Both Wang Lu and Lucas heard about the mutation of the Longmen grottos and sent messages to ask Zhou Wen how the situation is now. Lord Emperor asked Zhou Wen how he was thinking and whether he was willing to accept her conditions. After replying to the messages one by one, Lord D did not reply. Wang Lu and Lucas soon returned the message, and Zhou Wen talked about the situation on his side. After he was free, Zhou Wen had time to take a closer look at the killer's situation. After killing the Buddha, the Slayer will automatically evolve, but the Slayer has always been mysterious. The connection between Zhou Wen and the Slayer is a bit strange, and little information is known about him. Turning on the phone and switching out the killer, Zhou Wen carefully studied the killer's information. Killer, evolution. The information is simple and clear, but it means that he didn't say anything, only that he was promoted to the evolutionary body, and he didn't even change his name. This is the same as when the Slayer was condensed. Other life souls can be actively summoned and used, but the Slayer can only be used passively, which is completely different from other life souls. Zhou Wen later tested some of the Slayer's abilities, such as infinite recovery of vitality, such as the enhancement of attributes. Now that he has been promoted to the evolutionary body, there is still no information and materials. Zhou Wen can only explore by himself. Entered the game copy, switched to killer, and then Zhou Wen tried to use various skills to fight dimensional creatures. I want to try it out, what new abilities the evolutionary killer has. Soon, Zhou Wen found that the Slayer's strengthening effect on his own attributes increased a lot, and his vitality recovered faster, but these were all abilities that he had before, and it was not uncommon for them to be strengthened. Is there no other ability? Zhou Wen tried to communicate with the killer, but unfortunately, as before, the killer still did not respond, like a lifeless machine attached to his body. It's impossible not to have some new abilities, right? Zhou felt that it was definitely not that simple, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't find any unusual abilities. Let's try it later. Zhou thought about it, and switched to the Prison King's life and soul first, intending to brush the Prison King's life and soul to the perfect body first. You only need to kill dimensional creatures to be promoted, and the Prison King's soul should be the easiest to promote. Zhou was about to start killing in the game dungeon, but suddenly found that there was no invisible fire on the poisonous bat in front of him. How could this be? Zhou frowned, looked at the group of poisonous bats, and found that there was no invisible fire on the group of poisonous bats. Zhou quit the dungeon, and then logged into several dungeons. The result was the same. All the dimensional creatures in the game had no invisible fire. Is it because it's a virtual creature in the game, so there is no invisible fire? But that's not right. If the creatures in the game are different from the creatures in reality, why are the companion pets that burst out, like the Golden War God Halberd, there will be invisible fire on the body? What is the reason for this? Zhou couldn't understand, and planned to go to the real dimensional field to take a look. The place Zhou planned to go was Hulao Pass. Every time he entered the dimensional realm in reality, something happened, so he chose to go to Hulao Pass. The final boss of Hulao Pass is the Yachty puppet clone. Zhou can be killed easily now, no matter what happens, it will not be too outrageous. You have to find a way to get some companion pets that add luck or good fortune to rush the bad luck on your body, or else there will be problems with bamboo swords, tiger soul generals, Tai Sui, and so on. Zhou thought to himself. Anyway, Hulao Pass is not too dangerous. Zhou brought the bird and let it go out to let the wind out. Recently, it has been eating, sleeping, and eating in the dormitory, and it seems to have gained a lot of weight. And Sheng sent people to bring things over every day, and let the antelopes and birds eat their mouths full of oil. The chubby bird stood on Zhou shoulders, his face was round, and at first glance he thought it was an L. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. On the way to Hulao Pass, I met many classmates. Unlike before, many classmates took the initiative to greet Zhou. When this time, in the past, because of the relationship between Zhou and Wang Mingyuan, and the issue of the Supervision Bureau, many students were reluctant to interact with Zhou for fear of being implicated. But now it is a little different. A mutation in the Longmen Grottos has made many students experience the horror of breaking the ban creatures. At the same time, they deeply realize that in the future world, only the strong can survive and defend the human city. And Zhou, who shined on the battlefield, made many students have to rethink the problem of getting along with Zhou. However, when Zhou looked at them, his eyes were a little different, not because of their behavior, but because he looked at them with the eyes of hell and saw the invisible fire on them, as if he was looking at experienced babies one by one. Fortunately, Zhou spirit is relatively normal. If it was replaced by a person like Yake, I am afraid that he would have already started to harvest experience. Zhou, what are you doing here? Zhou just came to the door of Hulao Pass and saw Li Weiyang and a group of girls lining up outside Hulao Pass. Sister Weiyang, I'm here to kill the demon. General. Zhou replied. Li Weiyang joked, our god of Zhou University, you don't kill mythical creatures, come to Hulao. Pass and grab the little magic soldiers and magic generals with us, is there any reason for heaven? Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. Li Weiyang continued, we also have to enter the Hulao Pass to kill demon soldiers. Demon generals or something, these schoolgirls are not yet experienced, you come with us, just for the schoolgirls. An example. Invited by Li Weiyang, Zhou Wen thought about it and there was no conflict, so he nodded and said, actually, it is not difficult to kill ordinary demon generals. Before, Li Xian and I made a strategy together. If you follow the strategy, you only need 4 or 5 mortal grades, can also kill the devil general. Senior, then you just happened to teach us. A first-year girl said to Zhou Wen. All the girls immediately started coaxing and asked Zhou Wen to teach them to kill the demon general. Of course. Zhou Wen readily agreed, anyway. His goal was just to brush the invisible fire, and he would not waste time by teaching them. A group of girls happily followed Zhou Wen into Hulao Pass, and some elementary school girls also dragged Zhou Wen and asked Zhou Wen to instruct them how to kill the demon soldiers. Li Weiyang didn't stop it either, just watching with a smile on the side, but thinking in his heart, you little goblins, do you really think this is a piece of Tang monk meat? If it's really Tang monk meat, Auntie would have eaten it long ago, and it's your turn? Then? It's just a bone that is made of titanium alloy, let alone eating it, it's gnawing at it. As expected by Li Weiyang, those elementary school girls originally thought that Zhou Wen would teach them gently, and maybe teach them hands-on, so that they would have a little intimate contact with this famous senior, maybe even would be a romantic start. But when Zhou Wen really went to teach them, they realized how wrong they were. Zhou Wen is simply demanding them with military standards. No, it should be said that they are demanding non-human standards. That's not right. Your feet are 3 centimeters longer, your head is lower, and your punches must be strong. Can your sword not draw too many circles, and be a little neater? You twisted there and stood up straight. Zhou Wen treated them like he was training newbies. Zhou Wen felt that there was nothing wrong with this. On the battlefield, a little mistake could lead to loss of life, and he had to be absolutely correct. What's more, if you want to kill a legendary demonized general at the mortal level, you must make everything accurate, otherwise problems will easily occur. Zhou Wen asked Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan according to their previous practice standards, and even kept the standards to a minimum. Despite this, they still failed to meet the requirements, which made Zhou Wen frown. Those little girls found that this was a little different from what they had imagined. They thought it was a beautiful exchange with their seniors, but they were trained like animals. Seeing many little girls quit silently, Li Weiyang laughed secretly. These little girls finally know what a man made of titanium alloy material is. Zhou Wen taught for a while and saw that fewer and fewer girls listened to his explanation and guidance, and they were doing things in a mess, which could not meet his requirements at all. However, there was a first-year elementary school girl who surprised Zhou Wen. She had meticulously completed the various techniques taught by Zhou Wen. Although there were still some mistakes, she was much stronger than the other girls. Moreover, the elementary school girl is quite talented and seems to be able to detect her mistakes. When she practices again next time, she has corrected a lot of mistakes. Senior, at a mortal level like me, is it possible to kill the demonized general alone? The other girls had already turned their backs on Zhou Wen. But the little girl took the initiative to ask Zhou Wen. It's not impossible, you can show me the skills you've learned. Zhou Wen felt that the girl's talent was quite good, and she was hard enough, so she didn't hesitate to teach her juniors. The girl showed what she had learned in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that although she did not learn any vitality skills, her basic skills were solid. At first glance, she had worked hard and was quite comprehensive. Zhou Wen couldn't help thinking of the time when he practiced bitter meditation before. Like the girl, he practiced silently and diligently, doing everything he could to do the best he could. With your existing skills, it will be difficult to kill demons, but I can change your movement position a little bit, and it is possible for you to kill demons. But before that, you need to exercise strength, and your current strength is not enough. And in this case, it requires a lot of practice and actual combat, and it will not come in handy for a while. Zhou Wen said. If it's not troublesome, can you ask the senior to teach me? If it's too troublesome, then forget it. The girl asked embarrassedly. It's not troublesome to arrive. Zhou Wen explained how to change his body technique. In fact, some basic skills of flying immortals were added to it. Zhou Wen demonstrated it again and instructed the girls to practice it several times. Li Weiyang watched the girls study with Zhou Wen, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised that there were still girls who would not be scared away by Zhou Wen, which was really strange. Zhou Wen instructed the girl to practice several times, and seeing that she had no mistakes, he said to her, the movements are all right, but it takes time to practice. When you can use it freely in battle, you can improve your strength, and you can kill the demonized general alone. Thank you, senior, I know what to do. After the girl thanked her, she went to practice silently. Seeing that no girl asked him for advice, Zhou Wen started his own promotion plan for the Prison King. The magic soldiers in reality are actually no different from the magic soldiers in the game, but these magic soldiers have an invisible fire on their bodies. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel. Mobile version reading URL. When Zhou Wen drew his sword to kill the demon soldiers and demon generals, the girl watched from the side, as if she was observing and learning Zhou Wen's movement technique, and then compared her own movement technique before continuing to practice. After Zhou Wen slaughtered the demon soldiers, an invisible fire was immediately sucked into the eyes of the Prison King, but the amount was too small, much less than the invisible fire obtained from killing the monk's skeleton and the Garuda before. It was simply a drop of water and a pool of water. Difference. However, by gathering sand into a tower and killing more demon soldiers and generals, you can also get a lot of invisible fire. Perhaps it was because he had obtained a lot of invisible fire before. Zhou Wen had not killed many demon soldiers, and he felt that his body had begun to undergo strange changes. The invisible flame actually flowed out of the eyes of the Prison King, causing his body to be wrapped in invisible fire. Under the baptism of the invisible fire, the life and soul of the Prison King underwent a reborn change. It's just that the invisible fire is invisible, and the students not far away can't see the changes in Zhou Wen. The life and soul of the Prison King is Zhou Wen's body. As the life and soul of the Prison King evolves, Zhou Wen's body changes accordingly. The body became extremely sensitive, and even a speck of dust fell on him. Zhou Wen could clearly feel that this subtle level of spiritual sense and touch, at the beginning, even made Zhou Wen feel a little uncomfortable. This kind of feeling is actually not very good, because the air is full of dust and bacteria, which I couldn't feel at all before, and it's okay if I can't see it. But now, watching the dust on his face, eyes, and even his lips, as well as those bug-like bacteria, entering Zhou Wen's nose and even his mouth with his breath. It feels terrible. The invisible fire can't hurt any creature, nor can it prevent anything from approaching Zhou Wen. This invisible fire seems to really not exist. However, it made Zhou Wen's prison king's life and soul become stronger and stronger, and finally even the prison king's eyes changed. The former prison king's eye was just a space crack without pupils, but with the transformation of the prison king's life and soul, a pupil-like bead gradually condensed in the space crack-like eyes of the prison king. The bead was condensed from invisible fire. It was invisible and qualitative. It looked extremely strange, like a transparent pupil hanging in the eyes of the prison king. Finally, the evolution of the life and soul of the prison king was completed, and the eyes of the prison king also had a transparent pupil, and the pupil was burning with invisible fire, which looked strange and mysterious. The invisible fire on his body receded, and some mysterious information poured into Zhou Wenhai's mind, letting Zhou Wen know some information about the evolution of the prison king's soul. However, Zhou Wen still opened the mobile game and looked at the information of the blood-colored villain. Holy Prison King, evolutionary, the king of hell, who baptizes sinful karma. Zhou Wen probably knows that the prison king's eye has the function of baptizing sin, but what kind of power it has, we have to try it to know. Zhou Wen just gave it a try to see what the power of the upgraded Holy Prison King is like. He looked at a demon soldier with the eyes of the prison king, and the pupils in his eyes, which were transformed by invisible karmic fire, suddenly burned. The invisible karmic fire on the demon soldier was affected, and it suddenly burned, and the invisible karmic fire on its body became more intense. It seems to be very powerful. The invisible karma on the magic soldier is getting stronger and stronger, but it seems that it has no effect on the magic soldier. The demon soldier seemed to be all normal, with no pain in his waist, no cramps in his legs, and he didn't even blink his eyelids. I'm going, why won't it work? Could it be that the magic soldier has been wounded secretly, and will fall to his head after 7 steps? Zhou Wen stared at the magic soldier for a while, to see if it would suddenly die. Zhou Wen counted the steps of the magic soldier while watching, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Watching the demon soldier take 7 steps. Suddenly, the demon soldier's body paused. No, I'm really confused, is it really 7 steps to die? Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted. But who knows, the magic soldier stopped there and farted. It continued to wander. Zhou Wen's face darkened immediately, and he no longer hesitated at the moment. He killed the demon soldier with 1 knife and swallowed the invisible fire on it. What kind of shit? I've been working on it for a long time, and the ability of this holy prison king is useless at all. Zhou Wen muttered depressedly. Although Zhou Wen knew that the eye of the holy prison king was definitely useful, it seemed that this function was a bit inappropriate for the public. And he didn't know what the specific function was. Forget it, continue to absorb the invisible fire. Let's first promote the prison king to the perfect body. Zhou Wen continued to kill monsters to obtain the invisible fire. For several days in a row, Zhou Wen absorbed the invisible karma in Hulao Pass, and finally rushed into Hulao Pass, killing both the Hulao demon general and Yadi puppet clone. However, the invisible karma provided by these magic soldiers and generals is far less than the skeletons and Garudas. Zhou Wen absorbed so much invisible karma, and the holy prison king still did not respond at all, and did not get promoted again at all. The meaning of reality is not a game. If you kill the demon soldiers and generals inside, you can only slowly wait for the new demon soldiers and demons to emerge from the rift in the different dimension. I don't know how many days it will take. Naturally, Zhou can't wait and plans to change places. Continue to brush the invisible karmic fire. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a female student came to the depths of Hulao Pass, killed a lot of demon soldiers, and finally met a demon general who was fighting against the demon general. Zhou didn't pay attention to her at first, and was about to leave, but found that her movements looked familiar, so he took a closer look. It was immediately discovered that this girl turned out to be an acquaintance. It was a freshman girl who followed Li Weiyang a few days ago. Zhou also taught her some basic skills of flying immortals. I haven't seen you for a few days, but the girl has already mastered those skills. She fights against the demonized general alone, using the skills taught by Zhou, and keeps moving, so that the demonized general can't touch her, but is constantly being attacked by her. Injured. It's a pity that she is only a mortal fetus. She doesn't even have a companion pet, and she has not learned vitality skills. Every time she hits the demonized general, the damage caused is very limited. Zhou couldn't help frowning slightly. He told the girl that she was not strong enough and needed to increase her strength before she could kill the demon general. Who knew that she would come alone now? She also knows that her attack is insufficient, so she is not greedy for merit, and wants to cause deep trauma by constantly accumulating damage. But she ignored her own lack of vitality and physical strength. After a long battle, her speed and strength decreased. Finally, the girl's speed was reduced too much, and she couldn't avoid the impact of the demonized general, and she was about to be hit by the demonized general. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. With a flash of sword light, the demonized general was split into two halves. The girl almost survived, and she was surprised when she saw Zhou next to the demonized general. Didn't I tell you that your strength is not enough? You need to increase your strength before killing the demon general? Zhou said with a frown, slightly angry and in a bad tone. Zhou was angry not because the girl didn't listen to him, but because if something happened to the girl, wouldn't he mean to harm her if he taught the girl the body technique? After listening to Zhou words, the girl lowered her head and said uneasily, "I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have listened to you." "You're not sorry for me, but for yourself. This time, you were lucky and happened to meet me. Next time, you won't be so lucky," Zhou said. "Senior, don't worry, there will be no next time," the girl said seriously. "That's good, I'll take you back, so as not to have another accident," Zhou said and walked outside, while the girl followed behind him. "Your body skills are not bad. There are some body skills here. You can take a look at them. It should help you a little." Zhou thought about it and took out a notebook and handed it to the girl. This is when Zhou comprehended the technique of flying immortals from the sky in the early days, and some of the notes he made were just some fragmentary ideas and skills, and they were not systematic. Later, after Zhou had a real epiphany, this thing was never used again. This girl is quite talented in body technique, and her personality is a bit similar to Zhou. So Zhou just gave her the notes to see if she can comprehend something useful to her from those messy ideas and skills. It's up to her own understanding. I have no money." The girl waved her hands again and again. It's worthless stuff, I wrote it casually, you can just look at it, don't take it seriously. Zhou Wen threw the notebook to the girl, and then left on his own. After Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory, he began to study which dimensional field to go to continue to brush the invisible karma. Although he already knew the method to promote the Slayer's life and soul, it was too difficult to kill the Guardian before the Slayer could be promoted. The few Guardians Zhou Wen already knew, the one in Ant City, couldn't beat them. The one who pulls the cart from the 9 dragons in the underground sea may not even be able to handle the 9 black dragons. There is another one, which is guarded by Xianya's mother, not to mention whether Zhou Wen can beat him or not. Even if he can, he is embarrassed to kill Xianya's mother. Of course, it might not be an opponent at all. After thinking about it, there is only one guardian who is best to kill. And that is the killing demon attached to the magic sword. Now every time Killer saw Zhou Wen, he felt that Zhou Wen looked at him, as if a hungry wolf was looking at a little sheep, which made his heart tremble. Although Zhou Wen has the intention to kill the demon, he will try to see if he can raise the Slayer to 1 level. However, killing demons is the reserved dry food for demon infants. Zhou Wen is really not good at starting, and he can only give up in the end. Moreover, in the Battle of Buddha Extinction, the demon infant's successful sneak attack was entirely dependent on the demon sword attached to it to kill the demon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary demon sword to stab the Buddha extinguisher, let alone kill him. If the killing demon is killed, the power of the demon baby will be greatly reduced, which seems to be a bit uneconomical. Zhou Wen chose to choose, and finally selected a dimensional field that was less visited by people. That is, the underground Ziqing. Zhou Wen used to brush dimensional creatures such as poisonous dragons there before. There are actually quite a lot of dimensional creatures there, but because most of them are in the water, it is really difficult to kill, so few people go there. Zhou Wen went to Ziqing and brushed for several days, but the progress was not great. Ordinary dimensional creatures have very little invisible karma on their bodies, and after being promoted to the Holy Prison King, the invisible karma required for his promotion again seems to have changed. Even more, killing ordinary dimensional creatures, I don't know when I will be able to promote the Holy Prison King. Where are you? Going to kill a few more dimensional creatures like skeletons in monk clothes and Garuda? Zhou Wen finally gave up his plan to continue brushing ordinary dungeons to get unemployed. Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory and found that Li Xian was actually sitting in the living room. Seeing Zhou Wen coming back, Li Xian walked up with a smile and was about to hug Zhou Wen's shoulder. Brush. The scabbard bamboo sword in Zhou Wen's hand was placed directly on Li Xian's neck, and he asked, coldly, "Who are you?" "Old Zhou, are you crazy? You don't even know me?" Li Xian said, and was about to touch Zhou Wen's forehead. The bamboo knife in Zhou Wen's hand slashed towards Li Xian's neck. Bang! Before the bamboo knife slashed Li Xian's neck, a burst of white smoke appeared from Li Xian's body, making Zhou Wen's bamboo knife slash empty. After the white smoke dissipated, I saw a woman standing there, looking at Zhou Wen in surprise, and said, "How did you find out that I'm not Li Xian?" I asked myself, even Li Xian himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to see the flaw. "I'll give you one last chance, who are you?" Zhou Wen stared at the woman indifferently, his palms clenched the scabbard tightly, and he would not chop with the scabbard knife next time. Zhou Wen really didn't see any flaws. Li Xian, who was pretending to be a woman, was indeed enough to be real. Even if you put the real and fake Li Xian together, Zhou Wen couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. But women should never come here, because when Zhou Wen was away, Li Xian didn't dare to enter his dormitory at will, let alone sit on the big sofa swaggeringly. Because Li Xian knew very well that it was the antelope's territory, and what he was most afraid of was the antelope. Every time he came, he would only sit on the small sofa or stool next to it. So Zhou Wen just glanced at it and knew that Li Xian was fake. "My name is Dai, and I'm the servant of the second young master Li Mabai. The master asked me to invite you," the woman said. "Is that how you came to invite me?" Zhou Wen said with a cold face. "Because the master said, I can't fool you. I didn't believe it, so I made a bet with the master. Now I lose. If you are not satisfied, you can kill me now." "I have no complaints," said with eyes. "What is Li Mabai doing to me?" Zhou Wen has no hobby of killing people, and he actually knows the woman Dai. When Li Xian told him about Li Mabai and the evil King Gu, he had told him about this woman. When Dai pretended to be Li Weiyang, even Li Xian couldn't tell the difference, and she was almost deceived by her. "Master invites you to visit, there is something important to discuss," Dai said. "Not interested, let's go," Zhou Wen said. "Sure enough, as the master expected, but the master asked me to ask you, are you interested in the Guardian? If you are interested, he will wait for you in Yaxianzai," Dai said. https:// please remember this. Books, first domain name. Apex novel mobile version reading URL. In the private room of Yaxianzai. Please use it. Li Mabai carefully concocted a cup of tea step by step. Then put it in front of Zhou Wen and made a gesture of please. "If you have something to say, just say it directly." Zhou Wen didn't do anything, just looked at Li Mabai and said. Li Mabai didn't care, and continued to make tea while saying, "Zhou Wen, do you know what the most terrifying power in this world is?" "I don't know," Zhou Wen replied. Li Mabai continued, "The most terrifying power in this world is that you can see it, but you can't. For example, an enemy who has the hatred of killing his father and taking his wife is right in front of you. You can see him every day, laugh at him, and watch him. He is crazy, watching him enjoy all the wealth and glory in the world, but you can't hurt a single hair of his hair. This is more unbearable than any physical pain. Second young master, I'm an ordinary student. I don't understand such profound truths. If you want to talk about philosophy, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person," Zhou Wen said. Li Mabai made himself a cup of tea, took a sip, but poured out the rest of the tea. "Now there are two things that I can see, but can't get. One thing is the life of the enemy, and the other thing is a cocoon." Li Mabai put down the cup and continued, "Since the last time John challenged you with the seraph, I tried my best to study what kind of power it is. And finally I found the answer, the cocoon of the Guardian." Zhou Wenjing was waiting for Li Mabai's text. Li Mabai came to him and would never just say this. Maybe God took pity on me, a half-crippled person, and let me find a guardian's cocoon, but there are terrifying mythical creatures guarding it. I tried my best and paid a huge price, but I didn't even get close to it. No. Li Mabai looked at Zhou Wen and said. But you are different, you have the ability to help me get close to it. Why should I help you? Zhou Wen asked back. Because you can bet 1/3 of the chance. Li Mabai said with a smile. How do you say this? Zhou Wen didn't understand what Li Mabai meant. As far as I know, guardians like Seraphim don't arbitrarily make agreements with humans, but to see if that person can get their approval. I know where the Guardian's cocoon is, and we are close to the ability of the Guardian's cocoon, we each have a chance. Let me try first, if I don't succeed, that's your chance. Of course, it's also possible that we won't be recognized, but at least you have a third, isn't there a chance? Li Mabai said. Zhou Wen pondered silently. Of course he was interested in the Guardian's cocoon. Not only was he interested, but he also wished he could find the Guardian's cocoon immediately. But he didn't want to gain the Guardian's approval, but to kill the Guardian. But Zhou Wen is also very clear that every Guardian has terrifying power, and it is also a top-level existence in mythology. He does not know whether his power can kill the Guardian. Li Mabai continued, the Guardian's cocoon I found is in the southern district, where I obtained the vitality art. According to my speculation, I can obtain the vitality art there and condense the evil King Gu life soul. Maybe it is very possible. It fits with the cocoon of the Guardian, so I have a great chance. But unfortunately, my foundation has been destroyed, and I have repracticed other vitality arts, which is also where I am relatively passive. All in all, my chances are very high. It's not that you don't have a chance, it's up to you to decide whether to gamble or not. Aren't you afraid that I will take your chance away? Zhou Wen looked at Li Mabai and said. Li Mabai laughed, as I said just now, watching my enemy live happily, but I can't do anything, now I am not dead, if it is yours, there is such a hope, would you like it? Would you like to gamble? I need time to think about it. Zhou Wen thought about it and said. It's okay, you can think about it slowly, I can wait. Li Mabai said to die beside him, send Zhou Wen back. No need, I can go back myself. Zhou Wen got up and left Yaxianzai. Zhou Wen has been thinking about this issue on the way back. The Guardian's cocoon is hard to find. If what Li Mabai said is true, it is worth seeing. Li Mabai has a chance, but it may not be possible. But Li Mabai would do anything for revenge, and Zhou Wen didn't dare to trust him too much. When he returned to the academy, he found that Xing was waiting for him outside the academy. Master Wen, the matter of entering the maze to select the treasure chest is ready. When are you going to go? Xing explained his purpose directly. Just now. Zhou Wen also wanted to get this thing done as soon as possible. The world is changing faster and faster now. Who knows if there will be a chance to go again in the future. Before the ban in the dimension field has completely collapsed, it is better to go early. I thought so too, get in the car. Xing opened the car door and let Zhou Wen get in the car before he got into the driver's seat. Master Wen, why is Li Mabai looking for you? Xing obviously already knew that Li Mabai was looking for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't hide it, and told the matter again. Asheng, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Why did Principal Lung kill the Buddha? Instead of trying to make a contract? Zhou Wen asked. I'm not too sure about this, I'm afraid only Principal Lung can answer you. Xing shook his head. After a pause, Xing continued, what Li Mabai said may be true, but I'm afraid it's too late to go now. Why do you say that? Zhou Wen puzzled. According to reliable information, Zhang Chuanqiu, Xiao Luchuan and Duguge went to the southern district together, and their target was a guardian egg. The place they went was very close to the area that Li Mabai said. Xing rode Li Mabai didn't say where the guardian egg is. How do you know what area it is in? Zhou asked. People like Li Mabai, the Yin family has been paying attention to them secretly for a long time. He has been in the southern district for a while. We have also checked the areas he has visited, and we can judge a general area. And Xing explained. It turns out, that's a pity. Zhou was still a little moved. But now hearing in Xing's words, it is estimated that there is not much hope. The road is getting harder. And harder now. The car stopped at a service station, and Xing parked the car in the service station, and then the two of them rode on the companion pet and continued on. Zhou rode the Dawei King Kong bull, walking on flat ground in the mountains and forests, and his speed was no slower than driving. Master Wen, you must memorize the map of the maze. Although I will go in together to guide you, but if you get lost in it, you must be able to come out by yourself. And Xing told Zhou again. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The route map of the maze is very complicated. Even with Zhou Wen's memory, it took a long time to memorize the route map. Not only because the maze is too complicated, but also because the maze is constantly changing. And the degree of change is so complicated that it far exceeds the limit that ordinary humans can imagine. 2. Memorize these roadmaps. You not only need to memorize the route, but also need to cooperate with some formulas. At that time, you will really get lost. Instead of memorizing the way with your brain, you need to use the formula to work with the roadmap to figure out the way out. Zhou spent a lot of time on this. Just in case, Zhou worked hard. 2 days later, Zhou and Xing came to an inconspicuous field. It was originally a cornfield, but the place was too remote. After the different dimensional storm, there was also a change here. The corn here grows extremely high, each one is as tall and straight as a big tree. The corn on it is bigger than a human head, and the corn kernels are golden and transparent. And since the dimensional storm, the corn here has not withered and has been growing continuously. The entrance to the maze is in the cornfield. At first, Tianzhua and Xing were chased by a mythical level forbidden creature and fled in a hurry. In a panic, they escaped into this cornfield, and finally fell into the maze. So escaped. It was there that Tianzhua got his first mythical companion pet. And Xing wandered in the cornfield for a while and finally found a place. He used a shovel to dig up the soil on the ground, revealing a metal plate. The metal plate was lifted to reveal an ancient well below. And Xing clapped the soil on his hands and said, later, the overseer and I made some disguise here, to prevent others from entering it by mistake. One is to prevent the treasure chest from being opened by others, and the other is to fear that humans will fall into it, and it is impossible to escape from it. Coming out of such a complicated maze will be a dead end. Master Wen, after you go down, you must follow me closely, and you must not go wrong. Xing warned again, and then went down the well. Zhou followed Xing down the ancient well. There was still water under the ancient well. Xing dived down, not too deep, but there was a horizontal passage. Soon, the two people passed through the underwater passage and appeared in a boxy stone room. Xing took Zhou through the stone rooms constantly. Every stone room here looked exactly the same, and there was almost no difference. And every stone room has 6 exits, front, back, left, right, and up and down. There are exits, normal people can't walk very far in it, they will get lost in it. What's more, the stone houses here can move by themselves, and it is more difficult for ordinary people to go out than to go to the sky. The only thing fortunate is that there are no dimensional creatures in this maze. They just need to identify the path and make sure they don't get lost. And Xing stopped and walked, calculating from time to time, and after 3 or 4 hours, he finally found a treasure chest with Zhou Wen. This stone house is a little special, because this stone house has no exit below, and there is a stone box in the position that should have been the exit below. Unlike the treasure chest inlaid with gold and silver in Zhou Wen's imagination, this is an ordinary stone chest, and there is nothing surprising about it. The treasure chests here are very strange. One person can only open 3 treasure chests. If there are more than 3, even if they bombard it with all their strength, it is difficult to move it. According to our previous experience, the treasure chest may be empty, or there may be companion eggs, dimensional crystals, and some strange items are all other dimensional items. And Xing said. Zhou Wen stepped forward, reached out, and held down the lid of the treasure chest, lifting it up. There was no golden light, and there was no treasure overflowing. Inside the huge box, there was only a crystal hourglass the size of a palm. What is this? What's the use? Zhou Wen took the hourglass out of the treasure chest and looked at it in his hand. I saw that the sand in the hourglass was slowly flowing from one end to the other. The sand is a kind of white sand. It is not the common yellow sand, it looks more delicate. There may be any strange things in the treasure box. It is difficult to say whether it is useful or not. Maybe this hourglass will have any effect. And Xing said. Zhou Wen nodded and was about to put away the hourglass, but found a strange thing. Because it was going to be put into the backpack, Zhou Wen turned the hourglass over. The strange thing was that when the hourglass turned over, the sand did not stop, and was still falling to the other end. Strange. Zhou Wen picked up the hourglass and looked at it again, seeing that the sand was flowing sideways, completely violating the laws of physics. Zhou Wen turned the hourglass upside down, and the sand that was supposed to flow below turned out to be flowing upstream, with no meaning of falling at all, and it looked very strange. This hourglass is really unusual. Zhou Wen played with the hourglass curiously. No matter how the hourglass was placed, the sand inside would stubbornly flow in the same direction. But other than that, there is nothing particularly magical. Zhou Wen's injection of vitality has no effect on the hourglass. It seems that it is an insulator of vitality. Seeing that the hourglass had no special effect, Zhou Wen put it in his backpack and followed in Xing to find other treasure chests. During the time they stayed here, the location of the stone house changed again. And Xing kept making calculations. After calculating, he continued to walk with Zhou Wen. After walking for about half an hour, Zhou Wen suddenly heard a ding, like the sound of an electric oven being reset regularly. Zhou Wen and Xing were both startled, and then found that the sound came from the backpack. Zhou Wen opened the backpack with a strange expression, and there were no mechanical items or clocks and the like in it. Zhou Wen suddenly discovered that the sand in the hourglass had leaked out, and all the sand had gone to another hole. Could it be that the sound just now came from it? Zhou Wen felt that there was no other possibility. After looking around repeatedly, the hourglass didn't react to anything except that it started to flow backwards. Putting the hourglass back into the backpack, the two continued to walk, but just as they stepped into the next stone house, they suddenly found that a light lit up in the stone house. All the stone houses that Zhou Wen and the others walked through before were the same, there was no difference, and there were no carvings on the walls. But now, on the wall of this stone house, there is a mural similar to a phoenix, and it is still emitting light at this time as if it is about to come alive. Just when the phoenix mural was lit up, all the passages in the stone house were automatically closed. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. The petite fire phoenix flew down from the wall with terrifying flames, instantly turning the entire stone house into a sea of fire. The red-hot flame, even when wearing armor, still feels unstoppable. Zhou Wen directly summoned the tyrant Beeman and swallowed it directly, swallowing the flame together with the fire phoenix. Although it was only a short moment, it shocked both Sheng and Zhou Wen into a cold sweat, and white smoke came out of their armor. If the time was longer, the armor would be burned red, and the flesh inside would be almost completely burned ripe. As soon as the fire phoenix died, the 6 portals opened automatically and returned to their previous state. Asheng, did you encounter such a situation when you came here before? Zhou Wen felt that something was unusual, so he asked. And Sheng. Never. Master Wen, do you think the fire phoenix just now has something to do with this hourglass? When Enshing spoke, his eyes looked at the backpack that had been burnt by the flames, and the contents of the backpack had been scattered. Many things have been burned, but the crystal hourglass is still intact, falling on the ground sideways, and the sand is still flowing. I also think it may be related. You didn't have an accident when you came, and there was no accident when we left just now, but after the hourglass was turned upside down, there was an accident. Apart from it, I really can't think of anything else. The reason? Zhou Wen said. Let's use the companion pet to explore the way first to see if other stone houses have the same problem. Enshing said, and summoned a lion and let it enter the next room that Enshing planned to enter. As soon as the lion entered, the stone house suddenly closed, and Enshing soon changed color. Zhou Wen used the power of listening truth to want to know what was going on next door, but he didn't hear anything. There seemed to be a force in the wall of the stone house blocking listening truth. After a while, the passage door opened, but the lion companion pet that entered it disappeared, and it seemed that it had been killed. These stone houses are really strange. After my companion pet entered, it quickly cut off contact with me. I couldn't sense what happened in it. Enshing said solemnly. Zhou Wen looked inside from the door, but did not find any murals in the stone house, which was no different from an ordinary stone house. If the change of the maze is related to this crystal hourglass, then if we wait for the sand of the crystal hourglass to reverse again, do you think the maze will return to normal? Zhou Wen looked at the hourglass in his hand and said. This is also very possible. Enshing stared at the sand in the hourglass and said, looking at the speed of the sand flow, it should be reversed once an hour. Let's wait here for an hour first. All right. Zhou Wen also felt that it was better to wait. God knows there are other strange things in this labyrinth. Although he is a mythical pet, his body is still epic after all. If there is an accident in such a small stone house, he may not be able to hide himself. No matter how strong the companion pet is. Didn't work either. The two waited in the stone house. Time passed minute by minute. When the sand in the hourglass was completely drained, they heard a ding, which was exactly the same as the sound heard before. The next second, the sand in the hourglass began to flow backwards. I'll try it again. And Xing summoned another companion pet and let it enter the room where the lion entered just now. Sure enough, this time, the stone house passage was not closed, and the companion pet inside was not interesting. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with this. And Xing entered the room carefully, and there was no accident either. So Zhou Wen and Xing used the companion pet as a pathfinder, and then continued to move towards the next treasure chest in the maze, passing through a lot of stone houses without any problems. When the hourglass reversed, the two stopped and did not continue to move forward. They waited in place for an hour, waiting for the hourglass to reverse again, and then continued to walk. Hourglass doesn't know what kind of relationship it has with the labyrinth, but it can control the labyrinth. When forced to rest, Zhou Wen was studying the hourglass, trying to see if he could control the flow of sand in the hourglass. If he could control it, wouldn't he be able to control this maze? But Zhou Wen studied for a while, but he didn't find out how to control the hourglass. The main reason was that he didn't dare to mess around, for fear of breaking the hourglass, which would make it even more troublesome. After we go out, think of a way to study it. Zhou Wen temporarily gave up the idea of controlling it. Master Wen, I seem to have discovered something. And Xing said. What happened? Is it the secret of the maze? Zhou Wen asked quickly. No. And Xing shook his head and said, after my experience of coming out with you so many times, I found that as long as you enter the dimensional realm, some unexpected things are prone to happen. A coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Zhou Wen said decisively, although he also felt that every time he entered the dimension field, he would have some problems, but he would never admit that he was a sweeping star. Even if there is a problem, it must be the problem of Tiger Soul General, Bamboo Sword, Tai Sui, and definitely not my problem. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. And Xing smiled and said, actually, it's not bad, at least it won't be so boring. Every time I enter the dimensional realm with you, it's so thrilling. It really has nothing to do with me. Zhou Wen said with a sad face. The two stopped and walked for more than 30 hours, and finally arrived at the room where the second treasure chest was. Master Wen, open it and take a look. And Xing said solemnly. Do you really want to open it? Zhou Wen said with a guilty conscience. In the first treasure box, there is a crystal hourglass like a monster moth. The ghost knows what can be in this treasure box. If the companion eggs and dimensional crystals are produced, it will be fine, but if a bomb or something pops out of it, and they are all killed here, it will be miserable. Although it is just a metaphor, Zhou Wen does not rule out that there are really bombs and the like in it. Let's go. Even if there is a Buddha in it, the big deal is that we will fight against the Buddha. There is nothing to be afraid of. And Xing smiled. Zhou Wen swallowed and spit, stretched out his hand and lifted the lid of the treasure chest. His heart was beating violently, as fast as a drum beat. And Xing and Zhou Wen looked inside the treasure chest, but were stunned. There is actually a box inside the treasure chest. The material and style are the same as the treasure chest, but it is smaller. Zhou Wen frowned slightly and opened the lid of the treasure chest inside, but saw that there was even a smaller treasure chest inside. After opening 7 or 8 treasure chests in a row, what he saw was a smaller treasure chest. https:// Please remember this. Books, first domain name. Apex Novel mobile version reading URL. Are you kidding me? At the end, it won't be an empty box, will it? Zhou Wen said a little depressedly. But Anxing laughed. Master Wen is worthy of being Master Wen. The governor and I have opened 6 treasure chests, and none of them are as interesting as you opening this one. This really has nothing to do with me. You all picked out the good treasure chests, and the rest of the treasure chests are so strange. Zhou Wen said depressedly. Quickly open it and take a look. I'm really looking forward to it. I want to know what's in this treasure chest. Anxing urged. Zhou Wen had to continue to open the treasure chests inside. One by one. Zhou Wen opened at least 20 floors, and the treasure chest changed from a large box to a small box as big as a slap. Zhou Wen tried it and wanted to take out the treasure chest. But it turned out that although the treasure chest was small, no matter how hard Zhou Wen tried, it wouldn't move. Zhou Wen had to continue to open the box. Layer after layer, the treasure box had become as big as a finger, and there was still a treasure box inside. I'm pretty sure now that the owner of the maze must be playing with us. In the end, there must be nothing in the treasure chest. Zhou Wen felt that he must have been played. It has already reached this level. Even if it is empty, you have to open the last box to see. Anxing encouraged. Zhou Wen continued to open the box silently. The treasure box was the size of a finger, and after opening it layer by layer, it had become as big as a fingernail. Nima, why is it still there? I don't believe it. Zhou Wen continued to open, and opened several more floors. The size of the treasure chest was already the size of the ring face on the ring. When Zhou Wen wanted to open it, he found that the boxy little stone treasure chest that looked like a ring face was locked. Although the keyhole was small, it could be seen that there was nothing wrong with a lock. Isn't this a scam? I have already opened it, and even told me that I need a key. Zhou Wen wished he could smash the treasure chest. But these treasure chests do not know whether they are protected by the power of the rules, and it is difficult for them to be damaged even by the power of the mythical level. Will this little treasure box itself be the prize in this treasure box? Anxing looked at the little treasure box and said, No? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, reached out and grabbed the small treasure chest and picked it up. After opening so many layers of treasure chests, they all remained motionless, but this time the small treasure chest was picked out by him. It's actually possible to take it out. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that the guy who put the treasure chest must have done it on purpose. Zhou Wen looked at it carefully, but did not find a way to open the treasure chest, so he gave it to Anxing, and Anxing returned it to Zhou Wen. After reading it, the structure of this keyhole is a little different from our human locks, and it may require special. The key can only be opened. Master Wen, please put it away first, and then find a way to open it after you go out. Zhou Wen had no choice but to put away the small mini treasure box first. For such a small treasure box, let alone there might be nothing in it at all. Even if there was something, what could be contained in such a small treasure box? Opening 2 treasure chests in a row is such a strange thing. Zhou Wen misses Wang Lu a little now. If he can ask Wang Lu to come with her and let her help open the treasure chest, he will not be so unlucky to open such a strange thing. The two set out on the road again. Because of the lessons learned, Anxing was afraid that this little treasure chest would also cause the labyrinth to change, so he walked more carefully. It turned out that there was no accident. As before, as long as the hourglass was safe, it was possible to pass through the stone house smoothly. Finally, Zhou Wen and Anxing arrived at the location of the 3rd treasure chest, Zhou stood in front of the treasure chest, folded his hands, and bowed in all directions. Please bless the gods, I don't want to get rich overnight, just let me open some the normal things can come out. The mythical companion pet or something, just come with one, I really don't pick. When praying, Zhou also summoned the little tiger, hoped to add some luck. And Xing listened to Zhou recitation of words, but resisted not. Laughing, and said solemnly, young master, wealth is destined by heaven, let's go. As soon as Zhou gritted his teeth, he opened the lid of the box. Sure enough. And Xing looked inside the box and laughed immediately, because the box was completely empty and there was nothing in it. This is the end? Zhou was a little depressed. How about, I'll take you to find another box. What if you, Mr. Wen, were born different and could open the fourth box? And Xing said, don't bother, let's go back. Zhou shook his head and said he decided that he would never come to open any hellish boxes or other things of chance in the future, unless he could come with Wang Lu. And Xing took Zhou to the outside, and it was impossible to go back the same way, because the location of the stone house was changing all the time, so he could only figure out a new path to go back. Fortunately, nothing happened on the way back, and the two came out of the maze smoothly. And Xing used a metal plate to seal the well again, and covered the top with soil as a camouflage. If it wasn't for a coincidence, it would be difficult to find the entrance to the labyrinth. However, Zhou found that the crystal hourglass in his hand seemed to be frozen. When the sand inside was still flowing, it was frozen. It looked like time had stood still, which was very magical. Master Wen, it's not that you have nothing to gain. Even if the little treasure box is empty, this crystal hourglass is quite magical. Maybe it's really a treasure. And Xing comforted. Zhou didn't have the mind to say anything, put away the crystal hourglass and the mini treasure chest, and planned to go back and find a way to open the little treasure chest. The two returned to Luoyang all the way, but found that there were very few people on the streets of the city. They soon found out that most people were watching the live broadcast. Someone has challenged the primordial sword immortal again. No wonder so many people are watching the live broadcast. Zhou searched for it by listening and found the problem. It's not surprising. There are not many days left in the 3-month time limit. Someone must have been unable to bear it anymore. Let's see who is challenging the primordial sword immortal. And Xing took out his mobile phone and opened the live broadcast, but Wei somewhat surprised. On the fighting stage, the Taiku sword immortal has already shown the body of a sword immortal. The sword immortal is standing on the fighting platform with a stone sword in his hand, but he has not seen the figure of the challenger. Suddenly, Jianxian's head seemed to be hit hard, and his body flew out sideways. What was that just now? Neither Zhou nor and Xing could see clearly what happened. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. After the primordial sword immortal was blasted out, he immediately flew into the air, swinging his sword and slashing rows of sword lights in all directions. However, Zhou and Xing didn't see anything except the primordial sword immortal and his sword light. Invisible companion pet? Zhou and Xing both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There are very few invisible companion pets themselves. Zhou Dao has a companion egg with an invisible cloak, but that thing is a problem companion egg, and it has not been able to hatch so far. In addition, I have Heard of some companion pets that can be invisible, but those companion pets that can be invisible are actually not completely invisible. For example, a companion pet called a color-changing beast can be integrated with the environment by changing color to achieve the purpose of stealth. But this kind of stealth is basically useless for top powerhouses. Not to mention mythical creatures, even epic powerhouses, like Zhou Wen's prison king's soul, can sense subtle changes in airflow. It's just that people can't see it. In fact, for the top powerhouses, it really doesn't work much. That is to say, when dealing with the special skill of the candle-hole horizon, pure invisibility will have some effect. What is really scary is not invisibility, but invisibility. Even the body can be hidden together, without causing airflow, emitting heat, or having a life aura, as if it disappeared out of thin air. Only in this way, it is possible for the existence of the Taigu Jianxian to be unable to find its location. In the current situation of the fighting field, the Taiku Sword Immortal was obviously not able to find the enemy's position, and could only continuously cut out a large area of sword light, trying to use the dense sword light to force the enemy out. This was obviously of no use. Soon, the primordial Sword Immortal took another blow for no apparent reason and flew out again. The battle scene on the fighting arena was very strange. I saw that the primordial Sword Immortal seemed to be fighting the air, but he was constantly being attacked, and the Sword Immortal spirit body was also being beaten up and down. It seemed that the situation was very bad. The live broadcast still has limitations. Let's go to the cube too. See. And Xing said and drove the car in the direction of the cube. There are hardly any people on other streets, but the streets where you can see the cube screen are crowded with people, not to mention cars. Even people can't get past. Even the buildings on both sides of the street were crowded with people. Zhou Wen and Xing had to find a place to park the car, and then found a relatively close place to watch the battle. The large screen of the cube can perfectly present the real battle, which is the same as the real scene, which is not available in high-speed cameras. No matter how powerful the camera is, it still has its limitations, such as pixels. No matter how high it is, it cannot reach the level of the real world. Just like the picture seen on the mobile phone, Taiku Sword Immortal is still being beaten unilaterally. The opponent seems to be deliberately humiliating the primordial Sword Immortal. Every time he attacks, he bombards the primordial Sword Immortal's face like an invisible fist, sending the primordial Sword Immortal flying out. Time and time again, I was not in a hurry to get rid of the primordial Sword Immortal at all, and seemed to want to appreciate the embarrassed appearance of the primordial Sword Immortal. Since the birth of the Taiku Sword Immortal, it has suppressed the rankings for several months, and has accepted the challenges of many powerful companion pets. It has always been invincible, almost synonymous with invincibility. Pass? Taigu Jianxian tried to force his opponent out, using many methods, but the result was not satisfactory, and he was completely unable to judge where his opponent was. Zhou Wen looked at the names on the leaderboard, and the companion pet that challenged the Taiku Sword Immortal was named King of Yuanjia, but he didn't see the image of the King of Yuanjia displayed. Could it be that the King of the realm is invisible? Zhou Wen thought to himself. The battle continued in an overwhelming situation. The invincible primordial Sword Immortal was also somewhat powerless in front of invisible opponents, and could only be beaten passively. It seems that the number one position in the rankings is finally going to be replaced. King of the original realm, how come never heard of it before? Sure enough, the invisible opponent is the most terrifying. This king of the original realm is too powerful to be able to beat the primordial sword. Immortal like this is simply invincible. I don't know who is the companion pet of the king of the original world. It's really hard to guess. I've only heard of the gods, immortals, demons, spirits, ghosts, and demons in mythology, but I've never heard of the original realm. It won't be overseas, will it? Probably not. If the king of the realm is overseas, I would rather support the Taiku sword immortal to take the first place. The entire Federation is talking about it. The disadvantage of the primordial sword immortal is so obvious. Although the Wheel of Fortune has not yet been used, and the ability to fight for the last time is still available, the odds of winning are much smaller. Because most people judge that the Wheel of Fortune of the primordial sword immortal should be an offensive skill, and they don't even know where the opponent is. Wide range, otherwise it will be difficult to turn defeat into victory. Zhou Wen has been watching the battle, and even used the Eye of the Holy Prison King, but he still didn't see where the king of the realm was. What a powerful stealth. Can you even hide the fire of sin on your body? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. It seems that this time, I should be able to see the power of the Wheel of Fortune of the primordial sword immortal. And Xing also believed that the primordial sword immortal had been cornered. Not only in Xing, but the 6 major families and many powerhouses also think so. At this point, it is impossible for the primordial sword immortal to sit still. Just when people were expecting the Taiku sword immortal to release the Wheel of Fortune, something unexpected happened. The Taiku sword immortal chose to abstain and admit defeat, giving up the first throne without using the power of the Wheel of Fortune. The entire Federation was in an uproar, occupying the ranking list for several months. The invincible primordial sword immortal was defeated like this. The first throne was handed over to people, and the king of the realm became the strongest companion pet in the world. Taiku sword immortal does not use the Wheel of Fortune, which means that he also knows that he cannot win with the Wheel of Fortune. There are only less than 4 days left before the 3-month deadline mentioned by Wang Mingyuan. The major media in the entire Federation are reporting on the fact that the king of the original world occupies the first place, and they are also speculating about who the master of the king of the original world is. Like the primordial sword immortal, the owner of the great king of the original realm has never appeared, and all speculations are just speculations. However, according to the inference of the 6 major families, the possibility that the king of the realm is an overseas companion pet is very high, because there seems to be no such place as the original realm in the myths and legends of the 4 federal districts. While people are speculating about the origin and true face of the king of the realm, the cubes around the world have undergone bizarre changes, and a 72-hour countdown is displayed on each cube. As long as there is no IQ deficiency, you can probably guess what this means. There are only less than 72 hours left before the 3-month deadline. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. All the major forces that want to compete for the first place have been mobilized to study what kind of companion pet the king of the original world is, as well as its various abilities, and so on. There is no doubt that the most terrifying ability of the king of the original realm is invisibility. Even the primordial sword immortal cannot find its body. This is a very terrifying ability. In addition, its speed should also be very fast. Otherwise, even if it is invisible, it will be difficult to avoid the past under the high-speed sword light of the primordial sword immortal. Based on these 2 points, professionals began to study and analyze various possibilities. Everyone is always watching the leaderboard, because there are only less than 72 hours left, and someone may challenge the king of the realm at any time. In fact, in addition to the number 1, there are already a lot of people with lower rankings who are challenging for advanced rankings, hoping to get a better position before the ranking battle ends. In the last 72 hours, all challenges have only 1 hour of challenge time. If you do not fight for more than 1 hour, you will automatically lose. Zhou Wen is also studying the king of the Yuanjia. After watching the battle between the king of the Yuanjia and the primordial sword immortal, Zhou Wen always feels that something is wrong. I looked at the video and found no problem. King Yuanjia's invisibility ability is perfect, and he can't find any flaws. No matter how strong the primordial sword immortal is, he can fight against an invisible and intangible enemy who may appear anywhere around him at any time, no matter how strong his ability is. Doesn't work. Any companion pet has its weaknesses. Is the invisibility of the king of the realm really that perfect? Zhou Wen didn't believe in absolutely perfect abilities. Just like the candle dragon's whole candle vision, such a powerful skill can be broken with only a mirror. King Yuanjia's stealth skills are indeed very strong, but Zhou Wen feels that there must be weaknesses, but he has not discovered it yet. While the major forces were intensively researching, suddenly a companion pet named Bright Beast challenged the number 1 king of the realm. Light Beast? Isn't that the companion pet of the family of gods? I heard that it has the power of light, but its fighting ability is not strong, at most it is similar to the flame dragon or the like. Compared with the ancient sword fairy, it is too bad. How can it challenge the original king? Could it be that the family of gods found the weakness of the primordial king? Can the light beast restrain the king of the original realm? Everyone is waiting for the start of this battle with doubts. They all want to know whether the challenge of the family of God this time has really found the weakness of the king of the original realm or has other intentions. Li Xian organized the members of the Xianwen Society to watch the battle in front of the cube, and Zhou Wen followed them to the cube. He always felt that the stealth ability of the king of the realm might not be so perfect. I'm going. Won't everyone from Luoyang come? Li Xian said with a bit of depressing look at the crowded crowd. They were still several blocks away from the cube, but they were too crowded to walk. They could only see the heads shaking, and the cube could not be seen at all. It's no wonder that the various companion pets that have appeared in the past, including the primordial sword immortal, are very powerful, but after all, they can see clearly. But this king of the original realm is completely different, and he can't even see it. Unknown, right? Human curiosity is a fatal temptation. Everyone wants to know what kind of companion pet the king of the realm is. Li Weiyang said. We are so far away that we can't see anything clearly. Why don't we look at our mobile phone? At home. Huang Ji rarely came out. He was actually very interested in the abilities of various companion pets, so he participated in the Xianwen Club. This action. Of course, he mainly wants to reproduce the data and abilities of these companion pets in the game. After the leaderboard battle, Huang Ji has always been able to analyze those companion pets, and plans to use them as prototypes to make some game bosses. If it really doesn't work, let's find a quiet restaurant and go in and watch the live broadcast. Grease suggested that he felt that watching the live broadcast was no different from the cube screen. Zhou Wen also felt that it was too far. Even if they were listening, it would be difficult for them to reach such a long distance, but they couldn't rush past the crowd in front of him. Li Xian suddenly moved in his heart, and said to Gugu, who had been silent behind the crowd, "Lao Gu, you go ahead." Zhou Wen and others suddenly lit up, they all knew what Li Xian was thinking, and quickly gave way, letting Gu Jing lead the way. Squeeze what? Yuhi, ah. A man with a face full of flesh felt that someone wanted to squeeze past him, and he opened his mouth and wanted to swear fiercely, but at the same time he scolded. His eyes also turned, when he knew the man, his legs trembled with fright, and he almost sat on the ground. He quickly closed his mouth and stepped aside in fear. He himself had a fierce look, but when he saw this man squeezed over, his little heart was thumping with fright, and cold sweat broke out from his back. He has grown up so much, and he has never seen such a vicious person. He is very worried now that the other party will come and kill him with a knife, so he has been backing away, forcing some space and letting that person go. Road. Gugu didn't pay attention to him at all, and continued to move forward. Zhou Wen and the others lined up in a row, closely following Gu Jingze. For some reason, they felt the thrill of jumping in the queue that had been lined up for several streets. The crowd on the street was very crowded, and everyone wanted to squeeze in, but no one wanted to let anyone, and there were even a few quarrels. However, the classics passed through the crowd smoothly, and it did not seem to be very difficult. It didn't take long for Zhou Wen and his group to come to a more suitable distance, equivalent to the golden position of the 6th or 7th row in the theater, waiting for the original king to accept the challenge. Because there was only 1 hour to accept the challenge, it took a lot of time for Zhou Wen and the others to come over, and now there are less than 10 minutes left, and the king of the realm still hasn't accepted the challenge. No. The king of the realm hasn't accepted the challenge yet? Could it be that the bright beast is really its nemesis? It's really possible. Under the light, the darkness has nothing to hide. Maybe it's the invisible nemesis? No matter how he is overcome, the king of the original realm is also an existence that can compete with the ancient sword immortal. It is strange that the bright beast can overcome it. When people were arguing, they saw the name flashing on the fighting arena, and the king of the real world accepted the challenge, but he did not see it on the fighting arena. Everyone knows that the king of the realm should have appeared on the fighting arena, but they can't see it. The light beast obviously knew it, so it launched the attack without hesitation, and the body was bright like the sun, directly and indiscriminately illuminating the entire fighting platform. This is the power ray of light of the wheel of fate of the light beast. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex. Novel mobile version reading URL. It turns out that this light beast is going to use an indiscriminate attack to force out the king of the realm. No matter how invisible the king of the realm is, it can't really disappear. Such an attack is very likely to be found. Traces of it, said Greg. Sadie nodded and said, the beast of light is the mythical companion pet of the family of gods. Its wheel of fortune is called the ray of light. Although its attack power is not strong, it has a large coverage area and can last for a long time, so it is suitable for use to restrain the invisible ability. It seems that the family of gods did not find a way to restrain the king of the original realm, but just wanted to use this method to first find out what kind of companion pet the king of the original realm is. Zhou Wen and others were all staring at the big screen of the cube. The fighting field was shining brightly, illuminating the entire fighting platform. If there is Something on the fighting platform, even if it is invisible, it will be injured by the rays of light. Even if it doesn't hurt, there will be some reactions. But it is very strange that there is nothing on the entire fighting arena. The light rays do not encounter any obstacles, there is no force collision, and the light is not refracted. It's strange. Is the king of the realm really an invisible spirit body? Impossible. If it is an invisible and intangible spiritual body, how could the great king of the realm attack the primordial sword immortal directly during the previous battle? It must have a physical body. You have also seen that the rays of light have enveloped the entire fighting arena. If it really has a body, the rays of light cannot have no response at all. Maybe it's some kind of temporarily incarnated skill that shouldn't last too long. The major families are discussing and studying how the king of the original realm escaped the rays of light, but there was no accurate inference for a while. The light beast continues to emit light rays, and its light rays can last for several hours, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by the king of the real world. While people were talking about it, they suddenly saw the face of the bright beast, as if it had been smashed down by an invisible fist. Its nose and facial bones were sunken. Then I saw the 7 holes of the bright beast bleed out and fly out, and die directly, without even having a chance to admit defeat and abstain. For a while, everyone was in a cold sweat. The bright beast is not the opponent of the king of the realm. Many people have thought of this. But no one thought that the bright beast would be defeated so badly. Not only was it unable to force out the king of the realm, but it was also killed by a single blow. Obviously, because the gap between the two is too great, the light beast can't even block a single blow. The family of God's plan failed this time, and the light beast was also lost. It's really strong, invincible stealth, invincible power. It's simply the perfect companion pet. If the great king of Yuanjia wants to assassinate someone, I'm afraid that in this world, no one can escape its assassination, right? It's scary to think about it. What immemorial sword immortal, what god of death in the underworld, is weaker than the king of the original realm? I don't know who is so lucky to be able to obtain a companion pet like the great king of the original realm. The ordinary people of the Federation are discussing the topic of the great king of the original realm. If people have doubts about the strength of the great king of the original realm in the battle against the primordial sword immortal, then once the light beast is killed, the original realm will be killed. The king really stepped onto the altar and left a strong legacy in the history of human companion pets. The major families have started intense research and analysis work, and the videos shot by various high-end instruments are repeatedly researched and analyzed frame by frame. But no matter how you analyze and research, the invisibility ability of the king of the realm is perfect. The light rays of the light beast's indiscriminate attack can't touch its body at all, and it was killed by a frontal blow. This ability is terrifying, even sleepless. As most people say, having the king of the original realm is equivalent to having the most terrifying assassin in the world. Even members of the 6 major families are worried that they will be assassinated by the king of the original realm. If the king of the realm is owned overseas, the Federation will be even more dangerous. Even the Federation's own companion pet is equally unbearable. It is like a sharp blade hanging around his neck, and it will fall at some point, but the person holding the knife is not himself. Research and research, analysis and analysis, everyone in the world wants to find out the weaknesses of the king of the realm. The ability of the great king of Yuanjia, I don't know if it can be used on the master Feng. Yan pondered. I can't see it. It's already so invincible now. If it can be used on the master again, wouldn't it be too buggy? Li Xian pouted. It's not impossible, just like the invisibility cloak that was a sensation before. It can make people invisible, and no means of investigation can see its existence. Huang Ji said. Sadie seemed to know something about the invisibility cloak, and said, although the invisibility cloak can be completely invisible and cannot be detected, it has a time limit, and it can only remain invisible and intangible for a period of time. It is just invisible, but it can still be detected by some special means. Just like the light rays of the bright beast just now, the invisibility cloak in the normal state can be exposed. If not, it would be difficult for the Zhang family to successfully return the invisibility cloak. Companion egg state. Several people walked and discussed. Zhou Wen never spoke. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After this battle, there has been no companion pet to challenge the king of the realm again, because no one wants to risk the risk of the companion pet being killed to challenge the king of the realm. Any mythical companion pet is hard-earned. Knowing that it is to die, naturally no one is willing to do it. The major forces can only continue to study and analyze, hoping to find out the weaknesses of the original king, but there are only 48 hours left in the blink of an eye, and still no one can study and analyze the weaknesses of the original king. The video is about to be ruined by them, but they can't even see where the king of the world is, let alone what it looks like and what weaknesses it has. There are already many people who think that this time the leaderboard battle, I am afraid that the king of the real world will take the first place. So far, no companion pet has been found that can restrain it, and there is not much time left. Zhou Wen has also been studying the video, and has watched it many times, but he has not found the true identity of the king of the realm. Could it be that the invisibility ability of the king of the realm is really so perfect? How many modes of invisibility are there? The spirit body is one type, and the king of the realm is most likely a spirit body. But looking at its attack mode, it seems to have an entity. That's right. There is also stealth, which is unlikely. If it is just stealth, it will definitely be detected by light rays. Then there is the invisibility cloak, which can be temporarily nihilized. Now it seems that this possibility is the highest. If there are other words, it is too small, like an ancient spore, so it cannot be seen. But no matter how small it is, it should respond to the ubiquitous light shot. Wait. No. Zhou Wen, it seems to be thinking of something. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. Zhou Wen carefully recalled the two battles of the king of Yuanjia, and watched several important parts of the video. The part that felt wrong in his heart gradually became clear. If the king of the real world is regarded as a companion pet similar to the ancient spore, even smaller than the ancient spore, so small that even the eyes of the holy prison king can't see the fire of karma on it, then is it right? It can explain why the sword light of the primordial sword immortal can't cut it. It's not because its speed is really fast to the extent that the primordial sword immortal can't be smashed, but because it is too small. In this way, its power must not be, it will be too strong, so it looked like it used to slap the face of the primordial sword immortal, but in fact it was not strong enough to kill the primordial sword immortal at all. Zhou Wen continued his reasoning. The battle with the beast of light proves this even more. The rays of light are everywhere. If the king of the realm is really on the fighting platform, it should trigger the reaction of the rays of light, even if it can be nihilized, but at the moment when it attacked the light beast from the virtual reality, it should also collide with the light ray. But I watched the video repeatedly, and this did not happen. The light ray did not collide from the beginning to the end. Then there is only one explanation. The king of the realm, from the time he entered the fighting platform, has already got into the body of the light beast, so no matter how much the light ray shines, it cannot reach it. Not on the fighting ring. And the primordial king used this ability to destroy the light beast's body or brain first. And then with a clever opportunity, he came out of his nostrils and gave the light beast a blow. It seems that this blow is extremely powerful, and it killed the light beast in an instant. In fact, it has been wreaking havoc in the body of the light beast, and the light beast is almost dead. It's a good plan to kill the bright beast and make everyone think that the primal king's destructive power is extremely powerful, covering up its biggest shortcomings and making people dare not challenge it easily. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt right. My heart suddenly opened up. Although many possibilities of the original king have been guessed, it is still not an easy task to defeat him. Even the ability to listen to the truth and the eyes of the Holy Prison King can't detect its existence, then its body size must be much smaller than the ancient spore. I am afraid it has reached the level of atoms. The ancient spores are still able to parasitize large creatures, and it is not very powerful against smaller than it. The candle dragon's whole candle vision should be able to kill it, but in case it gets into the candle before the candle dragon activates the whole candle vision inside the dragon's body, that whole candle horizon is useless. Zhou Wen thought about it, and this king of the realm was really a bit difficult to deal with. It is very easy to fight against the king of the original realm. Judging from the strength it shows with the Taiku sword immortal, Zhou Wen only needs to take out the tyrant beeman to challenge it. No matter how much it drills, it cannot hurt the tyrant beeman. But it is also not easy for the tyrant beeman to find and kill it. I don't know what kind of companion pet the king of the realm is. If the attributes are fungi or germs, maybe if Tai Sui is sent, it can be cleaned up. Zhou Wen thought so, but he didn't try it immediately. After all, everything is just Zhou Wen's own speculation, and Tai Sui itself is only epic. If the speculation goes wrong, or the king of the original realm is only small in size, not a companion pet like a fungus, and Tai Sui can't restrain it, wouldn't it be very dead? Awful. There are still more than 2 days left, and there will definitely be companion pets to challenge the king of the original realm, so Zhou Wen plans to take a look again and then decide whether to send Tai Sui to play. Even if Tai Sui is sent to play, it has to wait until the time is almost up, otherwise Tai Sui is so weak, even if he wins the king of the original world, he will be easily defeated by other mythical companion pets. While waiting for the king of the original world to be challenged, Zhou Wen did not idle, and continued to enter the game to brush the copy. Ever since he knew that killing the guardians can promote the killers, Zhou Wen has always wanted to fight the guardians. It's a pity that the one in Ant City is too strong. Zhou Wen thought about it, and hit the 9 black dragons in the underground sea. I now have a lot of mythical companion pets. There are Beeman and Diting on the outside, which are fierce and unparalleled, and the Dongzhu vision of the candle dragon is invincible. In addition, the Dawei Vajra bull, the golden tyrant sword, and the demon specializing in dark sword hurting people are invincible. Baby, you can try it and see if you can handle the 9 black dragons. Zhou thought to himself. After coming to the underground sea, Zhou first summoned all his mythical companion pets, plus a magic baby. The lineup was quite powerful. The 6-winged guardian dragon is still an old rule, appearing behind the scarlet villain. In a 6-winged state to prevent the scarlet villain from being killed in seconds. We'll have to find time to draw more avatars in the future, Zhou secretly said in his heart. Following Zhou order, Di Ting and Beeman took the lead in rushing into the underground sea. The Dawei King Kong bull was afraid of water, so he could only support it on land, not into the sea. But this is not a big deal as long as the 9 black dragons are lured to a place close to the sea, so that the soul-suppressing bell of the Dawei King Kong bull can work. It didn't take long for the 9 black dragons to appear pulling the chariot. After they saw Beeman and Di Ting, the chains on their bodies were automatically undone. The 9 black dragons were immediately refreshed, and one by one they turned into fierce dragons, roaring and rushing towards Beeman and listening. Zhou let the 2 of them fly back all the way and return to a position close to the coast. The 2 giant beasts were standing in shallow water, and the sea water could only cover their calves. 9 black dragons rushed over, and Zhou immediately realized that something was wrong. The power and speed of these black dragons were even stronger than the listening of a broken earring. Originally, Zhou had thought that Di Ting and Beeman could fight 3 or 4 black dragons together, but now they found that it was a little difficult to fight 2 without using absolute power and breaking other earrings. Roar! Beeman roared and used absolute power directly to suppress the 9 black dragons. The 9 black dragons began to be affected by the attraction of absolute power, but soon, they forcibly got rid of the restraint of absolute power. Boom! Beeman, who used absolute power, punched it and collided with a black dragon's horn. What Zhou never expected was that Beeman, who possessed absolute power, was hit by the black dragon and stepped back a few steps, and sat in the sea water, causing the sea to set off huge waves. Listening to the truth was even more miserable, fighting a claws against a black dragon, and as a result, he was thrown out and fell into the sea. Something's wrong. How could the 9 black dragons be so fierce? Zhou was shocked and looked at the 9 black dragons carefully, but he didn't see anything. With a move in Zhou's heart, he switched the life and soul of the Holy Prison King, and when he looked at it with the eyes of the Holy Prison, he was surprised. There were chains on the 9 black dragons that were invisible to the naked eye, and they were still connected to the chariot. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Those chains are not physical, but are like soul chains. The 9 black dragons are connected by chains, and at the same time, their powers are united as one. The power of one black dragon erupting is equivalent to the power of 9 black dragons breaking out together. It's no wonder that even the tyrant Beeman, who used absolute power, can't suppress the black dragon. This is one fight 9. Zhou secretly thought. The tyrant Beeman has stood up again, roaring and rushing towards the 9 black dragons again. Its power is unparalleled, but it is still a little difficult to deal with one enemy and 9. The black dragon itself is a mythical creature with tyrannical power. Coupled with the 9 in 1, the power that erupts stubbornly suppresses the tyrant Beeman. Every collision of power made the tyrant Beeman retreat again and again. Fortunately, the tyrant Beeman was indeed unparalleled when he used absolute power, and he was not hit hard by the combined power of the 9 black dragons. Tian rushed out and attacked the black dragon from another direction. Although the 9 black dragons are connected by invisible chains, it does not affect their movements at all, and the conversion between powers is extremely fast. As soon as the tyrant Beeman was knocked back here, he gathered his strength to fight with the listening. The terrifying dragon claw broke the limit of speed, and slammed the listening out again with one claw. Zhou had already controlled the blood-colored villain to swing his sword and slash at the black dragon. At the same time, the Dawei King Kong Bull also broke out the soul-suppressing bell. As soon as the bell rang, he saw the invisible chain flicker. They are dizzy. Listening to the truth seemed to be about to go berserk and break the earring. Zhou quickly summoned it and Beeman back, then turned around and fled to the bat cave. The magic baby has never made a move, and it seems that he has not found an opportunity. The 9 black dragons did not dare to go ashore, roaring in the water, causing huge waves, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. The 9 black dragons are already so terrifying, how powerful are the guardians in the chariot? I'm afraid it is another Buddha. Zhou looked at the 9 black dragons with fierce flames and secretly calculated in his heart, how many did he have? With hope, you can kill the guardian in the chariot. I finally understand now why the Sutra of Losing Immortals can imitate so many vitality tactics and obtain many benefits so easily. Even with such a perverted ability, it is difficult to kill the guardian for promotion. Zhou. It has been realized that the Sutra of Losing Immortals is indeed an unparalleled vitality art. Let's not talk about whether the Book of Immortals can be promoted to myth, just killing the guardian to promote the soul of life. I am afraid that there is no one before and no Comer. Unless you find a way to cut off the connection between the 9 black dragons, so that they can't unite the power of the 9 dragons to fight together, it is a fool's dream to kill them. Zhou is now starting to miss the seraphim. Among the guardians Zhou has seen, he is the easiest to kill. Unable to kill 9 black dragons, Zhou had to vent his frustration with other dimensional creatures, killing all rare dimensional creatures in various dungeons. And brushing some node elves, by the way. Now Zhou's number of node elves is close to 10,000. And under the control of the golden harp, it can already play some role, but it is still some distance away from the army of millions of notes that Zhou expects. I heard that there is a natural disaster of the undead in the Western District, and millions of undead are roaming the earth. In the future, I will control the army of millions of notes and create a natural disaster of music. The style is much higher than the natural disaster of the undead, at least it looks better than them. Zhou secretly said in his heart. After killing all the way, today's luck seems to be particularly bad, and none of the rare companion pets have burst out. Just when it was time for Medusa to refresh, Zhou planned to brush Medusa once. When it came time to curse the magic palace, Zhou thought of one thing. Every time he came to curse the magic palace, the beautiful girl would turn into a monster, Medusa, so every time Zhou killed it, it was Medusa in a monster state. If I kill the beautiful girl before she becomes Medusa, what will be the consequences? Zhou had this thought in his mind. I couldn't hold back my emotions. How can I kill her before she transforms? Zhou did not open the gate of Medusa's palace. Zhou also attacked her when she was a beautiful girl before, but as long as she attacked a beautiful girl, she would immediately become Medusa. It is obviously not easy to kill her before she becomes Medusa. Thing. In terms of speed, my flying fairy is fast enough. But I can't kill the beautiful girl before she becomes Medusa. In that case, I can only rely on her. Zhou Wen's heart moved, and he looked at the demon baby with an indifferent face, holding the demon sword. Like a doll. As long as Zhou Wen does not take the initiative to attack, even if he enters the palace, the beautiful girl will not become Medusa. After Zhou Wen had counted everything, he carried the demon baby into the palace. Sure enough, he saw Medusa sitting there quietly. The current Medusa is still a beautiful and pure girl. And a look at it makes people feel pity. If it wasn't in the game, but in the real world, Zhou Wen would really be at a loss. But this is the game world, no matter how beautiful it is. It is an NPC, so there are not so many scruples. Zhou Wen walked towards the beautiful girl step by step, without condensing vitality or using companion pets. It's just that the demon baby was lying on his back, and the big black eyes were secretly looking at the beautiful girl like Medusa. In front of the beautiful girl, Zhou Wen did not continue to move forward. If Zhou Wen did not attack her, the beautiful girl would become a Medusa. Banshee. At this moment, the demon baby lying on Zhou Wen's back suddenly moved, and a black-purple sword light came out from under the crotch of the blood-colored villain. Without giving the beautiful girl a chance to react, the magic sword had already pierced into the beautiful girl's chest, causing her to splatter on the spot, and the magic energy invaded her body, causing her to fall directly to the ground. It's done. Zhou Wen was overjoyed and looked at the corpse of the beautiful girl, but saw that the corpse was decomposing and disappearing. Ding! Soon, something fell out. Zhou Wen took a closer look and was overjoyed immediately. What the beautiful girl burst out was a companion egg. Crystal clear like a sapphire. It actually exploded, the companion pet. Zhou Wen felt a little unbelievable. It was not a day or two that he brushed Medusa, and the dimensional crystal exploded, but the companion egg had never exploded. Could it be that only Medusa in the state of killing a beautiful girl can explode the companion egg? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart, and picked up the companion egg at the same time. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Medusa, mythical. Fate, beauties are poor. Soul of life, the eye of temptation. Wheel of fortune, demon god transformation. Strength 41, speed 41. Physical fitness 41. Vitality 41. Talent skills, none. Associated state, none. Zhou Wen was shocked when he saw Medusa's attributes. With such a weak mythical level, Zhou Wen had seen an ancient spore before. But the ancient spores have at least the immortality of the ancients, which is invincible, and there is also a parasitic skill that is very useful. Medusa is outrageously weak. She has no skills. Whether her life is a bad face or a negative skill, she actually reduces her own attributes. The only useful thing is that the Eye of Temptation and the Demon God have changed. The Eye of Temptation is very similar to the Eye of Petrification, both of which can petrify people, but the limitation of the Eye of Temptation is much larger than that of the Eye of Petrification. The Demon God transformation is even more ridiculous. This turned out to be a one-time Wheel of Fortune. The annotations make it clear that once it is used, it will be eternally transformed into a demon god and cannot be restored to the human body. It seems that after using the demon transformation, Medusa should become a Gorgon. Although becoming a Gorgon will definitely be much stronger than it is now, but the shape of the Gorgon is too ugly. So, it still looks good now. But what's the use of such a good-looking thing, if it can't be eaten as a meal, and it can't block bullets? Although he thought so in his heart, when he thought that such a beautiful Medusa would turn into an ugly Gorgon, Zhou was still a little helpless. Forget it, let's keep it for a while, maybe it will have any special effect? Zhou plans to wait until tomorrow, to play Medusa again to see if Medusa in the state of a girl will continue to explode companion eggs. If the companion eggs can still be exploded, he will try to see what the consequences will be after the demon god changes. Before Zhou waited for Medusa to refresh again, a companion pet challenged the king of the realm on the leaderboard. This time, it was none other than the god of death in the underworld who challenged the king of the realm. Li Xian asked Zhou to go to the cube to watch the duel together. When they arrived at the place, the king of Yuanjia had not yet accepted the challenge. Old Zhou, you said who will win this battle? Li Xian asked. It's hard to say. Zhou shook his head and said. The battle between the king of the original world and the god of death in the underworld is really worth watching, and Zhou can't estimate the final result. The god of death in the underworld is a spiritual body, and physical damage is almost ineffective. However, whether the power attack of the underworld is effective for the king of the original world is also unknown, so Zhou is also curious about the result of this battle. The time soon reached the countdown of the last 10 minutes. Just like last time, I finally saw the name on the leaderboard flash, and the king of the realm accepted the challenge. Including Zhou, everyone's eyes widened, wanting to know how the underworld death god would deal with the king of the original realm. With the lessons of the bright beast, the underworld death god will definitely make a difference, and it may even be possible to directly use its fate wheel, to bring the king of Yuanjia into the underworld for a decisive battle, just as it did to the Taiku sword. Immortal. But what everyone didn't expect was that after the king of the original world accepted the challenge, the god of death in the underworld did nothing but just floated in the air. What's the matter? Why is the god of death in the underworld still? Does he want to be beaten passively? To deal with the invisible king of the realm, shouldn't we preempt it and force it out? What the hell is he trying to do? People were talking a lot, all speculating about what the underworld death god was going to do. Zhou saw that the god of death in the underworld was motionless, as if he was floating there, and fell asleep, and his heart suddenly froze, screaming badly. No, someone, like me, guessed that the king of the original world is a tiny companion pet, knowing its power is not enough to kill the top mythical companion pet, so I want to use this feature of the king of the original world to forcibly delay time. Want to wait until the time countdown ends, defeat the king of the original world again. Zhou already understood why the god of death in the underworld did this. In fact, Zhou also thought of a similar method, such as letting the tyrant Beeman challenge the king of the original realm. The king of the original realm has no way to kill the tyrant Beeman, so he can drag it on until the end of time. However, because the tyrant Beeman might not be able to kill the king of Yuanjia, Zhou Wenkai gave up this plan. Now that the underworld death god actually used this kind of plan, it shows that its owner has the confidence to defeat the king of the original world at the last moment. Zhou originally thought that the king of the original world would definitely take this opportunity to see if he could kill the god of death in the underworld. But who knows, the king of the original realm has not moved. Zhou thought for a while, and suddenly realized that the master of the great king of Yuanjia was indeed very powerful. He does not let the king of the original world move now, but it is the best choice. If King Yuanjia is really what Zhou Wen and the others deduced, he is a miniature companion pet with not strong power, then if he does it now, not only will he not be able to kill the god of death in the underworld, but it will expose his true strength and let the master of the god of death in the underworld understand better the weakness of the king of the realm. But now the king of the original realm is also not moving, but it has put enormous pressure on the god of death in the underworld. If it does not move, the master of the god of death in the underworld cannot be sure whether his judgment is correct, and there will be doubts. Could it be that King Yuanjia also wants to delay time, so will it be different from his own judgment? Does it have the confidence to defeat the god of death when the countdown is over? And so on, all kinds of guesses will be generated in the brain. Originally, the underworld death god was dragging time, but it became that both parties were dragging time. No one was sure that the king of the original world really did not have the ability to defeat the underworld death god. If this continues to drag on, in the event that the god of death in the underworld is defeated in the end, then there will be no time or opportunity. If the god of death in the underworld starts to attack now, the previous plan will fail, and the strength of the god of death in the underworld will be exposed, which is equivalent to shooting himself in the foot. Although the two companion pets on the fighting field did not act, the battle has really begun. Such battles are no longer limited to the fighting platform, but the owners of the two companion pets are engaged in psychological games. Ordinary people can't see the mystery at all. After waiting for a long time, they were looking forward to a big battle. Who knows that one companion pet on the field can't see, and the other companion pet doesn't move, which is really depressing. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say you want to challenge? Why haven't you fought yet? Fight, let's see, which one is the real king of the original world and the god of death in the underworld. Didn't you see, the god of death in the underworld didn't dare to move. He must be afraid of the king of the original world. When the king of the original world makes a move, the god of death in the underworld will die like a bright beast without a place to be buried. Fart, it's obviously the king of the original world who is afraid of the god of death in the underworld. Didn't you dare to attack it without seeing it? The god of death in the underworld was about to fall asleep waiting for it to shoot. There was no movement on the field. But the fans of the two companion pets off the field and the anchors who supported them started a war of words. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The silent battle has continued, making many people who eat melons very dissatisfied. A stand is for several hours without even moving. This is not a duel, it is a penalty stand. The doubts about the fake match have begun to spread. Some people are already suspecting that the king of the realm and the god of death of the underworld are from the same force. They are dragging time and want to get the first ranking directly. In fact, even among the 6 major families, there are many people who have such doubts. Zhou Wen also felt that something was wrong. Although the god of death in the underworld might not belong to the same force as the king of the original realm, they were consumed like this, and once the time was up, the first would inevitably arise. Among them, all the forces that still hold hope for the first are paying attention to the situation of this battle, and are also secretly inquiring about the news. Although I don't know who the king of the realm belongs to, the god of death in the underworld is undoubtedly the family of the gods, so all kinds of temptations and pressures against the family of gods continue. Old bull, if you can't do it, just admit defeat and don't take advantage of that realm king. Rico Caput said with a smile during the video call with Bull, the family of gods. Boar said lightly, don't bother. Rico continued, Old Bull, if you are 100% sure that you can defeat the king of the realm, then it doesn't matter until the end. But if you're not 100% sure, why not leave a chance? Bull naturally understood what Rico meant, and he was also very conflicted in his own heart. Originally, he really wanted to drag it to the end, and then let the god of death and the underworld defeat the king of the original world. Like Zhou Wen's guess, he believed that the king of the realm was a very tiny companion pet. As long as the underworld death god opens the underworld and pulls the tiny companion pet into the underworld, it will no longer be able to escape, and it will not be difficult to kill it at that time. But now the king of the realm is also delaying time, which makes Bull a little worried. The power of the underworld reaper has been known by many people, and the owner of the king of the underworld will definitely know some, but he still chooses to stay put, which makes Boar a little doubtful whether the king of the original world has the ability to defeat the death of the underworld, but it may also be a psychological warfare. After hanging up the call, Bull was thinking about what to do next, but Fia said, Father, if you don't have a full grasp of winning, it's better to stay. As Rico said, stay a line, we can still take the opportunity into your own hands. Tell me about it. Bull looked at Fia and said. Fia said, since it is impossible to determine whether the underworld death god can defeat the king of the original realm, it is better to complete the battle before the deadline. If you can win, it will be the best. If you can't win, you will find an opportunity to abstain, and then we will be accompanied by our side. If the pet is the first to challenge, it means one more opportunity. I'm afraid that this opportunity will be robbed by others. Boar pondered. There can only be one challenger. It depends on who can challenge the fastest. We can decide when the god of death and the underworld will admit defeat. We can also apply for the challenge at the same time. How can others be faster than us? Fia said. That's right, then let's do it like this. Prepare your companion, pet, and if the god of death in the underworld fails, you will complete the final battle. He said in a deep voice. Because there was no battle at all on the fighting platform, many people watching waited for hours, and they lost their patience. Many people chose to go back to work or do other things. They planned to wait until the countdown was over to see the results. Zhou Wen saw that the time passed by, and neither side had any intention of doing it. It seemed that they wanted to delay the countdown until the end of the countdown. He knew that there was no hope of competing for the first place this time. However, Zhou Wen still held a glimmer of hope and rushed to the town in Funyo Mountain, where he wanted to wait for the end of the countdown, and if there was still a chance, he could fight again. In fact, there are many people who have the same mind as Zhou Wen. Many people from big families are guarding the cube. Once the battle is over, or if one side abstains, they will immediately launch a challenge. No matter whether they can win in the end, it is better to go up and talk first than to have no chance at all. A little bit of time passed, and when there were only 2 hours left before the countdown, more and more people returned to the cube, and most of them just wanted to come back to see the results. However, the underworld death god and the king of the original realm still didn't make any movement. One couldn't see it, and the other didn't move at all. An hour and a half, an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes. Suddenly, the god of death in the underworld, which had been silent for a long time, finally moved. And as soon as its cloak unfolded, the strange underworld domain was about to devour the entire fighting arena. This is exactly the same as when it fought with the primordial sword immortal, except that the primordial king is not the primordial sword immortal. If it falls in, it is a question of whether it can still be killed. Everyone is refreshed, and the death of the underworld suddenly makes a move, which means that the two companion pets are not from the same force, and they still have to decide the winner. Although there is only the last hour and 10 minutes left, if there is time, there is an opportunity. The only thing I am afraid of is that there is too little time left. If one side loses and the time limit is less than an hour, then even if they choose to challenge, the other side will have an hour to prepare for the challenge, and they have not yet challenged. The countdown has ended. Be sure to decide the winner an hour ago. Many people were praying, but no one thought that the outcome would be faster than they thought. Just when the underworld death god opened the underworld domain, a strange scene suddenly occurred. Within the ash-like spiritual body of the underworld death god, a flower suddenly grew out of its head. The flower was as delicate as snow, with electric light flowing on it, like a flower of electric current. The flowers grew rapidly, and almost instantly, the flower buds turned into full bloom, and as the flowers bloomed, the spirit body of the underworld death god, as if being pulled by some kind of force, quickly flowed into the body of the flower. Go, as if devoured by that flower. The realm of the underworld has not been fully opened, and half of the body of the god of death in the underworld has been inhaled into the flowers. Not good. Bull was shocked, and quickly wanted to abstain and admit defeat, but it was too late. The remaining half of the body of the underworld death god was also absorbed by the flower in the blink of an eye, and the flower bloomed, flickering with a strange electric light, and then quickly withered and disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to believe that the almost invincible god of death in the underworld died like this. The death god of the underworld was killed in an instant, which was too frightening, making him hesitant, afraid that if his companion pet entered, it would be the same fate. Not only Fia, but all those who were preparing for the challenge felt hesitant for a moment. The death of the god of death in the underworld shocked them too much. The king of the realm is too strong. The people watching the battle also had such thoughts in their hearts. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Just when everyone was stunned, there was a companion pet that challenged it almost immediately. The screen of the cube lit up again, and a name and a companion pet appeared on the screen. Tai Sui. Everyone was slightly startled when they saw the companion pet and name. People in the East District know what Tai Sui is, but people in other districts don't know what Tai Sui is, but when they see a white and tender ball appearing on the screen, it doesn't look like a particularly powerful companion pet. Isn't it? Is that thing a slime? Can such a companion pet challenge the invincible companion pet like the king of the realm, said the West End. Is that a legendary bubble monster? The people in the Northern District looked puzzled. How could such a companion pet challenge the king of the realm? Isn't this the first place in the king of the realm? Shouldn't it be a gang? Many people speculated that. Although people in the Eastern District know about Tai Sui, they don't know much about Tai Sui's abilities. They just heard that Tai Sui will bring bad luck. The so-called Tai Sui breaks ground and there must be a disaster is very popular among the folks in the Eastern District. But even if it can Bring bad luck. In a duel, it is impossible to defeat an existence as powerful as the king of the original realm by bad luck, right? That is a terrifying existence that can kill the god of death in the underworld. Zhou Wen didn't think so. Before the king of the original realm killed the god of death in the underworld, Zhou Wen did not dare to release the Tai Sui challenge. But after seeing the way that the king of the original world killed the god of death in the underworld, Zhou Wen was finally sure that Tai Sui should be able to restrain it. The king of the original world should still be a kind of microorganism in essence, not some kind of special substance. Tai Sui has a strong restraint on all kinds of microorganisms, and it can devour the mythical spores at the mortal level, not to mention that it is now at the epic level. And the possibility of being able to defeat the king of the real world is very high. Minutes and seconds have passed, and the king of the realm has not accepted the challenge. In the blink of an eye, less than an hour is left. What? The king of the original world is simply delaying time. It seems that there is no suspense. This time, the first one is undoubtedly the king of the original world. The king of the original world is really too strong. An existence like the god of death in the underworld was killed directly by it, and there was no chance of abstention. Did you see it? What happened to the flower just now? I directly sucked the god of death in the underworld to death. I don't know what ability it is. I should have thought that even the ancient sword immortal is not an opponent of the king of the original world, and the death god of the underworld is even worse. Almost everyone thinks that there is no suspense in this battle. The king of the original world is undoubtedly the first, and the rest of the time has become garbage time. After Tai Sui was defeated, there was not enough time left to challenge. Even if there were companion pets who could fight against the king of the realm, there would be no chance. But some people don't think so. Leng Zongjing has seen Zhou Wen's Tai Sui and knows that Tai Sui has a strong restraint on microorganisms, and he has obviously judged that the king of the realm is a microorganism. It seems that he got a bargain. This Zhou Wen from your family is really not very lucky. Leng Zongjing said to Tianzhua, who was watching the live broadcast. And Tianzhua said with a blank face, you can't rely on luck alone, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Leng Zongjing said with a smile, actually, luck is similar to money. Money is not everything. But without money, it is absolutely impossible. There was less than half an hour left, and the king of the realm still did not accept the challenge. People thought that the king of the realm would accept the challenge at the last time limit, and then there were less than 10 minutes left in the countdown. It's already stable. At the final challenge time, the king of the realm still did not accept the challenge. The time limit for accepting the challenge was less than 10 seconds, but he still did not see the king of the realm make any moves, which made people feel that something was wrong. What's the matter? You haven't accepted the challenge yet. You don't have to play so heartbeat? Do you want to accept the challenge at the last second? You're not afraid of being too old, are you? Just kidding, how is that possible? That's the king of the realm. 7, 6, 5, 4. People all followed the countdown silently in their hearts, but until the last second, the king of the realm did not accept the challenge. Looking at the king of the original realm, who was at the top of the list, his name was pushed down, and Tai Sui's name appeared at the top of the list, and the entire Federation and overseas were in an uproar. The king of the original realm didn't dare to accept the challenge? Is that Tai Sui so strong? Tai Sui. What kind of companion pet is this? I have long seen that Tai Sui is extraordinary. But I didn't say it. Faced with the immemorial sword immortal and the god of death in the underworld, the king of the original realm can absolutely suppress it, but he dare not accept the challenge of Tai Sui, and he doesn't even have the courage to fight. That Tai Sui is too scary. I really want to know, what is it? What kind of abilities do you have? What bullshit is too old? I think it's a fake, they're all in the same group. I don't think so. The king of the original world is already number one. If it is a group, there is no need to admit defeat and let Tai Sui take the top. When people were talking about it, they saw that another companion pet had launched a challenge, but Tai Sui ignored it at all, and did not accept the challenge until the 72-hour countdown on the cube ended. The pictures on the cube were all transformed into a ranking list. Tai Sui was the first, the king of the realm who abstained and lost was ranked second, the third was Taigu Jianxian, and the fourth was Zhou Wen's Tyrant Beeman. All the way to the 100th place, the names of those companion pets are shining brightly, letting the whole world know that these are the 100 strongest companion pets among human beings. It's just that most people can't imagine that Tai Sui, who is ranked first, has not really been promoted to myth. Mom, Tai Sui is so cute. I want a Tai Sui doll. Can our factory produce it? A little boy, holding a Tyrant Beeman doll in his arms, looked at his mother expectantly. The mother hesitated. Although Tai Sui looked cute, the omens didn't seem very good. Mom, our Tyrant Beeman dolls are very popular, and I believe Tai Sui dolls will also be very popular, okay? The little boy took his mother's hand and acted like a spoiled child. Okay. Then try it. The mother rubbed the little boy's head dotingly. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The 100 names on the cube were shining brightly, and Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the three companion pets on the list, Tai Sui, the Tyrant Beeman and the six-winged guardian dragon, had a huge energy out of thin air. The six-winged guardian dragon has the smallest amount of energy, and it doesn't seem to have changed much. The energy in the Tyrant Beeman's body is very large, making the Tyrant Beeman's body restless all the time. The most enormous energy is within Tai Sui's body, and the magnitude of that power has directly turned Tai Sui into an egg state and began to evolve directly. It turns out that the companion pets on the list are really good, and they can all get a strange power, but the higher the ranking, the stronger the power. Zhou Wen thought in his heart, and first looked at the six-winged guardian, the case of dragons. Because it gets very little energy, all that power has been absorbed by it. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and checked the attributes of the six-winged guardian dragon. He was surprised to find that the power attribute of the six-winged guardian dragon had reached 81 points. After being strengthened by the cube last time, all the attributes of the six-winged guardian dragon have reached 80 points, but that's all. It's still the limit value of mythical creatures. This time, the six-winged guardian dragon got that energy, and it made its power break through to 81. Although it is only 1 point, it is of great significance, because the attribute value of 81 can only be possessed by top-level mythology. Because the six-winged guardian dragon has never accepted the challenge, after being challenged by other companion pets, the ranking has been continuously declining. And now it has ranked more than 70. Such a ranking can even increase a little attribute. I feel very strong. Zhou Wen couldn't wait to see the Tyrant Beeman and wanted to know what kind of enhancement it had obtained. It was ranked 4th, and the energy obtained was extremely huge, far from comparable to the energy obtained by the six-winged guardian dragon. When Zhou went to see Beeman, he found that the power in its body was not constantly erupting, and its attributes had not changed for the time being. After waiting for more than an hour, Beeman's power gradually stopped erupting, and Zhou hurriedly looked at its properties. Beeman's attributes were originally top level, and looking at it now, it is still 81 points, and there is no change. Zhou carefully looked at the Tyrant Beeman's fate, soul, and wheel of fortune, and there was no change. Until Zhou saw Beeman's innate skills. He was overjoyed. Originally, the tyrant had only one innate skill, that is, swallowing the mountain, but now, the tyrant Beeman has one more skill, and the name of that skill is Runaway. After reading the introduction to the skills of Rampage, Zhou was even more excited. This skill can increase speed and strength in a short period of time. It is very useful for Tyrant Beeman and further enhances the strength of Tyrant Beeman. Knowing that there are so many benefits, let all the companion pets go up to get a ranking, even if you can't get the talent skills, it's better to add some attributes. Of course, Zhou just thought so, exposing his own companion pets. Ability, in exchange for attributes, is not so cost-effective. The skills obtained by Tyrant Beeman are just icing on the cake, and will not have an absolute impact on the strength of Tyrant Beeman. The real influence is the Tai Sui, who is in the process of evolution. That huge power allows Tai Sui to evolve directly, and by the time it evolves, it should already be at the mythical level. In addition, Tai Sui won the first place and should have the opportunity to pick the divine fruit, but Zhou did not find the passage to the divine tree. When Zhou was suspicious, he saw a beam of light rising from the center of the cube, leading directly into the void. Zhou was hesitating whether to walk towards the beam of light, when he suddenly discovered that a figure slowly fell from the beam of light, which was Wang Mingyuan after the myth. I didn't expect that the companion pet that finally won the first one belongs to you, Xiaowen. Wang Mingyuan slowly landed on the cube, looked at Zhou and said. Zhou looked at Wang Mingyuan and didn't know what to say for a while. Wang Mingyuan is his teacher, and he is not bad for him. From this aspect, Zhou should respect him. But at the same time, Wang Mingyuan has caused great harm to the Federation. From this perspective, Wang Mingyuan is already an enemy of mankind, and Zhou, as a member of mankind, should regard Wang Mingyuan as an enemy. So at this time, Zhou's mood was extremely complicated. Looking at Wang Mingyuan, he opened his mouth and just called out, "Teacher." Wang Mingyuan saw Zhou's inner struggle, but he didn't take it seriously. He smiled slightly and said, "I'm very pleased that you can call me teacher again. Come on, go get the reward you deserve." With that said, Wang Mingyuan walked up the beam of light. At the end of the beam of light, a vision of the divine garden appeared, and the divine tree also emerged. Zhou followed behind Wang Mingyuan and walked into the beam of light. Suddenly, he felt a soft force wrapping around his body, leading his body to slowly rise towards the divine garden at the end of the beam of light. Soon, Zhou followed Wang Mingyuan into the garden of God, and immediately smelled the fruity aroma. The air in the Xingyuan is clean and pure. Even if you look at it with the eyes of the Holy Prison King, you can't feel any impurities, no dust, and no bacteria, just like the legendary Pure Land of Bliss. Here, even if you want to get sick, it is probably very difficult, and there is no way to contract the disease. Do you know the name of this tree? Wang Mingyuan walked to the divine tree, stared at the divine tree, and said with a complicated expression. Does it matter what its name is? Zhou Wen asked. For ordinary people, it doesn't matter what it's called, but for me, its name is important, Wang Mingyuan said. What's its name? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. Its name is Samsara. Wang Mingyuan said, slowly. Is it reincarnation? Zhou Wen looked at the reincarnation tree with a complicated mood, and thought to himself, if there really is reincarnation between heaven and earth, and let the teacher live again, will he still choose like this life? Xiaowen, go pick that divine fruit, this is the only one that has matured in the past year. It can make any companion pet directly promoted to deification, even if it's just a mortal companion pet, as long as you eat it, can also be promoted to mythology. Wang Mingyuan said. Although there have been speculations, Zhou Wen still asked, what if someone ate it? I think you won't like that result. Wang Mingyuan smiled, looked at Zhou Wen and continued, of course, you can also try it. Some things, after all, you have to experience it yourself before you know whether it's good for you or not. Time is running out, go and pick the divine fruit, don't let it fall to the ground, otherwise it will be useless. Zhou Wen walked to the samsara tree, reached out and held the ripe fruit in his hand, and picked it off, with a gentle force. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The fruit that exudes divine brilliance is similar to the touch of a peach in the hand. Teacher, have you realized your ideal? Zhou Wen received the fruit and asked Wang Mingyuan. If it's so easy to achieve, it wouldn't be called an ideal. Wang Mingyuan pondered for a while, pointed to the distance, and said, look over there. Zhou Wen looked in the direction pointed by Wang Mingyuan, and saw a huge building in the void. The building was very strange, like a pillar exuding divine brilliance running through the void, huge and unimaginable. What is that? Zhou Wen asked. The dimensional axis is its existence, connecting the earth with different dimensions. Wang Mingyuan said. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. If you can cut off the dimensional axis, will you be able to stop the invasion of other dimensional creatures? It is theoretically feasible, but there are more than one dimensional axis, which connects different dimensional spaces. Each dimensional axis is the core of the different dimensional space. Almost all the most terrifying dimensional creatures will gather here. It is very difficult. What's more, the dimension axis itself can connect the dimension, and it is not so easy to be destroyed. Wang Mingyuan said. Teacher, have you already thought of a way? Zhou Wen asked. The way to cut off the dimensional axis has indeed been thought of, but I don't want to cut it off. Wang Mingyuan said. Why? Zhou Wen was stunned. I just thought of a way, but if I really want to implement it, it takes too long. I'm afraid I haven't even cut off a dimensional axis, and the Earth has already been occupied by other dimensional creatures, so I don't want to cut it off. Wang Mingyuan squinted his eyes and looked at the dimension axis. Why? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. No matter how difficult it is, as long as you do it, there is still a chance, and Wang Mingyuan goes deep into another dimension, isn't it just to prevent the invasion of another dimension? Why did you give up at this point? In ancient times, there were floods. Humans wanted to control the floods. At first, they wanted to build high walls to block the floods. Do you know the result? Wang Mingyuan asked rhetorically. Zhou Wen has heard of this myth, and the person who finally tried to stop the flood naturally failed. The higher the wall is built, the stronger the flood will accumulate. Once it erupts, it will cause 10 times the destructive power. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up, looked at Wang Mingyuan and said, "Do you mean, teacher, that you have to find a way to guide the creatures of different dimensions and lead them to other dimensions, instead of rushing to the earth?" Wang Mingyuan looked at the dimension axis calmly, and said lightly, "No, I want to control the floods. Let the floods obey my orders, they will go wherever I tell them to go, and they will do what I tell them to do. Do whatever, and dominate them all." "Do you dominate a different dimension?" There were ripples in Zhou Wen's heart. If it was really like what Wang Mingyuan said, he could one day be able to ascend above the heavens and thousands of clans and become the existence of the dominant dimension. What a pleasure it would be. But this road is too difficult, even if it is Wang Mingyuan's amazing talent, it is as difficult as the ancients to reach the sky. Xiaowen. Wang Mingyuan's eyes fell on Zhou Wen's face, and he said in a strange tone, "Don't take my path, there is only death at the end of this path." Zhou Wen was startled, and quickly asked, "Is there a problem with casting spirits?" He was a little worried. With Zhongzia's character, he would probably take this path. If there is really a problem with casting spirit, then Zhongzia is in danger. There is no problem with casting spirits, but this road is not for human beings. Wang Mingyuan sighed, waved his sleeves, a force rolled towards Zhou Wen, and said, "At the same time, next time, don't come again, this is not the place to be." Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but his body was smashed into nothingness by an invisible force, and the light and shadow changed in front of him. When his body returned to normal, he fell on the cube in the town. Zhou Wen stood up, looked up at the sky, but the beam of light has disappeared, and the taste in my heart is hard to say. Wang Mingyuan's last sentence already hinted at something. If he wasn't a student of Wang Mingyuan, maybe he wouldn't have picked the divine fruit so easily. It's a pity that Zhou Wen still doesn't know what happens to the person who originally got the divine fruit, or what needs to be done. After Zhou Wen left, Wang Mingyuan sat on the tree roots and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. In the void above this pure land, suddenly thunder and lightning strikes, as if the end of the world. A terrifying divine voice came from the void. "Wang Mingyuan, you dare to violate the agreement, you should know what the consequences will be." Wang Mingyuan still closed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since I have done it, I will naturally bear all the consequences." "Very good, then you are ready to accept divine punishment." Along with the divine sound, there was a terrifying thunderbolt. One after another thunder and lightning fell from the void, piercing into Wang Mingyuan's body like a sharp sword. One after another, causing his entire body to be filled with lightning. Wang Mingyuan sat there, his expression did not change at all, as if the thunder and lightning that were inserted into him and crackling did not exist at all, but there was a little blood red on the white clothes on his body, like peach blossoms in full bloom. The punishment of God's punishment will last until the next time when the fruit of the gods matures. I hope that by that time, you will still be alive. The voice in the void receded, and all the thunder and lightning in the heavens disappeared. The pure land returned to its original tranquility, only the thunder and lightning on. Wang Mingyuan's body trembled, like countless needles of thunder and lightning, trembling in his body. Zhou Wen returned to the academy and took out the divine fruit, but he was a little hesitant in his heart. There is only one divine fruit, and the function is to upgrade the companion pet to the mythical level, and the companion pet that has been promoted to the myth, naturally does not need to be considered. Among the companions that have not yet been promoted to myth, the devil infant has the greatest potential. However, the demon baby itself has the attributes of being able to evolve, and it is only a matter of time before she is promoted to myth, and the biggest effect of the god fruit is that any level of companion eggs can be promoted to myth. From this point of view, it is best to choose a low-level companion pet with great potential, so that it can be promoted to myth. Zhou really has a few companion pets with such potential, such as Dark Doctor, Golden Harp, Demon Armored Tiger Soul General, etc. All of them have huge potential. Of course, Zhou, the general of the Demon Armor and Tiger Soul, did not dare to let it improve any further, so it could be excluded. Zhou Wen's own idea is to choose one between the Dark Doctor and the Golden Harp, but this is also risky. Because I don't know whether the Wheel of Fortune condensed after they are promoted to myth is useful, in case a useless Wheel of Fortune is condensed. It is better to directly promote the magic baby to myth. Her myth must be extraordinary, and she can immediately have a strong combat power. Zhou hesitated in his heart, unable to make a choice for a while. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version. Reading URL. The Demolition Demon has not been promoted to the epic level yet. If he is promoted to myth, it seems to be a good choice. But the Demolition Demon itself has the attributes of being able to evolve, and there is still a chance to be promoted to myth in the future. Zhou thought about it. Finally, the Dark Doctor was summoned. Dark Physician's own ability is quite excellent, and the ability to fight poison with poison can solve many problems that cannot be solved by ordinary power. More importantly, the companion state of Dark Doctor is Soul, which can directly improve Zhou strength, which is a very useful ability for Zhou. If the Dark Physician can be promoted to myth, it will be even more helpful. Without hesitation, he directly gave the divine fruit to the Dark Doctor. The Dark Doctor took the divine fruit, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he swallowed the divine fruit. Directly, I saw that the radiance of divinity immediately radiated from his body, and the radiance became stronger and stronger, and finally turned the Dark Doctor into an egg state. Different from the evolution of general companion pets, the evolution of general companion pets takes a long time. After the Dark Doctor turned into an egg, he immediately completed the evolution and hatched directly. In a moment, he completed the evolution from epic level to god level evolution. The Doctor of Darkness in front of him doesn't seem to be much different from before, still so dark and terrifying, like a puppet without humanity. Zhou hurriedly took out his mobile phone and read the evolutionary information of Dr. Dark. Dark Physician, mythical. Fate, golden left hand. Soul of life, Doctor of soul. Wheel of fortune, right hand of darkness. Strength 79, speed 81. Physical fitness 67. Vitality 81. Talent skills, scalpel, fighting poison with poison, perspective light. Associated state, soul. Seeing that the Dark Doctor has indeed been promoted to the mythical level, the skills, life and soul, have not changed, and the attributes have been enhanced to the mythical level, but the attributes seem to be a bit extreme. For ordinary mythical companion pets, the limit is only 80 points, and the speed and vitality of Dr. Dark have reached the super level of 81 points. However, his strength and physique can't even reach 80, which is very extreme. The Wheel of Fortune is called the right hand of darkness, which seems to match his golden left hand, but he doesn't know what kind of ability it has. Right hand of darkness, the dark place that even divine light cannot reach, it is the forbidden area of the gods. Looking at the introduction, it seems that it has nothing to do with the right hand. Zhou Wen entered the game, intending to try what kind of power the dark right hand has. Taking the Dark Doctor to the battlefield of the deer, and encountering a scorpion, Zhou Wen immediately gave an order to the Dark Doctor, use the right hand of darkness. The Dark Doctor stood there, watching the scorpion rushing towards him, and slowly raised his right hand. Dark Physician has a golden left hand, and his left hand is much stronger than his right hand in both strength and speed. When Zhou Wen let the Dark Doctor attach to him in a state of soul, he could clearly feel that his left hand's strength and speed had been strengthened in all aspects. During that time, Zhou Wen also deliberately practiced the knife with his left hand, because the knife with the left hand was much faster than the knife with the right. For a long time, Dr. Dark's right hand was relatively weak, but now when Dr. Dark raised his right hand, there seemed to be a devil's power burning on it, like a black arrogance. He had already rushed in front of Dr. Dark, but Dr. Dark still didn't move, until when he was about to hit him, Dr. Dark turned slightly sideways, past the impact of and passed by. Zhou Wen has been staring at Dr. Dark's hand, but he didn't see any movement in that hand. Seeing Dr. Dark passing by, he was wondering why he didn't attack. But when Dr. Dark turned around and Zhou Wen saw his right hand, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that in the right hand of the Dark Doctor, there was actually a bloody, fresh heart that was still beating. The scorpion ran a few steps, screamed, and suddenly fell to the ground, twitching, and died in a short time. Zhou Wen looked at the corpse, but he couldn't see any scars, and he didn't know how Dr. Dark took out its heart. I can't even see how the Dark Doctor did it, and its power is too weird. It can actually take out the heart without a wound. No. I have to read it again. Zhou Wen continue on with the Dark Doctor. It didn't take long before I met another monster. This time, Zhou Wen not only brought the ability of listening to the earrings to the extreme, but also switched the life and soul of the Holy Prison King, raising his 8 senses to the limit. Zhou Wen asked Dark Doctor to rush over, and soon, he passed the sprite. At that moment, Zhou Wen only felt that his devil-like right hand seemed to move. Because it was too fast, Zhou Wen only felt it moved a bit, but didn't see it clearly at all. But Zhou Wen can be sure that the right hand must have moved, because there is a white mass on the right hand, like a pig's brain, and the blood vessels on it are still squirming. It's terrible. Zhou Wen was surprised and happy. The power of darkness's right hand was able to remove internal organs from the invisible, so fast that even Zhou Wen couldn't see clearly. This kind of ability made people's scalp tingle. In the future, if Zhou Wen doesn't like anyone, he will directly pluck Dr. Dark's waist from him. If it's not pleasing to the eye, he will pluck all of his heart, liver, and brain, and he will be scared to death. However, Zhou Wen is still not sure the ability of the dark right hand is just fast, or has any special effect. Because G and G were not injured, but their hearts and brains were taken away, maybe the dark right hand of the Dark Doctor is not just fast and simple. Zhou Wen still wanted to try again, so he went to the Temple of Forging to find a warrior with a very strong defense. The result was the same. After the Dark Doctor used the right hand of darkness, he easily took out his heart. It didn't work at all, and even the divine pattern on it didn't light up. It's too strong. The dark right hand has the ability to penetrate out of thin air, ignoring the defense, and directly taking the internal organs. Zhou Wen became more and more excited. With the ability of Dark Doctor, Zhou Wen can ignore those dimensional creatures with strong defense. More importantly, the companion state of Dark Doctor is a soul, which can be attached to Zhou Wen and let Zhou Wen use his abilities. That is to say, Zhou Wen can also use the Dark Right Hand, which is equivalent to directly enhancing Zhou Wen's own strength and ability. Zhou Wen wanted to try it again, but the result made him very depressed. There was no way to use the Dark Right Hand anymore. After research, he learned that the ability of the Dark Right Hand can only be used 3 times in 24 hours. 3 times is enough. First pick the waist and then the heart. If it doesn't work, then pick the brain. If you don't believe that anyone can survive, Zhou Wen thought to himself. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Trying to make the Dark Doctor attached to the blood-colored villain in a state of soul, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that his physical attributes had been enhanced, especially his left hand. After being promoted to myth, the golden left hand fate has a stronger blessing on Zhou Wen's left hand. I used all the skills of the Dark Doctor and found that the effect of the skills has been enhanced a lot. The venom that fights poison with poison has become stronger. 1 milliliter of venom can instantly kill epic creatures. Biology. The scalpel skill is more destructive and sharper. The eye of perspective has obtained the greatest enhancement, and the perspective ability has been further improved. It is not as troublesome as before, but the effect has been improved a lot, and it is easy to see the subtleties in the living body. As long as Zhou Wen uses the eye of perspective, the meridians and blood vessels of living things can be seen clearly, but they can only see through living bodies. For things like metals, the perspective is very poor. The rest just needs to experiment with the ability of the Dark Right Hand. If it goes well, maybe you can enter the Ant City and get the blood of the Guardian. Zhou Wen was a little excited. The Dark Right Hand can take out the heart out of thin air, and maybe it can take out the Guardian's heart, and then it will be more than just a drop of blood. After waiting for 24 hours, and finally waiting for the time when Dark's right hand could be used again, Zhou Wen let Dark Doctor possess the blood-colored villain and carefully studied the abilities of Dark's right hand. After Zhou Wen's personal experience, the Dark Right Hand is indeed very strong, and the blessing for the speed of the right hand is extremely strong. At the same time, this blessing is not only fast, but also has the ability to pass through matter. Judging from the current tests, there is no substance that can block the right hand of the dark and make it impossible to penetrate. The ability of the right hand of the dark does not really only pick up internal organs, as long as the right hand can enter the area, you can pick anything you want. However, the Dark Right Hand also has a flaw. Like the poisonous dragon palm, the palm must be able to touch the opponent's body to function. This skill cannot be used for long-range attacks. I thought I could top the heart from a long distance, and I wanted to use my right hand to penetrate directly into the Guardian's body. I wonder if it can be done with the speed of the Dark Right Hand? Zhou Wen was not sure. Although the speed of Dark's right hand is very fast, the speed of the Guardian of Ant City is also very amazing. Even if there is no way to extract the Guardian's heart, the ability of the right hand of darkness is very useful. If there are dimensional creatures such as primordial spores that invade the body and can't solve it by fighting poison with poison, then Rely on the ability of the right hand of darkness to destroy it. It was taken out of the body. Also, this ability is undoubtedly the magic skill of a doctor. You can perform an operation without an operation, but unfortunately I am not a doctor. The last chance to use darkness's right hand was left to Medusa by Zhou Wen. After Medusa was refreshed, Zhou Wen entered Medusa's palace. This time, he didn't ask the demon baby to help. With the speed of the dark right hand, before Medusa's demonic transformation, with the eye of perspective skill, he gave her heart to her. Picked out. It's a pity that Medusa didn't explode a companion egg this time, only a speed crystal. With this kind of hand speed, there may be a chance to help me get the blood of the guardian. I don't need a heart, just a drop of blood is enough. Hope rose again in Zhou Wen's heart. After waiting for another 24 hours, when Dark's right hand was ready to use, Zhou Wen entered the ant city and came to the familiar ant nest again. The golden flying ants were easily killed, and Zhou Wen came to the front of the guardian's cocoon, but this time, he did not want to break the cocoon, but let the dark doctor possess the body and directly used the eye of perspective. At the moment of perspective, the situation in the cocoon suddenly appeared in Zhou Wen's eyes. The guardian was curled up in the cocoon, her body was quite mature, the thin wings behind her were fully formed, and her body exuded a strange light. When it was seen by the eye of perspective, the guardian felt a sense of it, and his body moved. Where does Zhou Wen dare to hesitate? He directly used the dark right hand, and saw that his right hand seemed to be wrapped by the power of the devil and disappeared in an instant. Zhou Wen only felt that before his right hand, everything seemed to have turned into water, and his right hand easily passed through the cocoon and probed towards the guardian's heart. The speed of the dark right hand is too fast, but the guardian still opened his eyes first, and grabbed the dark right hand with one hand. When the guardian's hand grabbed, he was not able to grab the right hand of the dark, and the right hand of the dark passed through her palm. Zhou Wen thought about it and stopped picking her heart. He took a drop of blood directly from her palm and quickly took it back. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen withdrew the right hand of darkness, switched to the Lost Kingdom, used teleport to go away, and then rushed out of Ant City at full speed without looking back. Boom! Zhou Wen had just rushed out of the Ant City, and the underground space of the Ant City exploded, instantly turning into ruins. How dare you turn back, with that drop of blood, control the blood-colored villain to run the First Order of Chaos while running, and try to see if it can be absorbed. After the First Order of Chaos was in operation, the drop of blood was immediately absorbed. With the circulation of the First Order of Chaos, the First Order of Chaos gradually changed strangely. Can you finally condense the soul of life? In this way, maybe the companion egg of the invisibility cloak will be able to hatch again. After absorbing the blood, Zhou Wen directly switched to a copy to prevent the guardian from chasing it out. The First Order of Chaos keeps running, with that drop of guardian blood as the foundation, and the fusion of Zhou Wen's spirit is nurturing some kind of peculiar power. Zhou Wen originally thought that the First Order of Chaos would be similar to the soul condensed by Dao Ju. After all, both use the blood of the same guardian, and the type of Yuan Qi Ju is also very similar. However, when the First Order of Chaos really condensed the soul of life, Zhou Wen realized that his guess was not accurate. Although the two had similarities, they were two different kinds of vitality art after all. Boom! Zhou Wen's spirit and vitality merged into one, as if a terrifying explosion had occurred, which shocked Zhou Wen's body and mind at the same time. The next second, Zhou Wen discovered that the blood-colored villain's body turned into an egg. No, it wasn't that the blood-colored villain became an egg, but an eggshell-like shield was formed on the outside of its body, completely wrapping the blood-colored villain inside. An eggshell? What kind of life soul is this? Zhou Wen felt strange in his heart, glanced at the mobile phone data, and saw the words Chaos Egg written in the Life Soul column. It's really an egg. Zhou Wendao was a little curious. He didn't know what special role this Chaos Egg Fate Soul would have. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen summoned the Chaos Egg in reality, and as a result, an eggshell immediately wrapped his body, making him shrink inside like a newborn baby. Inside the Chaos Egg, there is a mysterious force flowing, like water, but without substance. Zhou Wen couldn't move, and he didn't know what was the use of such an eggshell. In such a state, Zhou Wen can't even move, let alone fight. Such a life soul may not be used for fighting at all. Ignore this for now, and try to see if the invisibility cloak can be hatched. Zhou Wen took out the companion egg of the invisibility cloak and tried to hatch it. In the Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen's vitality moved, and the companion egg of the invisibility cloak reacted. What was even more amazing was that the strange power in the Chaos Egg also flowed into the invisibility cloak's half-born egg. The life force in the companion egg of the invisibility cloak is also getting stronger and stronger. After a while, the companion egg turned into a streamer and plunged into Zhou Wen's body. It's done. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, he finally hatched the invisibility cloak, and it would be much more convenient to go anywhere in the future. With the invisibility cloak, he can freely enter and leave the dimensional fields, controlled by the major families. There are several dimensional fields that he has long wanted to go, but because he is controlled by the 6 major families, he has no chance to go. Zhou Wen had seen the properties of the invisibility cloak for a long time, and there was no change. He summoned it directly and wore it on his body, and a magical scene happened. Zhou Wen's body disappeared out of thin air, and it was really invisible. Zhou Wen tried it and found that the ability of the invisibility cloak only made him invisible. If he wanted to be truly invisible, he had to activate the power of the Wheel of Fortune. As soon as the Wheel of Fortune came out, the invisibility cloak could live up to its name, reaching the level of intangibility, and no one could find Zhou Wen again. It's just that the Wheel of Fortune has a time limit, and the invisible time is only 3 minutes. 3 minutes is almost enough. With the dark right hand of the Dark Doctor, it is not difficult to assassinate someone. Zhou Wen's heart suddenly moved. He couldn't kill the 9 black dragons before, because they could combine the power of the 9 dragons. Now, with the power of the invisibility cloak and the right hand of the dark, he can go in completely invisible, kill the 3 black dragons first, and the remaining 6 black dragons. The power of companion pets such as Meng Hezhenheng is very promising. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to try it once. Unfortunately, the dark right hand has just been used once, and there are only 2 opportunities left, and it will take a while to recover. Master Wen, something happened to Deputy Governor Qin, can you come over? And Xing called with a heavy tone. What's wrong? With Deputy Governor Qin? Is there anything I can do to help? Zhou Wen had a good impression of Qin Wufu, so he asked quickly. And Xing said, Deputy Governor Qin returned to Cheesy Mountain to guard the past few days, and happened to encounter a forbidden creature rushing out of Cheesy Mountain. There was a fierce battle. Deputy Governor Qin was seriously injured. With your strength, rescue Vice Governor Qin. I don't know medical skills. The last time I treated parasitic spores, I also used the power of companion pets. Zhou Wen said. I just want to use the power of your companion pet. Now I have to try it. I will pick you up now, and we will talk about it on the way. As Xing spoke, he had already arrived outside the academy. Zhou Wen left the academy and got into Xing's car. Xing told Zhou Wen the general situation while driving. In fact, quite a few experts in the Sunset Army had seen Qin Wufu's injury, and they had found out the reason for Qin Wufu's serious injury, but no one could save him. In Qin Wufu's brain, a strange alien creature, like a tumor, stretched out a lot of blood threads, and was tightly entangled with Qin Wufu's brain. Unless Qin Wufu's brain is cut open, it is impossible to get that dimensional creature out of his brain. But where the brain is so fragile, the dimensional creature has already penetrated deep into it and is entangled with the brain. Even Principal Lung can't get the dimensional creature out without hurting Qin Wufu's brain. Many experts and masters in the Sunset Army have also tried many methods, but none of them can work. But if you leave that dimensional creature alone, it will continue to invade Qin Wufu's brain. It is very likely that he will completely control Qin Wufu's brain and turn him into a puppet. And Xing's idea was to let Zhou Wen see if he could use the method of treating parasitic mushrooms to inject toxins into that dimensional creature and let it die automatically. The toxin itself may also affect the brain of Deputy Governor Qin, and I don't know how the toxin resistance of the dimensional creature is. So there is no way to accurately use the dose of the toxin. Too much toxin will damage the brain. And if you use less, that dimensional creature is dying and may destroy the entire brain. Zhou Wen pondered. Xing nodded and said, actually, the expert group has already analyzed this treatment plan. As you said, it is very dangerous, but at this point, you can only try it, and you can't watch Qin helplessly. Is the vice governor destroyed? Just like that? Let's see the situation first, maybe there will be a way. Zhou Wen thought that the dark right hand might be useful, but it depends on the situation. Okay, let's go first. And Xing drove all the way and entered the military hospital. When Zhou Wen saw Qin Wufu, he was already hiding on the hospital bed and was unconscious, with various instruments connected to him, and some strange companion pets on him. A jellyfish-like companion pet wrapped around his head, and his tentacles were connected to his brain, and he didn't know what to do. Next to the hospital bed, there were few doctors and nurses, and many officers were in the next room, looking at Qin Wufu inside through the glass window. And Tianzua was in it, and his expression looked very bad. Overseer, Master Wen is here. And Xing took Zhou Wen into the room. Zhou Wen and Tianzua glanced at each other subconsciously, and looked away involuntarily. And Tianzua looked at Xing and was about to say something when someone pushed him away from the room, and an officer came over with an old man. Overseer, Mr. Dugu is here, the officer reported. Mr. Dugu, please take a look at Vice Governor Qin's injury. And Tianzua said to the old man. The old man did not shirk. After reading all the diagnostic materials and some pornographic films, he said, it's not impossible to clear the dimensional creatures in Deputy Governor Qin's mind, but what conditions are there to speak directly? Tianzhua said. The commander is so quick to talk, then I won't beat around the bush. With 10 tons of refined yuan gold, I can bring Deputy Commander Qin back to life. The old man said confidently. https:// please remember. This book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. All the officers have changed color, 10 tons of refined gold, and Anjia may not be able to produce so much refined gold for 3 years. And Xing said, Mr. Dugu, you can see if you can use less money and dimensional crystals to cover part of it. You also know that the output of refined yuan gold is very low, and 10 tons of refined yuan gold are really difficult to get out. The old man smiled and said. Adjutant doesn't have to cry poor with me, the old man. Who doesn't know that Anjia's yuan gold mine is the #1 rich mine in the Federation. 10 tons of refined yuan gold may be a big number for others, but for Anjia's, should it be nothing? I can guarantee that Deputy Governor Qin will be fully restored to the truth. You can rest assured on this point. The Dugu family is an expert in this field. Mr. Dugu. And Xing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the old man. 10 tons of refined yuan gold is not less at all, or you can discuss it again, but you have to be quicker. If you wait for that dimensional creature to hurt your brain, even my Dugu family will not be able to recover. The old man said. Everyone knew that Dugujia wanted to take advantage of the fire, but there was nothing they could do. In Luoyang, no one can heal Qin Wufu's injury. If he wants Qin Wufu to survive, this is the only way to go. And Tianzuo's eyes were firm, and he wanted to say something when he opened his mouth, but Xing said first, Overseer, let young Master Wen see Dutong Qin's injury first, and then. It's not too late to make a decision. And Tianzuo pondered, but the old man beside him smiled and said to himself, it doesn't matter, you can find anyone you want to see, I dare not say anything else, but in the field of miniature companion pets, our Dugu family considers themselves the second best. I am afraid that no one dares to recognize the #1, this dimensional creature that invades the brain must be removed from my Dugu family. Master Wen. And Xing looked at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen nodded and said, I need to observe Qin Dutong's situation up close. And Xing quickly led Zhou Wen to the ward. On the way to the ward, Xing whispered to Zhou Wen, Master Wen, using 10 tons of refined yuan gene to save Qin Dutong's life is nothing at all, as long as it can save people, then many warlords are also willing to come out. But now the research on new style yuan gold weapons in the arsenal is at a critical point, and a large amount of refined yuan gold is needed for testing. Without this batch of yuan gold, the research progress will be delayed for a year or more. For Luoyang and Anjia, both are extremely traumatic. I'll try my best, Zhou Wen said. After reading the information, he probably already had some certainty in his heart, but the photos taken by those instruments were not very clear. He still had to use the eye of perspective to see it clearly to be sure of everything. Standing beside Qin Wufu's hospital bed, Zhou Wen used the eye of perspective to watch his brain. I saw a strange dimensional creature formed like a tangle of blood vessels, invading Qin Wufu's brain, and the bloodshot extending out was like a fishing net, covering a part of the brain, and it was still spreading. Many bloodshots seem to grow together with the brain, and it is difficult to remove it without hurting the fragile brain itself. After watching for a while, Zhou Wen put away his eyes of perspective. Master Wen, how is it? And Xing asked quickly. It can be saved. Zhou Wen nodded. And Xing was overjoyed immediately, and he turned to Tianzua on the other side of the glass and said, "Overseer, Master Wen said he can save him. Du Tongqin, please ask Master Wen to rescue him immediately?" The old man on the side said at this time, "Overseer, you have to think about it clearly, that dimensional creature has grown with Qin Dutong's brain, and it is extremely delicate work to clear it, and it also requires special miniature companions. Please cooperate. Are you sure you really want to let such a young man start? Not to mention that he can't clear it, even if it can be cleared, if the brain is injured, Qin Dutong will become a waste." After listening to the old man's words, Tianzua said nothing, walked to the glass window, stared at Zhou Wen and asked, "Zhou Wen, can you make sure that Dutong Qin will return to normal? I can only guarantee that without hurting Deputy Governor Qin's brain, eliminate the dimensional creatures, and nothing else can be guaranteed." Zhou Wen replied, "Young man, don't be too blind and confident. Do you know what that dimensional creature is called? What kind of ability does it have?" The old man said with a smile, "I don't know, I don't need to know, it's enough for me to know that I can get rid of it." Zhou Wen said, "Overseer, listen, what are you talking about? Do you really want to use such a person?" The old man laughed. But soon, the old man's smile froze on his face, and Tianzua said directly to Zhou Wen, "Help Vice Governor Qin immediately." "Overseer, is your decision too rash? Or, do you think the life of Deputy Governor Qin is more important than 10 tons of refined yuan gold? This is too chilling for your subordinates, right?" The old man smiled. Said, what he said was obviously to provoke the emotions of the other officers. He wanted to use the emotions of those officers to put pressure on Tianzua. These 10 tons of refined yuan gold were also a very important resource for the Dugu family. The old man was not afraid that Zhou Wen would cure Qin Wufu, because he didn't think Zhou Wen had that kind of ability at all. He was afraid that if Zhou Wen killed Qin Wufu, he would not be able to get the batch of refined yuan gene. And Tianzua didn't answer. The old man looked at an officer beside him and asked, "If you were Governor Qin, who would you choose to heal you?" "Master Wen." The officer answered without hesitation. The old man's face changed slightly, and things seemed to be different from what he had imagined. "What about you?" And Tianzua asked another officer. "Master Wen." The officer replied immediately. And Tianzua asked one by one, but all the officers chose Zhou Wen without hesitation. There was no exception. Judging from their expressions, it seemed to be a matter of course. Master Overseer's methods are really brilliant. The old man suppressed the surprise in his heart. He thought that Tianzua was extremely strict and made his subordinates willing to sacrifice their lives instead of complaining. Although he said this, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Wen in the ward, and secretly said in his heart, "Does he really have that kind of ability?" But when his eyes fell on Zhou Wen, his pupils shrunk sharply, only to see Zhou Wen's hand. "There is a strange dimensional creature entangled with red silk, that is the dimensional creature in Qin Wufu's brain." Zhou Wen didn't even know when he had gotten that dimensional creature out, and it was still alive. "It's impossible." The old man put his hands on the glass window with a look of disbelief. He wished he couldn't put his eyes directly into Zhou Wen's hands, trying to see if the dimensional creatures in Zhou Wen's hands were fake. https:// Please remember this. Books first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile version reading URL. The dimensional creature twisted and wanted to get into Zhou Wen's hands, but was blocked by a force and couldn't get in. The doctor brought over the prepared special tempered glassware, and Zhou put the dimensional creature in it. It twists and hits constantly in the glass container, trying to rush out from it, but unfortunately its strength is too small to break the tempered glass, and there are instruments made of yuan gene above the glass container, which has a certain weakening effect on dimensional creatures. The old man didn't believe that Zhou really took out the dimensional creature, so he ran to the ward and wanted to check with Qin Wufu to determine whether the dimensional creature in his brain was really taken out. But there was no need to check at all, the old man already knew that Zhou was not cheating, because when he entered the ward, he saw that Qin Wufu had woken up. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Although Qin Wufu was still a little weak, it seemed that his brain had returned to normal and he was able to speak. Is this Master Wen? Can you tell me how you did it? The old man asked Zhou Wen. No. Zhou Wen answered bluntly. The old man was slightly startled, looked at Zhou Wen carefully, and then continued, It's a pity that you don't belong to my Duga family with such a skill as Master Wen. Our Duga family is talented, so Master Wen might as well think about it. Mr. Dugu. It's not appropriate for you to poach our people in front of our governor, isn't it? And Xing said. The Federation is a family, Master Wen, you can really consider our Dugu family, otherwise your ability will be wasted. The old man said to Tianzui again, Today I have gained a lot of knowledge, thank you. The overseer invites you, but with this young master here, we will probably have fewer opportunities to cooperate in the future. Mr. Dugu is serious, and there are still many opportunities for cooperation in the future. And Tianzui said. When the old man was about to leave, he deliberately glanced at Zhou Wen. Qin Wufu stopped Zhou Wen to chat for a while. And he didn't let Zhou Wen leave until the doctor asked him to rest. When Zhou Wen arrived at the gate, he saw Xing sitting in the car waiting for him, but he didn't see Tianzui. The overseer went back beforehand, and he ordered me to take you back. And Xing said with a smile. It's not too far, I can go back by myself. Zhou Wen said and got into the car. The main thing is that I want to tell you something. The man just now was called Dugu Zong, and he is a member of the Dugu family. In terms of seniority, Dugu Gu should call him the second uncle. The Dugu family is good at miniature companion pets. This person is also an expert in Gu insect companion pets. And Xing explained the origin of Dugu insect in detail. You told me this so solemnly, is there something wrong with this solitary bug? Zhou Wen asked. Master Wen, your thinking is getting sharper and sharper. Although it is said that Qin Dutong was injured because of the forbidden creatures in Cheesy Mountain, we feel that there are some problems. First, that kind of dimensional creature has never been seen in Cheesy Mountain before. Second, Dugu's family is far away in the southern district, and Dugu came to Luoyang by such a coincidence. Although it may be just a coincidence, it is better to be careful in everything. And Xing explained. Zhou Wen understood what Xing meant. If the things in Qin Wufu's head were really the hands and feet of Dugu, then Zhou Wen destroyed the good things of Dugu, and Dugu would probably not give up easily. Master Wen, your companion pet like a white ball is very interesting. Usually, you might as well let it come out more and breathe, and there may be unexpected gains. And Xing said casually. Yes. Zhou Wen knew that Xing asked him to use Tai Sui to prevent the invasion of Gu insect companion pets. But unfortunately, Tai Sui is still evolving, and it is probably useless for a while. After returning to the Academy, Zhou summoned the ancient spore and let it act as a sentinel. Tai Sui is still evolving, and now it is a weapon that can deal with miniature companion pets, and it is the only thing left. Dugu. Zong checked into a hotel under the surveillance of the people sent by Sheng. After dinner, I went back to my room to rest, and I didn't do anything strange. Through monitoring, it was even possible to see that the solitary worm was already sleeping on the bed. But in a place they couldn't see, a mosquito quietly flew out of the room, crossed the street, and headed towards Sunset Academy at an incredible speed. While flying, the Dugu insect secretly said, "How can those idiots in the Yin family prevent my Dugu insect? I want to see how much that Zhou has the ability to actually take out the blood-stained brain-eating goo that is connected to the brain, even if it was me who took the shot, and it would be impossible to get out the blood-stained brain-eating goo as neatly as he did. With his ability, he is simply a genius for raising goo worms." Dugu, who turned into a mosquito, soon came to Sunset College, identified the direction, and headed towards the Four Seasons Garden. Others may not be able to find Zhou Wen's location, but Dugu Zong has a companion pet of inquisitiveness, and Zhou Wen can be found by looking for the residual taste. After a while, Dugu, who turned into a mosquito, came outside the small building where Zhou Wen was, sniffed with his nose, and determined that this was Zhou Wen's residence. Dugu Worm landed in the grass in the yard, and secretly said in his heart, "Get a little baby too. Try his depth first." As soon as his mind moved, a companion pet like a spider was summoned. The spider was only the size of a fingernail, and it was still gray. If you didn't pay attention, you couldn't see it at all. The spider accepted Dugu Zong's order, climbed towards Zhou Wen's small building, and climbed in directly from the crack of the door, looking very relaxed. Dugu Zong is trying to use the perspective of the spider companion pet to take a look at the situation in the small building, pick up a piece of hair or dander or something, and then proceed to the next step. But the spider had just entered the dormitory, and Dugu Zong had not seen anything, and suddenly felt that the spider companion pet had lost contact with him. Sure enough, I'm prepared, but if I think I'm prepared to be able to prevent my Dugu insect, then I would be too underestimated by our Dugu family. Dugu insect doesn't seem to be surprised. Summoned some companion pets. This time it was not a spider, but a smaller bug, like black sesame seeds. The small ones were almost invisible, and the number was very large. Under the control of Dugu, these small flying insects, like black sesame seeds, flew into the dormitory building from the cracks of doors and windows. My more than 100 black blood goo, although it is only legendary level, but when you see blood, you will quickly multiply in the blood as long as you are bitten by it. The ability to get these black blood gus out. Dugu Zong secretly said in his heart. https:// please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. But soon, Dugu Zong's face turned ugly. After those tiny black blood worms entered the dormitory, they lost contact one by one. Originally, Dugu Zong thought that even if some of the more than 100 black blood worms were discovered, there would definitely be quite a few lurking in them, as long as only one was effective. But who knew that when Dugu Zong realized that something was wrong, more than 100 black blood goo was almost wiped out. And he didn't even know who killed the black blood goo. Inside the dormitory, a golden bird flew around, and as long as a goo worm climbed in, it would be eaten directly by it, and no worm could come in alive at all. Dugu Zong did not believe in evil, and released his companion pets one by one, trying his best to invade Zhou Wen's dormitory. But no matter what kind of companion pet he released, as soon as he entered Zhou Wen's small building, he immediately lost contact, like a stone sinking into the sea. I don't believe it anymore. You can kill even my magic hairgoo. Du Guzong sacrificed so many companion pets, but he is even more unbelieving in evil. That is, he wants to fight Zhou Wen, and he has to win once. How did he know that Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on in the dormitory at all? He was lying in his bedroom on the second floor and brushing the copy. Those companion pets of Duguwu just entered the gate of the small building. All of them entered the belly of the bird, without disturbing Zhou Wen at all. This magic hairgoo of Duguzong is extraordinary, a mythical dimensional creature. Yes, it is a real dimensional creature. Not a companion pet. The real strength of the Dugu family is that they can tame dimensional creatures, and the companion pet is second. This magic hairgoo is a dimensional creature that Duguzong tamed by himself, but he spent a lot of effort and almost lost his life to capture and domesticate the magic hairgoo. This magic hairgoo is a mythical dimensional creature. Its ability is very special. As long as it touches the enemy's body, it can parasitize in the hair and use the power of the hair for its own use. It can control the hair to grow upside down, let the hair grow into the brain and body, and take root in the brain and blood. How terrifying it is. The hair absorbs the nutrients of the body, and finally the flesh and blood in the whole body is sucked dry. The inside is covered with hair, and there is only a layer of human skin left on the outside. This method of death is extremely painful. When Duguzong caught the magic hairworm himself, it was a near-death experience. In the end, it was a coincidence that he allowed him to subdue the magic hairworm. A thin black thread thinner than a hair appeared in front of Duguzong, as if the real hair was blown by the wind, and rolled into the small building from the crack of the door. Boy, when you know how powerful my magic hair is, don't immediately go back to the southern district with me and be my little apprentice. Duguzong felt that if he released such a big killer, he would definitely be able to deal with Zhou Wen. He didn't really want to do anything to Zhou Wen, but just wanted to bring Zhou Wen into his family, become a disciple of the Dugu family, and follow him to raise insects. The main reason is that Zhou Wen's method of taking blood and brain-eating goo is too amazing. Duguzong felt that such a method was simply born to feed goo worms. It would be a pity not to feed worms. The Dugu family is a real overlord in the southern district, but the Dugu family is not just about raising insects and raising goo. In fact, they have too many things in the family. Because the companion pet is too difficult to explode, the mythical companion eggs are not only difficult to explode, but also difficult to find, so the Dugu family did the opposite. Killing a mythical creature only has a certain chance to obtain a companion egg, but the probability is not very high. But if they tame mythical creatures, it means they can get pets 100% of the time. Combined with the ancient method and the research of several generations, the Dugu family can be said to be unparalleled in the Dominion Federation in terms of domesticating strange dimensional creatures. However, domesticating dimensional creatures is a very dangerous thing in itself. The dimensional creatures domesticated by the Dugu family are so weird, and the danger is even higher. Many people in the Dugu family are killed by their domesticated dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen's ability, in Duguzong's view, was simply born to domesticate goo insects, so he wanted to take him to Dugu's house. Of course, if you want to enter the Dugu family to learn how to domesticate dimensional creatures, you must first cast a spell on Zhou Wen, so that Zhou Wen will not learn the skills of the Dugu family in the future and deal with the Duga family in turn. But Dugazong never imagined that he had gotten so many companion pets. But they all died inexplicably, so he released his most precious magic hair goo. On playing worms, Duga worm, are the ancestors. Duga worm was thinking in his heart, when Zhou Wen's head was full of black hair, and when he came to beg him crying, what should he do to be able to show the Duga family of prestige? As soon as the magic hair goo entered the small building, it was discovered by the bird with eyes that looked like divine electricity, but this time it did not fly over immediately, standing on the table, watching the magic hair goo roll towards the stairs on the second floor. It seemed a little hesitant. Seeing that the magic hair was about to roll to the stairs, the bird finally moved, like a golden lightning, and landed in front of the bedroom door. The magic hair goo was swallowed. The magic hair was twisted in the bird's belly. But a golden flame burned in the belly, gradually melting the magic hair. Puff! The solitary worm on the grass outside suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, turned into a mosquito's body, and suddenly returned to its original form, with a terrifyingly pale face, full of disbelief. Impossible. The magic hair goo is almost indestructible. It is born into the flesh. How could it be? Dugazong's face turned pale, and he was sweating coldly. He has raised insects for so many years, and this is the first time he has encountered such a terrifying opponent, and even the magic hair goo can be easily killed. This Zhou Wen, is it really my nemesis? He can even kill the magic hair goo easily. If he wants to take my life at this time, I'm afraid it will be easy. I knew this earlier. I shouldn't have come. Dugu, the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. He gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and knocked on Zhou Wen's door. Zhou Wen was brushing the copy, and when he heard the doorbell ring, he thought it was a classmate, but when he opened the door, he saw an old man standing at the door. It turned out to be Dugu. Zhou Wen secretly guarded his heart. Is it really like what Enxing said, Dugu came to settle the account? Zhou Wen was thinking about how to deal with the Dugu insect, who knew that the Dugu insect suddenly bowed to Zhou Wen. Master Wen, it's all an old man, I'm wrong, I'm blind, and I shouldn't offend you. According to the rules of our Duga family, I lost this game. What do you want to do with me? Just say, kill or scrape, my old man will listen to you. Zhou Wen was full of question marks. He had indeed been on guard against the solitary bug, but he didn't find anything entering his room at all. What was the solitary bug talking about? https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Do you know, how did you lose? Zhou Wen looked at Dugazong and asked. He had no idea what was going on, so he wanted to figure it out first. After listening to Zhou Wen's words, Dugazong got the wrong meaning, and said bitterly, Master Wen, you are indeed brilliant. I made 7 miniature companion pets such as blood-sucking spiders and black blood worms, each of which is smaller than the other, but none of them can I escaped your eyes. All the companion pets were killed by you, and finally I had to use the magic hair goo. I thought I could teach you a lesson through the magic hair goo, but I didn't expect that it was me who was taught the lesson. Why did you attack me? Zhou Wen asked again. Dugazong blushed and said hesitantly, I saw your technique in the hospital before, and I think you are more suitable for learning my insect raising technique, so I want to take you to the southern district and follow the old man to me to learn insect raising. You mean, do you want to accept me as an apprentice? Zhou Wen stared blankly at Dugazong and asked. Dugazong's face was flushed, Master Wen, I'm really sorry, I'm too embarrassed to be thrown at home. Only today did I know that there are people outside the world, not to mention that you are my apprentice. I am not worthy to be your apprentice. If you want to kill or scrape, all you need is one sentence, and don't get your hands dirty. Does the dimensional creature in Du Tongqin's brain have anything to do with you? Zhou Wen asked directly. Du Guzong immediately said with a straight face, there is absolutely no such thing. Although our Duga family really needs a lot of yuan gold, we have not done it to such an extent, nor will it harm the Deputy Governor Qin, who guards the dimensional field. If that's the case, then let's go. Zhou Wen thought about it and said. Du Guzong didn't mean to leave. He gritted his teeth and looked at Zhou Wen and said, Master Wen, I have raised bugs all my life. It's the first time I planted them so ruthlessly. I don't even know how. Can you tell me, how did you kill the magic hairgoo? I don't know. Zhou Wen said casually. He really didn't know how the magic hairgoo died. He had never seen that thing at all. But thinking about it now, the little bird was flying around just now. I don't know what it was doing. I can probably guess that it was the little bird who solved those miniature companion pets and magic hair magic, but it was just these words. He was not easy to tell. Dugu Zong. You don't know how the magic hairgoo died? Dugu Zong naturally didn't believe such an answer. I haven't seen it. It's already dead. How do I know how it died? Zhou Wen said and was about to close the door. He was not in the mood to say anything to Dugu. If he didn't want Dugu Zong to die in the academy and cause a conflict between the Dugu family and Luoyang, he would have done it just now. Although he didn't plan to do it now, Zhou Wen didn't plan to just let Dugu insect go. He planned to use the ability of the invisibility cloak to track Dugu insect to see if he still had a party, and then decide how to deal with it. Zhou Wen just said that casually, wanting to send Dugu away so that he could try the effect of the invisibility cloak. But Dugu Zong was taken aback when he heard it. You didn't even see the magic hairgoo, so you killed it? Yes, if you have nothing to do. Go back now, and don't disturb me again. Zhou Wen said that he was about to close the door. Who knew that Dugu Zong rushed over, pressed the door panel and said, Master Wen, can you show me your companion pet? The companion pet that can easily kill the magic hairgoo must be extraordinary. Dugu Zong wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw the bird standing on the table. His eyes widened and he stayed there. What's the matter with you? Do you really think I dare not kill you? Zhou Wen said with a cold face, and if Dugu insect continued to entangle like this, he had no choice but to take action here. Then shouldn't it be? Dugu Zong didn't seem to hear Zhou Wen's rebuke, stared straight at the bird, and stammered, could it be the young phoenix in myths and legends? Bird? Do you recognize? Zhou Wen looked at Dugu Zong with some surprise. Xiaoniao has been following him for a long time, but there are not many people who can recognize Xiaoniao's origin. The little bird now looks like a small golden eagle, and it doesn't look like a phoenix, no matter what. I recognize it, of course I recognize it. How could a bug-playing person not recognize a phoenix bird? The phoenix is the natural enemy of insects. No matter how powerful a goo insect encounters it, it will be given for nothing. No wonder. No wonder. Dugu Zong, as he spoke, he ripped off his clothes and ripped off his shirt at once, revealing his dry chest muscles. What do you want to do? Zhou Wen took 2 steps back and looked at Dugu Zong in surprise. Dugu Zong turned around and let Zhou Wen see his back, only to see that there was a huge blood-colored phoenix tattoo on the back. like flying out. Do you have a phoenix companion pet? Zhou was taken aback. Du Guzong said embarrassingly, how could I have a phoenix companion pet? This is the teacher who taught me how to keep insects, and the tattoo on me is called Phoenix Go Xia Tuesday. This is a rule handed down from my ancestors, using some special bird blood and medicinal materials are formulated and tattooed on the body, which can be used to expel insects and ward off evil spirits, so as to avoid being injured when catching insects and raising goo. In my sect, there are also some ancient books about Phoenix, in which Phoenix young bird, it is very similar to yours, with a slight difference. Master Wen. Is this really a phoenix bird? So that's the case. Zhou Wen didn't answer, just nodded and said, if there is nothing else, you can go back and let me see you next time, but it won't be so cheap. Du Guzong didn't move, and said to Zhou Wen a little flatteringly, Master Wen, do you need some errands around you, or should I be your assistant? I don't need an assistant. Zhou Wen frowned. That's right, most men are looking for little girls to be their assistants. Then look, how about I worship you as a master? Du Guzong rolled his eyes and suddenly said unexpectedly, how old are you, and you still worship me as a master? Before Zhou Wen's words were finished, Du Guzong had already thumped and worshipped the ground. Master is above, please accept the disciple Du Guzong to bow. Du Guzong was not ambiguous at all, so he would bow 3 times and 9 times, and perform a big salute to the master. Zhou Wenren was so stupid that he couldn't figure out what the situation was. Before he could react, Du Guzong had already finished worshipping. What on earth are you trying to do? Zhou Wen frowned at Du Guzong. Du Guzong got up and said flatteringly, from now on, you are my Du Guzong's master. When did you teach children to raise phoenixes, master? https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. Zhou Wen took the knife and was about to cut people. After a long time, Du Guzong actually wanted to hit the bird. Seeing Zhou Wen holding the knife, Du Guzong quickly exited the yard, and shouted as he returned. Master, I'll see you another day. Say hello if you have anything, and the disciples are always on call. Zhou Wen closed the door, immediately summoned the invisibility cloak, and jumped out from the back window, tracking Duguwu from a distance to see what the hell he would do. Zhou Wen saw the Dugu insect sneaking to a place where no one was around, turned into a mosquito, and then flew out of the school. Zhou Wen was wearing an invisibility cloak, listening with his ears, and kept monitoring the movements of Du Guzong. It didn't take long for him to follow him to an abandoned warehouse. Sure enough, there is a comrade. Zhou Wen listened to it and found that there was another person in the warehouse, besides Dugu. Zhou Wen listened intently, hoping to hear some useful news. He didn't need to venture into the warehouse either. Second grandfather, why are you only here now? What's going on with Yuan Jin? The one talking to Du Guzong was a girl who looked young, with a round face and big eyes, at most 16 or 17. Aged look. It screwed up, the bloodshot brain-eating goo in Qin Wufu's body was taken out by someone else. Du Guzong said. Blood-thread-eating brain-eating goo penetrates into the brain, besides our Dugu family. There are still people who can get it. The girl said in disbelief. I don't believe it either, but it was taken out, and Qin Wufu was unharmed. Du Guzong said helplessly. What about Yuan Jin? Will Jia sell us so much refined Yuan Jin? The girl said worriedly. It's probably unwilling. Du Guzong said with a smile, but don't worry. Even if you don't use Yuan Jin, I have also thought of a way to capture that one poison king. Second grandfather, didn't you try it last time? Even the magic hair goop can't do anything to the 10,000. Poison goo king, and it was almost destroyed. Do you have a more powerful goo? The girl looked incredulous. Look. At the lone worm. Dugazong smiled and said, I don't, but I just worshipped a master. If I can ask him for help, I will definitely be able to catch the myriad poison king. Second grandpa, didn't you say that the masters you worshipped before are dead? Where did another master appear? The little girl's face was full of doubts. Didn't I say it just now? This master just worshipped, he has a young phoenix bird in his hand. If he has the help of a young phoenix bird, he doesn't need to build a gold worm raising furnace. And he can still capture the 10,000 poisonous king, said the lone worm. The second grandpa quickly asked your new master for help, the girl said. Cough, this is not in a hurry. Dugazong was very clear in his heart, and it was not so easy to ask Zhou Wen to bring the phoenix bird to help him catch the 10,000 poison king. The girl sighed and said, I thought we were lucky, but we happened to meet Qin Wufu, who was attacked by bloodshot brain-eating guinea pig. I thought I could get enough yuan gold. Only in time will we be able to catch the king of 10,000 poisons. Don't worry, Mir, with the second grandfather here, I promise you to help you get the goo king of the valley of 10,000 poisons. And besides your second grandfather and me, no one else has the ability to take the goo king away, so put your heart in your belly. Let's go. Dugazong changed the conversation and said, you play in Luoyang for a few days first, and when you go back to the southern district, I will naturally find you, don't run around, you can't leave Luoyang City, you know? Understood, second grandpa. Mir agreed seriously. After thinking about it, Mir asked again, second grandpa, do I want to visit your master? Second grandpa, what should my name be for your master? No, you don't have to worry about this. Dugazong sent Mir away and said to himself, I don't know if there is a second phoenix bird, but the possibility of a second one is very small, even if there is, I am afraid that it is not so easy to get it. I still think of a way to ask master to go to the valley of 10,000 poisons with me. But how to impress him? Looks like I'll have to figure out a way to do it. Zhou Wen listened to it outside for a long time, only listening to what they said goo, and did not overhear any plans. Listening to Mir's tone, Qin Wufu's injury seemed to have nothing to do with them. Although I don't know if the bird is a real phoenix species, it seems that it can indeed restrain those dimensional creatures of the goo worm type. If I go to the southern district in the future, I must bring it with me. Zhou Wen thought to himself. After Solitude left the dilapidated warehouse, he returned to the hotel and never came out again. Zhou Wen eavesdropped for a long time, but did not hear any useful news, and finally gave up continuing to monitor Dugazong and returned to the academy dormitory. The ability of the invisibility cloak is really useful. Even if you are walking on the street during the day, you don't need to worry about being seen. Even if you don't use the Wheel of Fortune, under normal circumstances, just being invisible is enough. Zhou Wen thought about it. How to use the invisibility cloak to do great things. Before the ban on the dimensional realm is completely lifted, it's business to download some copies of the game first. Those famous dimensional realms should be downloaded first. I don't know what the companion pets of the ancient sword, the king of the original world and the god of death from the underworld came from. It was made in the dimensional field. Zhou Wen thought about it and decided to start with some recent dimensional fields. The well-known dimensional fields that are relatively close to Luoyang should be those of the Xia family, right? Zhou Wen checked the information and quickly made a decision to go to the Xia family site first. The Xia family has a lot of mysterious dimension fields, and there are several places that Zhou Wen has always wanted to go to. One of the most well-known dimension fields is called Ancient Sword Tomb. I heard that there are many mythical and legendary swords there. The old hero of the Xia family once obtained a mythical sword from the Ancient Sword Tomb. Companion eggs use this sword to traverse the world. But that was decades ago. The Xia family had controlled the Ancient Sword Tomb for so long, so it was definitely not just a mythical companion sword, there must be something else. Zhou Wen suspected that the magic sword that Xia Xianyue had taken back by the devil infant came from the ancient sword mound. After going to the Xia family, go through all the 6 major families and download all the dimensional fields they control as a copy of the game. At that time, you can buy any companion pet you want, and you don't need to go out for adventures at all. Zhou Wen said he would do it, ready to say hello to Ensheng, and then set off for Xia's house. This time Zhou Wen did not dare to leave the bird and the antelope, mainly because he was afraid that the people from the Dugu family would attack the bird. Although there were antelopes, the possibility of being stolen was very low. Zhou Wen still planned to take them on the road, so as not to accident. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The bird stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder and looked around curiously. The antelope looked listless and didn't seem to like walking. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry. He came out this time as a kind of experience. He planned to take a look at all the dimensional fields along the way. All the dimensional fields with small hand patterns were photographed so as to completely break the dimensional fields in the future. Forbid to prepare. The ancient sword mound is in the imperial capital. Zhou Wen went to visit Wang Lu just in time to pay back the rice he owed. The imperial capital is also called Jingjing. Unlike the Holy City, which is jointly managed by the 6 families, the imperial capital is basically controlled by the Xia family. However, it is somewhat surprising that the headquarters of the Special Supervision Bureau is also in the imperial capital, not in the Holy City. When Zhou Wen went to the imperial capital this time, he also planned to go to the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau. Because many roads are blocked by dimensional fields, we can only bypass those dimensional fields, and we have to walk a lot more. No one has entered the dimensional fields, even with Zhou Wen's current strength, he does not dare to rush in to avoid accidents. The route that Zhou Wen chose was the route that Ensheng planned for him. Although the distance was a bit longer, it was better than safety and reliability. After carefully researching the information, the relatively famous dimensional field that I first encountered was called Wolongku. It was originally a scenic area, but after the dimensional storm, Wolongku has also become a complex multidimensional field with multiple dimensional fields. The most famous dimension field in Wolongku is Kongshan. Kongshan has Confucius Ping in the west and Liajunding in the east. It is said that Confucianism and Taoism competed here, leaving many moving legends. After the dimensional storm, Kongshan became even more bizarre. He could often hear the sound of reading from Confucius Ping, but when he actually went to see it, there was not even a shadow. There is also an arrow over the top, which is the highest peak of Wolongku, and there are many legends related to Hui. There are other dimensional fields, all of which have their own characteristics. Zhou planned to go to Wolanku to take a look. If you can download the dimensional fields, it would be good to keep them for later research. Du Guzong didn't know about Zhou Wen's departure from Luoyang, so he went to Zhou Wen again early in the morning. Master, are you getting up already? The disciples came to greet you. When are you free? Teach the disciples how to raise phoenixes. To learn how to raise phoenixes, Du Guzong doesn't care about face at all. Anything will come. Why are you arguing here in the early morning? Li Xian walked out of Zhou Wen's dormitory. Before Zhou Wen left, he asked Li Xian to take away all the food in the refrigerator so that it would not be damaged. Who are you? Where is my master? Du Guzong glared at Li Xian. How do I know who your master is? Li Xian looked at Du Guzong and saw that the old man was in his 70s and 80s, and there was still a master. You walked out of my master's dormitory. And you said you didn't know who my master was? Du Guzong said. Is Zhou Wen your master? Li Xian asked with his mouth wide open, looking at Dugu insect in disbelief. Zhou Wen is only 17 or 18 years old. How could there be such an old apprentice? Yes, Zhou Wen is my master. Has the old man got up yet? Du Guzong said as a matter of course. Zhou Wen is your master, so my classmate of Zhou Wen is not your uncle? Teacher nephew, you don't need to call. Zhou Wen is out, not in the academy. Li Xian joked. Du Guzong narrowed his eyes. He recognized Zhou Wen as his master. That was because he wanted to follow Zhou Wen to raise a phoenix, and it didn't mean that others could make jokes about him casually. Okay, then it depends on whether you are lucky enough to be my uncle. Du Guzong kept silent, but secretly released a black blood worm, trying to teach Li Xian a lesson. But the black blood goo crawled to Li Xian's side, but suddenly stopped there, shivering on the ground. No matter how urged by Dugu, the black blood goo did not dare to approach Li Xian again. Huh? Du Guzong was slightly startled. He had never encountered such a situation before. He summoned a few more gus, however, as long as those gus approached Li Xian, they immediately shrank into a ball in horror, not daring to touch his body at all. Du Guzong's face was full of surprise. And he secretly wondered in his heart, what's going on? Why does my goo insect fear him? Does he also have a phoenix? Zhou Wen went all the way, but he didn't encounter any danger. On the way, he also saw a companion pet freight team delivering goods. Because the passage of cars is becoming more and more difficult, many transportation companies have chosen to use companion pets to transport goods. After successfully arriving at Wolanku, Zhou Wen walked along the mountain road, trying to find the small hand pattern, but after searching for a long time, he did not see the small hand pattern. I saw that many people were fighting a monkey-like dimensional creature. The monkey was majestic and had a short tail, which looked quite ferocious. Zhou Wen looked at the information and learned that this dimensional creature is called a macaque. It is a relatively common dimensional creature in Wolanku. The macaque has the blood of the Monkey King, and I don't know if it's true or not. The combat power of the macaque king is quite powerful among the legendary rank, and the companion status of the macaque king's companion pet is very special, so the value is quite high. The nearby legendary rank will often come here to hunt the macaque king, hoping to gain something. Zhou Wen had no interest in hunting the macaque king, but was just looking for the little hand pattern. Suddenly, Zhou Wen heard a strange sound coming from the nearby mountains. The sound was like a child reading a textbook when he was a child. The ending sound was long and it sounded strange. But those voices were obviously not children's voices, they were the voices of some adults. Zhou looked at the place where the sound came from and then looked at the map, and immediately knew that it was the legendary Confucius Ping. It's true that. The legend is true, that Confucius Ping has reading sounds in the daytime. Zhou became interested and walked over to Confucius Ping, wanting to see what the mystery of that Confucius Ping was. But when Zhou boarded Confucius Ping and saw the scene in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. I saw that there were actually a lot of people sitting on the Confucius Ping. They were all shaking their heads and reading. It turned out that the voice Zhou heard just now was not a vision, but that there were people reading here. These people read like crazy, shaking their heads and reading aloud, like elementary school students who recite the text carefully, and like those readers in ancient times. The sound of reading is very charming, and the ending is very long. Could it be that there is some kind of reading activity here? Zhou thought to himself. He had already boarded Confucius Ping. But he just set foot on Confucius Ping, he opened his mouth involuntarily, made the same voice as those people, and even followed them to read, but what Zhou read, he himself had never heard. There's something weird here. Zhou was shocked. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel. Mobile version reading URL. Zhou sat down involuntarily, became one of those people, and read aloud with them. Zhou's cadence recited, and he felt familiar, but he had no idea what he was reading. Fortunately, Confucius Ping's mysterious power is not harmful. Just let him sit there and read, and nothing further happens. Zhou Dao is not in a hurry to get rid of the control of this mysterious power. He wants to understand first, this mysterious power. What does the power want to do? There were more than 100 people sitting on the huge Confucius Ping, all of whom seemed to be cultivating people. Zhou felt that it was no coincidence that they came here. Why doesn't Kong Shan's material say that Confucius Ping has such a strange power? Zhou studied what he had recited while reciting. The content is very jerky and difficult to understand. The grammar and vocabulary are very different from those of modern people. It is obviously an ancient article. Zhou's literary accomplishment is very general. He can understand some simple ancient prose, but he really can't understand such jerky and incomprehensible ancient prose. Zhou had also studied the ancient writings of Taoism and Buddhism before, but this type of ancient writing was obviously not in the same system as those two. Originally, Zhou wanted to memorize the articles he recited and study them later, but he soon discovered that no matter how much he tried to memorize, he couldn't remember half a word. After a sentence was recited, it seemed as if it had disappeared from his memory, and there was no way to remember it at all. It seems that we can only use recording data. Zhou wanted to take out his mobile phone and use it to record his own voice. However, he found that his body did not obey at all, and he could only sit there and recite, and could not do anything else. With a thought, Zhou switched the Yuanqi tactic to the Dao tactic. He wanted to use the power of gods to evade and break the rules of Confucius Ping, so that he could take out his mobile phone and record. Bang! Zhou just switched to Dao tactic, when suddenly he felt a terrifying force bombarding him like lightning, and Yuing was almost cracked by the blast. Zhou's body rolled down from Confucius Ping like a balloon. Fortunately, after leaving Confucius Ping, Zhou regained control of his body and quickly stabilized his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were severely injured, and some bones were cracked. Zhou Wen was horrified. Is this Confucius Ping's forbidden power so overbearing? But when you think about it, it doesn't feel right. Huang Quanqing's forbidden power is already very terrifying, and it is not strong enough. Confucius' forbidden power is no longer a strong word to explain. Zhou Wen feels more like Confucius. Forbidden power is targeting him. Wait, I seem to understand. Zhou Wen suddenly remembered. Legend has it that Kongshan was the place where Confucianism and Taoism competed, and Confucius Ping was the site of Confucianism. He used Taoist tactics on Confucius Ping, and 9 out of 10 he was really targeted. If that's the case, I should go to Lao Junding to take a look. That's the place of Taoism. Zhou Wen wanted to stand up, but his injuries were so severe that he bared his teeth and cracked his mouth as soon as he moved. It's better to treat the injury first. Zhou Wen switched the life soul of the ancient emperor against the rebirth, and used the powerful vitality of the ancient emperor of the rebirth to repair the injured internal organs and bones. However, the ancient emperor against rebirth is only a powerful life force, and the speed of self-healing is far less than Li Xian's life and soul. Antelope looked at Zhou Wen with schadenfreude on the side, as if this guy had long known the mystery. On Confucius Ping. The bird was hopping on the rocks next to it, and it was full of curiosity about everything. Are you all right? A woman in her 30s came over, squatted down, and asked Zhou Wen, who was sitting there. It's okay, a little hurt. Zhou Wen shook his head. The woman smiled and said, You are a foreigner. Is it your first time to come to Confucius Ping in Kongshan? How do you know? Zhou Wen asked. The locals all know that Taoist vitality art cannot be used on Confucius Ping. You must have used the Taoist Yuanqi art just now to be beaten, the woman explained. The reading has ended, and the people sitting on the Confucius Ping have returned to normal, and they are walking down from the top of the Confucius Ping in 2s and 3s. They looked at Zhou Wen with a smile. Obviously, like women, they knew why Zhou Wen was beaten. Confucius Ping is a holy place for cultivating Confucian vitality art such as Heron righteousness. If you practice Taoist vitality art, then you should go to Laojunding. The woman thought for a while, and then reminded, Confucius Ping has an hour off reading time at this time of the day. If you want to visit, you can miss this hour and go up again. Thank you for the pointer. I wonder if there are any taboos on the top of the old gentleman? Zhou Wen asked quickly. That's not enough. There is a Taoist book on the top of Lao June, but it's all about self-enlightenment. There is no force to force you. The woman looked at Zhou Wen and said, You don't seem to be seriously injured. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? No, no. I'll rest for a while. Zhou Wen quickly thanked the woman for her kindness. After the woman left, Zhou Wen sat there to recuperate, but the injury was too severe. It was not until the next day that the woman and many people who practiced Confucian vitality art came to Confucius Ping again. Zhou Wen's injuries were not completely healed. Why are you still here? Are you really okay? The woman looked at Zhou Wen in surprise and asked. Generally speaking, even those who were beaten out would not be seriously injured. It's okay, I just see the scenery here and want to rest here more. Zhou Wen said with a smile. It is true that ordinary people won't be hurt so badly, but Zhou Wen not only used Taoist tactics, but also used gods to evade, trying to break the forbidden power of Confucius Ping, which is why he was hurt so badly. The woman saw that Zhou Wen's complexion was much better than yesterday, so she didn't say anything. Like everyone else, she went to Confucius Ping and sat on the ground. Not long after, Zhou Wen heard the familiar sound of reading again. Those people came to Confucius Ping to study basically every day. Zhou Wen chatted with the woman several times and knew that everyone called her Sister Gue. According to Sister Gue, studying on Confucius Ping has a multiplier effect on cultivating Confucian vitality art, but now there are very few people who practice Confucian vitality art, so the people who come to Confucius Ping to study every day are basically a few acquaintances. We have known each other for a long time. After more than 2 days, Zhou Wen finally repaired the injuries on his body, but the injuries on his body were second, mainly the injuries on Yueying's body, and it was only now that he fully recovered. After the recovery, Yueying gave Zhou Wen a strange feeling, as if there were faint signs of breakthrough. Could it be that the injury helped Yueying's breakthrough? Zhou Wen had a thought in his heart. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen decided to try again. The god's avoidance has reached the peak, and even in Huangquan City, it is no longer possible to continue to improve. If the power of Confucius Ping can really make the gods avoid being promoted to the perfect body, this will be Zhou Wen's first perfect body life soul. When it was time for Confucius to study again, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and walked towards Confucius. Seeing that Zhou Wen's wounds seemed to be healed, Sister Gue smiled and said, "This time you come to Fusiping, please don't run the Taoist vitality art again." As soon as your sister said this, Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. Everyone else laughed. Zhou Wen had been recovering from injuries for a few days here. They basically recognized Zhou Wen and knew about the embarrassment of Zhou Wen using Taoist vitality art on Confucius Ping. Sister Gue wants to say something, but the reading time has already begun. Mysterious power enveloped Confucius Ping, and everyone suddenly sat down and began to read aloud the articles that they themselves did not understand. Zhou Wen himself is one of them, but he has just recited 2 sentences. And he has already switched from the original Qi tactic to the Tao tactic. Boom! As if it was the bombardment of the soul, Zhou Wen only felt the soul tremble, and his body involuntarily flew out, fell hard on the stone steps, and rolled out a distance before he controlled his body. The injury on his body was heavier than the last time, but Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised to find that Yu Ying's injury was much lighter than the last time. After the last injury, his ability to fight seemed to be much stronger. Could it be that this method is really useful? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. An hour later, Sister Gue and the others came down from Confucius Ping and passed by Zhou Wen, who was resting from injury. Sister Gue said speechlessly, "Xiao Zhou, didn't I tell you, you can't use Taoist vitality art on Confucius Ping, why don't you listen? Your sister won't hurt you." Zhou Wen hurriedly said, "Sister Gue, I know that Taoist vitality art cannot be used on Confucius Ping. But I have a bad temper." "You child." Sister Gue was speechless. "Sister Gue, don't worry about him, this kid has a problem with his brain. That is, no matter what he does, he is looking for trouble. In my opinion, life in the Federation is so good that there are so many young people who are looking for trouble. Young people, I haven't suffered any crimes. It's understandable to find some stimulation. I was like this when I was young. My mother said that girls and men would have children when they slept. I didn't listen to it at that time. Since then, there has been a young man with antelope and birds in Confucius Ping Kong Shan. At the beginning, he visited Confucius Ping every 2 or 3 days, and every time he was thrown out. Later, it became even more serious. He even went to Confucius Ping every day during his study time. He was still running the Taoist Yuanqi art every time and was thrown out. Sister Gui started to persuade a few words, but Zhou Wen didn't listen, and she got used to it after a long time. Sister Gui, do you think that Xiao Zhou is stupid? If you have nothing to do against Confucius Ping, isn't this looking for guilt? It's really boring. After the reading time, a young girl left with Sister Gui, passing by. While lying beside Zhou Wen on the side of the road, the girl looked at Zhou Wen and said to your sister after walking away. Sister Gui said with a smile, where is Xiao Zhou stupid? What a good boy, I think he should have his reasons for doing this. Is there any reason? I think it's too busy. The young girl paused and continued, why are there such boring people? If everyone is like Su Tong, the land of the Federation will not continue to grow. It was eroded by the dimensional realm. When speaking, the young girl's eyes could not help but look at the young man in front. The young man was arrogant, with sharp eyebrows and star eyes. He was indeed a very handsome young man. Su Tong is very famous here in Wolongku. He has cultivated great integrity and has been promoted to the epic level at the age of 27 or 8. In this area, no one can be better than Su Tong. It is not difficult to understand that Su Tong can win the admiration of girls. Sister Gui said. With a smile, Su Tong is very good, but a man who is too good will also have many good girls around him. You might as well consider Xiao Zhou. I think that guy is quite good and looks very handsome. His age is the same as yours. It's almost the same, no one has robbed you yet. Che, I don't like such a boring man. If I want to find a boyfriend, I must find a good man like Su Tong. The girl curled her lips and looked back at Zhou Wen, who was lying on the mountain road. It looks very different from Su Tong, who is dignified and elegant. Sister Gui said with a half-smile, it's understandable. That little girls like men like Su Tong. When you get to my age, you may realize that some special men may be more interested. Maybe, but I'll never find him interesting for such a man. The girl saw Zhou Wen lying on the mountain road and fell asleep like that. Her clothes were disheveled, and there was a bird jumping around him, like a busker who walks the rivers and lakes. I really don't find it interesting. Days passed. And every time Yueying was hit, Zhou Wen would have the illusion that he was about to break through. Although this feeling was very real, no matter how real, the illusion could not be promoted to the perfect body. Strange, I think I should be able to be promoted to the perfect body. Why didn't I get promoted in the end? What's wrong? Zhou Wen has been thinking about this question. Zhou Wen thought about it, and finally thought of a possibility. At the beginning, Bai Wu Tabu was a crystal, and after the crystal exploded, the gods avoided the jade infant. Zhou Wen is just thinking, is it possible that Yueying also needs to break and stand up before it can be promoted to the perfect body? So every time Yueying was injured, she would feel like she was about to break through. But as Yueying's body heals, this feeling of breakthrough will disappear again. Zhou Wen thought about it, it seemed that there was only such a possibility, but it would be too risky to let Yueying shatter. So Zhou Wen is still hesitating, should he try to break the jade baby? When it was time for the book club again, Sister Gui and others came to Confucius Ping, and many people greeted Zhou Wen. Because Zhou has been here for more than half a month, and people who often come to Confucius are already familiar with him. However, most people think that Zhou seems to be a little silly, just wanting to joke with him, and there is no malicious intent. Sister Gui greeted Zhou to go to Confucius Ping together, and asked as she walked, "Xiao Zhou, do you still want to run the Taoist Yuanqi art today?" "Yes." Zhou Wen nodded. Everyone was waiting for the reading time on Confucius Ping. Zhou had no intention of chatting. Sister Gui and the girl next to her chatted a lot. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex. Novel mobile version reading URL. When it was time to read, everyone sat down involuntarily and began to recite. Although everyone's consciousness is awake, they can't control their bodies and their mouths. They can only move freely after the reading time is over. During this time, they can do nothing but read. Zhou was considering whether to use the power of Confucius Ping to smash the jade baby. When he broke it and stood up, he suddenly saw a figure coming from the mountain road, and the speed was amazing. Looking closely, it turned out to be a macaque, but this macaque seems to be a little different from ordinary macaques. The average macaque is 1.56 meters in height. Even the legendary macaque king is 1.89 meters high. Look, it looks majestic. But this macaque was nearly 3 meters tall, and looked more vicious than the macaque. His eyes were shining red, his hair was like black iron wire, and he looked like a ghost from a distance. Sister Gui and the others also found the blood-eyed black macaque, and they were a little surprised, but no one was worried. Even if this blood-eyed black macaque is an epic dimensional creature, as long as it enters Confucius Ping, it will be affected by the power of Confucius Ping. Like all humans, it sits on the ground and recites ancient texts. Similar things have happened before. A macaque strayed into Confucius Ping and sat down to read aloud like a human, without threatening the readers here. But as soon as this blood-eyed black macaque entered Confucius Ping, everyone's expressions changed drastically, showing a look of horror. The blood-eyed black macaque didn't even sit down to read. With blood in its eyes, it walked towards the human sitting on the Confucius Ping step by step. The fangs in its mouth were exposed, with an expression of choosing and eating. Everyone was shocked, but they couldn't move. They could only read aloud and watch the blood-eyed black macaque come over. Everyone's expressions are very strange, their faces are still serious, and they are still shaking their heads to read, but their eyes and voices are full of fear, and some people's voices are filled with crying. If they could move now, they would have run as far as they could. Especially the first few, the 3 closest to the blood-eyed black macaque, their expressions were as if they were tied up and fed to poop. The blood-eyed black macaque walked step by step, and looking at its heavy pace, Zhou knew that it should still be affected by Confucius Ping's power, but the impact was not as serious as theirs. Just as the blood-eyed black macaque was about to walk into the crowd, a man suddenly stood up and shouted at the blood-eyed black macaque, "Fusiping Holy Land, how can you be defiled, so don't step back." Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone could stand up during reading time. After a closer look, he saw that it was Su Tong. At this time, Su Tong exuded a kind of qi, which was invisible and intangible, not as bright as divine light, not as grand as Buddha's light, but it had an indescribable aura. Everyone was overjoyed. They thought they would die, but they didn't expect Su Tong to stand up and fight against the blood-eyed black macaque. They all felt that this time they were saved. Su Tong is already an epic powerhouse, and he should be able to kill the blood-eyed black macaque. After all, there has never been an advanced dimensional creature near Mount Kong. The blood-eyed black macaque did not retreat because of Su Tong's scolding and imposing manner, but became more vicious. With a flash of blood in his eyes, his majestic body broke through the sound barrier, and with a crackling sound, he punched violently at Su Tong. Heaven and earth have righteousness, and the heart is healthy. Su Tong's words seemed to be blessed with magical power. With his voice, the power and righteousness in his body has become stronger, and the whole person seems to be surrounded by a wave of heaven and earth. Of positivity wrapped. The moment the blood-eyed black macaque rushed in front of him, Su Tong's palm also slammed into the blood-eyed black macaque with a terrifying force, like a dragon and a sea. What a strong vitality skill. Zhou Wen was a little surprised. The power of Su Tong's palm, in the epic level, it is also an extremely top-level existence. Boom! Su Tong's palm collided with the claws of the blood-eyed black macaque, creating a terrifying shock wave that knocked everyone next to him upside down, while Su Tong himself flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit a rock. Above, Chong vomited blood, struggled a few times, got up and sat there, reciting ancient texts, while vomiting blood. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Su Tong was able to forcibly resist the power of Confucius Ping, and in their opinion, he was already invincible, but such a powerful Su Tong was severely injured by a blow from the blood-eyed black macaque, making Su Tong lost the ability to contend with the mysterious power of Confucius Ping. No matter how badly injured, still sit there and study. Everyone was horrified, but they could only sit there and read aloud. Words and words could no longer describe their mood at this time. The blood-eyed black macaque roared, stretched out its claws, and grabbed at the person in front of it. Its nails were as sharp as daggers, and if it was caught, it would pierce 5 blood holes in its head. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Companion pets could not be used on Confucius Ping, and even the vitality art and body were suppressed, and companion pets could not be summoned at all. What are those two guys looking at outside? Haven't come up to help? Zhou Wen found that the antelope and the bird were standing on the mountain road in the distance, looking at this side, but they didn't mean to come over to help, as if they were watching the same as the play. Zhou Wen couldn't help but cursed in his heart, I've been raising you all for so long, but you're still watching the show there. Don't you know that people will die? It's okay to die for others, I'm still here. Don't I want to be with them later? Die? No, they are all practicing the Confucian vitality art, but I am different. I can switch the Tao art and be beaten by the power of Confucius. Zhou Wen thought about it, and he no longer hesitated now, and wanted to switch the Tao art. Originally, Zhou Wen wanted to come back to save them after he went out, but Zhou Wen found out that Sister Gui and the others were too close to the blood-eyed black macaque. When he went out and came back, I was afraid it would be too late. Well, anyway, I planned to see if the jade baby could break and stand, so let's try it now. Zhou Wen burst out the power of the jade baby at the moment of switching the Taoist body. Boom! The terrifying force on Confucius Ping bombarded Zhou Wen like a 9-day divine thunder, and Yueying was bombarded with an incomparably terrifying forbidden force. Zhou Wen's body sat still on the ground, forcibly carrying the terrifying forbidden power. And taking advantage of the moment when his body was able to move, he drew his knife and slashed at the blood-eyed black macaque. Everyone has been desperate, and those who bear the brunt have closed their eyes in resignation. but suddenly there was a flash of blood-colored knife light, and the body of the blood-eyed black macaque was directly split in two, and fell to both sides with a bang. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Watching the blood-eyed black macaque die, everyone felt a sense of escaping from the dead, and some couldn't believe it. Even Su Tong was no match for the blood-eyed black macaque, who could split the blood-eyed black macaque in half with one knife. Their heads could not move, but their eyes could turn. Everyone looked at the place where the light of the knife flew, but saw Zhou sitting on the ground, holding a knife in his hand, and the blade was already sheathed. It's him? The girl sitting next to your sister was stunned. She couldn't believe that the blood-eyed black macaque was killed by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen returned the knife to its sheath, but the man sat there with his eyes closed and motionless. He was not blasted out by Confucius' power, and he did not continue reading. Because Zhou Wen forcibly confronted the rules of Confucius Ping, Yuing endured the terrifying taboo force head-on. And it shattered after a while. As soon as the jade baby was broken, Zhou Wen originally thought that he would also be severely injured, from vomiting blood at light, and fearing that even the Taoist tactics would be abolished. But this is not the case. After the jade baby was broken, the power that formed the soul did not dissipate, but reorganized again, and the reorganization was completed in an instant. It's just that the reorganized life soul looks very strange, and its appearance is completely different from the jade baby, and it has become a very strange thing. The current life and soul looks a bit like a 3-book, but it cannot be opened, and there are no characters on the cover. Zhou Wen couldn't feel the powerful power above the ancient book like life soul, but Zhou Wen really knew that the life soul of Dao Ju had been promoted successfully, because he was on top of Confucius Ping at this time. The Taoist art in his body was still running, but Confucius Ping's forbidden power seemed to have disappeared, and it had no effect on him at all. Opening his eyes and looking around, seeing that Sister Gue and the others were still studying under the control of Confucius Ping, Zhou Wen knew that he had really succeeded. His life was over. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to continue to sit here and listen to their reading, got up and said to Sister Gue, "Sister Gue, thank you for taking care of you these days, I'm leaving." Zhou Wen didn't like to say parting words. It happened that Sister Gue was still studying and couldn't talk to him. Zhou Wen waved to Sister Gue, then turned around and walked out of Confucius Ping, leaving soon with a sheep and a bird. Kong Mountain. Everyone saw that Zhou Wen was able to come and go freely on Confucius Ping, unaffected by the power of Confucius Ping at all. Only then did I believe that the person who killed the blood-eyed black macaque just now was Zhou Wen. When the reading time was over, everyone regained their freedom. I've seen it for a long time. Xiao Zhou is an extraordinary person, and I really expected it. You're a fart. You've said that he's stupid the most. What do you know? I'm joking with him on purpose. How can ordinary people have such perseverance? He is obviously not an ordinary person. I have long seen that he is different. I think he is just under 20 years old. He has such a cultivation base. I'm afraid he doesn't come from the family of the 6 heroes, right? I think it's very likely that other than the 6 heroes family, which other family can cultivate such young talents? Sister Gue couldn't listen to it anymore. She gave them a blank look and said, "Is there anyone surnamed Zhou in the family of the 6 heroes? It doesn't seem to be." Everyone looked at each other, unable to guess the origin of Zhou Wen for a while. The girl looked in the direction where Zhou Wen was leaving, but her mood was a little complicated. Zhou Wen left Wolongkou directly. His identity must have been exposed this time, so he did not go to other dimensional fields in Wolanku. The main reason is that there is no small hand pattern found in Wolanku. If you really want to stay here to study, I am afraid that you will not be able to study the entire dimensional field of Wolanku. For a year and a half. When he got to a place with no one, he summoned the Dawei King. Kong Bull. Zhou rode the bull while checking the information in the mobile game. The life and soul of the Taoist body is no longer the avoidance of the gods, and there is a new change again. Taisheng Kaidianjing. Perfect body. When chaos is not divided, there is no sky, no earth, no yin and no yang, no sun. And no moon, no crystals and no light, no east and no west, no south and no north, no front and no back, no gardens, no squares, tens of billions of changes, mighty, formless and invisible, naturally empty, and mysterious. It is extremely difficult to be poor, boundless and boundless, only too high. Zhou didn't understand what this introduction meant, but it seemed to be very powerful, but he didn't know what it was used for. In the past, when there were no taboos and gods avoided the two states of life and soul, they could only exist in consciousness, and there was no way to summon them. Now that it has turned into the Taisheng Kaidianjing, Zhou thought about it, and the life and soul, like an ancient jade plate, appeared in front of him, but it was clearly called Taisheng Kaidianjing, but there was no word on it, and Zhou was not able to put it. Opened it, studied it for a while, and found that it only had the power to resist taboos, and found no other effect. Zhou tried it again in Huangquan City, and found that the forbidden power of Huangquan City had no effect on the Taisheng Kaidianjing. Zhou can now be said to be truly without taboos. Yueying, who was in the avoidance period of the gods, couldn't last in Huangquan City for too long, and Zhou was unwilling to be punished, so he never was able to reach the Huangquan throne in the game. Now that there is Taisheng Kaidianjing in his body, many taboos are invalid for Zhou and the blood-colored villain. Zhou controls the blood-colored villain to walk along the stone road, and even the numbers are no longer displayed on the stone road. However, when stepping on the slate, there will still be torture ghosts. Zhou beheaded at will, and soon ascended the Huangquan throne. However, in the game, the city lord Huangquan was not seen. After Zhou rang the golden bell, the golden throne was automatically separated, revealing the door to leave. Leaving from the portal, the blood-colored villain came out of the copy of Huangquan City. Is the Yellow Spring City dungeon just like this? There isn't even a mythical boss? Zhou felt something was wrong. Thinking of what the city lord Huangquan said to him, Zhou's heart moved. Could it be that, like what the city lord Huangquan said, we should walk all the torture chambers and endure all the punishments before we can see the real Huangquan City? What about the real Yellow Spring City? Zhou was very interested in the secrets of Huangquancheng, but thinking that he would have to suffer those punishments again, Zhou gave up. When there is a chance in the future, take Li Xian to the real Huangquan City and let him be punished once, and then you can know what the real Huangquan City is like. Zhou hit Li Xian with his idea. After Zhou left Wolanku, his deeds spread around Wolanku. People nearby knew there was such a young man, but they didn't know his specific name, only the surname was Zhou. Despite this matter was still detected by the Supervision Bureau. Minister Qiao, are you sure that the person who appeared at Wolanku is Zhou? Shinyuchi asked with a frown as he looked at the report sent by Qiao Siyuan. The age and appearance have been confirmed, and they are very similar to Zhou. Qiao Siyuan replied respectfully. It's normal for young people of this age to look a bit similar, Shinyuchi said. The bureau said yes, but I still think that the young man who appeared in Wolanku is Zhou Wen. Qiao Siyuan said. What's the basis? Shinyuchi asked. It's still under investigation, not yet. But my intuition tells me that it's Zhou Wen. Qiao Siyuan said with certainty. Shinyuchi was not angry, because of Qiao Siyuan's seemingly irresponsible remarks. In fact, in their line of work, sometimes intuition is very accurate. Intuition is not a simple guess, but a keen sense of the rules of events developed after experiencing countless events. If that young man is Zhou Wen, why do you think he is going to Wolanku, and what is his next goal? Shinyuchi said thoughtfully. According to the intelligence, some people have seen Zhou Wen from time to time near Luoyang recently, but I think this should be a cover-up for the Anjia family. The purpose is to cover Zhou Wen. According to this inference, Zhou Wen's purpose does not seem to be just to stay at Wolanku for a period of time. It's that simple. Qiao Siyuan paused, then continued, I guess Zhou Wen will not return to Luoyang next. According to his current route, he should go north. I think he is likely to come to the imperial capital. There are so many cities in the north, how do you know that he will definitely come to the imperial capital? Shinyuchi frowned. I don't have any evidence yet, but you should be prepared for this kind of thing. Qiao Siyuan said. That's right, but Zhou Wen has become a climate. Even without the protection of Anjia, it is not easy to move him. Shinyuchi said ponderingly. Why don't you discuss with the Xia family, maybe they are also interested in Zhou Wen. Qiao Siyuan said. Shinyuchi naturally understood what Qiao Siyuan was referring to, glanced at Qiao Siyuan, and said meaningfully, then go to Xia's house for me, and tell them about it. Follow your orders. Qiao Siyuan ordered to leave. After Qiao Siyuan left, the woman who was called Button by Shinyuchi came out. Shinyuchi looked at the document and said, what do you think? Qiao Siyuan's attention to Zhou Wen seems to exceed that of Wang Mingyuan's other disciples, said Button. You mean, he has a plot against Zhou Wen? Shinyuchi looked up at the Button and said. I don't know, I have investigated him, just like you said, this person is too simple, his life seems to have nothing but work. He has no obvious personal hobbies, no wife and children, and no relatives and friends, not even a lover. No food, no drinking, no prostitutes, no gambling, at his age and status, it is really hard to imagine how he did it. Button said. Maybe he is a workaholic. Shinyuchi said. Button's red lips were slightly upturned, and he continued, you can say the same thing, but as a workaholic, he doesn't seem to be so focused on other jobs. Then why do you think Qiao Siyuan mentioned the Xiao family? Shinyuchi continued. For the time being, there is no way to infer, but as far as I know, in recent decades, there have been many young geniuses who died prematurely. It seems that the Xia family is inextricably linked. If the Xiao family knows that Zhou Wen has come to the imperial capital, it may be true. If you don't need to be a boss, you will have a headache. Button said. Then let's take a look at it first. Shinyuchi lowered his head and continued to work. Zhou Wen went over mountains, and there were large forests everywhere. Although the different dimensional storms brought huge disasters to mankind, the earth was rejuvenated. Because of this, unlike before, there were reinforced concrete buildings everywhere. What are you doing? It's not that way, we're going this way. When he reached a three-way intersection, Zhou Wenwen should have gone to the left, but the antelope Turn to the right. Antelope didn't care so much, biting Zhou Wen's clothes and walking to the right. Zhou Wen had to follow. What's here? Why do you have to go this way? Zhou Wen felt a little strange. Although the antelope was capricious and cold in the past, it never interfered with Zhou Wen's actions. This time Antelope took the initiative to make him change his direction, which made Zhou Wen feel a little strange. Antelope didn't answer, and walked in front of herself, as if she hadn't heard Zhou Wen's words. If Zhou Wen stops and doesn't go, it will come to pull Zhou Wen and prevent Zhou Wen from turning back. Zhou Wen studied the map. The right side was originally a road, but because there were too many dimensional fields and there were many forbidden creatures, it was abandoned because it was too dangerous. Zhou Wen felt that there must be something going on here, but he was also a little curious in his heart. He wanted to know what the antelope wanted to do, so he simply followed behind the antelope. However, Zhou Wen summoned 6 wings to avoid any accident. The avatar hasn't been drawn yet. When he was free, Zhou Wen also drew a lot, but unfortunately he didn't succeed. The success rate of the avatar was too low. The originally wide road was covered with green vines because of the invasion of plants on both sides. The big trees on both sides of the road are extremely tall, and the crowns of the trees are crowded together, making it difficult to see the sun. Zhou Wen walks on the road, and the feeling is not much different from walking in the woods. While walking, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were trees all around, but in this huge forest, there was not a single bird or a single insect, and the whole forest was terrifyingly quiet. Zhou Wen has expanded the scope of truth listening to the limit, but he still hasn't found an animal, not even an ant. How could this be? Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning slightly, secretly vigilant in his heart. The antelope still didn't feel anything, and continued to walk in front. The bird stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder and looked around curiously. Where are you going? Zhou Wen said to the antelope in front. The antelope can't speak at all, and even if it can, it has no intention of answering Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen was hesitating whether to follow it, the antelope suddenly left the road and got into the grass next to it. The grass there is dense, and there are many vines coiled together. After the antelope got in, it disappeared immediately. Fortunately, Zhou Wen listened carefully and could see the situation in the grass. I saw the antelope burrowed into the grass, kept walking inside, and arrived at a clearing after a while. The clearing was quite strange, surrounded by lush vegetation, but there was no grass in such a small area, as if a strong herbicide had been applied. The antelope went to the little clearing and began to dig the soil with its hooves. Is there any treasure buried there? Zhou Wen was curious, got into the grass, and soon came to the side of the open space. The antelope was digging very quickly. When Zhou Wen arrived at the place, it had already dug more than 1 meter deep, and the soil it dug out was piled up beside him. Zhou Wen glanced at the excavated soil and immediately knew why there were no plants growing here. What the antelope excavated was not soil at all, but a grayish-black ash that looked like lime mixed with some kind of metal powder. Stretching his head into the pit, he saw that there was still that kind of metal powder underneath. Old sheep, what are you digging? Zhou Wen asked curiously. The antelope ignored him and continued to dig down on its own. Zhou Wen thought to himself, the antelope is usually a very good guy. He can't see anything, and he is the laziest, like an uncle. Now it even digs a hole on its own, and there must be something good down there. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen said with a smile, "Old sheep, you see it's not convenient for you to dig with your hoofs, or I'll help you dig, there are some good things down there, how about you give me half?" Antelope glanced at him, thought for a while, raised his front hoof, and compared to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked confused and thought to himself, "You have only one hoof and no fingers, what do you mean by gesture to me?" Seeing that he didn't understand, the antelope wrote 2 words 2% on the ground with its hooves. Only then did Zhou Wen understand what an antelope means over its hoof. It has a fork in front of its hoof, which looks like a V gesture, which can also represent 2. 20% is too little, how about 4 or 6? Antelope ignored him and dug up again. 2 will make 2%, and I'll help you dig. Zhou Wen felt that he was fine when he was idle, so he digged for it, saving time and benefiting, so why not do it? The antelope jumped out of the pit and pointed to the bottom, meaning to let him go down and dig. Where would Zhou Wen dig by himself? He summoned the tyrant beeman. The double horns on the top of the tyrant beeman's head were like a rotating electric drill. What surprised Zhou Wen was that the metal powder below is really not an ordinary thing. The tyrant beeman is so powerful that he can't directly penetrate the metal powder layer. After drilling for a while, I dug more than 10 meters deep. The metal powder dug out became darker and darker, and it was black like coal. Moreover, these metal powders still have an odor, which is not unpleasant. Just like the smell of ink on newspapers. Old sheep, what's going on here? How deep are you going to dig? Zhou Wen knew that Antelope's IQ was very high, and he would definitely be able to answer him, depending on whether it was willing to say it or not. The antelope stretched out its hooves and scratched 2 words. On the ground, 8 meters, it's still 8 meters deep. It looks like it will take a while to dig. Zhou Wen calculated, the metal ash became more difficult to dig as it went down, and it was estimated that it would take 40 to 50 minutes to dig. After thinking about it, I simply took out my mobile phone and brushed the copy for a while, and then waited for the tyrant beeman to dig out the things. After brushing the copy for a while, I didn't get anything good. The antelope suddenly pushed him with its hoof. Zhou Wen knew that he must have dug something. He walked to the pit and looked down, and saw that the tyrant beeman had dug a deep pit of 20 or 30 meters. But the tyrant beeman's body was so huge that it almost blocked the deep pit. Zhou Wen had to let it come out first, and then look down. This time, I saw something in the deep pit. It looked like a wooden stake with a diameter of 50 or 60 centimeters. The whole body was dark, but there were annual rings on the cross-section. Antelope pointed to the wood and pushed Zhou Wen again, apparently asking Zhou Wen to get the wood up. Although the wood looks very big, Zhou Wen's current strength is not small. Even if the wood weighs several tons, it will not be difficult for him. However, Zhou Wen didn't want to take risks, so he let the tyrant beeman go down and pulled the stake out. The tyrant beeman hugged the stake with both claws and pulled it out violently, but the stake didn't come out directly, but moved a little and rose by 10 or 20 centimeters. The tyrant beeman pulled upwards. One by one, and more parts of the stake were exposed. When the whole stake was pulled out, it was about 3 meters in length. The tyrant beeman put the stake on the ground. Zhou Wen looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed a piece of wood. It should be a section of some kind of tree, and the bark was kept quite intact. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of wood it was. The bark and the heart were all black, almost as black as charcoal, but it wasn't dirty at all, and it was A little cool. Lao Yang, is this the treasure? Zhou Wen asked the antelope beside him. The antelope nodded and circled the wood a few times, as if examining something. What's the use of this wood? Zhou Wen didn't find anything special about this wood, except that it was darker and heavier. It didn't seem to be anything special. The antelope pointed to the wood, and then pointed to Zhou Wen's shoulder, which seemed to mean to let Zhou Wen carry it. If you don't have a place to put it, I'll keep it for you first, and ask me for it when you use it, Zhou Wen said quickly. Antelope glanced at Zhou Wen, which made Zhou Wen feel guilty, but unexpectedly, Antelope nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, reached out to lift the log, and found that the weight was not as heavy as he imagined, and he could still lift it. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that the tyrant beeman had to pull it out so hard that he should not be able to lift it. Opening the chaos space, Zhou Wen put the large piece of wood in it. Lao Yang, what is the use of that wood? You are talking about it. Zhou Wen wanted to hear some news from Lao Yang, otherwise even if the whole piece of wood fell into his pocket, it would be useless to just leave it. The old sheep ignored him, got out of the grass on his own, and then returned along the way he came. Obviously, it came to dig this log, and did not intend to disturb Zhou Wen's travel route. Back at Sanchaku, Zhou Wen walked in the right direction and continued to head towards the imperial capital. After walking for a while, Zhou Wen suddenly felt something was wrong and felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Did I think too much? Zhou Wen carefully inspected the surroundings with listening, but found nothing wrong. After walking all the way and entering a city, Zhou Wen found that something was wrong, because the people approaching, both men and women, looked at him with strange eyes, and some women even looked at his face and smiled. What's the situation? Zhou Wen wondered in his heart. Although he considered himself to be good-looking, he was not at the point of being loved by others. The 100% rate of turning heads now made him feel a little hairy. Zhou Wen quickly found a place with no one, took a mirror out of the chaotic space, and took a picture of his face. Under this photo, Zhou Wen immediately froze. On his originally smooth forehead, a pitch-black word slave appeared, as if it was brushed with ink. Old sheep, what's the situation? Are you kidding me? Zhou Wen quickly rubbed it with his hands, but no matter how he rubbed it, the slave character seemed to seep into the flesh and blood, rubbing the skin to pieces. The slave characters are still clearly visible. The old sheep made an innocent expression very humanely, and then wrote a line of words on the ground with his hoof. I let you carry it, you don't carry it, it's no wonder me. You mean that wood? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. The antelope nodded with a half-smile, and looked at the slave character on Zhou Wen's forehead with admiration. Zhou Wen quickly took the piece of wood out of the chaotic space, put it on the ground, and asked the antelope in a very distrustful tone, honestly, what the hell is this? Antelope looked at Zhou Wen innocently, and the expression seemed to say, I'm just a sheep, I can't speak. Zhou Wen had nothing to do with the antelope, so he gritted his teeth and asked, as long as I carry it, the word on my forehead will disappear? This time, Antelope nodded very quickly, as if it was waiting for Zhou Wen's words. Zhou Wen tried various methods, but couldn't remove the mark on his forehead. He could only hold the mentality of trying it out, raised one end of the wood with both hands, and then lifted the wood with his shoulders. This wood is really heavy, and with Zhou Wen's strength, it feels a little difficult to carry it. But now Zhou Wen looked in the mirror and found that the word slave on his forehead had really disappeared. Zhou put the wood on the ground, and the slave character appeared again by himself, picked it up again, and disappeared again. Old sheep, what the hell is this? You can't let me carry it all the time, right? Zhou now has the heart to kill the antelope, but he can't beat it. The antelope did not shirk this time and wrote another line on the ground. With its hoof, go to the imperial capital and cancel the contract. You mean to say, as long as you get it to the imperial capital, you can cancel this contract? Zhou asked. Seeing the antelope nodding, Zhou asked again, can I put it away and take it to the imperial capital? Zhou planned to get a hat and put it on to cover the word slave on his forehead. The wood is so heavy that there is nothing to do with it. Not afraid of death, yes. Antelope wrote a few simple words. Zhou suddenly felt a bit of pain in his eggs, and secretly said in his heart, if I knew this earlier, I shouldn't be mean. What benefits should I share with the antelope? Suddenly, Zhou realized that something was wrong. With the antelope's usual laziness, it is impossible for it to dig the soil by itself, and Zhou will definitely help it. But this time it actually went to dig the soil by itself, and it was so slow. Zhou recalled that now, the antelope was clearly deliberately seducing him. What kind of society is this? Even a sheep can deceive people? Zhou was a little depressed. It was too late to say anything now. If he questioned the antelope now, it would not only be useless, but would also make him laugh. Isn't it just carrying a piece of wood to the imperial capital? What's the big deal? I, Zhou, have nothing else but the strength, Zhou said, and carried the wood up. It's really his sister's weight. Zhou took a few steps and felt that his body wanted to sweat a little. The length of this piece of wood is about 3 meters, and the diameter is 50 or 60 centimeters. After walking half a street, Zhou felt that he couldn't go on like this. He was afraid that he would have to die of exhaustion on the way before he reached the imperial capital. After thinking about it, Zhou summoned the Dawei King Kong bull. He carried the wood and then let the Dawei King Kong bull carry him, so that he could save some energy. Is this not a foul? Zhou looked at the antelope. Antelope nodded, and made no objection. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the Dawei King Kong bull to continue on his way. Carrying such a piece of wood, he was in no mood. Now he just wants to hurry up to the imperial capital and get rid of the slave character on his forehead. Is that person a fool? Riding a bull and carrying a log? Can't put a log on the bull's back? You don't understand that. People are showing off. Show off what? Showing off his strength. Being able to carry a giant tree, showing off how strong his mount is, and being able to carry him and the wood together. Haha, it makes sense, but no matter how you look at it, I feel a little silly. Where Zhou passed, people pointed at him as if they were looking at a fool, and the rate of return was higher than before. Zhou didn't listen or pay attention, just urged Dawei King Kong to speed up his pace, hoping to leave the city as soon as possible, and if he entered the wild, there would not be so many people watching him. Interesting. On the second floor of a cafe, 3 men were sitting by the window drinking coffee, and one of the men saw Zhou walking down the street on a Dawei King Kong bull. The other 2 men also looked towards the street and immediately found Zhou. One of the men suddenly lit up and said to the other 2 men, "Dugugu, Zhang Chuanqiu, why don't we use that person to make a bet and decide how that thing belongs?" "Let's hear it," Dugugu said blankly. Zhang Chuanqiu also smiled and nodded, as long as it's fair, I don't have any opinion. It's definitely fair. Let's guess when that person will put the wood on his shoulders down. Whoever guesses the time closest will belong to that person. What do you think? Xiao Luchuan said. Yes. Dugugu said directly. I have no opinion. Zhang Chuanqiu also said. Hey. You didn't even suspect that I found that person this time? Could it be that you know him? Xiao Luchuan looked at the two of them in surprise and asked. Wang Mingyuan's disciple, Mrs. Jialan's adopted son, it's really difficult to know this person now, Zhang Chuanqiu said. It turns out that he is Zhou Wen. Xiao Luchuan thought for a while, and then laughed again. This is just right, a pure outsider is used as a gambling tool. And none of us suffers a loss. The gambling is fair and just, and there is no complaint when we lose. After a pause, Xiao Luchuan continued, if it is an ordinary person, after listening to so many rumors, it is estimated that he will put down the wood soon. Since he is not an ordinary person, it depends on when he plans to put down the wood to rest. I guess it won't be too long, it should be around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, what do you think? The closest city to here, judging from the strength of the cow's feet, it is estimated that it will be able to arrive at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. If Zhou Wen does not want to sleep in the wild, there is a high possibility of staying there. This 7 o'clock guess is very good. It makes sense. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. I can't compare to brother Zhang, you can figure it out, just make a random guess. Xiao Luchuan said with a smile. Then I'll just take a guess, it's 7:01. Zhang Chuanqiu said solemnly. You guess at 7:01, then I'll guess at 6:59. Dugugu also said. Hey, is it a little too much for you to bully people like this? Xiao Luchuan said dissatisfiedly. Zhang Chuanqiu smiled and said, actually, it's too easy to guess the time. I think it's better to change the guessing method. Guess what if you don't guess the time? Xiao Luchuan couldn't think of anything else to guess. Let's just guess, what city does he take that piece of wood to, what do you think? Zhang Chuanqiu said. Okay, bet, this time I'll let you guess first. Xia Luchuan said. No, we write it on paper and open it together. Zhang Chuanqiu took the paper and pen and gave it to Xiao Luchuan and Dugugu. The three of them wrote down their answers separately, and then opened them together. After reading each other's answers, the three of them looked at each other. Because of the three of them, two of them wrote about the imperial capital, and only Xiao Luchuan wrote about the capital. But Kyoto and the imperial capital are basically the same, but the locals of the imperial capital are more accustomed to using the name Kyoto. It seems that this one can't be gambled. Xiao Luchuan said with a smile. It's better to be simple. We bet whether he can reach the imperial capital alive. Dugugu said. Yes or no, there are only two answers, how can the three of us bet? Xiao Luchuan said. It's simple, to live to the imperial capital, to go to the imperial capital after death, and not to reach the imperial capital, isn't that the three answers? The time limit is 1 month, what do you think? Dugugu said. It also makes sense, who chooses first? Xia Luchuan looked at Dugugu. Since the rules are proposed by me, then I will choose last. Dugugu said. Zhang Chuanqiu's expression was a little dignified, and he pinched his fingers for a while before he said, if no one fights with me, I will choose to go to the imperial capital after I die. I won't rob you, Choose him to live in Kyoto. Xiao Luchuan said. Then the remaining answer belongs to me. I guess he can't get to the imperial capital. Dugaga said. In that case, let's walk together, follow him and see how it turns out. Zhang Chuanqiu suggested. All right. Dugaga stood up. The three of them left the cafe together, chasing the direction Zhou Wen left. Zhou Wen left the city, carrying the wood. Although he rode the Dawei King Kong bull, he still needed a lot of physical strength to carry the wood. When he left the city, Zhou Wen's forehead was already sweating, and his clothes were wet through. In desperation, Zhou Wen could only switch the ancient emperor's scriptures, merge with the life-defying ancient emperor's life and soul, and borrow the powerful life force to bless him. To be able to carry the wood to continue walking. The Dawei King Kong bull is not easy, its speed is much slower, and it can't compare with usual, it runs like an old bull trailer. After leaving the city, not long after entering the mountain area, the sky suddenly darkened, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and strips of thunder and lightning were like looming dragons. Is it going to rain? Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning slightly when he heard the sound of thunder, staring at the thick dark clouds. Brother Dugu, Zhang Chuanqiu, and Xiao Luchuan followed Zhou Wen from a distance. They didn't chase very close. There was Zhang Chuanqiu who could figure it out. Don't be afraid of losing people, and don't need to get too close. At this time, they also saw the dark clouds and thunder and lightning in the sky, but they were not as optimistic as Zhou Wen. Chuanqiu, what do you think? Xiao Luchuan asked, staring solemnly at the dark clouds in the sky. Zhang Chuanqiu counted his fingers and said, Ominous omen. Don't use that type of fooling me, I want to hear the truth. Xiao Luchuan interrupted Zhang Chuanqiu. The truth is, there is a forbidden creature coming out, and it shouldn't look too weak. It seems that you are busy, Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. Among the three, only Xiao Luchuan needed Zhou Wen to reach the imperial capital alive so that he could win the bet among the three of them. Naturally, he would not let Zhou Wen die here. As long as he could win, Xiao Luchuan would not mind helping Zhou Wen. When they were talking, Zhou Wen had already speeded up, wanting to get to the city in front as quickly as possible. It's a pity that the wood is too heavy, even if the Dawei King Kong bull runs as hard as he can't run too fast. No. Zhang Chuanqiu pinched his fingers as he walked, looking around. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out. What's wrong? Xiao Luchuan asked, strangely. Before Zhang Chuanqiu could answer, he heard an explosion in the sky, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, hitting a forest near them. It is strange to say that the lightning strikes the forest, and there is an arc visible to the naked eye. The lightning-shrouded forest is only flashing with lightning, but there is no fire. And this is just the beginning. Large tracts of thunder and lightning continue to fall, falling into the forest, causing all the flowers and trees to be covered with a layer of thunder and lightning, but those flowers and trees did not die, but became more and more energetic. It seems that this matter is not good, Zhang Chuanqiu said while calculating. Xiao Luchuan and Zhang Chuanqiu have been together for a long time, and they also have some simple understanding of the hexagrams. He heard the words and said, Lei Zhe should not be a sinister hexagram, right? I remember hearing you say, the meaning of Guime's hexagram. That is to say, for the greater interests, you need to pay a certain price in exchange, just like marrying your own sister. Although what you said is not entirely correct, it's not too different, but… Zhang Chuanqiu had not finished his words, but suddenly saw that the flowers, plants, and trees covered with lightning seemed to come alive, with branches and leaves all over the place, trembling, shooting out one after another thunderbolt. For a while, the crisscrossing thunder and lightning shrouded the three of Xiao Luchuan. This level of lightning naturally did not have much impact on them, and Xiao Luchuan smashed the lightning with a wave of his hand. The sound of thunder exploded again in the sky. This time, the thunder was particularly loud, and the entire mountain range seemed to tremble. Among the dark clouds in the sky, there was a group of cyan thunder and lightning, which fell like a meteorite. Boom! A large area of the forest was destroyed, and a figure emitting thunder and lightning appeared in the ruins of the forest. Xiao Luchuan looked over, and saw that it was a tiger with 2 wings on its back. The blue lightning on its body was beating, as if every cell was flickering with lightning. The tiger saw Xiao Luchuan and the 3 of them at a glance, and with a flick of his wings, he instantly turned into lightning and passed away. Not good. Xiao Luchuan's face changed, and he summoned an ancient sword. The ancient sword turned into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. It turned into a sword formation like a copper wall and an iron wall, blocking Xiao Luchuan's face. Du Guji's figure was like a ghost and quickly retreated, which was unbelievably fast, and Zhou Wen's full use of Feixian was nothing more than that. Zhang Chuanqiu flicked his sleeves, and a Taoist talisman appeared in front of him, turning into a great formation of talismans, protecting his body. Everything happened in an instant, and a cyan thunder and lightning broke through the air and fell, turning into a lightning grid, instantly shrouding the sword formation, and the talisman formation within the lightning was shrouded out. Boom! The sword formation was shattered, the talisman burned, and the power of thunder and lightning was like a punishment that destroyed everything. Ah! The 3 of them screamed. Their bodies twitched by the thunder and lightning, and their hair was smoking. Zhou Wen, who was carrying the wood on his back, glanced at the direction behind him with some doubts, and saw the thunder and lightning in the distance. Thunderbolt has also mutated? It seems that I should rush to the front city earlier and find a place to live. Zhou Wen urged the Dawei King Kong bull again and again, hoping that it could run faster. But this guy was so tired that he was panting and couldn't run any faster. Zhou Wen was a little worried in his heart. The current interdimensionalization is limited to the Earth itself, and does not involve external satellites. Therefore, using the functions of artificial satellites, the Federation can also ensure basic communication. If even artificial satellites are affected in the future, the means of communication will be even weaker. The thunder in the distance continued to rumble, and one after another thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the thunder was terrifying. Fortunately, there was no thunder and lightning near Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen hurried all the way and finally arrived at a nearby city at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The thunder and lightning in the mountain area are not so scary in this city, but it is a little cloudy. There is still drizzle in the air, and it does not feel cold. The raindrops fall on the skin, which makes people feel a little refreshing. This city is relatively small, and the population loss was very serious after the dimensional storm. Today, shops on both sides of the street are rarely open, and there are very few pedestrians. It is estimated that most people have moved to big cities. This is also a good thing for Zhou Wen, at least there are not so many people who eat melons, pointing at him writing. a bowl and carrying a wood, but occasionally pedestrians pass by and look at him in surprise. Not long after Zhou entered the city, he saw a small hotel. The door of the hotel was open, but there was no one inside. The tables and sofas were also messy, and there was a lot of dust on them. It seems that the owner here should have already left. Zhou went in and found a room, and found that the bed and quilt were still there, so he stayed here. Anyway, he just took a rest, and then continued on his way. He didn't have too high requirements on where he lived, as long as he could keep out the wind and rain. Crash! Not long after Zhou Wenkai entered the hotel, it was pouring rain outside, and the rain seemed to be poured down by someone using a pot. After a while, the rain accumulated on the road, and the sewers were a little too busy. It seems that we can only go on the road after the rain stops. Zhou was about to put down the wood on his shoulders, but the antelope suddenly pulled him and asked him to look to the ground. Zhou looked down and saw a few words on the ground. And at first glance it was written by an antelope with hooves. If you don't leave the wood, you will die if you leave it. What do you want? It's still far from the imperial capital, so I can't carry it all the time, right? Zhou said depressedly. Isn't it literate? You don't understand even if you are not separated from the wood? Antelope gave Zhou a contemptuous look, and then wrote a line of words on the ground with its hoof. So that's the case, as long as the body doesn't leave the wood? Zhou put the wood horizontally on the ground, and then sat on it by himself. The consumption of the body is very serious, and Zhou can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This wood is dead and dead, even using the power of the ancient emperor's life-defying soul, it still feels a little overwhelmed by the body being inseparable from the wood. This time he even saved the bed. Zhou pulled a quilt to cover him and lay down on the wood to sleep. The antelope slept comfortably on the bed, and the bird slept on the bed as well, and pulled a blanket over its mouth to cover itself. The rain outside was so heavy, Zhou didn't dare to go on the road rashly, planning to wait for the rain to stop before leaving the ball. It's not like that. Zhou Wenjing was sleeping soundly, and suddenly a voice sounded, almost startling him up. Haoshuan Zhou still remembered the for words staying away from the wood. He stopped abruptly, and still sat on the wood without jumping off. When I opened my eyes and took a closer look, it turned out that the TV in the room was on and was playing an old movie. I was almost scared to death. Why did this broken TV turn on by itself? Zhou turned to look, and saw that the bird woke up at some point, and was playing with a remote control with his claws. Sleep, don't make trouble. Zhou stretched out his hand to inhale, sucked the remote control over, and then used the remote control to turn off the TV. Seeing that it was still early, and it was still raining heavily outside, Zhou lay down and continued to sleep. Just fell asleep, suddenly woke up by the sound. This trick is clearly called an old man pushing a cart. Don't think I don't understand. Zhou was woken up again, and saw that the TV was turned on again and the old movie was playing again. Xiao Feifei, stop making trouble, okay? Let me rest for a while, I'm really tired. Zhou Wenjing wanted to bring Xiaoniao's remote control, but found that Xiaoniao was not holding the remote control at all. The device was still beside him, and the bird climbed out of the blanket and looked at him blankly. What's the matter? Did I touch the remote control myself? No. No. This hotel has been abandoned for a while, and there is no electricity in it. How can the TV be turned on? Zhou finally came to his senses. Sit up. And watch the TV carefully. At this glance, Zhou couldn't help but change color, because the cable of the TV was hanging down below, and it was not plugged in at all. Even if there was electricity in the hotel, the TV could not be turned on. You can watch it later. The old movie on the TV was still playing. Zhou frowned and stared at the TV, and used listening to check the TV thoroughly. The ability to listen carefully allows Zhou to directly hear the internal structure of the TV. However, Zhou didn't know much about components such as circuit boards, and he didn't see anything wrong. No companion pets or dimensional creatures were found in it, but he found that there was electricity flowing inside. It can't be without problems. Zhou checked back and forth several times, but he didn't see any problems. I tried to turn off the TV with the remote control, and the TV was turned off again, and it looked no different from a normal TV. Damn it, could it be that the current generated by the thunderstorm ran into the TV and made the TV have electricity? Zhou studied for a long time, but he didn't understand why there was electricity in the TV. But he didn't even believe this guess. I'm here to see what's going on here. Zhou used truth listen to monitor the entire hotel and the surrounding area. Even in the heavy rain, nothing could escape his ears. Zhou sat on the wood, staring at the TV. Boom. After a while, thunder sounded again in the sky, and it felt that the thunder was very close, as if it had exploded outside the building. Suddenly, the TV lights up on its own, and the movie starts playing. Stop talking nonsense, take me off, take off my clothes. Hey, what are you doing? You want to kill me? It's really amazing, even if you kill it, it's worth it. Zhou has been staring at the TV, and listening has also been monitoring all the components in the TV, but for some unknown reason, electricity suddenly appeared in the TV. No suspicious signs were found in the hotel or outside, that is, no dimensional creatures or anything. Strange, is it really that the thunder and lightning from the outside passed into the TV? Zhou felt that this was unreliable, not to mention that the thunder and lightning could not pass in. Even if it could pass in, it would only damage those components and make it impossible for the TV to work normally. This time Zhou didn't turn off the TV, and just sat there watching. The TV was really full of power. Zhou watched it for a while, but it was still playing. Who can be worse than me? A person on the TV asked the sky miserably, and then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Although it feels strange, this old movie is still quite funny. Even if someone is really making trouble, I leave here now, and enter the heavy rain, but I am suddenly plotted against it, so let's see it first. Zhou simply didn't turn off the TV, so he turned on the TV and slept on the wood. The ability to listen carefully is always on. If there is any trouble, Zhou will know immediately. The Yuan Qi Ju has also been switched to the Dao Ju, and with the soul of Taishang Kaidianjing in the body, it can also be somewhat guaranteed. The TV has been showing old movies, one after the other, but other than that, nothing else has happened. In the second half of the night, Zhou suddenly heard footsteps coming from the door of the hotel, and immediately woke up. With the ability to listen, he immediately saw a strange person running in. The man's clothes were tattered, his hair was charred black, and he looked like he had just been struck by lightning. Finally, still can't help moving? Zhou sat up and monitored the man's every move. After the man entered the door, he smelled the left and right, and then came along the road to the room where Zhou lived. Sure enough, it's for me. Zhou secretly said. In his heart. When the man arrived at the door of the room, Zhou was waiting for him to see what else he could do. Unexpectedly, the man reached out and knocked on the door a few times. Who? Zhou was a little surprised, thought about it, and asked. The person outside the door said, Zhou, I'm here to inform you, you must be careful along the way, someone wants your life, and not only one. Who wants my life? Zhou asked. You should know the Dugu family and the Zhang family among the 6 major families of the Federation. Dugugu of the Dugu family and Zhang Chuanqiu of the Zhang family both want your life. The person outside the door replied. I have no grudges with them, why did they want my life? Zhou asked again. This time, the people outside the door did not answer, but instead asked, you should be going to the imperial capital, right? Where am I going, and what does it have to do with them killing me? Zhou didn't quite believe the person in front of him, who seemed to have a problem. They don't want you to enter the imperial capital alive, said the person outside the door. Why? Zhou frowned. Don't worry about why, in short, you just need to be careful. The man said and was about to leave. Who are you? Why are you telling me this? Zhou asked quickly. You can call me someone with a heart. The man said loudly and turned around and went downstairs. If it weren't for his tattered body and his explosively charred hair, he would still be a bit dashing. Zhou felt that the name of the minded person was a bit familiar. And he was stunned for a while, and then he remembered, isn't the minded person the code name often used in elementary school composition? Who the hell is this? Zhou frowned secretly. Naturally, he wouldn't completely believe this person's words, but it seemed that the other party really didn't have any ill intentions. Are you kidding about the TV thing? Zhou was a little unsure at this time. The TV is still playing, and Zhou doesn't care about that much anymore. Let's go to bed first and wait for the rain to stop. Anyway, he has decided to go to the imperial capital this time. The soldiers will come to block it, and the water will come to cover it. It's useless to worry. Not long after falling asleep, Zhou heard that someone had entered the hotel again. Dang, dang, dang. After the man entered the hotel, without even sniffing, he went straight to the 2nd floor and ran towards Zhou's room. His shape is similar to the man just now, he is also dressed in tattered clothes and his hair is charred black, but it can be seen that it is not the same person, this one is taller. Could it be that the Lord is here? Zhou was thinking, the man had already arrived at the door, and he even raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who? Zhou asked. Patiently. Are you Zhou? The man at the door asked. I'm Zhou, who are you? Zhou asked. I'm just a nameless pawn. If you're happy, call me anonymous. I'm here to tell you that someone is going to harm you on your way to the imperial capital, so you must be careful, said. Who wants to harm me? Zhou thought this was weird and asked calmly. It's Dugugu from the Dugu family and Zhang Chuanqiu from the Zhang family. You must be careful about the 2 of them. The outsider's statement was almost exactly the same as the one who came here just now. Who are you? Zhou asked. Why do you have to know each other when you meet? Let's meet again if you have the predestined relationship. After that, the man went downstairs. What the hell are these people doing? They were all struck by lightning like that, and they even came to tell me to be careful with plotting? In today's world, has the consciousness of human beings reached this level? Zhou Wen didn't believe it. There will be such a good thing. Those two people shouldn't be going all the way. Otherwise they only need to come once, there is no need for both of them to run over. But looking at the lightning scars on their bodies, it seems that they have experienced similar injuries. What is going on? Zhou Wen thought about it, but didn't quite understand it. If it was someone else who was so noisy, he would definitely not be able to sleep in the second half of the night. Fortunately, Zhou Wen is not a person who is afraid of making noise. He lay down and continued to sleep, and fell asleep again after a while. After the intentional person and the anonymous person came, the thunderstorm was much smaller, and then gradually stopped. When Zhou Wen woke up in the morning, the rain had stopped, and the TV had turned off by itself. Is it really the reason for the thunderstorm that made the TV run by itself? Although Zhou Wen didn't quite believe it, there was no other better explanation. The phone rang suddenly. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and looked. It was Xing who called. Master Wen, are you in Weihui now? Xing asked directly. Yes, how do you know? Zhou Wen asked with some doubts. The Supervision Bureau has already found your whereabouts. I'm afraid this trip is a bit inappropriate. Xing said. I have to go to the imperial capital, don't worry, I will be careful. Zhou Wen had nothing to do. If it was normal, he would definitely turn around and go back to Luoyang. At most, not to go to the imperial capital. But now with such a piece of wood on his body, if he doesn't go to the imperial capital, he will stay with the wood all day long. How can he live? What's worse is that being inseparable from the wood is only the standard when resting. If Zhou Wen wants to move his position, he has to carry it. Who can stand it? If Master Wen still insists on going, it's best to change the route and travel speed. I'll revise the route for you. Xing passed a document to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen chatted with Xing for a while, then opened the file that Xing passed to him, wanting to see what to do next, but when he opened the file, his eyes widened. The content in the file is not a map at all, but a dynamic emoticon. It is two tall and fit men, wearing only briefs, one around the neck and the other around the waist, dancing closely. Zhou Wen was suddenly dumbfounded. And his expression became strange. It must have been posted wrong. But how could Xing have such a picture? Shouldn't it? Zhou Wen shuddered, and quickly shook his head to deny his idea. He sent Xing a message and asked, Xing, did you send the wrong document? Isn't the roadmap sent in the past? Xing quickly replied. No, it's a dynamic picture. Zhou Wen directly sent the picture together with the information. After a while, Xing sent another message. There is a problem with the message. I did not send it wrong, but the message you received is wrong. The reason is unknown. It is not safe to use my route. I will send a few pictures next. The roadmap is given to you. These routes, you choose how to go. Don't tell anyone the route, including me. It is good. Zhou Wen nodded. Xing sent a sketch directly, and it was hand-painted. At first glance, they were all the route from him to the imperial capital. He could choose one of them. Because the communication might have been hijacked, Xing didn't say much, let Zhou Wen be careful, and then ended the communication. Zhou Wen studied the map, and then chose a route from it to continue on the road. In a cave in Cheesy Mountain, a seductive woman locked in chains was fiddling with some experimental instruments and seemed to be doing research. The phone beside her rang. The woman glanced at the screen of her mobile phone and found that the message was sent by Zhou Wen. As soon as her mind moved, there was an invisible force that controlled the phone and opened the message. The mobile phone automatically flew in front of the woman so that the woman could see the information on it clearly. Seeing this, the woman frowned. "Baby, tonight I'm going to make you my slave girl." "Okay, Zhou Wen, you're so bold. You want to be a slave girl, right? I'll satisfy you right away." The woman narrowed her eyes flashing strangely. As soon as the woman's mind moved, the mobile phone typed automatically and sent Zhou Wen a mobile phone. "Your wish will be granted tonight." Zhou Wen was walking on the road when he heard the phone ringing. He took it out and saw that it was sent by Lord Emperor. He immediately clicked it and was a little dazed, so he sent a message. "What do you mean? Did you send the wrong message? Did you send the wrong message? Then who did you send the message to?" "Lord D replied quickly. "How do I know who your message was originally intended to be sent to?" Zhou Wen felt even more baffled. Lord Emperor did not return the message. Zhou Wen muttered to himself, "It's inexplicable." After taking the mobile phone and continuing on the road, Zhou Wen changed the previous route and took a detour from another road, instead of taking the original old road. Although taking the old route may have unexpected effects, the probability of Zhou Wen changing the route or not changing the route is 1/2, but the probability of judging Zhou Wen's route among those new routes will be much smaller, so Zhou Wen still decides to change route. An hour after Zhou Wen hit the road, the three of Xiao Luchuan also set out from another hotel in Weihui and continued to follow Zhou Wen. Their condition at this time seems to be much better. The day before yesterday, Lu encountered a mysterious dimensional creature and almost put all three of them there. Although they all escaped in the end, they still suffered some minor injuries. According to Zhang Chuanqiu's calculations, they would slowly follow behind, not afraid of losing Zhou Wen. Yesterday was really unlucky. I actually encountered such a terrifying dimensional creature. Fortunately, I was smart enough to run fast enough. Xiao Luchuan said a little depressedly. Zhang Chuanqiu said thoughtfully, "I calculated it when I came out today." "How?" Xiao Luchuan asked. "Today's hexagram is still Les Aiguilles." Zhang Chuanqiu said. "No way. Will something similar happen today?" Xiao Luchuan frowned. "I hope not. Ordinarily, this sister Les Aiguilles is not a sinister hexagram, but it seems a little evil, so be careful," Zhang Chuanqiu said. The three of them left the city and walked along the route that Zhou Wen had walked for 2 hours before they felt something was wrong. Between the mountains and fields, it seemed that a pair of eyes were peeping at them, but if you look carefully, but no dimensional creatures or human beings were found. "There won't be any more demon moths." Xiao Luchuan felt a little uncomfortable all over. "I'm afraid it's already out," Zhang Chuanqiu said, looking at the dark forest. Dugugu didn't say a word, but there were many tiny bugs flying into the mountains and forests. Although those goo worms are not mythical, they are better in that they have hidden skills and are small in size, so it is not easy for ordinary creatures to find them. But after those goo insects entered the forest, they lost contact with Dugugu at the same time. No matter how Dugugu summoned, they could not get their memories, which made Duguji's face a little ugly. "Come on," Dugugu said and spread out a pair of worm wings, wanting to go back along the original path. Xiao Luchuan also summoned the ancient sword. Yujian flew, and the straight line speed was no slower than Dugagu, and Zhang Chuanqiu was also not slow. He took out a talisman and was about to escape into the ground. But the three of them were only halfway through their movements, but they saw that in the dark forest, a pair of ghostly eyes opened, and those eyes stared at them. Opened. Bang! All three fell to the ground, drowsy. No matter how hard they struggled, their eyelids slowly closed. Zhou walked on the road ahead, but felt that the surrounding mountains and forests were very quiet today. However, it was different from the road that the antelope took him before. Although this road was quiet, there were many animals, but those animals seemed to be very lazy and were still sleeping. Zhou felt that something was wrong and walked cautiously, but he didn't encounter any problems along the way. When he reached the next small city, the sky was already dark. After carrying the wood for a day, Zhou also felt very tired, so he found a hotel in this small city and stayed there. This small city is similar to the previous city, and the people are almost gone. Zhou just found an empty hotel, and no one asked him for money. This night, Zhou slept soundly. When he woke up, he stretched and was full of energy. Nothing strange happened again that night. Unlike the previous hotel, the TV didn't turn on automatically. But Zhou felt something was wrong. His chest seemed to be very heavy. He looked down and screamed suddenly. Do not know why, the clothes on his chest were pushed up, as if two large papayas were stuffed inside the clothes. Zhou hurriedly opened the clothes to take a look, and suddenly found two things that should not have appeared on him. How could this be? Zhou found that his voice had also become very feminine. He quickly took out the mirror and looked at it, and immediately found that he had become a woman. Zhou immediately thought of the message that Lord Emperor sent him before, and quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lord Emperor. Master Emperor, did you turn me into a woman? Yes. Lord D replied quickly and readily admitted. Why? I haven't offended you recently, have I? Zhou asked, while holding back his anger. Why don't you know it yourself? Lord Emperor asked rhetorically. I really don't know, you can tell me clearly. What is it for? Zhou felt that something was wrong. Listening to Lord Emperor's tone, it seemed that he had provoked Lord Emperor first, but he had not been with Lord Emperor at all recently. After contacting him, Lord Emperor has not contacted him either. Did you forget the message you sent yourself so soon? Do you need me to say it? Lord D replied. I really don't know what's going on. I'm begging you, okay? Just tell me. What information did I send you? Zhou felt more and more that there must be something wrong with this matter. When Lord Emperor heard Zhou say this, he seemed to realize that there were some problems with Zhou. Wen's personality so afraid of death, how could he die like that and dare to send such flirtatious messages? Lord Emperor thought for a while, and sent a screenshot of the previous message to Zhou. Baby, I'm going to make you my slave girl tonight. Zhou saw the screenshot, and his forehead suddenly went black. I originally wanted to say that this was not sent by myself at all, but looking at the chat record on the screenshot, it was indeed sent by my own account. No wonder Lord Emperor is so angry, so it is. But I have never sent such a message. Lord Emperor doesn't need to be so troublesome to get such a fake message out if he wants to rectify me. Could it be that my account was stolen? Already? Someone sent a message to Lord Emperor using my account? Zhou was so suspicious in his heart. Lord Emperor, I really didn't send that message. How could I send you that kind of message? Someone must have stolen my account and sent you that message. Zhou Wen wanted to explain the matter first. Let Lord D quickly change his body back, he really can't go out to meet people like this. What do you mean by saying it's impossible to send me such a message? Lord D replied with a message. You are a flower, how could I have any thoughts about a flower? Lord D, just believe me, even if I molest the sow, I wouldn't dare to molest you, so hurry up and change me back. Right. Zhou Wen explained. It's okay that Zhou Wen didn't explain. After explaining, Lord D became even more angry, and replied coldly with a message, wait, I will recover. Then Lord Emperor didn't return Zhou Wen's information. Zhou Wen thought about it, but couldn't figure out what went wrong. It was fine just now, so why is he unhappy all of a sudden? But fortunately, I can recover. It is estimated that it is similar to the last time I changed into a cat, and it will recover after a period of time. Zhou Wen didn't leave either, so he planned to stay in the hotel and wait until the time for transformation was over. During this time, Zhou Wen restored his mobile phone to the factory state, then re-downloaded the software, and changed the password. He used all the methods that could be used to prevent his account from being stolen again. Feng Qiuyan is practicing swordsmanship as usual. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Feng Qiuyan usually doesn't answer the phone or read messages when he is practicing swordsmanship, but when he heard the message was a specially set ringtone, it should have been sent by Zhou Wen, and Feng Qiuyan stopped. Practice the knife, then pick up the phone and take a look. Sure enough, the message was sent by Zhou Wen. Feng Qiuyan opened the message and looked at it, and his expression suddenly became strange. I once had a sincere love in front of me. I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God can give me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to you, I love you. If you have to add a deadline to this love, I hope it is 10,000 years. Feng Qiuyan stared blankly at this message, her expression becoming extremely complicated. How could this be? How could the coach treat me? How can I refuse the coach so that he doesn't hurt his self-esteem? Feng Qiuyan thought tangled. Novel.com, the fastest update. I just want to play the latest chapter of the game quietly. Didi. Zhou Wen was sitting on the wood brushing the copy, and suddenly heard the ringtone of the mobile phone message, picked it up, and saw that it was sent by Feng Qiuyan. Coach, you are a good man. I believe you will meet the best person. I just want to practice the sword well, and I don't plan to think about personal problems at the moment. It's not that you are bad, it's because of me. Zhou Wen was at a loss, not knowing what the situation was. Feng Qiuyan is usually cool and seldom speaks to people except practicing swordsmanship. Why did he suddenly send such a strange message to himself? It's not like his style at all. Could it be that he was hacked like me? Zhou Wen thought, and sent a message to Feng Qiuyan. Xiao Yan, have you been hacked? Feng Qiuyan received Zhou Wen's message, and when she saw the name Xiao Yan, she suddenly shuddered for some reason. This nickname was given to him by Li Xian. He was used to being called and didn't feel anything. He didn't care about it. But I don't know why, but when I saw this nickname today, I felt a little strange and inexplicably awkward. No account has been hacked, coach, we are still students, and we should focus on our studies. And now the Federation is in dire straits. The rise and fall of the Federation is the responsibility of everyone. Feng Chuyan thought about how to be righteous and let Zhou Wen not lose self-esteem, and will not be sad because of rejection, but also be able to work harder. Zhou Wen felt more and more wrong, suddenly realized something, and immediately sent a message to Feng Chuyan. Did I send you a message before this message? If so, give me a screenshot. Zhou Wen took a screenshot of the first message Feng Chuyan sent him just now. And he felt that something was very wrong. Sure enough, after a while, Feng Chuyan sent the screenshot and added a sentence, Coach, it's really not that you are not good enough, but I really just want to concentrate on practicing swords now. Zhou Wen saw the sentence on the screenshot, and wished he could find a hole to dig into immediately. I'll go to your sister, who is doing the trick. Zhou Wen has the heart to kill. If he keeps doing it like this, he must be driven crazy. No way. Zhou Wen first sent a message to explain to Feng Chuyan that his account had been hacked. Well, I know the coach, I won't say anything about it. Feng Chuyan replied to the message. Don't talk about your sister, I really got hacked. Zhou Wen's heart was crying, but Feng Chuyan's words reminded him. Zhou Wen quickly sent a message to all his friends, telling them that his account had been stolen. If there is any unusual news recently, don't believe it. Not long after, someone sent him a message back, saying everything. Some people said that he was cheated of money and asked him to pay back the money. Others said that they had confessed to her and asked him to be responsible, but they were all joking. No one else received any special information. Zhou Wen was relieved. Tone. Zhou Wen first turned off his mobile phone, and then considered the whole thing, feeling that something was wrong. It seemed that it was not just as simple as being hacked. This incident seems to have happened since I checked into that hotel and the TV turned on automatically. Could it be that there is something wrong with my phone? Zhou Wen feels that there seems to be a connection between these two things. He checked his phone and found no problems, everything was fine inside the phone. For this reason, Zhou Wen also specially found the internal structure diagram of this mobile phone and compared it with the interior of his own mobile phone. The result was nothing unusual, and no special components were installed inside. After restarting, Zhou Wen operated the phone again, cleaned up, restored the appearance settings, etc., and did it again. But I don't know if it was of any use. No. Zhou Wen looked at the mobile phone interface and suddenly found a problem. Everything is normal in the mobile phone, but the only abnormal thing is the power of the mobile phone. In the past 2 days, Zhou Wen has not charged his mobile phone at all. Although he does not usually use this mobile phone, he has been on standby for a few days, and he has been operating it for so long just now, and now the power is still 100%, a little, there is no loss either, which is obviously not normal. Zhou Wen discovered this anomaly, and immediately thought of the TV that was automatically turned on in the hotel before. In the previous TV, I don't know why there is current, so the TV will automatically turn on. Now the battery in my mobile phone will not be consumed. Could it be the same thing? Zhou Wen checked the mobile phone by listening the battery, but also did not check out the problem, just feel that the power inside is very sufficient. Although smashing the phone might solve the problem, it was only possible. Zhou Wen thought about it and didn't smash the phone, but turned off the phone first. After waiting for a long time, the body finally returned to normal and changed back to its original appearance. Zhou Wen continued on the road. with his mobile phone. On the way, Zhou has been paying close attention to the mobile phone, and his listening ability is always paying attention to the interior of the mobile phone, especially the battery part, but he has not noticed anything unusual. When he arrived at the next city, Zhou stopped to rest again, and the phone was still quiet and nothing unusual. But when Zhou slept until midnight, something abnormal happened, and the phone that had been turned off turned on automatically. As soon as the phone was turned on, the program ran automatically and started to play the old movie. Zhou had seen this old movie in the hotel before. The problem really lies there. Zhou can now confirm that there was a problem in the hotel in that thunderstorm. Zhou turned off the phone again, but it didn't take long for the phone to turn on automatically, still playing those old movies, and no matter how it was played, the phone's battery never decreased. Zhou turned it off a few times, and the phone would automatically turn on, so he simply didn't turn it off. Until morning, the phone itself did not move. Zhou has been observing the battery of the mobile phone all night. He can feel that the power inside fluctuates, and the fluctuation is very abnormal. Could it be that the electric current is a special dimensional creature? Zhou felt that the possibility was very high. If the electric current inside is a companion creature, no one should use a companion pet like this. Although it caused some trouble for him, it is not fatal. If his enemy had such a companion pet, he would not use it like this at all. It could have caused a more fatal blow to him, and it might even have directly caused him to never recover. How can we get that current out? Zhou looked at the phone and thought to himself, how to determine whether there are dimensional creatures in it.